night. Then as the strings gradually join in, it's like more and more people are arriving. Sweet violin, deep cello. The two alternate, harmonize, exchanging glances. It seems like the nightingale is confiding with someone, its voice bright, yet gentle, like comfort and encouragement, followed by a human voice, low yet intimate. This is a dialogue between humanity and nature. Harmony, tenderness. Seems like everything has been soothed. It's said there are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers. Actually, Nightingale is the same. The vast golden hall. Some listen to this piece, unknowingly shedding tears, remembering departed loved ones. Some listen to this piece, yet think of lost love. Some reminisce about decades of ups and downs. Some merely lift the corners of their mouths, their mood unprecedentedly calm and warm. Even some have eyes that burn like ignited campfires, with a glimmer of hope. Gradually, the music reaches its end. But unlike most music, the conclusion of Nightingale is a symphony segment, marking the climax of the entire piece. The orchestra resonates powerfully. In a daze, people seem to hear the call of the nightingale from the weary surface of the sea. A proud nightingale bursts from the waves, seeking a place to settle. The darkness awaits the light before dawn, awaiting the moment when the morning light breaks through the clouds. Even if the scorching sun will melt its wings, it insists on meeting the light, traversing those yesterdays that must be discarded, breaking free from past submission and decay. The nightingale gradually approaches the clouds, holding back tears until it meets the sunlight when the clouds break apart. Even if the clouds break, despite the heart being ignited, amidst the high, resonant calls heavy as mountains, the nightingale finally breaks through countless obstacles. The bird in the heart ignites hope, breaking through the clouds, flying straight beyond the heavens. At this moment, everyone is astounded. What is this? Why is it like this? Seems like I've entered a story, becoming a protagonist, feeling unfamiliar sorrows and joys. So beautiful, too beautiful. How can there be such music in the world? Today I realize that music is such a wonderful thing. My life has begun to bloom. Didn't you used to find this soft music boring, preferring upbeat DJ tracks? How can that garbage compare to this? Why do I feel like I'm wholly immersed in a musical world? Is this heaven? This piece has magic power, truly miraculous magic power. Every note seems to convey some message to me, and I can somehow read every meaning. Mind-blowing. I seem to see an empire collapsing in the twilight. No, that's clearly a campfire named Hope ignited among the ruins. I feel like I've become a bird. Different people listening to Nightingale formed a myriad of perceptions. Regarding this, Lin Yuan of course is unaware. After finishing the first piece, he observes everyone's expressions. The result leaves Lin Yuan himself puzzled, because some are tearfully wiping tears with reddened eyes. Some show a blissful smile, with an expression of unprecedented satisfaction. Some appear confused. Some appear full of vigor. Joy and sorrow are two extremes, entirely different or even completely opposite feelings appearing on the audience's faces. Is this the effect of immersive sound? Lin Yuan is not clear. Yet when his gaze sweeps past the ordinary audience, Lin Yuan sees the nearly uniform expressions of shock on the maestro's faces, and he suddenly breathes a sigh of relief. Professional musicians shocked as usual. It seems this piece, combined with immersive sound, indeed produced a very good effect. Facts prove it is indeed so. Many maestros are whispering to each other. How strange. The immersion of this piece is inexplicably strong. It seems there's a pull. Clearly, I've always been only moderately interested in this style, yet this piece inexplicably drew me in. Kicking off with a symphonic structure? The classical symphonic structure combined with classical bamboo flute, plus electronic effects, surprisingly forms such a result. Lin Yuan's innovation is truly surprising. This performance, isn't it somewhat excessively good? It's like magic sound. This isn't magic sound. For me, this is heavenly music. Just the first piece is so breathtaking. I'm suddenly very curious about how he'll play next. Worthy of Lin Yuan's first concert. Of course, the maestros don't know that this is the effect of immersive sound. Yet many maestros sense the uniqueness of this piece. Lin Yuan's Nightingale seems to tug at people's souls, pulling them into the emotional expression of the music. In a certain private room, Yang Zhoming looks at Abigail beside him. "How is it?" Heavenly voice. Abigail's expression is astounded. Beside them, Jing uncertainly opens her mouth. "Did you notice? Is this miraculous immersion the effect of the performance, or the influence of the music itself?" Yang Zhoming doesn't speak. Abigail also falls into thought. Equally joining this private room, Lu Sheng smiles and says, "Regardless, if the next pieces can match the standard of this work, then this concert will be Xian Yu's divine show." Before he finishes speaking, someone notices several beams of golden light illuminating behind Nightingale on the big screen. It is apparent. According to the rules of the Golden Hall, there are multiple bidding requests for the rights to Nightingale. But this isn't something Lin Yuan needs to consider now. Nightingale is just the beginning. He is to bring new works next. Chapter 1585, 1283 Croatian Rhapsody. The first piece has ended, and the second piece is about to begin. Box room 213 upstairs. Tang Yin is completely bewildered. In so-called high society, some people truly know how to appreciate music. Some listen to music purely to impress others. Tang Yin belongs to the third type. He neither understands music nor likes to pretend he does. The reason he's here today is simply to accompany the elders in his family. However, what Tang Yin didn't expect was the concert's first piece changed the style he usually has no interest in, and today it sounded remarkably pleasant. Unconsciously, he was utterly captivated, as if a mysterious force controlled his will, immersing him completely in the music. How strange! Only after the piece ended did Tang Yin snap out of it. Tang Yin began to wonder if he hadn't rested well the night before, leaving him disoriented, even though music had never moved him before. At that moment, the stage lights changed. The second piece began. Its title appeared on the big screen, Croatian Rhapsody. There is no Croatia on Blue Star. But it's okay. In the future, Chu Kuang will introduce various aspects of Earth to Blue Starians through novels. Xian Yu was still seated at the piano. Suddenly, the cellist on stage began to pull the strings, carrying an atmosphere that's slightly gloomy and eerily terrifying. In the box room, Tang Yin suddenly felt dizzy. The next moment, Tang Yin found himself on a desolate battlefield, the sky overcast with clouds, lingering smoke spreading through the air. Fallen walls scattered rubble everywhere, dust swirling in the air until it settled back into the earth. Sorrow, bitterness. The music was still there. An inexplicable oppression enveloped Tang Yin's heart, even more intense than the previous piece. Tang Yin had always prided himself on being tone-deaf. Not only was his singing off-key, but he also felt no emotional stir while listening to what his elders considered world-class masterpieces, only thinking of them as noisy. However, during today's concert, both the previous piece and this one, Tang Yin understood. He understood it all, completely understood. Tang Yin suddenly felt unspeakable excitement and emotion. His elders were right. Good music indeed has the power to move the heart. This world, scorched by war, seemed so real. This sorrowful emotion, even as I simply listened, made it feel as though I were there. No, it's not sadness. Or it's not just sadness. Tang Yin suddenly saw a small, unknown white flower blooming amidst the distant ruins. The burgeoning life and beauty starkly contrasted with the surrounding desolation. Yes, the sky remained overcast, clouds stayed a heavy gray, the wind kept howling, yet the little white flower merely swayed gently in the breeze. The music soared. The cello not only conveyed gloomy eeriness and oppressive sorrow, but also resonated with depth and grandeur. Meanwhile, under the cello's backdrop, the piano's brisk triplet rhythm surged like waves. It was urgency and pursuit. It was anger and rebellion. It was confidence and passion. The violin appeared, weaving the symphony together. The entire movement was naturally complete, full of emotion, and exuded intensity. Tang Yin's spirit soared. He seemed to see the unknown white flower weathering the storm, as if he could see a new and beautiful home rise on this land. This is an epic rhythm, beautiful yet passionate, joyous but not losing grandeur, enduring hardships yet overcoming barriers. It's a strength that can always inspire you to forge ahead. At this moment, This piece was no longer just music. Tang Yin felt his eardrums clearly being shaken across multiple dimensions. This fullness of stereoscopic sensation allowed him to experience and reflect from different levels. Tang Yin thought of a movie he had watched called Kung Fu Hustle, which had a line, "A song that tears at the heartstrings. Where do you find a soulmate?" Now, Tang Yin wanted to say, he and Xian Yu must be soulmates. Because his music allowed Tang Yin to experience for the first time the true power of music. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know others' feelings, as he was absorbed in his performance. With the strings as background, the gradually intensifying piano tones played out a mournful melody. In the fast-paced tune, despair, helplessness, and sadness seeped little by little. But, despite the despair, the crying melody seemed to be appealing for an ethereal hope amidst the mourning. Never give up hope, no matter how desperate the time might be. Even if that hope is merely like a fragile white flower swaying amidst intense flames of war. Finally, the performance of Croatian Rhapsody ended. Sitting next to Yang Zhongming, Abigail gazed at Lin Yuan on the stage, maintaining a listening posture. His expression grew more serious as the performance ended, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Again, a fusion of classical and modern. Xian Yu always grasps the essence and popularity of a piece to the fullest extent. Full of spirit, Zheng Jing also spoke up. Along with the previous Nightingale, when the concert is over, these two pieces will probably spread like wildfire. Only these two. Yang Zhongming squinted. Tonight's concert has just started. Indeed, it's just the beginning. You all noticed, didn't you? Xian Yu's piano skills clearly reached the level of a top piano maestro. But that's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying is that it felt again as if one is completely immersed in the music. No matter how good an artist, they cannot comprehend the meaning of painting soul. The same goes for great maestros, unable to explain immersive sound. They can only express heartfelt admiration and awe for this musical miracle. I'm already looking forward to the third piece. The third piece. Lin Yuan did not keep the audience waiting too long. But before the third piece began, Lin Yuan spoke again. You should all be aware of the form of contrapuntal music. The next piece is a type of contrapuntal music where you'll hear the tune of one voice part chasing another part from start to finish, until the last measure, the final chord, fully merging together. I call this interesting form canon. Yes, canon is not the name of a piece, but a compositional technique. For example, everyone's familiar with Two Tigers, which employs the canon-style composition. Every 8 beats is a cycle. There's a sense of endless looping. The TV drama Reset uses canon as the mobile ringtone for this reason, because every loop is a similar experience, but with some uncertain variables. As for why everyone thinks canon is the name of a piece, because the piece is too famous. That's right, it's canon's most famous piece, Canon in D. So famous that when you search for canon, it's almost the only piece that comes up. It's like searching for symphonic music, and the system only suggests a specific symphony to you, a similar concept. And next, Lin Yuan is going to perform Canon in D. Chapter 1586, 1284, Canon in D. No more idle talk. Lin Yuan briefly mentioned contrapuntal music and then started preparing for the performance of Canon in D major. In fact, about this piece, someone might share a little story to enlighten others. In the story, it's said that Pachelbel, the original composer, played the canon on the piano alone to mourn his deceased wife. Lin Yuan wanted to dispel the rumors. Not to mention the modern piano wasn't even invented at that time. Even if it was, Pachelbel actually composed using 3 violins. Lin Yuan was baffled by this. The canon is heavenly. Does it really need a tragic love story to add allure? Besides, on YouTube, the rock version of Canon in D arranged by Taiwanese musician Jerry C has garnered tens of millions of views. Supposedly, many people indifferent to the original fall in love with the melody after hearing the rock version. However, Lin Yuan felt the original version held more charm. Especially in the afternoon, it provides an inexplicable comfort. The rock version is for when one's emotions are more intense. For some, it may come across as too noisy. As for this performance's version, Lin Yuan's arrangement prioritized violin, with piano as an accompaniment. As the third piece began, The cello started with 2 bars as the unit of harmony in continuous loops. Then, the 3 violins joined sequentially every 8 beats, playing the exact same melody. Logically, this could be monotonous. At least that's what the score indicates. However, the actual listening experience reveals that this collaboration is far from monotonous, instead providing a sense of swirling delight. After the 3 violins, Lin Yuan's piano officially joined in. By this point, the beautiful melody of the canon was already floating throughout the Golden Hall. The genius level of this fish is always astonishing. A simple piece of contrapuntal music can be this beautiful. Hey, Maestro spoke up. The maestro beside him appeared impressed. This compositional style is quite special. It's like a space-time structure game, where the coordination of the voices is actually one voice with its own, equating to logical self-reference. If one wished, this piece could infinitely loop. Truly ingenious design. I feel the creative thinking behind this piece has the shadow of pop songs, or perhaps this piece could serve as a typical template for many pop songs. Beauty that is simplified to the extreme. As far as contrapuntal music goes, this piece ranks among the top. And this is only the 3rd piece. How many more surprises will he bring in this concert? I don't know about surprises. By the way, was the venue upgraded in the Golden Hall? Otherwise, why do these sounds seem so beautiful? It feels as though one can instantly immerse oneself in the world of music. Of course, it wasn't any venue upgrade. It was simply someone secretly hacked the system. But such mods, well, aren't the pinnacle of experience for experts. Because many operations experts can achieve already. For example, understanding the expression of music, they might feel a hint of wonder but attribute it merely to well-made music. For ordinary people like Tang Yin, however, it was different. Because it was absolutely many people's first realization that without any so-called music theory knowledge, one could fully grasp a music performance's expression. This excitement is something outsiders cannot understand. But essentially, for the first time in their lives, they've discovered they can understand art and be moved by it. Many were exceedingly enthusiastic, sharing with friends. It's so beautiful. This is the touching aspect of art. It makes one's soul seem to float like a fairy. Is this piece called Canon in D major? I actually hope it can just keep looping forever, never tiring. Haha, you understood? What do you mean by that? Why wouldn't I understand? This music expresses a sense of missing, laced with a hint of sorrow. Don't try to fool me with such nonsense. Do I not know your level of appreciation? You clearly fell asleep listening to Abigail's symphony last time. Don't think I didn't notice. Damn. I really understood Fish's music. What a coincidence. I understood too. No one understands Fish better than me. Among the wealthy is sometimes like that. They can praise various art pieces without understanding what's artistic about them, simply because of mutual tacit approval. But today was somewhat special, because everyone present understood Fish's music. Take the currently playing canon in D, for instance. Yet they didn't realize others understood too, thinking only they themselves had deciphered it, which made the scene rather subtle. In the Golden Hall, many thought they alone were Fish's music soulmates, hearing the emotion in the music, truly being ones who understood Fish. Others were merely pretending. Fish's music, played to these people, is wasted. They don't understand anything, playing pearls before swine. That's right. Now everyone was in the mindset of others are all poseurs. The world feigns ignorance while I alone am enlightened. This filled them with a sense of superiority. With this superiority's boost, already entranced by the music, their pores entirely relaxed. The bliss. You have to know many of the rich here specifically booked private rooms, initially coming to talk business and such. Yet at this moment, not a single wealthy person dared to be so vulgar. Everyone was listening to the concert with expressions serious to the point of reverence, grandiose to the extreme. No one mentioned business. It seemed they feared desecrating the music by mentioning business. This music made them want nothing more than to utterly rid themselves of the stench of commerce. For instance, one wealthy man surnamed Ma was surreptitiously thinking, "Oh well, Wang invited me here to talk business. Yet seeing how entranced I am in listening, not wanting me to see through his shallowness, he pretends to seriously listen to the concert. Truth is, he doesn't understand a thing, truly laughable." Coincidentally, O.L. Wang thought the same. In such subtle atmosphere, Lin Yuan finally finished performing Canon in D major. Bam bam bam. The applause was thunderous. Lin Yuan was startled by the applause. It seemed the audience was even more enthusiastic than during the previous two pieces. Lin Yuan was unaware that many deliberately clapped loudly to show they understood the music. All right, they're not faking, they truly understood. It seems everyone is a soulmate of this fish. One maestro couldn't help but comment, his tone slightly sour. During his own concerts, even with some high society figures in attendance, such strong applause was never heard. The maestro next to him nodded. So-called high society loves to feign refinement. Perhaps Fish's young genius persona fits their tastes. Thus they try hard to appear as though understanding Fish's music, aiming to present themselves as cultured, art-savvy, elegant individuals. The maestros knew these so-called high society folks too well. Love attending concerts? 80% are pretending. These maestros were obviously unaware that today in the Golden Hall, it wasn't just them. The entire audience was Fish's soulmates. Chapter 1587, 1285 Butterfly Lovers. 3 consecutive pieces with distinct styles have already made everyone understand the quality of this concert. It is destined to become a classic. And at this moment, the concert continues. After the performance of Canon, Lin Yuan spoke again. The next piece has a poignant love story behind it. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a woman named Zhu Yingtai who loved to chant poems and read books, with the heart to go outside to study. But at that time, women couldn't show their faces in public, so she disguised herself as a man with her maid's silver heart to go to study in a distant place. On the way, they met a scholar named Liang Shanbua and his servant Sergio. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai hit it off at first sight and traveled together to the academy to study. The story Lin Yuan is telling is Butterfly Lovers. The reason for mentioning such a story at the concert is that the next piece is called Butterfly Lovers. It's about the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai transforming into butterflies. In fact, many musical works have stories behind them, to varying degrees. Some are made up, some are true, while others are simply imagined by people after appreciating the work, based on their understanding. Lin Yuan is impressive in this. After all, the story of Butterfly Lovers is one of the 4 major folk love stories in our celestial dynasty. Its widespread popularity is solely because it is moving enough. Later, Liang Shanbua passed away. Zhu Yingtai pretended to agree to the marriage with the Ma family, but requested that the wedding procession must pass through South Mountain and allow her to get out of the sedan and pay respects to Liang Shanbua. When Zhu Yingtai got out to pay her respects at the tomb, a storm, with a mournful wind, suddenly arose. In the midst of stunned onlookers, Liang Shanbua's tomb cracked open. Zhu Yingtai saw this and unhesitatingly jumped in, and the tomb immediately closed again. Soon, a pair of butterflies flew out from the tomb, shadowing each other. In the narration, the entire audience listened attentively. When Lin Yuan finished speaking, the sound of plucking strings followed naturally by the flute, as if the audience found themselves high in the clouds, peering down at a hazy scene below. And then, the orchestra resounded. The clouds were parted by unseen hands, and the view of the world below gradually became clear from blurred. The audience seemed to see during the 3 years at the academy how the friendship between Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai deepened. Laughing, frolicking, caring for each other. The violin, tender and everlasting, distant and lingering. The cello, deep and full-bodied, accompanied harmoniously. The 2 instruments, the violin being Zhu Yingtai and the cello being Liang Shanbua, a duet of deep affection, doubt, unease, determination. As the leading voice, the violin gradually dominated the melody, with a deep, tender, and introspective tone, pushing Zhu Yingtai's emotions to the fullest. This woman has thought a lot about the obstacles she and he will face together. Be brave and love. Is it Zhu Yingtai who has strengthened her heart, or is it the audience who has sent their heartfelt blessings? The melody suddenly turned lively. The flute became bright and clear. The cello danced in movement, as if the 2 were on a spring outing in the bright and sunny March. Yet good times together are always followed by moments of parting. After the joy comes the lingering sadness in the 18th farewell. The theme was played slowly, as if with hesitant steps that ultimately had to leave, but the violin and cello duet remained tightly intertwined, inseparable. The audience was silent, inexplicably heart-wrenching. Even though they were listening to music, the story before them became increasingly clearer. Especially when the orchestra suddenly surged like a mighty wave, the audience seemed to feel an infinite resistance. Was it the father's opposition? Was it the difference in social standing? Facing this strong resistance, the violin fiercely battled. The conflict between the two gradually escalated, culminating in a final crescendo that filled the venue with immense sorrow. Liang Shanbo has died. As if the notes could speak. This is the message the music delivered to every listener. At this moment, the violin wept and lamented, its sharp, broken staccato and fragmented notes expressing despair, as in Zhu Yingtai's heart at this moment, ashen. Finally, the final movement. With cries, kneeling steps, and music's repetition, it was like a flashback of memories. Gradually, the tears dried up. Amid the furious low gong of grief, Zhu Yingtai leapt, and the music simultaneously soared to its peak, transforming into butterflies. The final part of the piece. Under the light and ethereal strings, the eyes of all in the audience were red. People seemed to see the pair of butterflies that Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai had transformed into, freely and joyfully flying among the flowers, never to be separated. It was bright spring. It was twittering birds and blooming flowers. It pierced the cold and hopeless darkness with a glimmer of warmth. At this moment, the audience felt as if years had passed in a different world. Many hardly noticed that the piece had played for a full 25 minutes. Their greatest sense was watching a dreamlike, sorrowful love story and listening to a piece both desperate and full of hope. The entire room was silent. In the silence, sobbing suddenly emerged from an unknown corner. And as the sobbing seemed to spread to more corners, it was quickly engulfed by thunderous applause. Oh, that was stunning. So moving. Did you feel as if the music spoke, perfectly recounting the story he narrated before? Butterfly lovers. It moved me to tears. When he told the story, I listened as a narrative, but with the music, I felt like I became part of that story. Every instrument is telling a story with endless words. The use of the violin and its emotional expression have reached a masterful level. Music can also be a language. The transformation into butterflies at the end made me completely break down in tears. This is one of the most beautiful love stories I've ever heard. I forgot I was at a music concert. It felt like watching a movie or experiencing a lifetime. Only Xian Yu's music can give such a strong sense of imagery. Some people are communicating. Some people are lamenting. Some people are assessing. Some people are just shedding tears. But at the location of Yang Zhongming and others, the expressions of several top maestros were unanimously shocked. Yin Dongdao. The use of the violin was genius. Yi Ji mused like autumn. The duet between cello and violin metaphorically represents the protagonists, expressing the theme of love, a very exquisite arrangement. Lu Sheng. The melody has been engraved in people's hearts. Abigail also pondered and spoke. We are all trying to tell stories with music, but none of us does it as well as he does. This concert is something I might remember for a lifetime. O.L. Yang. Zheng Jing suddenly spoke. Yang Zhoming looked up. Do you think after today's concert, he will surpass you? He has already surpassed me. Butterfly Lovers is one of the best violin concertos I've ever heard. Not to mention his classic works are far more than just this one. I meant in terms of the music charts ranking. That depends on his performance tomorrow. After all, I'm still third. It's not easy to leapfrog ahead of me. Are you talking about that symphony? Yes. Yang Zhoming spoke. Oh well, Yang always tends to overrate Xian Yu subconsciously. He likes this young one, or rather, this child. However, every once in a while, Xian Yu always breaks Yang Zhoming's understanding, making him realize that perhaps he still underestimated him. Until today, until this moment. For the first time, Yang Zhoming realized he might no longer be able to look at Xian Yu with the eyes of seeing a younger generation. Why do I suddenly feel as if my own child's suddenly grown up? Yang Zhoming found this inexplicable thought amusing, and his mouth gently lifted. This concert was a dual enjoyment of mind and senses for him. One must know, at Yang Zhoming's level, Music that he can completely enjoy is becoming increasingly rare. Speaking of which, for everyone at the Golden Hall today, this concert was a top-level enjoyment, an unprecedented musical feast. After performing Butterfly Lovers, Lin Yuan spoke. It's about time. There's one more performance today. Please enjoy. The final performance was a saxophone performance. The piece's performer was Lin Yuan himself. Obviously, Lin Yuan's saxophone skills aren't the best, at least not as masterful as his piano. But overall, it reached the standard for stage performance, especially with this piece. His performance itself has a special meaning. Because this saxophone piece is called Home, the title was secondary. It was just seeing this piece's instrument appear on the screen, Zheng Jing's expression inevitably became a bit peculiar. Little fish couldn't have done it on purpose, right? The last two works of today's concert, one was a violin concerto, the other a saxophone piece. The former is one of Yang Zhoming's areas of expertise. The latter is one of Abigail's areas of expertise. Xianyu seemed to be using these two timeless classic pieces to tell everyone that he also has some understanding of these. If it's not on purpose, it's intentional. Abigail raised an eyebrow and then quietly listened to today's last piece. On Earth, at the mention of the saxophone, people would think of home. And at the mention of home, people would associate it with the instrument saxophone. In fact, it is precisely the beautiful melody of this piece that is known worldwide, making the rather niche instrument saxophone earn the favor of countless music enthusiasts. It is worth noting that this piece is also used on Shanghai buses and subway stations to notify passengers to alight at the terminal station and has been included in the music textbook of the People's Education Press. At this moment, this saxophone classic from Earth was played on the stage of the Golden Hall. The melodious and clear saxophone produced a mysterious, lingering ambience. The pure and melodious sound effect, combined with the lyrical high notes, makes the layers distinctly clear, instantly affecting countless people. The soft, non-harsh sound quality carries a kind of rich, penetrative power. It seems as if this piece was born for the saxophone, the texture of this instrument gleaming, full of brass flavor, its lingering sound thoroughly elicited. That's a sense of reality. Beautiful, graceful, without extras. Especially the sound of the sagra and golden hammer heavy metals within, delicate yet firm, extending into the distance, giving people infinite beautiful thoughts and longings. Listening carefully, it feels like the taste of home. When this piece ended, apart from the applause as usual, no one in the audience moved, even though Xianyu was on stage, bowing to everyone, announcing the concert's end for today. How was it? Zheng Jing looked at Abigail. Abigail smiled wryly. Wasn't Xianyu letting me win at the last Blue Song Olympics? If he had presented this piece then, the Saxophone Project's championship would have gone to your Qin continent. Zheng Jing. There wasn't much further pondering over this matter. Perhaps Xianyu hadn't written this piece by then. Who knows? But reflecting on the pieces from this concert, Abigail couldn't help but sigh. After listening to Home, my first thought was, I don't want to go home. I want to keep listening, see how many more surprising pieces he can bring out. It wasn't just Abigail. Almost everyone on site, after listening to Home, didn't want to go home. Chapter 1588, 1286, Hardcore Comeback Performance. Below the stage, the applause is unending. Lin Yuan, who bowed and exited, has already walked behind the side curtains, leaving the closing tasks to the host. However, such applause still echoes continuously. Teacher Admirable Fish. Noticing that the applause showed no sign of stopping, the host couldn't help but speak. Lin Yuan, who was about to leave the stage, paused slightly. It's a signal for an encore. Lu Sheng chuckled. For his first concert, the audience already hopes for an encore. Today's concert is a real success in every sense. It's been a long time since I've seen an encore performance. Zheng Jing also smiled slightly. He'll come back, won't he? He should. Yang Zhoming raised an eyebrow. An encore performance is a tacit rule for the stages on Blue Star. An encore is when the applause continues endlessly after the performer has finished and exited the stage. That's the signal. With this signal, Lin Yuan had two choices. The first was to leave as planned, since the formal performance was over. The second was to politely return to the stage and give an additional performance. This kind of stage rule exists in the Celestial Dynasty too. But in the Celestial Dynasty, it originally became popular in the comedy circle before other types of stages adopted it as a form of gratitude to the audience. And at this moment, Lin Yuan chose the latter. He turned around and returned to the stage. The host couldn't help but tease. It seems no one wants to go home, and Teacher Admirable Fish is a bit reluctant too. So let's give the stage back to Teacher Admirable Fish. Thank you. Lin Yuan spoke, but in his heart, he pondered what to perform next. Lin Yuan was well aware of the unspoken rule of encore performances. At this moment, he could generally choose to play some well-known iconic pieces or repeat a piece he just performed, and the audience would appreciate it. But this is the Golden Hall. Why not do something unexpected? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan simply sat back at the piano and said with a smile, "Let's play something fun." The next piece is called Flight of the Bumblebee, and it's going to be a very special piano piece. Its biggest feature is its speed. At the sound of these words, Lin Yuan's fingers danced over the black and white keys. A typical A minor key, lively and filled with an exciting allegro. The piece starts with a rapid downscale chromatic sequence, followed by a whirlwind of sound. Buzz, 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 buzz. Those are the fingers flying. The dazzling speed of the playing brings forth a gorgeous and rapid melody, making the adrenaline rush through the audience. Upon hearing such music, the audience seems to feel the racing speed of the fingertips and the fiery passion erupting from their bodies, as if every pulse in their bodies has a sense of rhythm. Full of passion, the overwhelming energy complements the omnipresent sense of rhythm. My God, what speed is this? The piano keys must be hot. The legendary feeling of hot piano keys. Fast, so fast. This is the ultimate show of skill. No, it's more than just technique. Imagine a scene of battle, bumblebees buzzing ardently as they attack their enemies. So intense. In less than a minute, Lin Yuan finished the performance. Yet the spirit of the entire audience was fully roused, with excitement written on every face. Lin Yuan slightly moved his 5 fingers. Still a bit tired. Luckily, his technique is good. Lin Yuan had just performed Flight of the Bumblebee, one of the fastest piano pieces in the world. Of course, playing this piece on a violin could be even faster. But Lin Yuan's violin skills aren't as good as his piano playing, so he didn't choose it. Below the stage, the applause rose again, akin to a tidal wave, but the audience's faces showed they were still eager for more. Encore, encore, encore. It was unclear who shouted it first, but numerous audience members started chanting. At this moment, the maestros revealed expressions of astonishment. This is no street performance, nor a bar gig. This is a concert at the Golden Hall, the highest stage on the globe. On such a stage, it's almost impossible for the audience to be clamoring for an encore like this. High society always prides itself on maintaining decorum, reluctant to lose composure in public, let alone in music, which except for most who feign an appreciation of the arts, and the professional maestros, how many truly understand what's being heard in the crowd? Yet today, such a sight unfolded. Just like a miracle, Lin Yuan knew there was no escaping the next performance, so he straightforwardly raised his index finger to his lips. Immediately, whether rich or privileged second generation or maestros, the entire audience instinctively fell silent. And in this silence, Lin Yuan's hand appeared on the black and white keys again. The piece this time is called La Campanella. Liszt's La Campanella, as a famously flamboyant virtuoso piece, the nightmare of countless piano students. Liszt's piece is even more challenging than Flight of the Bumblebee. A piano solo piece in G-sharp minor, slightly faster tempo, in 6 out of 8 time. Lin Yuan is performing. The initial difficulty isn't exaggerated. Yet as he plays, the audience's expressions change, and the maestros are even more astonished with widened eyes. Chapter 1589, 1286. Hardcore Comeback Performance _2. To be aware, the audience here, whether they understand music or not, have mostly studied piano at some point. Because of their studies, they have some concept of the general level of difficulty of a piece. If the previous piece, Flight of the Bumblebee, was simply fast, then this one is somewhat outrageous. Alternating hands, rapid octave changes, staccato with huge interval leaps. The most outrageous part is Lin Yuan's rapid single-hand leap over 4 octaves. Like the sound of bells. The technique of variation fully showcased Lin Yuan's exquisite performance skills and the effect of the bells. At the piano, Lin Yuan closed his eyes, not even glancing at the keys, yet his performance flowed like water. The passage repeatedly varied, like variations, yet also like a rondo. If anyone were to see Lin Yuan's technique at this moment, they'd surely be dazzled. He naturally has no one around him. Everyone is in the audience, sharing the same shock and enjoyment. Different textures and techniques vary across different tonal regions. In the audience, Yang Zhongming also closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously moving. Staccato. Spiccato. Interesting. He opened his eyes again and spoke softly. Zheng Jing was somewhat surprised. Aren't these violin techniques? Abigail looked deeply at Lin Yuan on stage. Exactly. Xian Yu is mimicking violin with the piano, making unprecedented attempts in a refreshing way on the piano, like tremolo on a single note, long chromatic runs, single-hand melody vibrato, continuous octave runs, and large left-hand octave leaps. Splendid. That certainly is splendid. Yang Zhongming glanced at Guy. Should I praise the excellence of this piece or his astonishing technique? Lu Sheng had a face full of wry smiles. Xian Yu truly is a daunting genius. This performance has already surpassed the limits of an average pianist. Moreover, the piece itself possesses immense artistic value. What? This is an encore performance? Do encores look like this at your house? What should be an entertainment segment? This lad plays so intensively. Beside, Yi Zhiqiu's expression was strange. From an examination perspective, it undoubtedly exceeds grade 10, large jumps, decomposed intervals over 10 degrees, various octaves, chromatic scales, tremolos, runs, all very difficult, and the piece isn't short, requiring considerable endurance to complete. Indong pouted. What kind of devil are you? Don't torment amateur enthusiasts with such pieces. Let the professional pianists worry about them instead. Generally speaking, one encore is enough. Lin Yuan has already performed 2 pieces continuously, and yet the applause seems even more enthusiastic than before. The audience's faces even showed madness. Wonderful. Was the previous piece called Clock? I indeed heard the sound of bells. This is an encore performance, completely not inferior to the quality of the formal performance. Worth it. These pieces alone are enough to hold another concert. Not finished yet. Continue. Clap. Everyone clap for me. Today's encore should drain him dry. Of course, there's no such thing as being drained dry. As the saying goes, things don't go beyond 3. 3 encore performances are enough. Any more would tire Lin Yuan. Therefore, amidst applause like ocean waves, Lin Yuan still made a prior agreement. Next will be the last piece. We'll switch to another instrument to have fun, he said as he picked up a classical guitar. Xian Yu is known to play various instruments. Everyone knows this. He has representative works for many instruments. For example, the piano with Moonlight Sonata, to Alice, Mariage d'amour, and so on. For the violin, there's Zigeunerweisen and today's Butterfly Lovers. For the saxophone, there wasn't one before, now there is, which is today's Going Home. For the zither, there is the masterpiece Ambush from 10 Sides. And for the eru, he composed Horse Racing and Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, among others. Yet among all these instruments, the guitar is missing. Clearly, the guitar is also a popular instrument, used in almost every pop song. Therefore, Lin Yuan plans to fill in the representative work for the guitar. This piece is called Romance d'amour. I hope everyone will like it. With these words, the performance began. This piece is widely known on Earth, a staple for all renowned guitarists. An immortal work within guitar repertoire. Almost all guitar students learn this piece inevitably. Lin Yuan's fingers moved. This is a typical ternary form, moderate tempo, 3/4 time. It begins with a main chord, with a descending scale-like melody proceeding slowly. 4th measure. An octave rise in the constituent notes of the main chord. The first climax arrives. Between melodies, Lin Yuan's fingers move back and forth in descending scales, as if exploring something. Accompaniment. Harmony. Full of brilliance. Captivating. At the end of the piece, emotions calm down, like a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. rippling gently, moving towards the distance. The beautiful, simplistic melody and the clear arpeggios fully integrate, filled with the tenderness of entering water. The piece ends in such a tranquil atmosphere. Unlike before, the applause wasn't as intense this time. However, this absolutely does not mean the audience did not like it. Quite the contrary. Chapter 1590, 1286 Hardcore Encore Performance _3. It is precisely because they love it that the audience is reluctant to break the mood of this last piece. Even the applause is filled with loving restraint. It's the last one now. We should be content. There have been 3 encores, all with new works, and the quality is just as excellent as the previous performances. You won't find an encore more sincere than this show anywhere in the world. From today on, Xian Yu is my favorite musician. Get me a ticket for tomorrow's concert. What work? Work can wait. The concert won't wait for me. Didn't they say Xian Yu will bring a symphony tomorrow? I can't wait already. Is this what it feels like to become a fan of someone? Xian Yu is the god of music. Some whispered. Some were lost in thought. Lin Yuan formally bowed and exited the stage. This time, the applause returned fiercely, and everyone stood to see him off as he left first. In the back row, even the maestros couldn't help but stand up. He deserves respect. One of the youngest and best musicians of this era. Interestingly, just now he created a signature piece in the field of guitar. Yes, what a romance of love. Whatever instrument he picks up, I don't seem to be surprised. But his greatest strength is definitely the piano. So, do all top maestros have an instrument they excel at? Xian Yu with the piano, Yang Zhoming with the violin? If I'm not mistaken, Abigail is great with the saxophone. Looking forward to tomorrow. I have a hunch. Maybe tomorrow is when the main course will be served. The audience discussed. The maestros discussed. After Lin Yuan exited, the host took the stage and arranged for the audience of the Golden Hall to leave. The staff guided them out orderly. However, when the audience and maestros walked out of the Golden Hall, they were surrounded by media from all continents of Blue Star, with the sound of camera flashes snapping continually. How would you evaluate Teacher Admirable Fish's concert? Impatient reporters asked questions with predictable impatience. At this moment, the maestros exchanged glances. The audience smiled knowingly. They already knew how to reply. Tonight, the Golden Hall glimmered because of Xian Yu's music, and the night sky shone brilliantly because of his music. He is the embodiment of art. He is the god of music. In my heart, he is greater than greatness. The reporters continued their interviews, but suddenly something felt off. To be precise, it felt very off. Did these people drink fake wine in there? How could they come out of the concert acting like fanatics of Xian Yu? Vaguely, an old veteran reporter present suddenly found this scene somewhat familiar. He recalled when Xian Yu's concert concluded in the past, the audience seemed to have a similar reaction. That time, many people even fainted and were carried away by ambulances. This time, no one fainted. Yet their behavior seemed even more exaggerated than if someone had fainted. Xian Yu is being praised to the skies by them. What does God of music mean? What does greater than greatness mean? Even paid commentators wouldn't dare to speak like this. Not to mention these people include top figures from various fields, like world-renowned wealthy individuals, top celebrities in the entertainment industry, and old aristocrats from Zhong continent's high society, and so on. What made this veteran reporter feel even more peculiar? Besides the ordinary audience, even the maestro's interview comments seemed off. One must admit there are differences among people. Between maestros, the gap can be like a great chasm. In his presence, I feel like a student who has just begun learning music. Thinking about tomorrow's symphony, I'm so excited that I can't sleep, wondering what kind of miracle Xian Yu will bring next. Okay then, everyone's a fish fan. Even the professionals are not exempt. Fortunately, figures like Yang Zhoming still appeared normal. Facing the journalist's interview, Yang Zhoming spoke with a smile. This concert, no matter how many years later, will still move people when revisited. Abigail added, I saw a genius reveling on stage. Talent so capricious that it could be squandered at will. You can never see the limits of this young man. Zheng Jing was more straightforward. We are a bunch of maniacs who, having heard today's concert, hold infinite expectations for his symphony, just waiting to see if he can truly bring this crowd to frenzy tomorrow. Yes, Today was crazy, but many more await to see if tomorrow could be even crazier. Of course, the long night stretches on. Regardless of what tomorrow holds, the surprises of tonight are already enough for the world to slowly digest. Chapter 1591, 1287. The rhythm of Fish Papa completely becoming a god. Outside world. On the internet, netizens were almost dumbfounded watching these interviews. On the screen, Maestro Yi Chiu appeared somewhat excited. Tonight's concert is over. I believe Xian Yu's music rank will have a qualitative leap next, but he's already ranked 7th. The reporter reminded, noting that Xian Yu's ranking is already quite high, with limited room for improvement. Of course I know, no need for you to remind me. Yi Chiu indicated that his head was very clear. Don't you think there's still a lot of room above 7th place? I mean, for Xian Yu. But exactly how much? Room for progress in the rankings? We still have to wait for tomorrow's symphony. Yi Chiu said so. The screen flickered. This time the interviewee was surprisingly the richest man of Yin continent, and he also attended tonight's concert. My son and daughter are both fans of Xian Yu. I've always been unable to understand their star-chasing behavior. Until I listened to today's concert, I realized that family genes have a reason, because I became a fan of Xian Yu just like my children. I love Xian Yu. I will recommend Xian Yu to my friends. Even though I don't know Xian Yu yet, and I look forward to getting to know him. Just through his music, I already feel like we are friends who can talk about anything. I mean, I really understand him. It's a magical feeling. The screen flashed again. The famous second-generation aristocrat of Zhong continent, Tang Yin, was unexpectedly interviewed. He's the one who let me know what the charm of music is. He's the one who made me experience the power of art for the first time. He is the best in my heart, even the greatest musician, without a doubt. Yes, from tonight onwards. It all started from tonight's concert. I was originally leaving tomorrow, but for his stage tomorrow, I'll stay at any cost. Ridiculous. Each one more outrageous than the last. Praising Xian Yu, the audience can fully understand. In fact, the internet is filled with countless praises for Xian Yu every day. But what kind of status and level do these people have? And why do they praise Xian Yu like they are brainless fans? No, even brainless fans wouldn't dare to casually name Xian Yu as great, would they? Anyone uninformed might think Xian Yu saved Blue Star, like some kind of superhero. What's going on here? Why do I feel like these people have been brainwashed by Fish Papa? Some words I, as an old fan, wouldn't dare to say with a thick face, but they dare to. Have you seen old Zhong's interview? The old Zhong who claims to never falsify actually gave all sorts of hyperbolic praises, saying that Xian Yu's concert is one worth remembering in music history. Too exaggerated. Wait a minute. Do you think there's a possibility that this concert really reached a legendary status? Even if it was a legendary live show, these people's reactions still seem over the top. I don't understand. We'll have to wait for the full video from the Golden Hall. The concert is over. The full video recording should be released soon, right? The reactions of those who attended the concert were too crazy. So crazy that almost every netizen is curious about what was so amazing about this concert. When Lin Yuan got home, he also watched the exit interviews of the concert. Seeing familiar maestros like Lu Sheng, who couldn't help but dance with enthusiasm. For the first time, Lin Yuan understood the terror of immersive sound. Yes, the reason those tycoons were so crazy, the reason those audiences were so excited. Even the maestros weren't stingy with their praise. The biggest reason was the effect brought by immersive sound. This is similar to the paintfection skill. Once the skill is activated, the artwork can make even those who don't understand painting instantly captivated. When the former skill is activated, the music played can naturally make those who don't understand music also immersed in it. Of course, if you look at the essence, the skill is still an assist, while the truly captivating core is those works. These are all treasures passed down on Earth for countless years, crafted by genius musicians from another time and space. These treasures are inherently captivating. The so-called skill, immersive sound, merely brighten the eyes of the audience. Similarly, in the car, by Lin Yuan's side, the family was also filled with excitement. Sister, I didn't realize concerts could be such a heart-stirring scene. Sister, I always thought people who listened to concerts were just pretending to be sophisticated. Mom, This feeling is amazing. I definitely need to listen to more concerts in the future. Lin Yuan didn't dare speak. Without the boost of immersive sound, other musicians' concerts probably wouldn't have this effect. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that night. The video of the concert at the Golden Hall was finally released. This speed was considered very fast for the Golden Hall, because there were too many people urging online. In the past, concerts, music events, and the like often took a month to release their live videos. But once the video was released, netizens were almost scrambling to click on it. Here, it's worth mentioning. Netizens watching the concert through the video cannot receive the immersive sound bonus. Just like with Paintfection series works, simply viewing photos doesn't give that immersive feeling. However, regardless of the immersive sound effect boost or not, the music Lin Yuan presented were all premium selections from Earth's music library. Without the skills-boosted effect, some might still not appreciate. But the vast majority of people can still sense the beauty and allure of this music, especially under the hints and guidance of those interview videos. Even those who can only slightly sense some of the music's charms joined in the praises. Every piece is a classic, endless loop of Croatian Rhapsody. Passing by as a violin student, after listening to Butterfly Lovers, I kneeled. Fish Papa is forever Fish Papa. The encore was the essence. The release of the clock revealed Fish Papa's essence as a show-off maniac. After a piece of Flight of the Bumblebee, the keys should be able to light a cigarette, right? My favorite canon, it feels so good. CNU forever, Nightingale forever. My whole family was captured by this piece. After listening to Going Home, the only thought in my head was to learn the saxophone. Why is no one talking about the last guitar piece? As a guitarist, I can say CNU's Romance nearly stands at the peak of classical guitar. High energy throughout. CNU should be the only musician whose encore performance matches the excitement of the main show. I heard there's a symphony tomorrow. On the first day of the concert, some short pieces were already so brilliant. What about the symphony? I have to watch. I must see tomorrow's symphony. You better save it. My dad is the president of a certain chamber. Just got news that almost the entire circle of millionaires are fighting for tickets to the Golden Hall tomorrow. Many people hadn't planned to listen to the symphony initially, but after today's concert, they're going crazy trying to secure tomorrow's tickets. Even if they're sold out, they're willing to pay any price to find someone to transfer them. Finally understand the madness of those people. This concert really makes your blood boil. Unfortunately not in person. What would it feel like, with the live performance effect of the Golden Hall? How shocking would it be? At this time, a certain comment appeared. Am I the only one who thinks this concert is being overly hyped? This comment received 233 likes. The reply below was, yes, only you. This reply received over 80,000 likes in half an hour, probably because everyone could find their own treasure music. Through this concert, added with those top-tier people's endorsement and praise, it's hard for people to question the evaluation of this concert. Once the concert started, Fish Papa was immortalized. The highest like comment on CNU's blog comment section was this one. The second most popular comment was, looking forward to tomorrow's symphony. Given the brilliance of some of the shorter pieces on the first day's concert, it's unlikely to be awkwardly inferior the next day, right? Chapter 1592, 1288 Luo Su. No matter how CNU's symphony ultimately performs, the people of Blue Star, who had been eagerly anticipating it, have made it the most talked-about topic of the moment. Perhaps only in such a utopian world, where no major upheaval occurs globally, could music carry such weight. Whenever this happens, Lin Yuan can't help but think, I wonder how the other side of the universe, on that equally blue planet, is doing? Knowing he may never get an answer, Lin Yuan doesn't dwell on these questions, for people must live in the present. Just like that. The next day, Lin Yuan arrived early at the Golden Hall to meet with tonight's conductor, Wei Shujing. With graying temples, Wei Shujing was extraordinarily spirited today, and a bright light shone from his dim eyes. Everyone is ready. I'm ready too. Lin Yuan smiled. Lin Yuan's conducting skills are not yet sufficient to bring out the maximum effect of the Fate Symphony. Even his forte, the piano, has no place in this piece. Therefore, Lin Yuan, as the creator, does not need to be directly involved in the final performance. On this point, Lin Yuan couldn't help but say. When my conducting skills reach your level, I must personally conduct the Fate Symphony once. Wei Shujing was not surprised. He believed that every ambitious conductor in the world could not resist the opportunity to conduct the Fate Symphony. Over the years, I've conducted countless symphony performances, big and small. I've been to all 5 major music halls more than once, leaving countless works there. But even today, there aren't many works I've left behind that I can still relish repeatedly. It's rare. To encounter a piece like The Fate in my later years is my fortune. Little fellow, whether for the Blue Star music scene or for me, you are a godsend gift. Wei Shujing always praises this symphony highly. If he were born on Beethoven's planet and era, perhaps he would have become friends with him. After a pause, Wei Shujing suddenly laughed. My phone hasn't stopped ringing today, as if overnight, the whole world has become extremely interested in our symphony. Me too. Since last night, Lin Yuan's phone has been blowing up, all from people interested in the symphony. Some are just looking for tickets, and today's Golden Hall is indeed a ticket that's hard to come by. Some want to get close to him, with various kinds of approaches. Some merely want to make friends, similar to a fan's mentality. Others are more outlandish, like young or even mature women wanting to discuss art with him. As the matchmaker, the chairman laughed rather cheekily. Now, even if you just lightly beckon your finger, those little princesses born with silver spoons would rush into fire and water for you. We all say those heirs of conglomerates are the princes of today, but compared to you, the youngest great artist in Blue Star history, even the most famous prince would inevitably feel ashamed. Though you may not know, your charm has grown so large that even some so-called princes are drawn to you. Lin Yuan felt a wave of discomfort at that moment, so much so that he felt slightly uneasy about making friends for a while afterward. However, the call from his young apprentice, Li Lizzie, 5 minutes later was quite interesting. Master, there's a very impressive sister who is interested in you. Oh, that sister says she knows you. Who? I won't mention her name. She said she once helped you fix a car and later realized you were Xian Yu. Lin Yuan thought for a long time, but couldn't remember who it was, though it was clearly not an important matter. On the other end, Li Lizzie quietly watched Lin Yuan's reaction. Seeing Lin Yuan react as usual, Li Lizzie couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy. Many people like my master, especially after last night. Those socialites who didn't like to hang out with me before are all inviting me for tea today. Why didn't they like to hang out with you before? Lin Yuan had long become accustomed to people liking him, but his apprentice's emotions were more worth his attention. Because their family members don't like my dad? Li Lizzie speculated, then laughed awkwardly. Anyway, now many peers in the circle are protesting to their elders, saying it's unfair for the grievances of the older generation to affect the next generation. Both my dad and I should thank you, master. My dad probably never imagined that his most disliked fan behavior would save him in the end. This was quite amazing. The chairman's grievances with some conglomerates in Zhong continent wouldn't be easily resolved, but the fact that the younger generation in those conglomerate families were deeply enamored with Xian Yu was undeniable. And it so happens that Xian Yu was under Li Songhua and also Li Lizzie's mentor. Lin Yuan roughly understood the intricacies involved and was also pleased with his growing influence. Prestige value is indeed delightful. At this point, Li Lizzie couldn't help but tentatively ask, Master, have you never met a girl you like all these years? Lin Yuan answered truthfully. Li Lizzie blinked. Master, you can't go on like this. After all, you should find a girlfriend. How about I try being your girlfriend? Stop joking. Lin Yuan brushed it off with a single sentence. Chapter 1593, 1288 Luo. Su_2. After hanging up the phone, Li Lizzie, sitting on a sofa at a certain socialite gathering, couldn't help but smile. They say those who are close to the water get the moon first. Even I can't secure my master's presence, so there's even less chance for others. At this moment, a few girls with extraordinary looks and aura approached. Lizzie, have you got the tickets you promised us? Of course. Li Lizzie laughed and said, my master left a few live tickets for each of us disciples at the concert, and my senior brother doesn't have many friends, so I got his tickets too. Then do we have a chance to see teacher Admirable Fish tonight? The girls were full of anticipation. Li Lizzie was in a dilemma. It's hard to meet him privately, including for me. My master doesn't like seeing strangers. Lizzie, please. The girls pleaded with faces full of earnestness. Lizzie laughed and said, I might be able to create opportunities for you in the future. But if my master finds out your families are withholding resources from some of our company's best actor and actress, he might not take it well. He's good friends with one of the leading actors. I understand. I'll personally instruct on this. I'll pester my second brother. He's in charge of this at home. The girls spoke up one after another. Lizzie. If master knows, he'll definitely be pleased. Teacher Admirable Fish is not old at all. Even if Teacher Admirable Fish were 50 this year, I'd still marry him. He's not even 30 yet. What I care about is not his age, but his talent. Anyone who talks about Xian Yu's talent without mentioning his looks is just being hypocritical. Lizzie secretly sneered. Although she didn't know her master's criteria for choosing a partner, Lizzie was certain that these socialites in front of her had no chance. The sun gradually sank in the west. The setting sun seemed to coat the exterior of the Golden Hall with a layer of gold foil. It was still around 6 o'clock in the evening. The 100-meter-long red carpet at the entrance of the Golden Hall began to glisten with starlight once more. To put it humorously, you could say that kings of singing were as common as dogs, and best actors roamed everywhere. Or you could say millionaires were everywhere, and maestros were walking all over the place. In short, compared to yesterday, today's red carpet lineup seemed even more exaggerated. Yang Zhongming, Abigail, and others who were already present yesterday once more made their appearance. Unsurprisingly, the most shocking attendee among the maestros was a bearded, hat-wearing middle-aged man. Blue Star Music Chart's second place, Luo Su. This top-ranking maestro on Blue Star, second only to one other person, surprisingly appeared here. Luo Su. My God, he actually came. Globally ranked second maestro. An even bigger figure in the music arena than Yang Zhongming. Didn't Luo Su say? Only one person's concert could bring him to the scene. So is this an exception for Xian Yu? He doesn't seem to know Xian Yu, right? Maybe it was the influence of last night's concert? The audience spec here is a bit off the charts. Unexpected yet expected. Blurbs of exclamations erupted. But amidst the gasps, a riot didn't break out. After all, Luo Su is ranked second on the Blue Star Music Chart, and Yang Zhongming is third. Third place had already attended several times to cheer for Xian Yu, so the second place appearing here isn't incomprehensible. Yang Zhongming and others also spotted Luo Su. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Why is this freak, obsessed only with Qin Jun, here as well? Should we say hello? Zheng Jing hesitantly asked. Abigail's expression turned sour, and she huffed. I'd suggest you don't do that. He won't respond to you. Luo Su. Just as Abigail finished speaking, Yang Zhongming called out. Luo Su, who was looking down as he walked the red carpet, lifted his head and glanced over, smiling and nodding. Catch you later. Then he lowered his head as if he hadn't seen the group next to Yang Zhongming at all. Abigail's face immediately turned red. That bastard. Both being middle-state people, Abigail occasionally bumped into Luo Su, but every time she greeted him, she'd end up being ignored. After a while, Abigail had stopped bothering to greet him. But what consoled Abigail was that Luo Su wasn't targeting her. Specifically, he ignored everyone, except Qin Jin, the #1 on the Blue Star Music Chart, the first genius from the land of music, who has dominated the music scene for nearly a decade. Yet today, right this moment, Luo Su still ignored her, but gave Yang Zhongming a friendly smile. The fiercely competitive Abigail couldn't hold it in. Oh well, Yang, since when did you get so familiar with him? Not familiar, Yang Zhongming replied. Abigail, annoyed. Then why does he bother with you? Yang Zhongming logically replied. Because I gave him the ticket. Abigail was suddenly stunned, and Lu Sheng, Zheng Jing, and others were also taken aback. Yang Zhongming meant that Luo Su was drawn here by Xian Yu, even to the extent of asking Ol Yang for a ticket. The red carpet show continued. About 10 minutes after Luo Su finished walking the red carpet, another heavyweight appeared, Blue Star's richest man, Wang Luo. Everyone knew Wang Luo loved the arts. Previously, at Shadow's art exhibition, Wang Luo had specifically gone to attend. Tonight was the release of Xian Yu's first symphony, so Wang Luo certainly wouldn't miss it. Therefore, when a reporter asked why he came here, his reply was, Because I'm a fan of Xian Yu, just like I'm a fan of Shadow. In fact, I'm also a fan of Chu Kuang, whom I only became a fan of in the past couple of years. I especially enjoy his Three Body Problem series, and even more his Siege. The most extraordinary part is that these three people I'm a fan of are actually good friends, which is a really magical fan experience for me. Chapter 1594, 1288 Luo Su _3. You said you were chasing after a star, so what would you do for your idol? After a brief thought, Wang Luo replied, I would protect my idol's work unconditionally, including his art-filled mind. I also plan to participate in my idol's artistic creations. For example, I plan to visit Starlight in some time to discuss potential business collaborations with Chairman Li Songhua, and so on. When answering these questions, Wang Luo was also surrounded by several other affluent individuals. Some were globally renowned. Others looked rather unfamiliar. However, appearing next to Wang Luo in such settings, the more unfamiliar ones often wielded terrifying influence. At this moment, these individuals all displayed expressions of contemplation. As Blue Star's richest person, Wang Luo's words didn't seem to be mere pleasantries. Many singers and queen singers from the Qin continent were undeniably present, but at the moment, they were quivering. My boss is here. What kind of importance does your boss hold? Look at the person in front. Your boss is trying his best to curry favor, isn't he? This is the status of Fish Papa. I just saw Luo Su arrive. What? Even that deity showed up, ranked above Father Yang, second in the global music industry. King Fei, what do you think? Everyone looked towards Fei Yang. Fei Yang said nothing, only realizing more acutely the gap between himself and Xian Yu. Recalling those days when he faced Xian Yu with such a strong sense of competitiveness, Fei Yang couldn't help but sigh. It's truly like that line from the Three Body Problem. Your destruction has nothing to do with me. Though Xian Yu hadn't destroyed him, he may not have even noticed a competing king of singing named Fei Yang desperately enhancing his competitiveness while casually clearing obstacles from the seasonal chart. They were never on the same level to begin with. Instead, in recent years, by following in Xian Yu's rhythm and never opposing him, he found his thoughts quite clear. Now, he considered himself just an ordinary listener. Indeed, compared to Luo Su, Wang Luo, those financial tycoons, young masters, little princesses, and so on. At this moment, he was indeed a relatively ordinary listener. Please enter in an orderly fashion. Teacher Admirable Fish's symphony performance will begin in half an hour. On stage, the host in the Golden Hall announced. The bustling scene, with many faces displaying an unrestrained anticipation. And in a private box upstairs, Luo Su lightly placed 2 fingers against his forehead. What kind of piece will it be? On the other side, Wang Luo eagerly rubbed his hands, unconcerned about the secretary behind him. After listening to yesterday's piece, I realized what I missed. I hope today doesn't fall short of yesterday, otherwise, it would be truly regrettable. Meanwhile, still in a certain private box, a girl, dressed lavishly but with very light makeup, gently raised her eyebrow. Grandfather forced me to come here, and it should not be just to listen to a symphony, right? Could it really be, as the rumors within the circle say, that all families' little princesses are crying and shouting to marry this young musical prodigy? And does grandfather want me to join this group of debutantes who are eager to marry? Although not formally stated, the girl's face seemed to be filled with impossible. The old man, however, did not answer. He just glanced at the stage and said with a smile and anticipation, "It's about to start." Someone noticed the host's announcement. Today's piece is named Symphony No. 1 in C minor. The so-called C minor naturally refers to the key, and Symphony No. 1 indicates that this is the composer's first symphony. Yet, when announcing the official name, the host, following Teacher Admirable Fish's reminder, also mentioned the piece's alternative name, the Fate Symphony. Chapter 1595, 1289. Only after listening to this song can you understand Xian Yu. On the stage, the symphony orchestra has already taken the stage. Flutes, oboes, trombones, trumpets, timpani, and even violins, among others. From the woodwinds to the brass section, and from the percussion to the strings, everyone is ready. On the high podium before the orchestra, Wei Shujing holds the baton, impeccably dressed, his expression filled with seriousness. Below the stage, whispers and murmurs instantly cease. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Wei Shujing resolutely and powerfully swings the baton. Dun 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 dun. The legendary The Fate Symphony plays for the first time in a public performance on Blue Star. Dark, ruthless, majestic. For consecutive solemn strong notes, together with the effect of immersive sound, felt like the knocking of fate at the door, exploding in the golden hall. In an instant, countless people's faces changed. The second beat followed with resounding intensity, resonating in the unison of strings and clarinet, prompting everyone in the audience to instinctively tighten their heartstrings. The first movement. The theme appeared hastily across various sections with a weak intensity, reminiscent of the echoes after a loud boom, or perhaps the spreading of doom. Some had goosebumps. Some felt tingling on their scalps. The atmosphere was tense and severe, showcasing all the hardships and misfortunes of life with notes rushing towards the audience. Yet amidst such despair, there were occasional joys and successes, hence the intertwining of defeat's pain and hope's light, as if reminding everyone, this is fate, and fate is fickle. On the podium, Wei Shujing waved the baton through the air, as if a fierce and brutal battle unfolded before his eyes, with each note and melody engaged in a deadly struggle amid flashing blades. The baton was a sharp blade. This on-the-spot experience made Wei Shujing's blood surge, driving him to unprecedented engagement, as if he were conducting not an orchestra but an army, with a steadfast and simple belief appearing in his mind. I want to conquer fate. With Wei Shujing's thought emerging, the orchestra's playing gradually intensified, and among the ensemble's roar, the god of fate also seemed startled, once again sending forth a challenge, trying to reclaim control over everything. The baton rose. The lights were the best backdrop. Two powerful chords interrupted the ensemble's roar, and after a brief silence, a bright horn sounded in the French horn section. Then, the lyrical second theme appeared, embodying a sense of tranquility and warmth, a quest for peace. At this moment, hiding in the lower section, the fate theme became more obstinate and determined, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim territory. However, a strong and resolute melody suddenly drowned it with an unstoppable momentum, and the subsequent performance seemed like fate struggling. The first movement ended. The audience was almost drenched in cold sweat. The theme of the first movement was defiance against fate, and indeed, the entire connotation and implications of the Fate Symphony revolved around this point. To put it simply, my fate is mine, not heaven's. The beginning was fate knocking at the door, but the end was in equal fight against fate's misfortune. In fact, no one likes to resign themselves, but unfortunately, not everyone is always ready to fight against misfortune with the same determination expressed in this piece, even if it means evolving into the sharpest of conflicts without retreating a single step. Reflecting on the first movement of fate just now, at this moment, the audience almost instinctively recalled the various legends about Xian Yu. It is said he once dreamed of becoming a singer, only to be diagnosed with a terminal illness, his once genius voice destroyed. Yet, such a blow did not make him completely give up his dream. If he couldn't sing, he would write songs for others to sing, becoming a composer. This became his second-best choice. These legends of Xian Yu are almost universally known. A genius paired with such experiences seems inherently legendary. Almost everyone acknowledges Xian Yu as such an extraordinary figure, perhaps precisely due to fate's design. Better to die than bow to fate. So he conquered fate, and the Fate Symphony must have been created from the backdrop of such experiences. There was no deliberate communication. The performance was not over yet. In the temporarily quiet venue, people intuitively and silently reached a spiritual consensus. This was the only undeniable explanation. Luo Su stood up with a bang when the first movement ended. Wow! Luo Su's blood was boiling, his passionate heart seemingly guided by an invisible hand, transcending the vicissitudes of time, ascending higher and higher in a vast and melancholic forest. He saw it. Underneath the broad view, those sky-reaching trunks standing tall and unyielding, those trembling leaves vigorous and tenacious, those thriving fruits optimistic and resilient. They are unmoved by the wind, unshaken by thunder, at times vibrant, at times gentle and refined, yet conveying an unyielding spirit and will through twists and turns. At this moment, Luo Su wanted to cry and laugh. What in this world can communicate human and nature's connection as fluently as music? What kind of life can ignite the desire to fight within, even when riddled with holes and broken to pieces, yet remain unyielding and indomitable? Faced with such a piece. Chapter 1596, 1289. Only after listening to this song can you understand CNU_2. Just the first movement. Luo Su couldn't help but pound the table and exclaim in admiration. And in this brief respite, the second movement's performance officially began. The brutal fate finally reared its head, dark and ceaseless. It repeated over various keys, spying gaps and seeking opportunities to break into people's lives, to dominate everything. Then, a horn-like motif sounded. It seemed to rise up and struggle. Gradually, the intensity of the music weakened, and the registers exchanged frequently. The low and restrained tone became unstable, as if doubting and wavering in this endless struggle. Suddenly, the fate theme brutally stormed in again, howling wildly, ending in a climactic explosion. Listening to such music is the ultimate enjoyment. Abigail was completely immersed in the music. All the pores in his body couldn't wait to open up. When the soothing melody of the second movement arrived, the lingering echoes of the battle in the first movement seemed to be thoroughly soothed. Those relatively gentle notes were like a tender mother extending her hands to comfort a child who had just been through a fierce battle. No, Abigail suddenly felt something. This was not a solitary battle. This was a battle belonging to millions. The scene in Abigail's mind suddenly shifted. He seemed to see a few brave warriors who fought hand in hand, after the Great War, beginning to envision a better future, a new world. This music, though it sounded calm, contained an inherent silent force that urged people to strive forward, continuously motivating the warriors to keep going. This is the true face of the Fate Symphony. And after experiencing the fierce struggle of the first movement, the audience was granted a moment of respite here, like a healing elixir. What grandeur! What ambition! Abigail suddenly felt that he could no longer see through Lin Yuan. I am not his equal. For the first time, Abigail was truly convinced and admitted his inferiority to Xianyu. The third movement, a typical quick-paced scherzo. However, within the Golden Hall, there was no trace of humor or jest. The intense struggle kept rising. The contrasting interlaced notes became increasingly intense. The warriors took up their weapons again and returned to the cloud-covered battlefield. The atmosphere of the music suddenly turned from peaceful to dark, as if the warriors were treading on the blood of the fallen, step by step approaching the god of fate, constantly building strength and courage. The air was heavy as a mountain. The warriors did not stop. Ahead lies a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. This is the third movement, somewhat similar to the first, but with indescribable changes. Fate, like wolves and tigers, waits for a chance to act. Suddenly, the oboe played a slow and sorrowful melody. This melody seemed to lament the unfortunate fate. At the end of the third movement, the struggle between man and fate became even more intense. In the beginning, the fate theme stood proudly with strong intensity and grand volume. Then the horn-like motif was sounded, forming a force to drive away misfortune, along with the constantly ascending stream of violin notes. However, after many bouts, people still could not escape the ferocious and cruel fate, and the music ended this movement in the unstoppable sharpness of the fate theme. Wang Luo seemed touched. In a certain box, as the richest man on Blue Star, Wang Luo could handle trillion-dollar business deals without changing his expression, yet at this moment his heart was pounding like a drum. Wang Luo understood music. Born into nobility, he learned piano and violin from a young age and had excellent musical aptitude. At this moment, it seemed Wang Luo spoke to his secretary beside him, or perhaps he was talking to himself. This symphony tells a story of struggle. You can see it as Xian Yu's unyielding resistance to fate. It can also be seen as everyone's unyielding resistance to fate, but I always feel that it has a higher meaning, and the fourth movement will be the grand finale. Sublime, intense, majestic. like the blooming of the other shore flower. The charm of the symphony was unleashed without restraint. The fourth movement had yet to begin, and Wang Luo was already amazed. If he had previously half-joked, half-seriously claimed to be Xian Yu's idol during interviews, now Wang Luo had become a full-fledged fan of Xian Yu, an ardent, unthinking fan. And at this moment, Wang Luo was far from being the only one who fell in love with Xian Yu due to the Fates Symphony. In another box, the young girl, with subtle makeup, leaned against her grandfather, smiling sweetly. If it's him, I guess it's not impossible after all. This girl, who not long ago showed disdain towards the socialite marriage army, had noticeably shifted her stance. The old man chuckled. Changed your mind? Someone who can write this piece of music, I probably wouldn't dislike too much. In any case, in a family like mine, having autonomy in marriage is difficult, so I might as well choose someone who seems more pleasing to the eye. The girl pouted. The old man stroked his beard. I heard he went on a blind date with Lu Xian before, but Lu Xian ran away. Lu Xian? The girl was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Grandpa, I want to marry him. But I heard that Lu Xian ultimately regretted it. The old man remained calm. The girl became even more delighted. Then I'll definitely marry him. The old man smiled gently. Knowing some secrets earlier than those old fogies, does that count as abusing power for personal gain? But I only gave a little push. Who can win over Lin Yuan, in the end, depends on the skill of the young ones from each family. Chapter 1597, 1289. Only after listening to this song can you understand Xian Yu_3. That young man, unmarried yet unparalleled in the world, even if only a fraction of his talent is revealed, would already make the old folks eager to send their juniors his way. Meanwhile, in conversation, everyone's ears remain engaged. The music continues. The fourth movement of the Fates Symphony unfolds right after the third. The ultimate showdown. Fourth movement. Allegro sonata form. The delicate and hazy tones are replaced by resonant sounds of triumphant victory. Grand. Magnificent. This is the first feeling the fourth movement evokes. Almost from the first note, a clear answer is given. This is the trumpet call of victory. Light spreads into every corner. In the rich and diverse chapters full of beauty, the hero returns in triumph. 3 trombones in the middle, a piccolo on top, and a bassoon at the bottom abundantly enrich this song of victory with emotions of joy, brightness, and triumph. In an atmosphere of positivity, the melody progresses unyieldingly. The clear rhythm extensively uses chords, and the robust, full sound makes the heroic image portrayed by the whole symphony shine with dazzling brilliance. Who is the victor? It's Xian Yu, the audience, and everyone who has fought relentlessly, even those who risked sacrificing themselves for the peace of humanity. At this moment, Yang Zhongming, who has been silently listening to the music, can't help but gently applaud and gradually intensify. How do you rate it? Zheng Jing, unable to contain himself, speaks. Zheng Jing, with a lingering enjoyment, from the conflicts and struggles of the first movement, developing to the victory and joy of the final movement. The last movement is the climax of the entire piece, a brilliant stroke that ties everything together. It not only has a longer length than the first movement, is more powerful in sound, and fully echoes the entire composition. From C minor to C major, the notes themselves are filled with genius design. Lu Sheng looks at Yang Zhongming again, only to find Yang casually clapping and giving without hesitation. Earth-shaking. Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing exchange a glance, then nod earnestly. The symphony described by Yang Zhongming as earth-shaking equally sends the entire venue into a frenzy. Indeed, it is earth-shaking. This Golden Hall, celebrated as one of the 5 major music halls on Blue Star, always fills every band performing here with pride, and every composer whose work graces this stage walks tall. Yet tonight, it's not Xian Yu who feels proud because of the Golden Hall. Quite the opposite, the Golden Hall feels proud because of Xian Yu's symphony. People will never forget the premiere of the Fates Symphony at the Golden Hall, just as anyone who has heard this piece will remember the 4 solemn and powerful opening notes. Lin Yuan steps onto the stage and takes a bow with the band. Wei Shujing quietly tells Lin Yuan, "Tonight you will be famous worldwide." Lin Yuan chuckles. Thanks for your hard work. OL Wei, but I've actually been quite famous all along. This time is different. Wei Shujing takes a deep look at Lin Yuan. Using destiny as a theme, probably no one in the world can compose such a piece. This is not just Wei Shujing's opinion, but also the thought of every listener in the audience. My goodness. My whole body tingles like it's electrified. I have goosebumps everywhere. This piece is simply amazing. It might be my favorite music in my entire life. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll never fall for anyone else. Certainly my favorite musician. You can only truly understand Xianyu once you understand the Fate Symphony. No compromise, battling fate to the end. This is truly my life is my own. Indeed, hardship is the best nourishment for genius. An unparalleled masterpiece. This is Xianyu's main course, even crazier than last night. It's legendary. In my heart, Xianyu has become legendary. This, the Fate Symphony, is undoubtedly the best symphony I've ever heard. Alright, the official name of this piece is Symphony No. 1 in C minor. But everyone seems to prefer the more grounded name, the Fate Symphony. Because this name evokes people to think about Xianyu's destiny, recalling that spirit of combating darkness, never compromising, and forever advancing. As the premiere concludes, outside the Golden Hall, the reporters who have been waiting for some time are already eager for the news. Just as Lin Yuan finishes the premiere of The Fate Symphony, he isn't aware that everyone has already tied this piece to his personal journey. But this is also hitting the mark by accident. Because Beethoven wrote The Fate Symphony due to his tumultuous life, sharing experiences akin to Xianyu. Thus, such a connection isn't far-fetched. As for those who derive higher interpretations, this is inevitable, though not Lin Yuan's responsibility to explain. Let 1,000 Hamlets use their imagination. Chapter 1598, 1290, The Prince of Landlings. Battle Song. Unfortunately, the reporters outside the Golden Hall still need to maintain enough patience to continue waiting, as the concert is not yet over. Including the Golden Hall itself. The usual duration of most concerts on Blue Star is under 2 hours, but more than an hour and a half. The specific length depends on the length of the pieces. If, like yesterday, they were all short pieces, Lin Yuan would need to present a large number of works. But today's symphony belongs to the category of long pieces. After all 4 movements, the Fate Symphony was performed for over 40 minutes. In such a situation, Lin Yuan's next performance should also be controlled to last around 40 minutes. Lin Yuan had, of course, already prepared for this. Now he needs to wait for 15 minutes, which is a routine break, just like a class break. 15 minutes later, a new piece will begin to play. Of course, Lin Yuan couldn't just sit idle and wait. As the main character today, he needs to remain on stage and interact with the audience with the host's help. These were all rehearsed procedures by the Golden Hall staff in advance with him. The overall atmosphere on site was still relaxed. The host only asked some simple questions about the Fate Symphony. When it came to the question about the initial creative idea, Lin Yuan directly presented Beethoven's standard answer. The 4 strong notes at the beginning symbolized the knock of the fates. Deity, which movement are you most satisfied with? The first and the 4th movements, especially the 4th movement, which transitions from C minor to a major key, with more prominent and clear highlights and meanings. What does it mean? It's about strangling the throat of fate with one's own hands. So, is this a work created based on your personal experiences, given that we all know it wasn't easy for you before you became famous? Perhaps, Lin Yuan ambiguously replied. He initially didn't want to explain, but ended up giving a symbolic explanation, though he still didn't plan to proactively say much. When such a piece is presented, aside from Beethoven's official interpretation, the rest of the understanding should be left to the audience. Lin Yuan didn't want to impose his own interpretation. The host isn't a fool. Realizing that Lin Yuan didn't want to talk about past events, he wisely didn't press further, but in his heart, he became more certain of that thought. Yes, that must be it. Having survived a severe illness and faced life-and-death situations, but still not giving up on your dreams finally leads to a dawn of victory. Therefore, Xianyu wrote such an epic masterpiece, with a bit of the spirit of being physically disabled, but having a strong will. Below the stage, the audience also understood in their hearts. Why doesn't Xian Yu want to talk more about this topic? It's definitely because those sad past events have a special significance to him, so he doesn't want to discuss them more in public. Also, precisely because of this special significance, it gave birth to such a great work as the Fates Symphony. With Xian Yu's explanation, you can understand the knock of the Fates deity, strangling the throat of fate. Avoiding this topic where everyone already knows the answer, the host smiled and said, "The time left is not much. Could you give a little hint about the next piece to be played?" Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of peculiarity. This piece is related to the Prince of Lonling. Once this answer came out, the entire audience was stunned. The Prince of Lonling? There are many legends about Xian Yu that almost anyone on Blue Star could enthusiastically talk about. For example, his early physical problems, and then him participating in The Masked Singer under the name of the Prince of Lonling. The moment of unveiling the mask when he won almost became one of the most famous moments in entertainment and even the Blue Star Art Circle. However, Xian Yu never publicly explained why he used the name Prince of Lonling. Blue Star didn't have the war god of Zazwang that was often talked about by the Celestial Dynasty's internet users. Could you give everyone a little introduction? The host's interest was strong, and the audience was full of expectations. What story is behind the name Prince of Lonling? I have a friend. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and spoke. I once heard an interesting story from that friend's mouth. It is said that in ancient times there was a general, brave and invincible with unparalleled wisdom, deeply loved by the soldiers. This general is the Prince of Lonling? The host and the audience thought of the same answer. Lin Yuan nodded. That's right. The host continued. Then the friend you talked about, wouldn't they be yourself? Lin Yuan was taken aback. The host couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding, but I suspect the friend you mentioned is teacher Chu Kuang. That's not the point. Lin Yuan continued talking about the Prince of Lonling. As a general, the Prince of Lonling was honest and fair. When he got something delicious or nice, no matter how much, he was always willing to share with his soldiers. If there's a flaw to talk about, the only flaw of the Prince of Lonling is that his appearance was too handsome, so handsome that he didn't look like a general at all. The host cooperatively, though somewhat confusedly, asked, Teacher Admirable Fish considers handsomeness as a flaw. At least, for the generals who fight fiercely on the battlefield, being too handsome is not a good thing. They might even be mocked by the enemy army, saying this general looks like a pretty boy. The Prince of Lonling had more than once encountered such situations. Lin Yuan said, like butterfly lovers before presenting the music, he needed to quickly let the audience understand the creative background of the piece. To frighten the enemies, the naturally handsome Prince of Lonling commissioned a very fierce and terrifying mask. Wearing the mask, he looked like a terrible Azura from hell. From then on, he became unstoppable on the battlefield. The story of the Prince of Lonling and the mask was told. The audience realized and finally unraveled this long-standing mystery. So that's the reason why Xian Yu participated in The Masked Singer under the identity of the Prince of Lonling. It turns out the Prince of Lonling was a general. There is such a story about a mask concerning this general. As for whether this story was something Xian Yu heard from Chu Kuang, or some unofficial historical record, or just something he fabricated, it's not important anymore. The important thing is that the meaning behind it is already understood by everyone. And my next piece is a percussion piece, just like a battle song belonging to the Prince of Lonling. That's right. The work Lin Yuan was about to present next is the Prince of Lonling's battle song. Lin Yuan had actually decided as early as when he participated in The Masked Singer that he would bring out this piece when there was a chance in the future. Now it is his personal music concert, a perfect opportunity, because, in a certain sense, the name Prince of Lonling holds special meaning for him. As his words fell, the curtain lifted. Lin Yuan needed to quickly prepare for the next performance. Unlike the relatively idle role in the symphony, the next piece would have a significant role for Lin Yuan. The audience sat up straight with anticipation. Through the baptism of piece after piece, the audience had already built great trust in Xian Yu. Listening to his music unconsciously became a thing of sacred meaning, a fact not even realized by the audience themselves. Chapter 1599, 1291, Self-Created Dance, Heroes of England. didn't make the audience wait too long. 10 minutes later, the stage curtains of the Golden Hall opened once more, revealing a concentric circle formed by large drums, which looked quite spectacular, especially from the vantage point of the upstairs box seats. A rough count showed there must be over 100 red drums. In front of each drum stood a powerful drummer, dressed in ancient battle attire, each holding 2 drumsticks with a relaxed wrist and tense arms, looking ready to strike. In front of the concentric circle, a red silk road was laid out. At the end stood a woman holding a pipa, half covering her face. At the center of the concentric circle stood the largest drum. Before its yellow-white surface stood a tall figure in silver armor, back to the audience, as if the backbone of all the warriors. Symphony belongs to the modern musical arts. This lineup exuded a classical charm. Whether it was the pipa, the large drums, the red silk road, or the design of the musicians' costumes, or even the atmosphere of the stage setup, everything instantly raised the audience's expectations to new heights. At this moment, no one whispered to each other. All eyes were focused on the stage, especially in front of the giant drum within the concentric circle, guessing inwardly. The next moment, the intense sound of drums suddenly erupted. This drum sound clearly came from the concentric circle of large drums. The man clad in armored robes was vigorously swinging the drumsticks. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. The figure, back to the audience, struck a few beats, as if pounding upon the hearts of the audience, then suddenly turned sideways towards them, stirring the cloak behind. In the still air, the red cloak rustled fiercely. The audience saw that this figure in silver armor, dressed as a general, was wearing a familiar mask. In fact, everyone was already very familiar with this mask, which once wreaked havoc in a certain show. So even though they couldn't see the face behind the mask, the identity of this man could easily be surmised. That's right. He is Xian Yu, also Lin Yuan. It must be so, because this is the Prince of Lanling mask. Wow. Realizing this, there was a clear commotion below the stage, as many people's expressions turned feverish. They guessed correctly. The figure before the big drum was indeed Lin Yuan. He silently picked up the 2 drumsticks beside the big drum once again, striking the drum's surface with a clear rhythm. This time, the whole place was in an uproar. It was as if a general had issued a command. With military orders as firm as mountains, over 100 drummers followed suit, vigorously striking the core of their drums in unison, all of them moving completely in sync with Lin Yuan, like countless avatars loyally following him. Boom, 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 fading, growing. 100 drums and 100 drummers brought all the drum sounds together, from sparse to increasingly dense, emanating a power that seemed capable of shaking hearts. Of course, there wasn't just the unison drum, but also war drums, gongs, dragon flutes, even by Li and Sheng, classical instruments that even industry insiders might not fully recognize, all serving as a backdrop to accentuate the unison drum's effect. Side hits, tapping drum heads, scraping drum heads, striking with drumsticks. Lin Yuan used just the right amount of force to grip the sticks, with relaxed wrists swinging the strength of his upper arms, transmitting to his wrists, arms, and drumsticks, finally striking the drumhead. Right hand for strong beats, left hand for weak beats. Standing in solitary in front of the most majestic drum in the venue, Lin Yuan harnessed all his strength, letting the continuous drumbeat resound like a battle hymn. Suddenly, Lin Yuan pressed on the drum. The movements paused, and the drumbeat halted for a moment, followed closely by the entrance of the pipa with its round and crisp sound, like pearls rolling across a jade plate. As the saying goes, who could have carved this piece of wood? 3 feet of spring ice, 5 clear notes. 1 plucked tears opened the true pearl pouch, scattering sounds of gold plate, with breaks and continuity. Amid the pipa's melody, the drum sounds resumed. The 2 complemented each other, and Lin Yuan before the big drum began to pull open his body, dancing between the pipa and drum rhythms, in a dance full of classical charm, elegance without adornment, grace without embellishment, as radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, as lush as spring pines. In that instant, it felt like an eternity. Everyone was mesmerized. Xian Yu unexpectedly danced amidst the music. It was no secret that Xian Yu could dance. Some even considered him the world's most understanding dancer. Yet in such music, in such an ambience, when he danced with the grace of a startled swan, the agility of a startled dragon, it still astonished everyone in the Golden Hall. Indeed, this dance was independently choreographed by Lin Yuan over more than a year, drawing from the musical style of the Prince of Lanling's battle song and numerous classic Celestial Dynasty dances, vastly different from the elegance of Neon. Exactly. This is Lin Yuan's original dance. Lin Yuan named it Heroes of England. With the unique beauty of oriental charm, imply yet lavishly blooming. Perhaps this dance no longer belonged only to the Prince of Lanling, for as Lin Yuan danced, what came to his mind were the countless heroic spirits that shed their blood on the battlefield throughout the Celestial Dynasty's millennia. Through 100 battles wearing golden armor in yellow sands, not returning without conquering Lulan. If only Flying General of Longsheng were present, would not let the nomads cross Yinshan. Why don't men bear the Wu Hook, recapturing 50 provinces? 800 Li Division under command, 50-stringed plucking of frontier sounds. At night, lying listening to wind and rain, steel horses and frozen rivers enter dreams. Sleeping drunkenly on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many return from ancient battles? It was as if countless heroic souls awoke from slumber, blending into Lin Yuan's dance with the drumbeats. No one could clearly say what style this dance was. It had tenderness, heroism, and even melancholy. You could call it a battle dance, yet it seemed not only a battle dance. Sometimes it felt like a release, or perhaps just like a warrior, bravely fighting, leading the charge on the battlefield. For instance, his sudden gesture to the sky was full of the imposing, all flowers drunk 3,000 guests, a sword frost-cold 14 states. Another instance, his gaze like lightning, moves like wind, carried a hint of fighting all 3,000 li. A sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. Chapter 1600, 1291, Self-Created Dance, Heroes of England, _2. As if heaven and earth were shaking. Lights shattered beneath his feet. To certain fanatics, he seemed like a divine being descending at this moment. Clearly, it's Blue Star's highest music hall, yet because of this sudden dance, many people fell tonight, captivated by this person. In fact, the Golden Hall, as one of Blue Star's top music halls, typically doesn't host dance performances unless specifically designed for large-scale music events. But dance seldom takes center stage. However, at this moment, Xian Yu combined music and dance to perfection. The two complemented each other, becoming indispensable. Especially when the immersive sound effect erupted fully, the dance became the finishing touch of this piece. And on stage, the drum beats had roared for long. The people played rapidly. The armored figure pounded the drum again, finally ushering the music to its climax. Lin Yuan danced with the drumsticks, unprecedented in his abandon, casually tossing and catching the sticks, seemingly unbothered by potential mistakes. The system transformed his body to be most suitable for dance. With just a bit of practice, he could achieve this level of control, not to mention he prepared extensively for this concert, mastering it to perfection. Finally, the drum beats ceased. The people quieted. The dance also ended. The entire audience was entranced, intoxicated, as if the echoes still lingered in the hall. Though the Prince of Lanling's battle song had already concluded, Lin Yuan was slightly panting, with a faint sweat on his forehead, feeling a bit exhausted. Then someone came to their senses, and long-lasting applause erupted, sounding like a thunderous roar from below. Unmask! 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 The audience was exploding with excitement. A fellow in the front row had veins protruding. Lin Yuan didn't disappoint the audience. He tilted his head to the left, gently unveiling the classic Prince of Lanling mask with his right hand. This movement held an inexplicable allure, filling the visual impact to the brim, making hearts skip a beat, regardless of gender. You should know, the Prince of Lanling mask Lin Yuan design sold astonishingly well on Blue Star's online marketplace, with countless people having imitated the iconic moment when Xian Yu first unmasked on the Masked Singer stage. Yet no matter how they imitated, it was clearly just a poor attempt. Even when looks matched, the aura couldn't be captured. When the real master recreated this action, it was a different story. as Lin Yuan unveiled the mask, showing a subtle smile. Even those aware of his identity were suddenly thrilled to their core. Prince of Lonling, Prince of Lonling, Prince of Lonling. Those usually holding on to their status shouted excitedly, goosebumps racing, with adrenaline and dopamine secreting wildly. Regardless of the audience's wealth and status, they were no different from ordinary fans at this moment, causing even the Golden Hall staff to glance at each other in bewilderment. Were these really the so-called upper-class gentlemen and ladies? What about being gentlemen? What about being ladies? In the history of the Golden Hall, Xian Yu became the first to drive the audience into such a frenzy, perhaps unmatched in the future, as his ability to stimulate emotions was overpowering, making people inevitably fall and become his most fervent worshippers. And it wasn't just ordinary viewers, including those in the exclusive boxes. Those gazes directed at Xian Yu were also filled with undisguisable intensity. "Grandpa, I want to marry him." It was that box again, and that extraordinary, thus exceptionally confident girl. No matter this time, the unordinary girl seemed genuinely crying out to marry Xian Yu. She set aside her pride. This time, the extraordinary girl didn't arrogantly declare marry him in her bold, dominant fashion. Then go fight, strive, snatch. The elder chuckled, originally intending to give his granddaughter a heads up to seize a bit of advantage in the competition. But this young man was beyond his expectations. He was like a diamond-studded sword, impossible to hide even in the finest wooden cabinet. Especially today, he was the focal point. So how could his granddaughter resist his charm? Fine. Whichever family succeeds, it all depends on fate. Yet the elder was unaware that in the next box, there was equally a girl of notable beauty, presently staring at the stage in deep regret, full of reluctance. So he is. Xian Yu. Why didn't I notice sooner? Smitten. Beside the girl was a middle-aged man. You were the one who ran away back then. The girl gritted her teeth. No matter, there's no man I can't chase in this world. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. His daughter always exuded unusual confidence. Had she not realized that after today, Xian Yu officially entered the range of all debutante girls? In other words, the future competitors of my daughter might all have extraordinary backgrounds. The concert is coming to an end here. Luo Su, who ranks second on the Blue Star music chart, sat in his seat, staring intently at the stage, his breathing slightly rapid, unsure if it was from excitement or nervousness. In the past, only two people in the world could move him, even pressure him. One was Qin Zhen, who ranks first, and the other was Yang Zhongming, who sent him a live ticket to the Golden Hall. But today, a third person appeared who made him feel pressured, and he was so young. It's really unbelievable. Will you challenge Qin Zhen's throne after Yang Zhongming and me? As the richest person on Blue Star, Wang Luo was completely conquered by Xian Yu's music after listening to the Fates Symphony. And after listening to the Prince of Lanling's battle song, Wang Luo felt he had also become a complete fan of Xian Yu's dance. His appearance is like jade. His posture is like a pine, graceful like a startled swan, like a dragon swimming. Many beautiful words appeared in Wang Luo's mind, feeling that all of them could be attributed to Xian Yu, yet it still seemed somewhat monotonous. After all, besides music and dance, he is also a great literary giant of all time. Fandom. I want to be a fan. After listening to the Prince of Lanling's battle song, Abigail gently sighed. In terms of completeness of work, the Fates Symphony is, of course, unparalleled. Even though the Prince of Lanling's battle song is already excellent and even accompanied by a perfect dance, it still cannot overshadow this fact. However, although the shock brought by the latter is not as great as the former, it shows more possibilities that Xian Yu possesses. Symphony is not his only trump card. Coupled with Xian Yu's ability to write classical-style songs and his knack for playing various Blue Star traditional instruments, this kid might lead Blue Star's music trends in the future. After all, the largest and most technically demanding music at present is still mainly symphony, all using modern instruments. And Xian Yu vaguely reveals a different trend. This fish seems to have the ability to create symphony, works with traditional instruments. Just like this, the Prince of Lanling's battle song, which is a very successful musical experiment. Yang Zhongming gently let out a sigh, his expression slightly mixed. And beside him, Zheng Jing laughed heartily. This little fish is going to make me die of laughter. He must be the only maestro on Blue Star who dances in the Golden Hall, right? Beside him, Lu Sheng had a peculiar look. He's really good at turning music shows into dance shows. Yes, this, the Prince of Lanling's battle song. The dance was really explosive. Even the head of the Golden Hall might be deep in thought. Why has one of Blue Star's top music halls become a dance hall? All right, the head of the Golden Hall is already questioning life. Should we ban these kinds of dance shows from appearing in the Golden Hall in the future? We are a music hall, not a dance hall. Thankfully, such thoughts were quickly drowned out by the tsunami-like applause from the audience. To Xianyu, who can create such a scene? Even if he performs smashing a giant stone on his chest on stage, they would approve. There are 5 major concert halls on Blue Star, all competing openly and secretly. Xianyu is destined to become one of Blue Star's top musicians. With such a big name choosing the Golden Hall, the Golden Hall is subtly raised above the other music halls. The head of the Golden Hall is no fool. This account, the people of the Golden Hall will calculate. Of course, someone else cannot play like this, because it clearly doesn't follow the rules. But as Xianyu's status as a musician has reached this point, the Golden Hall can only follow his rules. Chapter 1601, 1293. Xianyu is a resilient person. Indeed, listening to music online is a completely different experience from being there in person, especially when the live performance benefits from the immersive sound effect, while online listeners only get a plain audio experience. However, the most magical thing about truly touching music is that, even if you're listening through a poor quality radio accompanied by static, the emotional impact remains undiminished. Just like the generation of the 80s and 90s in the Celestial Dynasty, who could afford the high-tech headphones or advanced Bluetooth speakers that cost thousands back then? All right, even if some wealthy families could afford them, the technology back then wasn't what it is now. Yet, even under those circumstances, we could still find immense joy listening to a cassette tape. Later, as technology improved, we started using MP3 players. Though the sound quality still couldn't compare to today, it was just as enchanting. Admittedly, better sound quality and effects can provide a superior experience. But when the work is outstanding enough, listeners will naturally overcome the sound quality issues and may even become immersed. For example, with the release of this concert video. Of course, the Golden Hall using Blue Star's technology still managed to restore excellent audio quality. Unless you have discerning ears, for most listeners, the difference in sound quality is nearly imperceptible. Therefore, besides lacking a bit of atmosphere, people were equally stunned by the fate. Symphony, when watching the video. Dun 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 dun. The 4 strong notes at the beginning, from the moment they sound, are destined to be etched into the depths of countless memories. After the 4 movements, the impact this symphony had on netizens was so great that it left many speechless for a long time. At this moment, netizens finally understood that the evaluations by the experts were actually quite modest. Instead, many found resonance with Harvey's description. Is this Xianyu's first symphony? It's so unexpected. No showboating, no chaos, no immaturity. Everything is in perfect order, as if it has been polished countless times. At its debut, it already carries a classic fragrance. I felt the depth of life. Suffering and struggle are a form of refinement. Intense emotions released in an instant. It feels like an encouragement to fight. No matter the hardships, what doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. Xianyu's vitality and drive permeate the music's tension. It's like an instant crispness, directly sending shivers down the spine. Closing my eyes and listening alone, I felt an urge to cry. Grand, a shout, defiance against fate. Then remembering my carefree childhood, I realized I completely empathized with Fish Papa. I seemed to understand his emotions when writing this piece. A classic pause, purifying for the ears, even more so for the soul. I can hardly imagine this as Xianyu's first symphony. How could anyone create such an earth-shattering piece on their first try? No wonder Luo Su praised it. This piece is not only a groundbreaking structure in music history, but also an unprecedented epic. What a knock of fate. From this symphony, you can tell Fish Papa is a person of incredible resilience. Even when losing his voice and facing the threat of the death god, He didn't give up, but instead chose to compose, fighting against illness. This symphony is filled with defiance and struggle. It's as if he's using all his strength to tell everyone, battle is my destiny, victory is my pursuit, surrender is not my style. Perseverance is his life creed, and his spirit is worth learning and celebrating. Of course, we also wish him the best, that he finally held destiny by the throat. This piece stunned everyone. It was an epic quality that couldn't be overshadowed by the various top-tier creations from Lin Yuan's concert yesterday. Certainly, it's not just the Fate Symphony. The subsequent The Prince of Lanling's Battle Song was well received, though it didn't rate as highly as the former. If the first was incredibly shocking, the second is invincible in sentiment. When Prince of Lanling revealed his face, I actually cried, thinking back on my days following the show. Seeing Fish Papa dance, it felt like Prince of Lanling truly appeared. I mean the story Fish Papa told about the general who needed to wear a demonic mask to deter enemies. In terms of dance, Fish Papa is unmatched. Ha 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 ha. Fish Papa once again turned a music performance into a dance showcase. This time, it was on the stage of the Golden Hall. The only one daring enough to do this in the world. No one else but Lin Yuan could play it like this. You heard the emotion, I just heard endless greed. Fish Papa wants both musical rankings and to casually take the dance rankings too. In another 10 years, Fish Papa may become an untouchable legend. No need to wait 10 years. He's already a legend now. There's no one like me in this world. This sentence truly depicts Lin Yuan. He's the only one in contemporary times who fits the definition of omniscient and omnipotent, excelling in so many diverse skills, each one remarkably outstanding. If Lin Yuan told me he's a Trisolaran, I might just believe him. Fish Papa drumming is so cool. He could live off his looks, but he chooses to rely on his talent. It's absurd that he could rely on music composition to live, yet chooses to conquer audiences with dance, while his compositions are also unbearably good. The first symphony sparked discussions about the work itself. Lin Yuan downplayed his presence, not even participating in the performance itself. The second piece brought focus back to Lin Yuan as a person. Because Lin Yuan's second piece is called The Prince of Lanling's Battle Song, written for Prince of Lanling. Not to mention Lin Yuan drumming, dancing, and finally recreating the classic moment of revealing the face. And at this moment of widespread online discussion, the Golden Hall released the live video of Lin Yuan's concert, with its views quickly surpassing 100 million. You know, Blue Star's data is basically untainted. Even now, many continents on Blue Star are still in the middle of the night. No further explanation is needed. At this moment, everyone knows. It probably won't be long before Lin Yuan's music ranking surges. Oh, and there's also dance. Already in the top 10 of 3 charts, maintaining such a forward momentum. How could this Lin Yuan not incite global acclaim? And at that moment, Lin Yuan, having already returned home with his family by car, threw himself onto the bed, feeling an indescribable relief. It's finally over. This concert. Instead of pondering what kind of storm this concert would stir up, Lin Yuan just wanted a good night's sleep. Chapter 1602, 1292 broadcast. Outside the Golden Hall, media reporters who seemed to have been waiting for centuries were getting more and more eager. How long has it been? Almost 2 hours now. Why haven't they come out yet? It should be soon, right? Hey, they're coming out. They're coming out. As some reporters whispered among themselves, the audience inside the Golden Hall finally came out. Just like yesterday. As the audience streamed out, the reporters immediately surrounded them. The audience faced the classic question. How do you evaluate Lin Yuan's concert? Naturally, the celebrities among the audience received special attention from the reporters. For example, Luo Su, who rarely shows up in front of the media. As the second-ranked maestro on Blue Star, Luo Su's evaluation was undeniably authoritative. And so, amidst the watchful eyes of all the reporters, Luo Su spoke seriously. Lin Yuan's first symphony left a profound impression on me. It is a work that can be described as great. If I hadn't heard it myself, I would have found it hard to imagine that such a young musician could write such a soul-stirring piece. Great. Soul-stirring. Luo Su's statement left the reporters visibly stunned. Luo Su has always been very proud, almost never praising anyone. He despises sycophantic exchanges in the industry, so he doesn't have many friends there. Some say he has no emotional intelligence, while others say he lives very truthfully. In any case, nobody expects him to say anything insincere. Most of the time, Luo Su evaluates others' works with a critical attitude. If there's nothing to criticize, he won't deliberately praise unless the work truly moves him. However, today, Luo Su, who suddenly appeared at the Golden Hall, gave such a high evaluation after listening to Xian Yu's concert, which truly shocked the reporters. And Luo Su was only the beginning. Tonight was like a replay of last night. For example, when Abigail was interviewed, she said, "Even though I'm still ranked higher than him on the music chart, he has actually surpassed me. Maybe I should learn more about symphonies from him." Did Abigail admit defeat? Such a rare statement left the reporters exchanging glances, as everyone on Blue Star knows how competitive she is. Lu Sheng simply smiled. Everyone loves Xian Yu's symphony, but his second work today also gave me a huge surprise. From drumming to the pipa, he played traditional instruments so beautifully, especially his soul-stirring dance, which made me feel like I was back at the Our Song stage. It was a perfect fusion of music and dance. No solo dance could be better. Did Xian Yu dance too? It sounds like a pretty good dance. But isn't this a concert? How did it get onto the topic of dance? Yang Zhoming looked serious. If you haven't listened to Xian Yu's music today, some people may never understand the meaning of music. For those wanting to create symphonies, the Fate Symphony has so much for maestros to learn from. Also, Little Fish is indeed an excellent dancer. So much so that he might not need to include too much dance in music. Otherwise, it could distract people from appreciating the music. What surprised the reporters most was the richest man, Wang Luo. The melody of today's concert is still looping in my mind. As long as there is music on this planet, Xian Yu's works will be passed down from generation to generation. If you haven't heard his music, you could say you haven't really heard music at all. Isn't there a saying? Xian Yu is the god of music. In the crowd, an ordinary-looking elder being assisted by a beautiful girl laughed during an interview. I don't know what others think, but at least for me, he truly has this potential. I mean, to become the only god in the music world. Just like yesterday, praise abounded. The audience's reactions and evaluations seemed even more exaggerated than yesterday. When reporters exchanged looks, they already had drafts in mind for their reports. Indeed, soon, the news spread across the entire network of Blue Star. No matter the time differences across continents, the news had no delays. The Fate Symphony, the Prince of Lanling's battle song. Xian Yu's concert gained rave reviews again. The music world's second man Luo Su attended Xian Yu's concert. Did Abigail admit defeat? Xian Yu actually danced at the concert. Xian Yu once again became the Prince of Lanling, stirring nostalgia on sight. The Fate Symphony, the Prince of Lanling's battle song. This was a concert that drove everyone crazy. Under the bombardment of news, netizens from all continents got excited. Wow, the second day's concert got higher ratings than the first. With the quality of the first day's concert already amazing the world, what kind of performance did Xian Yu present today to receive even higher praise? And as this curiosity arose, a wealthy second generation named Harvey actually started a live broadcast. No doubt, this is the same guy who previously went wild playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds at the Yu Dynasty Hotel and later started a live stream to explain Shadow's Painted Soul series to the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Harvey. I'm live because I'm really too excited right now. I can't wait to share my feelings with everyone. I just finished listening to Xian Yu's concert 40 minutes ago. I'm sure you've all seen the news. Everyone is speaking highly of this concert. Please believe me. In my view, the evaluations from these big shots are still a bit conservative. Don't assume I'm uneducated, as I've really attended quite a few concerts. But I can responsibly tell you, a concert that can collectively drive the audience crazy, make a bunch of pompous elites lose their composure and shout like madmen from the seats, I witnessed for the first time today. It was awesome. It was thrilling. Xian Yu's music seems to have a magical power that transports you to another world, one that's ethereally beautiful. Especially the symphony he presented today. The conductor up there wielding the baton, yet I felt like he was holding a sword. He was sword dancing. I felt like a charging warrior, advancing under his command, truly making my blood boil at that moment. The second piece was also amazing. Combined with Xianyu's dance, it truly doubled the visual and auditory enjoyment. I don't know if I can say I fell in love with music because of Xianyu. In short, I didn't like attending concerts in the past, mostly compelled by situations like wooing or accompanying family, etc. But from now on, I will definitely attend concerts voluntarily. Especially for Xianyu's concerts, I will never miss a single one. In the live broadcast, Harvey was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Some people's expectations were raised by what he said, while others felt he was exaggerating. Amid countless discussions, amid netizens' curiosity and doubts, at the same hour of 11 in the evening, the Golden Hall finally released the complete video of tonight's concert. Impatient netizens clicked in at the first moment. And as the video view count exploded instantly, the largest gathering on Blue Star finally heard the eternally charming The Fates Symphony, and the song that belonged to the Prince of Lanling, his dance. Chapter 1603, 1294, the pending new ranking. The quality of Xianyu's concert works seems to have posed a dilemma to the Literature and Art Association. The Blue Star music charts showed no change the next day. In a situation where the concert won global audience love, Xianyu's music ranking remained unchanged, which can only mean that the Literature and Art Association hasn't yet decided where to place Xianyu in the future rankings. After all, the fact is clear. As someone who could gain the admiration of Maestro Abigail, ranked 6th on the music charts, Xianyu's ranking absolutely shouldn't be just 7th. Instead, the dance rankings saw significant changes. Perhaps due to the effect of last night's dance, Lin Yuan found himself soaring to the 2nd place on the dance chart, just a step away from the 1st place. This is likely the so-called unintentionally planting a willow. The willow makes shade. Lin Yuan performed that dance for the Prince of Lanling's battle song yesterday. However, when he danced, he really didn't think about impacting the dance rankings with it. Especially considering he just reached 3rd place on the dance chart last month, Lin Yuan didn't think he could move up another level, as the top 3 positions on any chart are not easily broken. Who would have thought this could happen? Speaking of which, Lin Yuan's influence, with the tango and other dances popularizing on Blue Star, has become increasingly phenomenal. The ranking data can almost be described as progressing by leaps and bounds. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan surpassing to 2nd place was both unexpected and wholly logical. Lin Yuan, naturally, feels happy about this, yet remains relatively calm. It's the fans who are exceedingly excited. 2nd place. Worthy Blue Star Dancing King. Isn't Fish Popper in 2nd place? Shouldn't the Dancing King be the one ranked 1st? It seems you really don't follow the dance circle. The person ranked 1st in the dance chart is named Mei Xiaoga, who comes from a background as a behind-the-scenes choreographer. The dance design is fantastic, but their actual dancing skills are about the same as Wan Yi. Choreographers excel in dance design, just like how a maestro excels in composition, not performance. Oh, I think I've heard of the name Mei Xiaoga. Global dance ranking #1's elite. Isn't it normal that you've heard the name? One can only say that although dance is recognized for its artistic value, its attention is truly not on the same level as music, novels, or films. In other top charts, even if it's not the #1, many names within the top 100 might ring a bell for lots of people. In fact, the attention on the dance circle has significantly increased now. Yes, mainly due to Fish Papa bringing in traffic. After Fish Papa released several breakout new dance types this year, more and more people are willing to actively follow our dance industry, and those new dance types themselves have also attracted many fans. This is the reason behind Xianyu's continuously rising dance chart ranking. I feel that by next year, Xianyu will be able to reach the top of the dance chart. Looking at this trend, it indeed doesn't seem difficult. The difficulty of reaching the top of the dance chart is significantly lower than the music chart. Lin Yuan also believes that he can definitely reach the #1 spot on the dance chart by next year. Because next year, there will be the tango competition organized by the Literature and Art Association, a formal Blue Star competition standard, with rankings competing for honors in various continents. Lin Yuan is, of course, very much looking forward to it. Because now, even though Lin Yuan ranks quite high in various field charts, The only field where he has truly reached the top is painting. In the following days, the music rankings still showed no changes. Lin Yuan wasn't anxious, as his life remained rich and colorful. For example, recently, people kept calling to congratulate him on successfully hosting the concert. And even the king of singing, who rarely reaches out to Lin Yuan, spoke to him in an excited and even reverent tone, saying, "Having the opportunity to learn from you is truly a once-in-a-lifetime honor." Such behavior doesn't quite fit King Fei's usual style. More troublesome for Lin Yuan than the phone calls were all sorts of dinner invitations. This kind of occurrence was rare in the past, because there were very few dinners that could attract Lin Yuan. It wasn't a matter of qualification. The main issue was that Lin Yuan didn't like participating in various social occasions, so he would avoid attending whenever possible. But recently, things have changed. Even though it's well known that Lin Yuan doesn't like attending social events, the chairman still invited him to a lively party recently. Throughout the party, Lin Yuan was continuously surrounded by several women, with even more women trying to join in. Yet the few women surrounding Lin Yuan seemed to have substantial backgrounds, keeping others at bay. He barely got through the party. Soon after, many people, including Yang Zhongming and Sun Yaohua, also invited Lin Yuan to dinners where strangers were present. Lin Yuan did not refuse them all. Because these people are very close friends with Lin Yuan, they know what kind of person he is. If they invited him to a dinner despite knowing he's not interested, there must be their own reasons, so Lin Yuan is willing to give them this courtesy. Upon hearing about this, Jinmu laughed and said, "I don't know about others, but I do know Sun Yaohua. He wouldn't invite you to a dinner with strangers knowing you dislike it, unless it has a special significance for you or him. Perhaps you can take a look at this news, it just came out this morning." Saying this, Jinmu opened the tablet. The tablet displayed a morning news article. Chapter 1604, 1294, the pending new ranking _2. News headline: Blue Star's richest man Wang Luo has reached a business partnership with Sun Yaohua. Wang Luo wants to initiate a technology project with promising prospects worldwide, reportedly backed by official support from the Literature and Art Association. Many wealthy individuals are eager to collaborate with Wang Luo on this project, but unexpectedly, it's the young and affluent Sun Yaohua who got the chance. Sun Yaohua, having been rising in his career for the past few years, will likely see another leap now that he has caught Blue Star's richest man's eye. People globally are puzzled. Why was Sun Yaohua the one Wang Luo chose? Wang Luo. Lin Yuan found the name familiar and, after a moment's thought, recollected. It seemed like someone named Wang Luo was at the dinner meeting Sun Yaohua took me to last night. That person looked familiar. Maybe I've seen him before. Seems like, maybe. This is Blue Star's richest man, and you're talking as if he's a random person on the street? All right, that's very Lin Yuan. However, if Wang Luo was present at the dinner meeting Sun Yaohua took Lin Yuan to last night, does this partnership have something to do with Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan doesn't look like it. Did you have any interaction with Wang Luo at the dinner meeting last night? Don't remember. Recently, Lin Yuan has encountered too many similar situations. Many people outside like to invite him to meals using his acquaintances. Not remembering it. How's that even possible? Jinmu rubs his forehead, wondering whether to say his boss is too impressive or too. Just as Jinmu was pondering, a news alert suddenly popped up on the tablet. Wang Luo invited Xianyu for dinner last night and posted a friendly photo of the two of them together today on his social media. Below the news is a screenshot of Wang Luo's social media post. The screenshot indeed shows Wang Luo with Xianyu in the photo. The photo shows Wang Luo seemingly having had a drink, his face slightly flushed and extremely excited, posing next to Xianyu, surprisingly making a peace sign quite unfitting for a billionaire. Xianyu, on the other hand, shows a smile that aligns with societal expectations. Along with the photo, Wang Luo posted a caption. "Let me introduce you all to my favorite artist." It's unclear who leaked Wang Luo's post, but the photo clearly doesn't look photoshopped. A fan, huh? Jinmu couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan. Perhaps Lin Yuan himself is unaware of how these somewhat perplexing dinner meetings were effortlessly clearing many obstacles for him. And Lin Yuan wouldn't know. Jinmu doesn't know either, but it's certain. Many of the people Lin Yuan found bothersome at those dinners are likely equally influential as Wang Luo. It's just that Lin Yuan doesn't care. Lin Yuan makes friends regardless of external status. As if to validate some of Jin Mu's speculations, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from Sun Yaohua. On the phone, Sun Yaohua's excited voice was so loud, even Jin Mu could clearly hear. I've reached a strategic partnership with Blue Star's richest man Wang Luo. Many industries under my company will collaborate with him, including our Yuan Hoi game company with my junior. OL, Wang plans to invest and join us in developing a new game. If it weren't for you, Junior, showing up last night, he might not have noticed me. But don't worry, Junior, we'll make more money in the future, even more than him. Someday, we'll be the richest. Lin Yuan laughed. Looks like Jin Mu was right. His own thoughts weren't wrong either. These dinner meetings do indeed hold the necessity of attendance. Being able to support Sun Yaohua made Lin Yuan quite happy. Maybe when he finds some free time, he'll develop some new games. Like LOL? Like World of Warcraft? Or maybe Genshin Cyberpunk, or even Elden Ring. Invitations to dinners, social gatherings, parties. Wherever he goes, Lin Yuan is surrounded by women younger than him, about his age, or even older. This was the norm for Lin Yuan after the music concert in December. This continued until December 25th. The Spring Festival was near. Lin Yuan still hadn't heard any updates on the music charts, but he did receive a phone call. It was from Yang Zhoming. In 3 days, my concert will be held at the Golden Hall too. Come to the company tomorrow to get tickets. Are you hosting a concert too, teacher? Yes, decided half a year ago, right after yours. Then save me a few more tickets. My family really enjoys your works. All right. Yang Zhoming responded promptly. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Yang Zhoming is Blue Star's top musician. His music always reminds Lin Yuan of those true masters on earth, filled with artistic charm. What masterpiece will Yang Zhoming bring to this concert? By the way, Yang Zhoming seemed to remember something and spoke. Interested in starting the concert with me? Lin Yuan was startled. Me? Yang Zhoming chuckled. If you're willing to do me the honor, I have no problem with that. Since Yang Zhoming hoped for it, Lin Yuan had no objections. He had never formally performed together with his teacher and was quite interested in doing so. How? You're best at the piano. I'll accompany you with the violin. Got any suitable pieces? I do. But why not use a piece of yours, teacher? How about setting a minor example first? Yang Zhoming was obviously joking, though he was usually not fond of joking. Lin Yuan chuckled. Of course. Yang Zhoming stopped laughing. Then send me the sheet music later. I can send it now. Lin Yuan directly sent over his sheet music. It was one of the pieces he prepared for his next concert. But it's fine to use it this time. He could always select other works. 5 minutes later, having just appreciated the entire sheet music, Yang Zhoming laughed, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. I thought you were setting a minor example. You're throwing a major one my way instead. Why would I? Need any changes? No need. I like this serenade. That's right. Serenade. Schubert's version. This is the piece Lin Yuan sent Yang Zhoming. Far away on Earth, there are many music masters. Everyone knows top figures like Beethoven and Mozart, but is certainly not unfamiliar with Schubert and others. Schubert, an Austrian, romantic composer, a talented musician who sadly died too young. His life was extremely short, lasting only 31 years, yet during his career, he composed over 500 art songs. It's said that when inspiration was at its peak, he could compose 8 songs in one day, a speed bewildering to many. He is thus hailed as the fastest composer. If he hadn't died young, his musical accomplishments would undoubtedly be greater, because Schubert has another prestigious title, King of Serenades. Serenade and nocturne may sound similar, but they're, in fact, 2 distinct musical forms. Their shared characteristic is their beautiful and moving nature, belonging to the quiet music genre, but the styles are indeed different. However, Schubert and Chopin share similarities. Upon mentioning the nocturne musical genre, people immediately think of Chopin, thanks largely to director Jo's contributions. When serenade is brought up, people inevitably think of Schubert, and Haydn, and Mozart. Okay, the status of the king of serenades is still very present. What's most important is that Schubert's serenade is highly suitable for piano and violin ensemble. Piano supporting violin as the main centerpiece. After all, it's Yang Zhoming's concert. Lin Yuan willingly plays the supporting role for Yang Zhoming. However, Yang Zhoming did provide Lin Yuan with a thought. The Golden Hall seems quite accommodating. They didn't mind him dancing on stage, indicating concerts can indeed unlock more freedom in performances. So in the future, he could think of including such segments, like engaging the Yu Dynasty team on stage for a joint performance. Of course, this would be for encore performances. Encore performances inherently emphasize entertainment, as it's an interaction with the audience, and as long as everyone's happy. Lin Yuan silently mused. And what Lin Yuan didn't know was, the folks in charge at the Literature and Art Association were already in a heated argument over his ranking on the music charts. Chapter 1605, 1295 Water Margin. Literature and Art Association. A certain core department. I think we need to be cautious about this matter. Wouldn't this new ranking be an exaggeration for CNU? This is a top 10 list, and CNU is already ranked 7th. I disagree with you. Shouldn't our ranking be solely based on the performance of the works? Or do you not understand the quality of CNU's works? Even if you really don't feel anything about those works, at least a piece like the Fates Symphony wouldn't be playing the lute to a cow, right? That's a harsh way to put it. I certainly know how excellent the Fates Symphony is, but this is CNU's first symphony, and I still want to observe a bit more. There's nothing to observe. The level of this piece alone is already convincing enough. Let's do this. Everyone think about it, and we'll have another decision meeting in some time. We'll go with the majority vote. This kind of argument has already lasted too many days. After all, art rankings cannot be made by AI. As long as the list is determined by people, and more than one person at that, there will inevitably be disagreements. In such cases, majority rule is the fairest way to handle it. This is the Literature and Art Association. Setting ranks is no one's one-man show. Setting aside the internal disputes of the Literature and Art Association, while Yang Zhoming was sending a concert invitation to Lin Yuan. Outside, the promotion for this concert began. Advertisements for the Golden Hall frequently appeared in different places. As the world's third-ranked musician, Yang Zhoming's fan base, though not as large as CNU's, holds a much higher position among music lovers than that young genius. At least that was the case before CNU held a concert. Therefore, this concert quickly attracted tremendous global attention. However, in terms of promotional scale, Lin Yuan's concert promotion was actually larger. Yang Zhoming's concert, from the length of promotion to the promotional momentum, was clearly overshadowed by Lin Yuan's. It's not that Lin Yuan has more clout. The main reason is that for an established musician like Yang Zhoming, holding a concert isn't routine, but it certainly happens at least once a year. No need for much promotion. Just a casual announcement will do. Once the audience hears the name Yang Zhoming, they'll obediently buy tickets. CNU's influence is also unquestionable, but since it's his first solo concert, of course, he has to promote hard to show his impact, right? Needless to say, in a few years, as Lin Yuan holds more concerts, he will surely become as confident as Yang Zhoming, not caring whether the promotion is on point or not. Just like that. The next day, Lin Yuan went to the company and rehearsed Serenade with Yang Zhoming. The former played the piano, and the latter played the violin, both with skills so good that it's hard to believe they're two maestros cooperating. After rehearsing 3 times, both agreed that it was enough. Using their most proficient instruments and having mutual trust, their synergy was perfect. After confirming there were no problems with the rehearsal, Lin Yuan returned to his office and glanced at the Blue Star music chart. The music chart hadn't been updated yet. Who knows how long the Literature and Art Association can delay it. But the goals Lin Yuan set for CNU in the New Year's planning book at the beginning of the year had already been accomplished. Then Lin Yuan looked at the writer's chart. On the writer's chart, Chu Kuang and the 6th-ranked writer had turned red. This means that there's a great chance that Chu Kuang's recent new book could knock out the 6th-ranked writer globally. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Chu Kuang had already reached the 6th place on the Blue Star writer's chart before, but then CNU suddenly jumped to 3rd place on the chart, pushing all subsequent writers, including Chu Kuang, back. Isn't this stabbing oneself in the back? It surely counts, given how hard it was for Chu Kuang to reach that rank. But since it's already in red, Chu Kuang might as well write another book to return to the 6th place. What book to write? Lin Yuan's choices are increasingly cautious at this point. Chu Kuang's previous work was Siege, full of literary richness. The next work can't lack in literary depth either, since my influence has already proven that pure literature can also have sales. But, considering that many classics can be dry content-wise, even if I choose to release another classic-level work, I have to balance the plot. Got it. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He could totally write Water Margin. Just like Journey to the West, Water Margin is one of our 4 great classical novels. Chu Kuang has already familiarized Blue Star readers with the Great Song Dynasty through various past works. Now writing Water Margin is completely feasible. You must know that this book itself can easily give readers an exhilarating feeling. Heroes in distress, furious bloodshed, ultimately going to Mount Liang to become outlaws, with many characters having well-paced storylines that guide the reader's emotions to perfection. Not to mention its status in literary history. They say, old men shouldn't read Journey, the young shouldn't read Water Margin, men shouldn't read Journey, women shouldn't read Dream of the Red Chamber. Lin Yuan suddenly felt like he was going to wrap up all 4 great classical novels. Will people evaluate these 4 books similarly in the future? And now that Journey has been completed for some years, now it's Water Margin's turn. Should he write 3 Kingdoms or Red Chamber next? Not saying when, but I definitely have to write them. All 4 great classics are must-writes for Chu Kuang. Of course, there are many great classics abroad, and Lin Yuan will write those too in the future. With this thought, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and started tapping away on his keyboard. Moments later, a new document named Water Margin appeared on Lin Yuan's computer. There are different versions of Water Margin. Lin Yuan plans to write according to the version with the longest text by Yang Dingjian, Prologue Edition. This version has 120 chapters and 960,000 words, the most widely spread version in the world and the one most recommended by the system. It can be published by the end of January next year. Lin Yuan roughly estimated in his mind. Completing 960,000 words in a month is more than sufficient without rushing. Lin Yuan even wondered if releasing a Water Margin as a bomb just to secure 6th place might be too much. If this book comes out, can Chu Kuang really only climb to the 6th place? Perhaps the scope can be broadened. After all, Water Margin is not just about the 108 heroes of Mount Liang's 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. Though the book's ending is quite Chu Kuang style, a mindlessly loyal Song Jiang leading his brothers to accept amnesty, resulting almost in annihilation, even poisoning the devoted Li Kuei without hesitation. Hopefully, by then, the people criticizing me will be fewer than those who criticize Song Jiang. All right then. No more pretense. Stop being hypocritical. A particular old rascal who's been through countless battles chuckles lightly, showing no sign of panic. It's a small matter. This old rascal even leisurely envisions the future. This old rascal even leisurely envisions the future. They say demigods and semi-devils is Chu Kuang the old rascal's best representation of ensemble storytelling. Next, he will shatter the reader's perceptions. Chapter 1606. 1296. I want to enter through the front door. I don't know when it started, but people have become increasingly fond of linking literary works with moral standards, and so many classic masterpieces have suddenly changed in tone. For instance, the heroine of Anna Karenina, one of the top 10 globally renowned masterpieces, has shifted from a warrior to the spokesperson for a green tea. As for domestic classics, let's talk about another of the 4 great classical novels, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. There is a hunter named Lin Yuan in the book who wanted to entertain Liu Bei but found there was no food at home, so he used his wife to prepare a dish for Liu Bei. This breaches the bottom line of many people. And Water Margin, that ancient tale of outlaws, is a hotbed of controversy. The most debated topic is whether the 108 heroes of Mount Liang truly deserve the title of real heroes. Should this book indeed be listed among the 4 great classical novels? After all, besides characters like Lu Zhishan, Lin Chong, and Wu Song, many so-called heroes actually commit devilish deeds, killing without blinking an eye. However, Lin Yuan prefers to view the issues from another perspective. If someone is bullied at work but is too meek to resist, they might especially understand Lin Chang's feelings. Unfortunately, not everyone knows a big supporter like Lu Zhishan. Li Kuei wouldn't be like that. His thoughts are relatively straightforward. I've worked, so you need to pay me. I've abided by the laws, so I should be able to live. If you don't let me live, then go to hell. His thoughts are so simple and blunt that one can only sigh. Such a person going to Mount Liang makes perfect sense. However, it has to be said, the existence of someone like Li Kuei makes some villains hesitant when they want to bully honest people. If I keep exploiting him, won't he come at me with a knife? Even if he doesn't stab me, what if he reports me? If he doesn't report me, he might cause a scene by bringing people to protest with a banner. All right, you can't bully honest people too severely. Pay the wages to be paid, give the overtime pay to be given. It's not worth it to push honest people so hard that they would fight desperately with me. Isn't a steak more appealing, or isn't a beautiful woman more appealing? People like Li Kuei have protected many honest folk. Though many honest people often do not realize this. There are many novels depicting a life of peaceful years, creating seemingly imperfect, but actually perfect worlds for people. For instance, many heroes can casually give the waiter a silver peso after eating, but the author won't tell you where the money comes from. Clearly they don't work. You can say that the character's morals are incorrect, but you can't say the author's morals are incorrect. An author creates a murderer in their work. You can't claim the author has an unhealthy mind just because the writing is vivid. Shernian did not solely extol Mount Liang, as there are many instances critiquing their wicked deeds throughout the work. After all, the author opens with 108 demon lords, making it clear that not all the people of Mount Liang were good. Later, in the story of Daozuan, the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens directly states that Song Jiang's demonic nature isn't cut off. In fact, many were villains initially, but within the story setting, these 108 individuals gradually improved. For example, starting from the Zhu family manor, they began efforts like aiding the needy. A bunch of good deeds alongside a bunch of bad deeds highlights the reality. Things have always been complex. Not to mention, later on, Song Jiang indeed led Mount Liang Marsh to protect the country and battle Fangla. The rampant killing of entire families in the book isn't a problem with the author's morals. It reflects the value system of people of that era. In many dynasties, involving family members was normal. Even servants couldn't be exempt. For instance, the law demanded implicating 9 generations, and the wife being registered in officialdom was a legal requirement. Criticism is undoubtedly due, but let's not forget the historical context. CCTV's summary is quite relevant. It is not that people were glorifying violence, but it reflects a massive inner yearning for fairness and justice. And during that special era, Chen Duxiu also said, the ideal of water margin is just SOSO, but why do people love reading it so much? It's solely for survival and making a living. It's as if it can't compare with the grandeur of the 3 kingdoms. The others have the ambition to help the world. Then Chen Duxiu provides what he believes is the answer. Because the characteristic of literature lies in technique, not ideals. Ideals are the concern of philosophers. The mission of literateurs is not to create ideals, but to use exquisite technique to depict the ideals of the time, providing people with a higher level of enjoyment. Apparently, Chen Duxiu really loved water margin. He even wrote poems for different characters and said that water margin possessed elements lacking in the history of Chinese literature. Lin Yuan believes the master's perspective is about evaluating literary works based on the standards of literature. This is also Lin Yuan's view. However, compared to Chen Duxiu, that great man's commentary on water margin is more exciting. Those interested can look it up. It can only be said that the perspective from which you read a book is crucial. By understanding the history of China's peasant movements, including the period before water margin, like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang to Zhu Yuanzhang, and the period after it was compiled like Zhang Xianzhong's massacre in Sichuan and Li Zicheng's bash fulfillment, along with the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom incident at the end of the Qing dynasty, and so on, you can largely grasp the various limitations and deficiencies within the peasant movement. Sometimes, their actions towards enemies, civilians, and even themselves were extremely cruel and even brutal. Indeed, All of them had incorrect morals. Yet Lin Yuan, being modern, similar to Blue Star's readers, was born in a civilized society, so the system is quite intelligent. Although it hasn't altered much about the characters from the original work, it has made additions and removals and adjustments to certain scenarios imposed by the author's era limitation, hence enhancing the overall reading experience. Perhaps it's due to writing so much over the years, or maybe Lin Yuan's piano skills are too skilled, so his hands move really fast. In just a few days' work, Lin Yuan, staying alone at home, wrote nearly 200,000 words. Of course, he couldn't write after 3 days, because Yang Zhongming's concert was about to begin. This evening, at the entrance of the Golden Hall, the red carpet was bustling with heads, and the surroundings were also thronged with people. Lin Yuan arrived nearby in the driver's car and glanced at the frenzied crowd, feeling it was quite fascinating. After many days, coming back here, he was now attending someone else's concert. Next to him, assistant Lil Gudong, who came with Lin Yuan, laughed and said, "You don't have to walk the red carpet. There's a back door here." Lil Gudong knew Lin Yuan's character, not fond of crowds. But Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Of course, he knew there was a back door here. He remembered the first time he came to the Golden Hall. Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing took him in through the back door. But today was different. He pushed the car door open, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. "I want to enter through the main entrance and attend my teacher's concert." The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared within the camera's range. The entire array of reporters and crowd became instantly excited. Even the various figures who had already stepped onto the red carpet couldn't help but turn around to look. Behind him, inside the car, Gudong clicked his tongue silently. It was like the most magnificent opening scene of a movie. The young protagonist stepped onto the red carpet, faintly smiling amidst the world's frenzy and shouting. Gudong found it increasingly difficult to accurately assess just how terrifying Xian Yu's popularity or influence has become. Chapter 1607, 1297, A Step Away. Lin Yuan walked quickly, the 100-meter red carpet providing ample time for the reporters to take photos. Other male guests might bring female companions, but Lin Yuan clearly had no interest in that. Soon, he entered the Golden Hall. Lin Yuan was assigned to room 202. Accompanying Lin Yuan was his mother, sister, and younger sister. Sitting in the simple room, his mother was a bit nervous and couldn't help but cautiously ask Lin Yuan, "Are we going to expose you?" "It's fine," Lin Yuan replied. Even if the family was seen by outsiders, it wouldn't be a problem. The only flaw was his sister. It would be a bit risky if certain high-level people from Silver Blue Books saw her. After all, the top tier at Silver Blue Books knew Lin Xian was Chu Kuang's sister. If the high-level people at Silver Blue Books also found out that Lin Xian was Xian Yu's sister, it would be troublesome. However, the probability of this was small. Ordinary people couldn't enter this room. After assuring his family, Lin Yuan went backstage to meet with Yang Zhongming, who was preparing for the opening. "Are you ready?" Yang Zhongming picked up the violin. Lin Yuan nodded. Both were very skilled with their instruments, and they had rehearsed extensively for this opening. "Then I'll go up first." Yang Zhongming patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and walked toward the stage. Immediately, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Once the applause subsided slightly, Yang Zhongming spoke. "The first piece we are going to perform today is called Serenade. This piece was written by a junior I greatly admire, and he will be joining me on stage today to perform it." With that, Lin Yuan walked onto the stage. The news that Xian Yu would be collaborating with Yang Zhongming for the concert opening had not been announced beforehand. Therefore, when the audience saw Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming, two maestros in the Blue Star music scene, performing together, their enthusiasm was instantly ignited. "This ticket was so worth it. I can't believe I'm seeing Xian Yu at Yang Zhongming's concert. Haha, I just attended Xian Yu's concert not too long ago. These two are actually performing together on stage. I love them both so much. You're not the only one. Most people here probably love both Yang Zhongming and Xian Yu. It's only normal. This is definitely a rare-level performance. It's a legendary scene that might be hard to see again in the future." In the midst of great surprise, the applause grew even more intense. Meanwhile, some of the fellow maestros showed looks of surprise. Everyone knew about the relationship between these two. Yang Zhongming had vouched for Xian Yu multiple times before. However, it was unexpected to many that their closeness extended to performing an opening act together. On the other hand, Zheng Jing and other close friends knew beforehand and displayed predictable smiles. The venue gradually grew silent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan sat down at the piano. He exchanged a glance with Yang Zhongming, then gently pressed the piano keys. The flowing notes gradually unraveled. Almost all serenades are centered on the theme of love, but in Lin Yuan's hands, this piece wasn't excessively lingering. It embraced a straightforward strength, yet it didn't lack the expected tenderness. It was like a form of confession. Amidst the guiding and embellishing sounds of the sextet harp, Yang Zhongming joined in with the violin. During the ensemble, the piano sound softened, providing a layer for the violin. With instant rapport, the emotions seemed to gradually elevate, reaching the first climax of the melody swiftly. Pleading? Expectation? The intersection of two emotions, with a slightly complex explanation. The audience unconsciously closed their eyes, as if entering the world of the music. Indeed, Lin Yuan quietly activated the immersive sound. This was an exclusive level of enjoyment for the live audience at the music hall. On such a stage, Lin Yuan was not stingy with this kind of presentation. The lyrical interlude resumed, bringing a unique tranquility. As the emotions increasingly intensified, the second climax of this piece emerged. On the second floor of the Golden Hall, there was a large private room. The room could accommodate about 20 people. With a closer look, one could notice that these nearly 20 private room attendees wore uniform outfits, with golden plaques on their chests labeled Literature and Art Association in 4 characters. Indeed, this group came from the Literature and Art Association, responsible for setting the Blue Star music charts. By rights, these people were long-standing experts in the music industry, at an age and aura that should normally shield them from being easily impressed in any situation. However, at this moment, amidst this duet of Serenade by Yang Zhongming and Xian Yu, almost all 20 people of the Literature and Art Association were uniformly displaying expressions of entranced rapture, slightly closing their eyes. Not until the stage performance completely ended did they awaken from their dreamlike state. At that moment, most had astonishment written all over their eyes. Only a few gently exhaled, seemingly savoring the song's lingering charm, without being overly shocked. Glancing at the stunned crowd, one of the relatively calm and elegant, middle-aged women smiled and said, "Do you believe me now? Xian Yu's compositions must be listened to live to evaluate their quality more objectively. That's incredible. There's a complete difference in sensation between listening live and not live. Even though we used the best equipment, it still couldn't replicate the live feeling. It's as if the music wrapped around you, immersing you in a world exclusive to music." Chapter 1608, 1297 A Stone's Throwaway _2. This feeling, it's like I'm swimming in an ocean of notes. To determine Xian Yu's new ranking, this piece is very suitable for reference. Very good. The elegant middle-aged woman smiled slightly. I think everyone has the answer now. Let's publish the final ranking by the end of the month. Okay. The members of the Literature and Art Association nodded and then continued to silently enjoy the concert. For some reason, Yang Zhongming's concert today has captivated many people. Otherwise, the Literature and Art Association wouldn't have come in such numbers. And on the stage, having finished performing, Lin Yuan bowed and left the stage without saying much, fully aware of his role as a guest. Yang Zhongming left the stage with him, preparing for the next program. On the way backstage to the suite, Yang Zhongming suddenly said to Lin Yuan, "Well done." Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Yang Zhongming casually remarked, "It seems that quite a lot of people from the Literature and Art Association came today." Lin Yuan smiled again. 3 seconds later, Lin Yuan seemed to understand something, looking at Yang Zhongming with a stunned expression. "Now they've taken notice of your live performance." Yang Zhongming spoke with a rare smile, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder again. "But now their attention should return to me." Lin Yuan didn't expect that Yang Zhongming invited him to open at his personal concert to provide an opportunity to showcase in front of the Literature and Art Association staff. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan needed such an opportunity, at the very least, this nurturing is undoubtedly sincere from an elder. No wonder teacher Yang Zhongming suddenly called to invite him to open that day. He must have received news from the Literature and Art Association that they would be coming to the concert. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan returned to the suite. Amazing. Fantastic. You're awesome, bro. The family laughed joyfully. Lin Yuan then whimsically thought about whether he should talk to the Golden Hall about bringing Antarctica next time. All right, that was a whimsical thought. At least someone else's concert can't be handled like this. Maybe someday at his concert, he could consider talking to the Golden Hall about bringing Antarctica into the suite. Lost in wild thoughts, a new performance began. Yang Zhongming's musical prowess is exceptionally high, arguably unseen by Lin Yuan in his lifetime. Even with the system embracing the resources of a whole Earth, he never dared to underestimate it. And facts proved this judgment correct. Even without Lin Yuan's cheat-like, immersive sound effect, Yang Zhongming's music could still offer an extremely breathtaking audiovisual feast. Every piece is a classic, especially the violin works, which are unforgettable. However, what amazed Lin Yuan the most was the symphony Yang Zhongming specially placed at the end. The Ninth Symphony. As the name suggests, this is the ninth symphony in Yang Zhongming's composing career, also known as the Symphony of the Sky. The first movement almost took Lin Yuan's breath away. It was at this moment Lin Yuan truly understood why Yang Zhongming is Blue Star's top 3 genius. The charm of this symphony made Lin Yuan see many shadows of Earth's top goats in Yang Zhongming. The Symphony of the Sky stunned not only Lin Yuan. After the first movement, the second movement started. The audience's expressions were almost collectively frozen. The last time an audience showed such expressions in the Golden Hall was when Xian Yu released the Fate Symphony. So powerful. Too powerful. No wonder it's Father Yang. No wonder Fish Papa has to call him teacher. This piece is electrifying, from head to toe. Majestic and grand like a rainbow, Father Yang's music always exudes a regal aura. Clearly third on the music chart, but I heard the demeanor of the number 1 in the music world. Just in terms of demeanor, perhaps only Fish Papa's recent The Fate Symphony can rival it. Sky, Fate, the 2 strongest symphonies of the year have been born. When the third movement began, several maestros looked wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, finally, maestros started to speak in low tones one after another. A breakthrough, taking it up a notch beyond a 100-foot pole. This is Yang Zhongming's best piece over the years. Even more splendid than the third symphony he wrote when he competed with Qin Zhen. Luo Su is in danger. OL Yang is aiming for the second rank. Abigail's insight is really exceptional. She selected 2 opponents in her life. One is Yang Zhongming. The other is Xian Yu. And both are extraordinary, one big and one small. Small extraordinary? If you compare Sky and Fate, both are major extraordinary talents. If it wasn't for Sky's creation, I would even think Xian Yu had already surpassed the master. Even if not surpassing the master now, the 2 are neck and neck. As the fourth movement played, in the large suite upstairs, the members of the Literature and Art Association looked at each other. No wonder Yang Zhongming privately said he would impact rankings. This piece is indeed qualified. This kind of astonishing brilliance is enough to put Qin Zhen under heavy pressure. There were so many astonishing musicians in history, but such great epic masterpiece representations are few and far between. Our contemporary music scene truly is burgeoning with talent. Chapter 1609, 1297, One Step Away, Part 3. It's certainly not easy for so many great, timeless works to be born in the same era. It's making those of us who do rankings have a headache. Yeah, but I already have my answer. Funny, so do I. With the end of the fourth movement, the concert also concluded. Amidst thunderous applause, Yang Zhongming bowed and left the stage. Lin Yuan asked the driver to first take his family home while he headed to the interview area with Zheng Jing and other acquaintances. How does teacher Admirable Fish evaluate this concert? The reporters indeed focused on Lin Yuan, surrounding him heavily. Lin Yuan spoke at this very moment. Magnificent. The reporter couldn't help but smile. This was a jibe regarding Yang Zhongming and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wasn't deliberately jesting. He just felt the word was fitting, though in a good mood. A bit of playful attitude existed. Yang Zhongming's music style is quite magnificent. In simpler terms, it has a strong, pretentious flavor. People who like to flaunt can't resist this style. But those who truly understand, whether they love to flaunt or not, will like it, as indeed it exudes an unmasked aura of a king. Could you be more specific? Reporters scrambled to ask. Lin Yuan was pondering his wording when Zheng Jing confidently spoke. The head ranking of Blue Star's music scene is going to change. The reporter was stunned. Accompanied by Zheng Jing's concluding remark, other maestros interviewed seemed to confirm this point in various ways. Does teacher Admirable Fish also think so? Why wouldn't it be? Lin Yuan said somewhat bashfully. If the top of the music scene changes, it certainly includes him. Even if the Fate Symphony was thrown into water, it would create a huge splash, not to mention his consecutive 2-day concert, plus the presentation of so many classic works. Indeed, the next day, the Literature and Art Association announced Blue Star's new music rankings would be released on New Year's Eve. Such solemnity by the association clearly indicates that this ranking will have big changes. As New Year's approaches, no merging of new states. Blue Star culture is now unified. Under such circumstances, everyone is concerned about the changes in the music rankings. At home, Lin Yuan was neither arrogant nor anxious, quietly writing a book, as water margin gradually took form under his pen. Finally, spring has arrived. On New Year's Eve, Lin Yuan sat by the window, gazing at the moon while munching on seeds. Beside him, Mom and sister chatted and refreshed the rankings from time to time. Big Yao Yao stroked Antarctica's little head, quietly sitting next to Lin Yuan, curiously asking, "Are you nervous?" Nervous for what? The update of the music rankings. Nervousness won't change the result. You seemed super nervous about these things before going to college. Have I changed for better or worse? I can't say, but whatever you become, you're always Big Yao Yao's brother. It's updated, it's updated. While Lin Yuan and Big Yao Yao were chatting, Mom and sister suddenly screamed excitedly. Big Yao Yao hurriedly took out her phone for a look, then immediately grinned widely, deliberately announcing the rankings loudly. First, Qin Zhen. Second, Xian Yu. Only then did Lin Yuan pick up his phone for a look. Indeed, on the music rankings, Xian Yu had risen to second place. And in third place, astonishingly featuring Yang Zhongming. In other words, Yang Zhongming defeated Luo Su, while he himself simultaneously defeated Luo Su and Yang Zhongming, climbing to second. Brother, congratulations, are you happy? Happy, but more surprised. Surprised? I thought I would be third or fourth, landing directly in second. This is the charm of two concerts combined with the Fate Symphony, making a decisive impact. In Blue Star's music rankings, just like the dance rankings, Lin Yuan is one step away from reaching the top. Chapter 1610, 1298, the 10th year. Li Songhua's home. A man with a face 7/10 similar to Li Songhua laughed and said, "Throughout history, there have always been extraordinary talents emerging, achieving unimaginable feats with ease. Xian Yu, so young and already famous. Worldwide, his talent has reached a terrifying level of influence. I must admit, you've won your bet. I was lucky to have found a treasure." Li Songhua expressed sincere gratitude, mixed with relief. With Xian Yu and Starlight, there's nothing to worry about. Now, there's no resistance to anything we want to do. Yes, but I don't want to stir things up. It's enough just to take good care of this little ancestor. Take care. The man laughed and cried at the same time. The outside world says he's the crown prince of Starlight. It seems they underestimate him. With such achievements at such a young age, who wouldn't want to support an ancestor like that? Don't worry. Li Songhua's eyes flashed. He will continue to bring you more surprises. Li Songhua's family had once offended some people in the upper society of Zhong continent, leading to their banishment from that circle. Now Li Songhua is making a return, with decreasing resistance and growing friendships. Li Songhua understands these changes. Li Songhua's brother understands as well. The reason for all these changes is the dazzling and astonishing talent of Xian Yu. Meanwhile, in the Yu Dynasty group chat, everyone is extremely excited. I knew the representative could do it. Second in the music chart. This is not the end. Our representative is destined to become a peerless genius, the music emperor. Representative, isn't it time to give a red envelope? At Xianyu. The junior might be too busy right now. I'll send one. All right. Sun Yaohua is perhaps too wealthy and likes to find excuses to give red envelopes. But the Yu dynasty is so familiar now, they're no longer shy, and everyone grabs decisively. In a certain music room, Xianyu's 3 disciples are celebrating. The eldest disciple Shuai Liang clenched his fist. Even if we can't become like the teacher, we should strive not to embarrass him. Otherwise, how could we be proud to introduce ourselves as Xianyu's disciples? That's right. The second disciple Feng Shuo was also full of spirit. We at least have to become maestros. Otherwise, our master can't afford to lose face. Honestly, the only young disciple, Li Lizzie, was excited and expectant. When do you think our master will reach the top? Now he's second. With his efficiency, first isn't far away. So, can I introduce myself as the only female disciple of the world's #1 in the future? If master doesn't take on any other female disciples. Impossible. I'm sure he only has us 3 disciples. Li Lizzie spoke. As the future female disciple of the music emperor, Li Lizzie now dares to boldly set her goal to become a maestro. Shadow Studio. There are also Lin Yuan's disciples here, a total of 5 people. Indeed, they are the cartoonists recognized as the Shadow Group by the outside world. The only girl among them, Luo Wei, laughed and said, "If outsiders knew that our master is not only Xianyu, second in the music chart, but also the first in the painting chart is Shadow, they'd go completely crazy, right?" I'm already a bit crazy. That's right. It's one thing for our master to be invincible in drawing, to be near invincible in music too. A person like our master, even throughout history, would be considered an unparalleled genius. So being his disciple qualifies us to leave a mark in history books. Just as Ms. Luo Wei said, I'm now waiting for our master's shadow persona to be revealed. Don't doubt it. I believe that day will come sooner or later. Master can't keep it hidden forever. On the internet, fans are excited. Netizens are discussing. Ever since Xianyu became Blue Star's youngest maestro, every step he takes seems to create history. I'm not sure if second place in the music chart will be his most glorious peak. That depends on whether Qin Jun can stop him. Qin Jun is known as the only true god. A clash with Xianyu would be like Mars colliding with Blue Star. Indeed, in the past, I would have thought Xianyu was not a match for Qin Jun. But now even Luo Su and Father Yang are overshadowed by Xianyu. Can Qin Jun still remain unbeatable? You should consider his age. That only true god is 56 years old this year. Our fish papa is only 28 years old, just half of Qin Jun's age. As they say, 30 is when a man establishes himself. Xianyu, at 28, hasn't even reached the so-called establishment age, yet he stands at the peak of Blue Star's music, second to none. What's that imply? It implies that surpassing Qin Jun is only a matter of time for Xianyu. Because we all have to admit one fact. Xianyu's progress has never stopped. Wait, we seem to have overlooked one fact. What's that? Xianyu debuted at 19, and this year marks his 10th year. So from a nobody to his current status, it took Xianyu less than 10 years, which is incredibly scary. At home, the family is browsing various online news about Xianyu. Seeing someone calculate Xianyu's debut duration, Big Yao Yao was surprised. It turns out this year marks the 10th year since my brother debuted. Lin Yuan chuckled. Debuting at 19, this year he's 28, so indeed it's the 10th year. Mom reminisced. I remember Xiao Yuan's first song, Life Like a Summer Flower, performed by Sun Yaohua, was released on November 1st, during the season chart's rookie season, marking his debut as a composer. This was the beginning of all changes. The family's memory is incredibly vivid. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling a bit emotional. No one would know that this is not only Xianyu's 10th year of debut, but also Lin Yuan's 10th year since arriving and merging souls with the original. 10 years of time. In this world, Lin Yuan already has his own friends and family, with emotions growing deeper by day. Sometimes Lin Yuan asks himself if he'd be willing to return to the other side of the blue interstellar world if he could. The answer is no. It's not because he's so successful in this world. It's simply because some things have become inseparable amidst 10 years of time. Are you going to aim for first next? Sister Lin Xian spoke. Lin Yuan, who is already second, seems capable of reaching first. After all, he's young enough, seemingly with endless creative energy. Yes. Continue with the concerts? No. Then what's your plan? This month's season chart. I wonder if it's still possible. Season chart. Family looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. Lin Yuan didn't explain much, aiming for a 12-time global season chart win after the unification of 8 continents was a goal he'd considered since last year. Not forcing the outcome. Anyway, aside from writing, there's nothing else after New Year. Though it's a rush, he can't release the album at the start of the month, but Lin Yuan still wants to try. Chapter 1611, 1299. After reaching the pinnacle, loneliness at the top is inevitable. The difference from the album rules on Earth is that a Blue Star singer's album must and can only have 10 songs. This is for the fairness of the new season rankings. Everyone having the same number of songs allows for fair competition in download numbers. Conventionally, an album needs a theme. Although having a unified theme for all 10 songs isn't realistic due to excessive homogenization, at least more than 3 songs should maintain a consistent theme. Therefore, before releasing Xiaofan's album, the two had a deep discussion about what theme to use. Initially, there was no answer, until Lin Yuan saw an interview Xiaofan did on a certain talk show. During the interview, Xiaofan smiled and said, "Since I was little, I've been a stubborn girl, a bit unconventional. While other girls were skipping rope and playing string games, I was playing arcade games in the game center with 2 boys. Later, those 2 boys went to high school and college with me, and we've always been inseparable. They took good care of me, and I took good care of them. This friendship was unrelated to gender. But in some people's eyes, being brash and hanging out with 2 boys, my behavior might seem somewhat improper, leading to other girls distancing themselves from me. There were many unpleasant rumors at school, and even the teachers talked to me, but I didn't see anything wrong with it. Just do what you believe in, whether it's friendship or singing and acting. I've always stuck to what I care about and love, not caring about others' opinions. Even 10 or 20 years later, even when I have gray hair, I hope to look back and still recognize that stubborn little girl I once was." The interview video was sent to Lin Yuan by his sister. After Lin Yuan watched the video, his sister, half smiling, said, "Until the end of the interview, Xiaofan didn't tell the host that those 2 inseparable boys later became the famous Spider-Man and the even more famous Xianyu. Those 2 boys she mentioned were Lin Yuan and Jianyi. But because of this statement, Lin Yuan determined the theme for Xiaofan's album. Theme: youth. In a broad sense, youth refers to boys and girls around the age of 11 to 18. In a narrow sense, it specifically refers to boys. Of course, the album song should include a piece called Youth. Although this song became popular online, its quality is quite good, making it suitable as the album's title track without issue. Next, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of Mayday's Eternal Summer. This song is also very good. Xiaofan has the typical pop voice and can easily handle both songs. Most importantly, the attitude and individuality expressed in these 2 songs align with Xiaofan's life philosophy. The same stubbornness, the same bravery. Even Lin Yuan didn't know Xiaofan had experienced alienation from the girls, even though he inherited all the original memories. Boys are always oblivious to such matters. Not sure if Jianyi knows, but Lin Yuan feels it's unlikely. And after deciding on 2 songs, Lin Yuan quickly thought of a 3rd song. GEM's Pretty Close Girl. This song encourages every girl to be themselves and live beautifully. The lyrics are a bit sharp and might sting some people's hearts, but for Xiaofan, the heroine fighting zombies in Resident Evil, singing this song is perfectly fine. Of course, Lin Yuan wouldn't let Xiaofan's album reflect just one side. A love song is essential, and this album can include Beyond Light Years. Choosing this song is firstly because Xiaofan's voice suits it. Secondly, because Lin Yuan feels this love philosophy matches Xiaofan's personality. In sum, the 10 songs Lin Yuan wrote for this album were mostly considered based on whether they fit Xiaofan. After receiving the songs, Xiaofan praised Lin Yuan for knowing me well, even teasingly in a zhaoing good way. "You've been single for so many years. Could it be you've got a secret crush on me?" Lin Yuan didn't respond to her. At this moment, precisely at midnight on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, the album titled Youth was officially released. CNU plus U Dynasty Artist. This is the classic combination. 10 songs, officially unveiled to the public. Needless to say, the competition in the music industry is fiercely intense. With a global population of billions on Blue Star, without the limitations of regions and continents, the season rankings are a brutal slaughterhouse within the music industry. Who knows how many kings and queens of singing have fought tooth and nail just to secure a front row seat, only to end up in a grim ending. Only the king of kings and the queen of queens, collaborating with the maestro of maestros, can triumph in this world. And for this season, as the first season of the new year begins, the music industry's battle started at the crack of dawn on New Year's Day. Kings, queens, and maestros are constantly watching the leaderboard changes. Those slightly lower on the rankings are desperately promoting. Those leading the rankings are rallying their fans to vote. The enthusiasm evidently won't cool down even with the arrival of the second day. Go. Who's afraid of who? Do fans still have fighting power? If no fighting power, have them rally their families together. Students, out of money, I'm going to send a red envelope in the group chat to get them to download. That Guy Next Door, his album's title song, is a movie theme, and the movie launches tomorrow. That might blow up the numbers a bit. We should be cautious. Kill. 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 Hold on, am I seeing things? Take a look, who is this? Oh my, why is this person here? Game over. The world's second-ranked maestro personally playing on the season chart. Isn't this just fish bombing? Total massacre. Some king of singing is wailing. Some queen of singing is sighing. Some maestro is giving a wry smile. Indeed, everyone has seen the notifications pushed by various software. Xiaofan's album has been heavily promoted, with CNU's name appearing frequently, aiming to let the whole world know. This is a personal album tailor-made by CNU for Xiaofan. This news made the already heated season chart competition in the music world instantly cool down. Cooling down to freezing point, no less. Many people momentarily stopped breathing. As some king of singing said, CNU playing the season chart is basically fish bombing. Fish bombing fish. Sure enough, almost as soon as this album was released, the sales went crazy. The terrifying download numbers made the album, named Boy, soar to the skies. Less than 10 minutes. The album sales already reached third place on the season chart. Remember, the top 10 albums on the season chart are all based on a day and night's data. Besides, in just 10 minutes, the download numbers were so high, but there's no way to have listened to all the songs. Simple math, an album with 10 songs. Even if we estimate each song to be only 3 minutes, it takes half an hour to listen to them all. Clearly, many fans saw CNU's name and clicked download without even considering the album's quality. Fine. CNU is a guarantee of quality. What? Xiaofan. Xiaofan's appeal is strong too. After all, she's a singing queen with significant influence in the film industry. But if she didn't have CNU as her backup, her album sales wouldn't be so terrifying. Everyone knows this well. The fact is indeed so, because the comments section of the album was filled with similar voices. Download complete. 10 songs. Time to loop them slowly. The rankings are rising fast. Everyone's scrambling to download, like delaying would be a loss. Haha. Fish Papa is so capricious, releasing albums only after elementary school. Trust me, even if CNU released a few days later, he'd surely dominate the season chart. The second-ranked maestro on the music chart playing the season chart. It's basically a bully move. After all, the person ranked first isn't interested in the season chart. With the first not taking action, CNU has nearly no rival on the season chart. Only Father Yang and Luo Su can fight him. You're wrong. Even Father Yang and Luo Su can't match him. We have to admit, the season chart is fair and unfair, especially for Fish Papa. His fame adds terror. He's got the most fans worldwide. Any song he writes gets supported. Alright, no more talk. Already number 1. Start listening to the music. The season chart doesn't need attention. CNU would be first even if he played with his feet. That's right. In about 20 minutes, the album Lin Yuan created for Xiaofan already topped the season chart. Like breaking through decay. Opponents defeated at a touch. The miracle of the season chart happened in a snap. Standing at the doorstep, feeling the breeze, looking at the chart frozen at this moment. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a bit cold and instinctively tightened his clothes. Is it getting chilly? Maybe you're standing too high up. Big Yao's words were a double entendre. Lin Yuan didn't know if this was the moment where opposing forces vanished in laughter. He only knew that standing at the top, he couldn't escape the chill of being too high. Chapter 1612, 1300, a legendary album. On the second night of the Lunar New Year, Lin Yuan was in disarray in the wind. To win 12 consecutive global championships this year, Lin Yuan had started preparing since last year, determined to achieve this unprecedented feat. With this belief, he embarked on the journey to hit the charts once again, feeling a long-lost rush of enthusiasm. But when an album topped the charts effortlessly in just 20 minutes, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded, feeling no joy, only a strange sense of loss and emptiness. Is that it? It's not about underestimating the opponents. Lin Yuan never underestimates his opponents. It's just that such a serious punch landing on cotton inevitably left him feeling frustrated. Lin Yuan knew it well. Never mind 10 minutes. Even if you gave the fans 20 minutes, or even half an hour, they couldn't finish listening to the 10 songs on this album. In these circumstances, to still reach #1 in album sales within 20 minutes can only be attributed to fans' dedication and passionate voting. You should know. Usually, only the most hardcore fans would buy an album so blindly. This shows just how many die-hard fans Xian has who are willing to buy his albums without hesitation. In fact, it was at this moment that many online users began to listen to the songs, even though they had already purchased the entire album. The first song on the album was Eternal Summer. The song started playing. Xia Fan's voice was hysterical. Abandon rules, indulge in love, be recklessly yourself, empty the future, I won't turn back, I won't turn back, I won't turn back, I won't turn back. It was clearly a song from Mayday, following the pop route, yet Xia Fan sang it with a rock spirit, belted out high notes recklessly, as if freeing herself. If it's to be specific, it might be similar to the version performed by that female contestant named Chun Bing on The Voice of China. It also seemed to carry a bit of GM's vibe. But, ultimately, it was Xia Fan's unique style. Next, everyone heard Youth. The most memorable lyrics of the entire song have to be that line. I'm still the same youth from before, unchanged. This song went viral all over the internet on Earth. During the CCP's centennial and the 2 sessions, the People's Daily New Media launched a centennial promotion song. The chosen song was indeed Youth. While the melody remained the same, the lyrics were altered to better suit the promotional theme. I'm still the same youth as before, without ever changing my original aspiration. The century is but a test. Beautiful life goals continue to be realized. The promotion mentioned that we set off together and witnessed the realization of more miracles. In a short time, several official media, including CCTV, reposted the promotion, and its click rate on B site was exceptionally high, showcasing the song's charm. Compared to these two, the following track, Almost Girl, has a bit of a rebellious spirit. While the lyrics are somewhat biting, they also convey a nonconformist attitude. Xia Fan rarely dabbles in rap, showcasing both her attitude and her versatility. Fans grasped the concept of the album. After listening to the first 3 songs, you can pretty much understand the main style of this album. It's indeed tailored by Fish Papa for Xia Fan. Not only is the style suitable for her, but even the lyrics seem written for her. Xia Fan truly is an unconventional female star. She doesn't pretend to be weak in front of the camera. Even when covered in injuries while shooting action movies, she never complains. Although we say it's an actor's duty, we also understand that such female artists are indeed rare. How many female stars dare not fully express their emotions, constantly managing their image? Speaking of stars' images, Dynasty's artists are all impressive. During the discussion, someone began listening to the 4th song, Beyond Light Years. When seeing the title, netizens were amused, as there was an earlier song called Eternal Summer. Here comes another title, Beyond Light Years. Xianyu seems to have a fixation on the term light year. Yet after hearing this song, what caught everyone's attention wasn't the light year anymore, because this song exemplified taking female vocal pop to its peak. Sounds great. So good. Of all the songs I've listened to so far, my favorite is this Beyond Light Years. This song once again proves that Fish Papa's skill in writing pop songs is truly eternal. Come to think of it, this, Beyond Light Years, was actually the first super hit Mandarin song from our celestial dynasty to exceed 200 million views on YouTube. Among GEM's signature works, this one ranks solidly in the top 3. However, the surprises didn't end there. The 5th song on Xiaofan's album is called Wild Child. Surprisingly, it's a song in the Qi language. The lyrics tell a love story in which the female protagonist must learn to comply, letting the man have control to make him happy if she wants to win his heart. But the female protagonist refuses. She is like a wild child, inherently unwilling to be tamed. This song isn't very famous on Earth, but the production team is quite formidable. With lyrics by Huang Weiwen, composed by Lei Songda, and sung by Miriam Young. Miriam Young, a female singer from Guangdong, has always had top resources in Xinjiang, having collaborated with many big names and well-loved. Coincidentally, like Miriam Young, Xiaofan is also a singer and actress, so when Lin Yuan produced the album, he chose such a song for her. Chapter 1613, 1300, a masterpiece album _2. Lin Yuan isn't pursuing how explosive a song can be. The original intention of producing the album is actually to present a true and comprehensive Xiaofan to the public. Through songs, including the future production of albums for other people in the Yu dynasty, Lin Yuan will always follow this idea. After all, Lin Yuan has written too many explosive songs already, and doesn't need to deliberately prove himself again. Besides, this album doesn't lack explosive songs. The 6th track of the album, an English song Monsters. In a past life, many big-name singers, including Zhou Shun, covered this song, but it became globally popular before it was covered. I see your monsters, I see your pain. It's a song with an incredibly catchy tune from the verse to the chorus, able to move countless domestic listeners even without understanding the language. It can undoubtedly move Blue Star listeners now as well. Many people might instinctively think this is a love song. Actually, it isn't. This song narrates a person helping a friend out of despair, with the theme being friendship. Lin Yuan chose this song as a metaphor for Xiaofan's help to the original owner, and Xiaofan understood when he received the sheet music. Although Lin Yuan didn't explicitly state it, Xiaofan heard his underlying message through the song. I will never forget your help. During Lin Yuan's most difficult days, Xiaofan and Jian Yi indeed cared for him greatly. Just like the lyrics. Tell me your problems, I'll chase them away. I see your monsters, I see your pain. Tell me your problems, I'll chase them away. Tell me your troubles, and I will drive them away. I'll be your lighthouse. I will be your lighthouse. I'll make it okay. I will protect you. To Lin Yuan, Xiaofan and Jian Yi are precisely his lighthouse of friendship. Many Blue Star listeners obviously don't understand the stories behind the song, but they undeniably love it upon first hearing. What kind of divine composer is this? I seem to always be defenseless against Fish Papa's English songs. This song is about friendship. The friendship of Yu dynasty? Decided to learn this song after hearing it once. Must sing it next time at KTV. So far, this song is my biggest surprise. Han Continent fans are in love. Zhao Continent fans are ecstatic. Wei Continent fans give thumbs up to Fish Papa. It was Qi language earlier, now English. Will there be Chu language next? Keep listening. The next one is indeed Chu language. It is indeed Chu language, which on Earth means Japanese. The 7th track of the album, My All. The song title is English, but the content is indeed in Qi language. The lyrics aren't sad, and the rhythm is very strong, belonging to a super catchy type of song. After all, this is one of Ayumi Hamasaki's most famous songs. Ayumi Hamasaki, the acknowledged in-generation champion of Asia, #1 selling female singer in Neon. A queen-like existence. And this, My All, was personally written by Ayumi Hamasaki, specially for her fans, a must-sing at every concert. Some say this song witnessed Ayumi Hamasaki's journey from disappointment to glory. I wish for a song that I can dedicate to my fans. That's what Xiaofan said when producing the album, so Lin Yuan thought of this piece immediately. Xiaofan herself is very satisfied with this song. Just like the listener's first reaction to the song is one of immense satisfaction. Heaven knows how Yu dynasty singers have such strong linguistic talents. Chu continent people hear it and find no discordance. Fish Papa truly is a god, able to write songs in any language with such high quality. The first few songs of the album are good too, but none felt explosive. Hearing them now feels overwhelmingly strong. These songs are simply extraordinary in quality. Love it, love it. Is this the quality of Fish Papa's first album? Godly album pre-ordered. Even without relying on fan support, the quality of this album can directly reach the top, right? I actually hesitate to continue listening. Of course, we must continue listening. There are still 3 songs left. The 8th track is called Bubble. Yes, another work by GM. Probably because Xiaofan's style is similar to hers. While making this album, Lin Yuan can't help but lean towards this aspect. The song quality speaks for itself. But after experiencing those explosive shocks, this song's quality doesn't astonish everyone anymore. Fish Papa is just steady. My head is full of bubbles right now. Xiaofan sings well, and the lyrics are well written too. I plan to loop play this song. The correct way to open an album is by looping it. Fish Dynasty's weakest female singer? There's simply no room for the word weak in Fish Dynasty. I'm totally blowing away for this album. Blow it after finishing it won't be too late. The 9th track of the album, 1,000 Years of Love. FIRS signature work, award-winning piece from the Golden Melody Awards. We can't help but say, in the era when gods were fighting in the Chinese music scene, there were truly many good songs. This, 1,000 Years of Love, is one such song, combining the essence of both Eastern and Western songs, carefully orchestrated, expertly arranged with instruments, starting with Indonesian traditional instrument gamelan, and the London Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra responsible for strings. Both dynamic and tranquil, neither noisy nor dull. In the rhythmically strong melody, singing that line, passing through the pain ahead, only to seek a result, listeners undoubtedly reach a sensory climax. This atmosphere is absolutely incredible. For this song, Fish Papa played with the arrangement. Second in music charts, writing pop songs is truly a dimensional reduction. Chapter 1614, 1300, a masterpiece album _3. Hearing this, no matter the quality of the 10th song, it can't change the status of this divine album. Many songs in there are bound to become big hits. Definitely going to be hits. Let's listen to the last song. Whoa. The 10th song is actually a duet. Fish Papa himself has come out to play. Yes, Lin Yuan himself has stepped in. Because Lin Yuan plans to create an album for each member of the Yu dynasty. To not favor anyone over others, Lin Yuan decided to choose a song from each album to perform a duet with the singers of the Yu dynasty. Xiaofan is the first. The song Lin Yuan chose to sing with Xiaofan is called Kind-Hearted Breakup. This song doesn't have any special significance, but each album featuring a custom duet is the most special significance in itself. It's the same for fans. Xian Yu crafted a custom album for Xiaofan and even personally performed the last song as a duet with her. With such a song, the lyrics don't even matter. Moreover, the song itself is a high-quality male-female duet. Haha. At the end, Fish Papa even played the role of a scumbag. Xiaofan is so fierce, isn't she? What has tamed you to be like a sheep mean? Not a sheep anymore? The whole Yu dynasty is indeed like sheep. If the Yu dynasty are sheep, then Fish Papa is the shepherd. Clearly a school of fish pretending to be sheep. The singers under Yang Zhongming are the real sheep. One in Qi language and one in Mandarin. The design is brilliant. Did you catch the line Kind-Hearted Breakup plays every day? Dog head emoji. Got it. Time to play it on loop. Turns out the last song was the biggest surprise. Hearing Fish Papa's voice made me jump out of bed. Turn off my home surveillance. It's boring. The surprise of the last song was probably universally understood. And listening to the entire album, even with the most critical eye, you can't find any fault. Because albums are meant to be well-rounded. Some songs are more mainstream, meant to explode in popularity. Some songs are more niche, meant to express the artist's self, potentially containing more private metaphors. No need to forcefully pack it with golden tracks. Lin Yuan understood this truth, so he didn't pursue stuffing the hottest songs in, but made the album full and rich. Like a table full of dishes. Having both vegetables and meat and soup is perfect. Listening to the whole album is like enjoying a big feast, leaving a lasting taste. Many people recapped it immediately, maybe picking the song they like most and listening to it again, even on repeat. Or maybe from start to finish, listening to the album again, or even several times. Some even listened all night. And by morning, this album called Youth had completely blown up. Not just the kind of explosion where it's first on the season chart. It's being listened to everywhere, anytime. On the media side, CNU's custom album for Xia Fan goes viral. Youth is Xia Fan, is CNU, is our unchanged youthful heart. Multiple singles from the album Youth climb the singles chart, reaches the season chart in 20 minutes. CNU proves his dominance again. Season chart, the dimensional reduction attack from CNU. Interview with the second king of singing on the season chart. As everyone knows, being second under CNU is a good omen. Yes, it's not the same as before. Now in the music scene, the kings and queens of singing and maestros have implicitly agreed. In a season where CNU is present, being second carries the same weight as being first under usual circumstances. Thus, the top 10 people on the season chart, after going through initial gloom, had fully accepted this reality by morning. Each one's mentality is healthier than the last. Looking at the download numbers, you can tell CNU's album is in one world. The second to 10th are in another world. U Dynasty group chat. Everyone was too excited to contain themselves. This album is incredible. Dear representative, is it my turn next? Love you, yo. Little Zhao was being coquettish. Jiang Kuei protested. Step aside. According to collaboration order, I came before you. Sun Yaohua. Junior, we haven't had an official duet yet. Chen Jiyu. I want one too. Madam Haoyun. Representative, I don't mind waiting as long as the album's quality is guaranteed. Xia Fan proudly stated. I'm the hottest today. Indeed, she's hot. With the release of this album, Xia Fan's singer ranking skyrocketed. Who knows how high Xia Fan can climb, but certainly within the top 20. For Xia Fan, who's already splitting her efforts with a film career, this is a huge surprise. Everyone will get a turn, one by one. Lin Yuan assured everyone in the group chat, feeling very relaxed, having shaken off last night's gloom. Lin Yuan figured it out. Since the season chart is no longer a challenge, he might as well relax, like unlocking a new small achievement. Making meaningful albums now is the key. Lin Yuan hopes the upcoming albums will be the same. Each chosen song will have its unique significance. Elsewhere, on major online platforms, including blogs, countless discussions about the Youth album and Xia Fan and CNU were ablaze. Hot searches, trending topics, completely taken over. Going by U Dynasty style, since Xia Fan got a custom album from Fish Papa, others must have one too, right? Oh whoa, can't wait. For fans of the entire U Dynasty, this is definitely the most exciting news. For some individual fans, it's even more worth looking forward to. Individual fans of the U Dynasty are few. Everyone likes all of them. Nonsense, there are individual fans everywhere. And they're all fans of that fish, dog head. But for the Blue Star music industry, this news might not be good, especially for those kings and queens and maestros who want to top the season chart. Haha. When Fish Papa appears on the season chart, who can compete? The most competitive youth from back then is back. Amidst countless discussions, a particular joke was trending. A reporter asked CNU how long it would take to claim the top spot on the season chart. CNU said 10. The reporter said, 10 days? CNU replied, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 1615, 1301, The 108 Demon Stars. Amidst the discussions across the internet, the 10 songs in Xia Fan's album inevitably became the subject of various analyses by experts, from the quality of the compositions to the intent of the songs. Some people say that the album Youth is all about Xia Fan herself. Whether it's the passionate line in the title track, I'm still the same youth as before, or the repeatedly emphasized line, I won't turn back, in Eternal Summer, or the somewhat rebellious song, Almost Girl. Several songs express a persistent, even obstinate, attitude towards life. As for love songs like Beyond Time, they showcase a unique and self-assured view of love, with that kind of I'm the queen, confident and radiant vibe. Actually, There should be a classical style song added. Someone said that, as the classical style has always been Xian Yu's signature. Quickly enough, someone else said, it would be great to add an inspirational song. Oh well, inspirational songs are another signature of Xian Yu in the pop music scene. Then netizens laughed. With all this, Xian Yu seems to have too many signature styles. Lin Yuan also read these comments online and felt that what everyone said made a lot of sense. And many opinions were worth considering. Definitely next time. Amidst various discussions, Jian Yi, another close friend of Xia Fan, suddenly revealed. Xia Fan said in an interview that during school, she was ostracized by girls and even excluded by her dorm mates, just because she was too close to two boys, leading to many rumors. And I have to come clean here. I am one of those two boys responsible for her bad reputation. The other one, don't wait for me to mention, come out and confess, smile. Little Spider's popularity is not without reason. As soon as the revelation came out, the internet buzzed with excitement. Wow, really? Jian Yi is one of those two boys. Poor Xia Fan. Being ostracized is a form of mild violence, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Xia Fan was just envied. Some girls are like that sometimes. This is totally a case of Lin Yuan disaster. If I had such an outstanding male friend like Jian Yi around, I wouldn't be afraid of rumors either, doghead emoji. Who's the other one? Wait a minute. Could it be Fish Papa? Look at Fish Papa's latest status, confirmed. Yes, Lin Yuan's latest blog status mentioned both Jian Yi and Xia Fan, saying this. Thanks for taking care of me all these years. Once the status was out, the netizens went into a frenzy. Previously, everyone sympathized with Xia Fan, but now they were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. It really is Fish Papa. This is clearly an acknowledgement. Oh, my God, let me be ostracized too. With Xian Yu on the left and Jian Yi on the right, Xia Fan wasn't ostracized. She's clearly a winner in life. Sympathy for Xia Fan? No way. Xia Fan, I'm obviously the happiest woman in the world. So envious it's painful. Now I totally understand why those people would ostracize Xia Fan. Jian Yi's looks are definitely campus heartthrob level, and Fish Papa is even more so. Xia Fan having both at the same time. Who wouldn't be jealous? Laugh crying emoji. Now I understand monsters. On the surface, this song is about friendship, but it's actually about Xian Yu, Xia Fan, and Jian Yi's relationship. Xia Fan's story is the ultimate face slap for the main character narrative, and I wonder how those who isolated her feel now. Do you guys think it's possible that Xia Fan was ever romantically involved with Jian Yi or Fish Papa? Alright then, as long as men and women are involved, such speculation is unavoidable. However, Lin Yuan doesn't care, Jian Yi doesn't care, and Xia Fan cares even less. Over 20 years of friendship. If there was a story, it would have happened long ago. In the following days, Xia Fan's singer ranking skyrocketed, entering the top 30 within about 10 days. At this rate, the top 20 is basically secured. As an artist developing across film, TV, and music, Xia Fan's worth has multiplied exponentially. After all, not everyone can pursue a triple threat development path. In film, TV, and music. At this time, on the global music singles chart, several songs from the album Youth have stormed into the top 10, such as the song My All, which on Earth is a worldwide smash, holds similar influence in this world. After all, it is one of Queen Ayumi Hamasaki's most famous works. However, the more terrifying work is the song symbolizing the friendship of the three monsters, which directly topped the current season's global download chart. In other words, even though the seasonal chart still compares single-track popularity, Xian Yu remains the undisputed champion. And in the song's comment section, netizens were all discussing the three's divine friendship, along with a surge in Jian Yi's popularity, to which he specifically sent a $5 red envelope to thank Xia Fan and Lin Yuan. Riding your wave of popularity, smug. Rude. After Lin Yuan and Xia Fan snatched the red envelope, they didn't want to bother with him anymore, as even a dog wouldn't want such a small amount of money. Coincidentally, while Lin Yuan was sweeping the music scene, the film industry was also refusing to fall behind, with another news story involving Xian Yu becoming the focus of global attention. On January 10th, Starlight's latest movie Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was released. This is the second film adaptation in the Harry Potter series, and Xian Yu's name still prominently appears in the writer credits as Lin Yuan. Planned. Chapter 1616, 1301, 108 Demon Stars, Part 2. The Harry Potter series releases one movie each year, accompanying fans in their growth. This year marks the second year Harry Potter enters Hogwarts, and coincidentally, the second film is released. Just like the first one, this adaptation is again a huge success. Because Lin Yuan has the Earth's version as a reference, the screenplay he produces always meets the standard, especially in terms of box office. The momentum of the second film is clearly stronger than the first one. This is the charm of a film series. As long as the quality and reputation don't crash, the box office will keep going higher. Another excellent adaptation. While respecting the original, the pacing is handled very well. Looks like Fish Papa's movie ranking is going up again. So brutal. Top 10 in literary, music, and dance rankings, now aiming for the film ranking. Is he trying for top 10 in all 4 charts? That's not impossible. Given the pace of one Harry Potter film a year, it might take many years for Fish Papa to enter the top 10 in films. Who says Fish Papa only has Harry Potter? He might turn around and write other film screenplays. Destined to be unprecedented, now Xian Yu is making new history almost at every step. Great reviews abound. The reputation is quite good. Lin Yuan, of course, watched Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets with family and friends. A large group, including his sisters, mom, Jian Yi, and several from Yu Dynasty. To avoid concerns during viewing, Sun Yao went ahead and booked a whole theater. Mom smiled and said, "Last year we saw the first one, and this year the second. Let's make a promise to see the third together next year." Absolutely. Everyone laughed heartily, without any reservations. This is the joy of booking a whole theater. You can be rowdy without disturbing other viewers. After the movie, Sun Yao took everyone to dine at one of his restaurants for a late-night snack. During the meal, after discussing the just-finished movie, the conversation turned to Xia fans' globally popular new album. Lin Yuan casually asked, "So who's interested in writing for the second album?" Perhaps because his sisters and mom were present, Lin Yuan expected a scramble, but instead, everyone graciously smiled, indicating to go with his decision. Madame Haoyun especially took the role of an elder sister. "I'll go last." Lin Yuan glanced around and finally looked at Chen Jiyu. Chen Jiyu responded with surprise and delight. "Am I the next lucky one?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Your ranking is the lowest." Chen Jiyu felt a bit hit, as he indeed holds the lowest ranking among Yu Dynasty's singers. "Go for it, you." Xia Fan patted Chen Jiyu's shoulder. "Keep singing well, or you'll have to return to inherit billions of assets." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yuan laughed along. "This is a secret known only within Yu Dynasty. Chen Jiyu is actually a rich second generation, with family assets worth at least tens of billions. That's why Chen Jiyu's father was always unhappy with his son entering the entertainment industry as a singer. Inheriting the family business wouldn't be appealing? Yet, Chen Jiyu valued his dream greatly, once even falling out with his family for singing, and took off with his guitar alone into the music world when the family cut off his financial support. In the early years, he went through huge struggles. The entertainment industry is never a gentle place. Later, as his talent emerged, Chen Jiyu started gaining prominence in the music scene, even becoming a top-tier singer. Then, he faced a formidable great white shark, earning the title perennial runner-up, and once felt dashed by Lin Yuan. Eventually, everyone learned. Chen Jiyu chose, if you can't beat them, join them. Now, Chen Jiyu has reconciled with his family, and his parents understood him, for in the realm of singing, their son has achieved success. However, this joke is widely spread within Yu Dynasty. Everyone teasingly reminds Chen Jiyu that if he doesn't do well singing, he'll have to go back to inheriting billions. When Lin Yuan first heard, he found it quite bizarre. This joke about Chen Jiyu seemed familiar from his previous life when hearing about JJ Lin. After a round of fun, Lin Yuan said, "Let's chat about this album later. The key is how you want it to be." Chen Jiyu nodded earnestly. After finishing the late-night snack, Lin Yuan had a private talk with Chen Jiyu for a few hours. After comprehensively understanding Chen Jiyu's ideas for the album, Lin Yuan took his car and drove home. Once home, it was already midnight, and Lin Yuan went straight to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yuan didn't start on Chun Jiu's album first. He opened a computer document and started typing away. After about an hour of typing, Lin Yuan stretched. Finally finished writing water margin. Indeed, Lin Yuan was writing water margin. Just now, this book was officially completed. With daily updates of around 30,000 words, the final progress was almost as Lin Yuan expected. Lin Yuan contacted Jean Mu and sent the document over. Jean Mu was overjoyed, habitually asking, "The new book finished so quickly?" Realizing it's nonsense, and he has been saying it for years, Jean Mu quickly added, "What does the title, Water Margin, mean?" Literally means stories happening by the water. By the water? Mount Liang Marsh. Where is that? This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real people is purely coincidental. Jean Mu didn't ask further. By now, January is ending, but not long has passed since Chu Kuang published the pure literary work Siege. Jean Mu believed readers outside will be pleasantly surprised to see Chu Kuang releasing another new book so quickly. A few days later, Silver Blue Books announced the news of Chu Kuang's new book, Water Margin, getting ready for release. The promotional slogan reads, "Peak of ensemble cast novel, with 108 main characters, an unprecedented panoramic military literary work." Wow! As soon as this news broke, readers were overjoyed. Mind you, the second Harry Potter movie is still in hot screening. After all, Xian Yu is just the screenwriter. Chu Kuang is the original author, the true father of Harry Potter. Therefore, recently, with the movie screening, netizens' discussion focus about the film has gradually shifted onto Chu Kuang. Now with the release of Old Rascal's new book, the attention naturally won't be low, especially when it can carry the fervor of the movie's hot showing. Old Rascal is quite diligent recently. The release speed of this new book is absurd. Does his imagination never run out? It's not just the imagination. His energy seems inexhaustible too. How quick must his hands be to achieve such a high frequency of book release? The key is that he maintains speed and quality. Old Rascal's speed has always been monstrous. I'm more curious about the meaning of the book's title. What exactly is panoramic military literature? Sounds impressive. Isn't the most absurd thing the 108 main characters? Is it even possible to manage so many main characters? Previously, Fish Papa's most ensemble work should be demigods and semi-devils. It should be a marketing ploy or something. Old Rascal's promotion language always sounds like marketing, but later we quite often realize that Silver Blue's promotion is actually too conservative. Alright then, whether it's marketing or not, we'll know when we read. Such waiting is undoubtedly agonizing for readers, but time is fair to everyone. On the last day of January, the globally renowned Water Margin was officially published. The system-modified version of Water Margin, almost entirely unchanged in its first 2 chapters, Heavenly Spirits, Earthly Fiends. In Prophecy, 108 demon lords emerge. Lin Yuan was very curious, in such a peaceful era, whether the Water Margin, one of the 4 great classical novels, would fall like a meteor onto this equally azure planet, or just like a pebble in the water, creating only fleeting ripples? Chapter 1617, 1302. Ling Kong fires a shot. Who is Chu Kuang? As the first long-form novel written in classical vernacular, Water Margin played a crucial role in the development of Celestial Dynasty literature. Taking the most widely circulated 120 chapters as an example, the first 70 chapters of the story seamlessly introduce each hero with a smooth narrative, where each hero's appearance is naturally integrated without a deliberate introduction of time or place, while telling the story without leaving any trace of seams. Until the 70th chapter of the novel, the stone tablet in the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness receives celestial omens, and the heroes of Mount Liang rank their seats. All the previous clues converge into one line, merging into the sea, propelling the grand storyline forward. And at this moment, on Blue Star, as readers, like an endless stream, successively purchase Water Margin and begin reading, the first thought that occurs to many is, this book is very much like Journey to the West. Of course, not in terms of plot or theme similarity. It's mainly because Water Margin and Journey to the West are both narrated in classical style. However, Journey to the West initially had two versions, and readers could choose a modern version. Unlike Water Margin, which only has a classical narration version, only some obscure and awkward rare phrases have been replaced by the system in a way that everyone can understand. Reading a bit more deeply, this feeling in the readers becomes even more profound. This book and Journey to the West indeed have many inherent similarities in content and structure. For example, the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends mentioned at the beginning. The same concept was accurately mentioned by Chu Kuang in Journey to the West. Zhu Beiji's transformation is the 36 heavenly spirits, while Sun Wukong's 72 transformations belong to the earthly fiends. Reflecting the theory of the 108 demonic generals reincarnated at the start of Water Margin leads one to various associations and even reveries. Could this be understood as Chu Kuang's ambition for this book is to replicate the miracle of Journey to the West? Realizing this, many readers' reading attitudes changed from pure mental enjoyment to a serious exploration while reading. Under such exploration, the content of the story did not disappoint the readers. When Garrison Major Liu punched Town Bully Western Pass, as the story direction was revealed, it also stirred the readers' enthusiasm. Gradually, some realized the intention of old rascal Chu Kuang. The opening scene where Grand Marshal Hong releases 108 demonic celestial stars should be the greatest foreshadowing of the whole book, right? The countless demonic generals and celestial stars. Which one does Garrison Major Liu correspond to? What role will the rising through the ranks due to Kuja playing, the high-ranking Grand Marshal Gao Qiu play? These answers are yet unknown, but the plot continues in the reader's enjoyable reading, and those familiar stories from Celestial Dynasty spread the fragrance of words in this world. Ruckus at Mount Wutai, ruckus at Peach Blossom Village, burning the clay pot temple, uprooting the weeping willow. Liu Zixin travels freely and unrestrained, making people feel exuberant and thrilled. At the same time, Lin Chong is also drawn into this storyline of the rogue monk. Misleadingly enters White Tiger Hall. The title of an instructor of 800,000 imperial troops cannot withstand simple framing. And slander by a wastrel. What kind of person is the Grand Marshal? Seeing one part, we understand the whole. Seeing one leaf, we know the deep autumn. The story's rising, turning, and concluding is without a trace. The plot flows smoothly, and characters are connected and pushed forward, with the fate of each character unconsciously gripping the reader's attention. Great book. Those who realize this have been deeply immersed, becoming readers who forget to eat and sleep. And the fastest readers have already reached Lin Chong ascends Mount Liang on a snowy night. With a million-word book, although it's hard to digest everything in just a day or two, reading through it is not a problem. But the true takeoff of this book came on the second day. Online in the starry sky, a large number of readers, who have finished reading the entire text, sing praises. Old rascal Chu Kuang, once again amidst praises, became Teacher Chu Kuang. Congratulations to Teacher Chu Kuang for finally creating a work that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Journey to the West. The same classical narrative style, with equally lingering aftertaste, both are masterpieces. Teacher Chu Kuang, mighty and domineering. The book is indeed a rare good book, but those in the book who are called heroes may not truly be heroes. I think this is Chu Kuang's depiction of the brutally bloody reality of ancient society. Am I the only one who thinks the book's worldview is not correct? That depends on the angle from which you read this book. I think it's based on the reader's psychological age. Those with a younger psychological age are the happiest, seeing a chivalrous Mount Liang. Adults might perceive a dark Mount Liang, full of sinister twists. I'm already 58 years old, seeing Water Margin as a hell, where to survive. One has to become like a ghost, with no reincarnation nor liberation, forever trapped in this hell. So I am often grateful to live in the present era, but cannot forget those times. Needing Chu Kuang to remind everyone in this way, history is always the best lesson. I think it's not just a previous lesson. Even in the present, our world still bears the shadow of Water Margin, where one must become wise and strong to live better. This truth holds at any time, any place. Because in one of Chu Kuang's books, there's such a concept that I deeply agree with. Where there are people, there will be a Jianghu. This is truly a remarkable book. Seeing the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends fall in the battle against Feng La, it's inevitable to feel heartbroken. Seeing Wu Yong and Hua Rong hang themselves, tears unknowingly wet the cheeks. Seeing Emperor Huizong's tyranny, condoning corrupt officials, it's hard to hold back a sigh. Yet another classic Chu Kuang-style ending. Chapter 1618, 1302, Lin Kong's First Strike. Who is Chu Kuang? Part 2. Almost a total wipeout. Killing and arson are pardoned. The metaphor of this story is quite deep. Strangely, no one is making a fuss. Everyone seems accustomed to the old rascal's way of handling things. The old rascal has successfully pooed us readers. Indeed, even with such an ending, no one is criticizing Chu Kuang. Instead, it has prompted readers to praise him, which is truly odd. The same goes for this ending. The characters that elicit the most reflection are primarily focused on two individuals. One is Song Jiang. The other is Lu Zhishan. The former is the leader who betrayed his brothers. The latter is widely considered by readers as the most qualified person to be called a hero. The tide of the Qiantang River rises. Today I finally know who I am. This phrase is from the 119th chapter of Water Margin. It is a verse by Lu Zhishan before his meditative death at Liuhe Temple in Hangzhou. The full text is, "In this life, I did not cultivate good karma, only loved killing and arson. Suddenly, the golden cord loosens, here the jade lock breaks. Oh, the tide of the Qiantang River comes. Today I finally know who I am." At the intersection of life and death, Lu Zhishan gained a sudden enlightenment. Not sure how much the readers understood, but many couldn't help but murmur when reading this. The tide of the Qiantang River comes. Today I finally know who I am. The third day, multiple media outlets published reviews of Water Margin, and interestingly enough, they managed to avoid overlapping topics, focusing on entirely different aspects. Some discussed Song Jiang killing Yin Poxi. Some lamented Yang Ji selling his sword out of necessity. Others talked about the seven-star gathering, the story of Wu Yong cunningly acquiring the birthday gifts. Song Jiang meeting Dai Zong, the dragon diving into the sea. Li Kuei fighting Zhang Shun, recognizing through combat. Like the scene of Wu Song fighting the tiger, which naturally became a focal point for discussion. Among the numerous reviews, professors and literary experts from universities displayed their diversity of skills. Through this book, you first see a hero, but his small actions make you doubt he is a thief. Stepping back, you suddenly see an even taller thief behind him. At this point the lens zooms out, showing boundless wilderness and open sky. The book has a vulgar realism, yet also a crude artistry. It lacks pretentiousness. Clearly Chu Kuang's writing could be more glamorous. Yet through the simplest words, he can turn scabies into a bloom on the skin, turn wild grass into an exquisite plant in a botanical garden. The matters of the streets are described so simply yet vividly, with no lack of fate's intricacies, and in the most brutal places, there is no embellishment, all leading to Mount Liang. After Mount Liang, this world becomes increasingly mad. Even Li Kuei can become a judge. Until the last 2 pages, Chu Kuang finally gives the readers an outlet for expression and space for ascension. The tide of the Qiantang River comes. Today, I finally understand who I am. In the absurd face of life, killing and arson is not easy either. When Lu Zhishan achieved enlightenment, I wonder if the other 107 also understood or died knowing. After all, it's the foremost among the 4 great classical novels of the Ming Dynasty. This book is so down-to-earth that everyone can find their favorite aspects in it. Popular literature, this book achieves a certain pinnacle in both literary and popular qualities. Others took unconventional routes, analyzing the book from unusual perspectives. The most bizarre is a reviewer who conducted a population census in the world of Water Margin. The book contains more than 600 characters. It portrays 76 female figures, of which 29 are merely mentioned without detailed description, among the 47 detailed depictions, including 4 heroic figures, 18 positive characters, 22 negative figures, and 3 fairy figures. It also portrays 13 characters with magical powers and over 40 different bureaucratic figures. Among the 108 heroes, there are nearly 50 different occupational backgrounds, with 77 surnames, the least surname being the most common, with 7 people. Places of origin involving 14 present-day provinces and cities. 36 underwent lawsuits and suffered wrongful imprisonment. Characters such as Shi Jin, Lin Yuan, among 16 Mount Liang heroes announced their age upon appearance, with an average age of 28. Not knowing how to write reviews, he plays with this? But this statistical survey does prove Silver Blue Book's promotion correct. This book is indeed the most exaggerated polyphony in history. As for the prior promotion stating water margin as a panoramic military literature, this person also did a statistic. The book records 64 battles, 32 in the first 71 chapters, with the largest battles deploying 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers on each side. It details the Mount Liang army, the imperial forces, Great Liao, Tian Hu, Wang Qing, Fang La, and several other combat command units. It records 9 magical duels, 26 espionage battles. It describes over 30 types of weaponry, including blades and firearms. Mount Liang Marsh had 6 seating arrangements. Water margin not only reflects a world within realms, but also reflects an animal world closely connected with humans. Describes 44 types of animals, 11 in detailed portrayal. Among the 108 nicknames of Mount Liang heroes, 34 use 17 animal names. How long did this take to count? Is this guy a reviewer or an accountant? Amid the book's soaring popularity, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from the chairman. The other side went straight to the point. I think the plot of Water Margin is very suitable for adaptation into a TV series. The chairman's instincts are always so sharp. Lin Yuan certainly agrees. He has this intention without needing the other party to mention it. Water Margin is indeed highly suitable for TV adaptation. Chapter 1619, 1302. Lin Kong's Bombshell. Who is Chu Kuang? Part 3. What Lin Yuan doesn't know is, just as Water Margin is blowing up worldwide, certain discussions about Chu Kuang have started to change in tone. The initial buzz originated from the geek tribe. Back then, tribe's crown prince Ling Kong suddenly posted a lengthy article. Recently, after reading Water Margin, I felt some emotions stirring. Chu Kuang is as prolific as a sow, so I couldn't help but ask a friend with an insanely fast typing speed whether he could keep up with Chu Kuang's writing pace if he wrote novels. This friend laughed and said, if it's just typing, he can barely manage. But if it involves planning and other aspects, it's almost impossible unless someone had prepared the content for him to copy. So the question arises, does Chu Kuang not need to plan out his work? I think everyone has had similar doubts before. It's just that the success of those works has overshadowed many details that should have been discussed. And I know, seeing this, someone is going to flame me, saying I'm envious, jealous, and vindictive, or something like that. After all, everyone knows there is a bit of bad blood between me and Chu Kuang. This move clearly seems like an intentional smear. Hold on before you start flaming, finish reading this. As a writer, Chu Kuang's writing speed is too unreasonable. He writes books as if he doesn't need to plan, as if the content has been written by others, and he just needs to copy. That's my friend's exact words. This friend's words enlighten me. Of course, I don't suspect that Chu Kuang plagiarized these works from somewhere. In fact, my thought is even bolder. Rather than saying Chu Kuang plagiarized, I lean more toward another terrifying guess, that the so-called old rascal Chu Kuang actually doesn't exist. He is likely a virtual character created by a team. Why does he write so fast? Because he has a team behind him, and this team includes more than one outstanding writer creating. In the end, all their works are attributed to Chu Kuang. Isn't that why his writing speed can be understood to be so fast? Chu Kuang's fans will surely say, I'm talking nonsense. Then I'll ask again, if I'm talking nonsense, how do you explain why the style of Chu Kuang's novels is so different? Because he's a genius? If he's a genius, then how do you explain why, if Chu Kuang exists, he never publicly appears? For a writer, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Because Chu Kuang doesn't exist. That's why Chu Kuang doesn't show up. This is the only explanation I can think of. After all, Chu Kuang doesn't exist, so rather than creating a fake Chu Kuang, It's better to give him a mysterious persona. Hee. This inspiration should come from the real Shadow, who doesn't like showing up, right? But it's tough for Chu Kuang and Shadow, having to cooperate in acting out a non-existent character. What three brothers and all? It's all just marketing ploys. The truly existing Xian Yu and Shadow have always been covering for the virtual character of Chu Kuang, which is why no one dared to doubt like this. After all, who would want to believe that the gods-like existence of Xian Yu and Shadow would actually cooperate with a non-existent Chu Kuang to tell such a huge lie? Chu Kuang is fake. The wild speculation reaches alarming levels, and yet the one firing shots is Ling Kong, a big figure from Geek Tribe, causing a surge in reads for the blog post in a short time. Soon someone shared it on their blog. In just a short time, the industry was shaken, the whole network was shaken, the whole country was shaken. Is old rascal Chu Kuang a virtual character created by a team? This theory sounds too ridiculous. And yet, the evidence presented by Ling Kong seems to make a certain amount of sense. Chapter 1620, 1303, The Prehistoric Huge Pit. Ling Kong is the core leader of the Geek Tribe, even the former crown prince of the tribe, not some internet celebrity who needs to attract traffic with a big mouth. For such a figure to make such an unexpected public skepticism inevitably leads netizens to think in terrifying directions. This matter does not only involve Chu Kuang. It also involves Xian Yu and Shadow. You could say, if what Ling Kong says is true, then not only will Chu Kuang's monster aura be completely shattered, but Xian Yu and Shadow will also suffer significant blows. A scenario similar to characters collapsing, because Xian Yu and Shadow have always been key figures proving the real existence of Chu Kuang. These two could probably play a role in endorsing, fueling the public to form the predetermined image of Chu Kuang. But very clearly, nowadays, Chu Kuang's prominence is deeply rooted. Never mind Ling Kong. Even if the chief person in charge of the Geek Tribe comes out to question that the old rascal Chu Kuang is a character created and operated by capital, it won't instantly change netizens' opinions. The vast majority of people ridicule this kind of argument. Nonsense. Daydreaming. Might as well say Chu Kuang the old rascal is an alien, more believable. Ling Kong represents a segment of Zhong Continent's capital. Now that Zhong Continent's capital can't do anything to Chu Kuang, nor to Xian Yu, they can only set talent aside and start from the peculiarity of the old rascal himself. If Fish Papa hadn't appeared publicly for so many years, perhaps this time Fish Papa would also be questioned as a team operation creation, right? After all, according to Ling Kong's logic, how can you be so talented? Laughing to death. Let me ask one thing. Chu Kuang's books include many masterpieces and timeless classics. What kind of master-level writer would be so generous to contribute to the name of the old rascal? What's more outrageous is, according to Ling Kong, there is a group of such masters. Ha ha ha. There are only a few master-level writers in Blue Star altogether. Are they all willing to give their works to Chu Kuang to put his name on? Surely those masters can't be unaware of the value of their works, right? If the old rascal could really find a bunch of unnamed masters willing to serve him selflessly, I think this charisma would be unique in the world. Ling Kong, get lost. What a joke, trying to undermine the old rascal. Could it be that Ling Kong truly thinks the old rascal gets cursed every day because he has no fans? Ling Kong was directly blasted by netizens. Not only Chu Kuang's fans were blasting him, Xian Yu and Shadow's fans were also extremely agitated. This matter has already affected the reputations of Xian Yu and Shadow, triggering many people's sensitive nerves, so Ling Kong inevitably becomes the target of public criticism, even being compared to a street rat that everyone wants to hit. Almost terrifyingly expected. Many people only realize through this incident that the three brothers share a mutual prosperity and adversity flavor. This is the first time since the global merger that someone faced the combined pressure from the three brothers' fans. From this perspective, Ling Kong counts as the first brave figure in Blue Star. However, the price Ling Kong paid was brutal. Because of attacking Chu Kuang and indiscriminately involving Xian Yu and Shadow, the outrage and attacks he personally faced aside. The real damage was to the entire Geek Tribe. In just 3 days, the Geek Tribe's stock plummeted repeatedly, dropping to a historic low, and the shareholders' assets severely shrank. Clearly the global social platform with the most users. Yet in these 3 consecutive days, countless old users canceled their accounts and switched to blogs. Blogs and Geek Tribe have been at war for years. The turning point unexpectedly appeared because of this. Netizens used actual actions to boycott Ling Kong and Geek Tribe, expressing their support for the 3 brothers and conveniently letting the world's 2 largest social platforms determine the winner instantly. In other words, Ling Kong's attempt to expose and topple the buildup of the 3 brothers with a short essay-style revelation did not only bring no substantive blow to the 3 brothers, but instead led the entire Geek Tribe to a grand and spectacular complete destruction in a manner close to self-destruction, and conveniently annihilated the opponent. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the influence of the 3 brothers. Goodness gracious! Can't even the world's top social platform withstand the pressure? Who knows how many of this platform's users are fans of the 3 brothers? It's just that fans were resisting Geek Tribe for their idols. Things like this have happened many times, but never did a boycott produce such outrageous effects. Probably because ordinary people's fans don't have strong fighting power. As expected, Ling Kong is best at backstabbing. Shadow assassin Ling Kong. Ha, what a joke. Ling Kong is toxic, only dragging his own people down with him. A single essay, and it chilled most of the Geek Tribe. Who says Geek Tribe was their own people? When the Geek Tribe acquired the tribe, as crown prince of the tribe, Ling Kong had long suppressed a belly full of anger, just for today's revenge, laughing so hard. Esteemed treachery. Ling Kong is definitely a prehistoric pitfall. Whomever recruits him is unlucky. Ling Kong's move was sly and swift, releasing this essay without notifying anyone in advance, suddenly firing off a shot. This shot, and the sky fell. Everyone in the Geek Tribe went crazy. The son of the largest shareholder behind the Geek Tribe lost control of his fist that night and slammed it onto Ling Kong's handsome face, along with a hysterical roar. Chapter 1621, 1303, Prehistoric Giant Pit, Part 2. Are you crazy? Prince, you have to believe me. Ling Kong didn't care about the burning pain on his face. His tone was anxious yet certain. There's definitely something wrong with Chu Kuang, something big. I think the one with the biggest problem is you. Prince was the son of the largest shareholder of the Geek Tribe and Ling Kong's friend for many years. Otherwise, after the tribe's industry was acquired by Geek, Ling Kong wouldn't have been able to become the manager of the new owner. Ever since the first conflict between the tribe and Shadow broke out back then, you've been like you've come under a spell, constantly causing them trouble. Seeing how the positions of those 3 have become more and more unattainable over the years, you still won't give up. How many times have I warned you that those 3 people aren't someone we, let alone you, can mess with anymore? The times have changed, we can't beat them. Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat gracefully? Prince scolded, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Ling Kong had always been outstanding, Prince's closest childhood friend. Yet when it came to Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow, he seemed to lose his senses, exhausting Prince over the years. Why should I? To Prince's surprise, Ling Kong didn't lower his head and admit his mistake as usual after being reprimanded, but instead stared at him intensely. What's so great about them? Prince rubbed his forehead. The fact that Ling Kong could ask this question showed that he was really not thinking straight at the moment. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he should have seen through this. Were those 3 individuals his friend's mental demons? At this moment, Prince was utterly disappointed with Ling Kong. Then I'll make it clear to you today, so you don't spend the rest of your life in a daze. First, attacking Chu Kuang while simultaneously implicating Xian Yu and Shadow was your most foolish move. Who is Shadow? The creator of the Painting Soul series, Blue Star's #1 artist. Do you know how many big figures are willing to pay a terrifying price to obtain the Painting Soul series? Shadow's talent is unparalleled, and the height of the Painting Soul series is unreachable by anyone else. You know Sun Yao, right? This guy secretly caused us a lot of trouble and tarnished our reputation, leading to more and more negative perceptions of our Geek Tribe, and yet we couldn't do anything about it because of his connection with Shadow. There's a saying among the wealthy circle: if you want the Painting Soul series, ask Sun Yao for help. No one has ever gotten the Painting Soul series without going through Sun Yao. With this advantage, Sun Yaowa has been incredibly successful over the years, making incredible progress in his career. You don't understand how terrifying Shadow is. It's because you don't grasp what the Painting Soul series represents. As for Xianyu, this person is even more terrifying than Shadow. If Xianyu were willing to marry a woman worthy of his status, do you believe that every prominent family across the Zhong continent would line up for him to choose from? And once a family has a son-in-law like Xianyu, which family wouldn't exhaust all resources to help him? Our Wang family is indeed quite powerful, at least much stronger than your family. But compared to some giants chasing after Xianyu, we're not even close. After all, Shadow is elusive and never shows his face. But Xianyu is right there, looks better than a movie star, and is blessed with a talent that could surpass legends. Such a one-of-kind marvel. My dad even jokingly says he wishes I could dress up as a woman to woo him. When one's name is on the honor roll, in ancient times, people loved to choose a husband from the winners. Xianyu, in his past life, was just like that highly anticipated groom, and for anyone in Zhong Continent or Blue Star, his presence affects family reputation, honor, and even future prospects. In fact, because of Xianyu's presence, the Li family, once ostracized by Zhong Continent, has regained its former glory. Many elders have let go of their grudges. Can't you see this invisible influence? If you can't see all this, what are you fighting people for? Or do you recognize these two but underestimate the upfront challenge of Chu Kuang? What are you thinking? That is Chu Kuang we're talking about. Not to mention, his connection with Xianyu and Shadow is well known. Causing trouble for him means going against the other two. Even without his ties to those two, is Chu Kuang someone ordinary people can offend? In the countless popularity polls among the three brothers, when has Chu Kuang not topped the list? Although he never shows his face, his ability to command the entire internet surpasses even Shadow, not to mention the rumors from the Literature and Art Association about Chu Kuang being their most promising future star. In other words, Chu Kuang's potential and value are the highest among the three. Don't forget Chu Kuang is a writer, a person who makes a living with his pen. Writers have historically been able to kill with their words. Just one critical essay against Chu Kuang has thrown the entire geek tribe into chaos, and you still don't understand? Do you know what everyone is now saying about you? Do you know what your old colleagues at the tribe say about you? Your deputy manager blames your obstinacy for dragging down the entire geek tribe. Your former colleagues say you are a disaster, that the tribe was ruined because of you, and now you intend to ruin the new owner yourself. Before, I thought what they said was over the top. Now, it seems you truly are beyond saving. Let's go. Leave this place. If you stay any longer, I won't agree, the departments across the company won't agree, and the shareholders won't either. Your presence will only result in further resistance against the geek tribe. In fact, your rash attack on Chu Kuang, without consulting me, has already plunged us into irreparable disaster. If it weren't for the years of friendship between us, I wouldn't just have given you a punch today. By the end, Prince's eyes were cold. No matter how good a friendship is, it can't withstand such abuse. Prince now felt that Ling Kong was like a ticking time bomb, regretting he ever appointed him as the manager of the geek tribe. He ruined the tribe. Now he's about to ruin geek. To go too far once is already too much, let alone twice. Ling Kong really has, with his own stubbornness, buried his family and friends. Prince was certain that Ling Kong was finished after this. His father wouldn't forgive him, and no capital from the outside would risk employing him. Holding a never-ending grudge against those three was fundamentally against mainstream consciousness. You don't believe me either. Ling Kong's face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled as he managed a smile. Just wait. You'll see, Chu Kuang definitely has issues. What a load of crap, the three brothers. There's definitely a huge secret hidden among them. I'll definitely dig it up. Even if I become a stray dog, I'll fight back desperately like a cornered one, and tear off a piece of flesh. All right, Kong, I'll be waiting. Prince's emotions suddenly calmed, but his gaze towards Ling Kong carried a hint of pity and a touch of anticipation. What is Chu Kuang's secret? His persistent refusal to show his face. Perhaps there is a hidden truth behind this mystery. Since Ling Kong has already dragged the geek tribe into this, Prince doesn't want to perish on these ruins without knowing why. He wants an answer. Chapter 1622, 1304. Like a battered dog, driven to desperation. Lin Yuan hadn't visited Shadow Studio for a long time. There weren't many people here now. Luo Wei and several apprentice cartoonists were now working in their own independent studios. After all, everyone was somebody now, and even had their own assistants and apprentices. Lin Yuan occasionally liked to come here. It was quiet here. Besides him, Jinmu would also come here occasionally, and the two often met here. Today, Jinmu also came. Whenever there was something to discuss, they would meet here. It was an understanding between Jinmu and Lin Yuan. Glancing at Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa looking dazedly at his phone, Jinmu smiled. The boss is preoccupied today. Lin Yuan didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the phone. The news headline on the phone read, Lin Kong's bombshell. Who is Chu Kuang? The comments section of this news was filled with curses. There were many related news articles, with headlines resembling a drama series. Due to Blue Star's general manager Lin Kong's malicious slander of Chu Kuang, the company's stock plummeted. Blog user traffic skyrocketed, becoming the #1 social platform globally. Breaking. Lin Kong resigned as Blue Star's general manager last night. Blue Star held a press conference this morning. Lin Kong's actions were personal and unrelated to the company. We apologize to Mr. Chu Kuang for any misunderstandings. Jinmu poured Lin Yuan a cup of coffee, glancing at his phone screen casually. Have some coffee. Don't you have tea? It's good to change things up occasionally. Maybe coffee isn't as bad as you think. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, seemingly understanding Jinmu's hint. Are you saying it's time for Chu Kuang to step into the spotlight? It's about time. Lin Kong has virtually forced it. Why not fulfill him? But this truth might not be what he wants. Lin Yuan was thoughtful. Jinmu smiled as he added, actually, the outside doesn't believe you as much as it seems on the surface. People tend to instinctively choose to believe in the good. Moreover, this relates to Xianyu and Shadow. Some believe in Xianyu, some believe in Shadow. Not everyone believes in Chu Kuang. In a few more days. Then I'll arrange a press conference. Should we also reveal Shadow's identity? The shock would be too great. It needs to be digested slowly by the public. Jinmu spoke. It was time to expose Chu Kuang's identity, but Shadow's identity couldn't be exposed simultaneously. The public needed to digest the first identity first. Lin Yuan agreed, and then made a call to the chairman. The company will support any of your decisions. The chairman, who also knew about Lin Yuan's various personas, said with a smile, it's a day we have to face eventually, isn't it? That's what my family says too. In the morning, Lin Yuan talked about this with his sister, mother, and everyone at home. They all expressed their support for any decision he made, which gave him great peace of mind. Actually, Lin Kong hadn't uncovered the truth. The so-called bombshell was just a conclusion Lin Kong reached based on intuition and observing some inconsistencies. It seemed outrageous, yet had an inherent logical relation. If Chu Kuang wasn't willing to explain, no one could get the evidence to prove anything. But to Lin Yuan, this incident seemed more like a reminder that he had hidden long enough. After all, it's about hiding identity. To Lin Yuan, the existence of these personas, whether out of goodwill or malice, inevitably caused anxiety. Today it was Lin Kong. Who would question his personas tomorrow? Or like Jinmu said, even if some people didn't say it out loud, didn't they have doubts in their hearts? Overall, this situation required a response. Otherwise, there would always be a question mark over Chu Kuang. If from a perspective of coercion, Lin Kong was successful. But from a personal angle, he was destined to lose this battle. Speaking of which, the power of Lin Kong's bombshell was actually greater than he imagined, almost deafening. Am I being too excessive, using a master's work? Lin Yuan asked himself. The response came from the system. If you knew the actual benefits these works have brought to so many people, maybe you'd change this one-sided view. One-sided. The system's existence is not to help the host reach the pinnacle of life, or rather that's a natural consequence. The true purpose of the system is for cultural sharing and exchange across different times and spaces. The current crackling of the system sounded somewhat sacred. You are an ambassador of time and space. If you have brought light to Blue Star, then no one here has the right to question where the light comes from. And even if you cast a dazzling light on Blue Star, the glow of another time will not diminish because of your actions here. The system's electric voice resonated in his mind. If it doesn't harm others, What's wrong with benefiting oneself? Moreover, you are not just not harming others, nor are you merely benefiting yourself. You are also aiding the world. Maybe the host hasn't realized himself that he hasn't bargained with me for a long time. Those who are helped will thank you. In the beginning, I lacked money. Lin Yuan still remembered the feeling of being terrified of poverty, truly bearing the despair of the whole family on his shoulders. Even if given another chance, his first thought would still be to fill his belly and allow his family to live well, no matter who created these works. After all, this is an earth. That's been his long-standing belief. When in poverty, focus on yourself. Chapter 1623, 1304, Like a Battered Dog, Driven to Desperation, Part 2. When successful, one should help save the world. If he were truly great enough, he would have copied the 4 phrases of Hung Chu long ago. Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a life for the people. Inherit the lost teachings of past sages, and bring peace to the world for all ages. It's because he hasn't reached that level of magnanimity, he felt embarrassed to take action. Maybe after achieving something in a few years and feeling guilt-free, we can test the power of these 4 phrases of Hung Chu. However, the system did comfort me today. Let's just consider myself as an ambassador of Earth culture. Thinking like this. Beside him, Jin Mu suddenly answered a phone call, then furrowed his brows. What's wrong? It seems Ling Kong has taken action again, this time hiring a clinging leech. It looks like this guy won't give up until one of us is dead. Clinging leech. Lin Yuan was taken aback, then looked at his phone, and news popped up. After Ling Kong, Song Fong attacks. I heard Ling Kong was fired by the Geek tribe for offending Chu Kuang. As a neutral party with no grievances against Chu Kuang, let me say a few words. I have no ties and am not afraid to offend people. Song Fong. Self-proclaimed anti-fake guardian. In fact, he works for money, quite adept with the pen, very skilled at setting the tone, and has some followers online. Most likely, Ling Kong slipped him an envelope, otherwise this guy wouldn't lift a finger without profit. Of course, it's possible. He's just trying to gain attention, but with Ling Kong's miserable downfall, I don't believe he wouldn't recognize the situation. There must be enough benefits driving him, otherwise, with his nature, he'd never dare to provoke Chu Kuang. Jin Mu said with a frown. Evidently, this Song Fong is not someone to be messed with. This person is very adept at quibbling, turning things around until the main party is annoyed and reluctant to deal with him anymore. Then he proudly declares another victory, or unilaterally announces his victory. Let's have a look first. Lin Yuan clicked open Song Fong's essay. Yes, just like Ling Kong. Song Fong also wrote an essay. However, the difference from Ling Kong is the former filled with I think, I guess. The latter is better at facts and logic. 10 years ago, in the Han continent, a small story happened at Heaven's publishing house. People from other continents didn't know much. I just heard a friend from the Han continent mention it, found it interesting, and wanted to share it with everyone today. At that time, Heaven's publishing house was on the verge of collapse. The boss saw this and thought, how could this be? We must come up with a solution. Finally, they really came up with a solution, which was to create a so-called beautiful woman writer. The achievements of this beautiful woman writer were incredible. She wrote 8 books in a year, practically a model of hard work, and thus her reputation spread throughout the Han continent. Later, an internal conflict in the company revealed the truth. It turned out that this goddess of talent was a production line product created by Heaven's publishing house, with several quite capable writers standing behind the talented woman, 5 of whom were even rugged men. At the time, my friend cursed it as a blunder, saying why didn't these capable people write good works themselves instead of ghostwriting? Back then, I didn't understand either. Until years later, when the global merger happened, Chu Kuang became famous worldwide. It sounded so impressive, a mysterious writer who never showed his face, prolific like a sow, with a writing style that could be male, female, attack, defend, noble, or adorable, spanning all major types in the book market. Seemingly with no genre, he couldn't write. I seem to understand a bit. Perhaps this way, they can reach heights unattainable by them alone. Now I deeply suspect the team behind Chu Kuang is the same group from the Han continent back then. Team operations and creating a production line product are their specialties. Chu Kuang is just a new IP. Now this IP has achieved unprecedented success. Even if the real Chu Kuang is neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang, neither human nor ghost. The more Ling Kong gets scolded, the more it proves how despicable this so-called Chu Kuang and the team behind him really are. Everyone says Chu Kuang can conquer capital with talent. Many people don't know Chu Kuang himself is the capital. This might be another reason why the team can rally other writers to jointly operate under the pen name Chu Kuang. Perhaps my words offended Chu Kuang's fans. It's fine. Keep reading. There's more outrageous stuff later. If you want to know the truth, just keep looking. Song Fong indeed conducted an investigation, or even had someone assist him with it. In the later part of the article, Song Fong specifically analyzed Chu Kuang's works, attempting to use such comparisons to tell readers the stylistic differences in these works couldn't possibly be from the same hand. Lin Yuan nearly thought he had indeed encountered a goat. Upon closer look, this person was nothing but someone who spoke without basis. In the so-called Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, the third part, Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, surely changed authors. Compared to the first two parts, both the tone, the connotation, and the creation style of the plot show obvious differences. Such things are quite subjective. However, Song Fong's analysis, quite paradoxically, gave a rather compelling feeling of sufficient reasoning. This guy also enjoys inserting humor, sarcasm, and mockery, pretending to imitate free-spirited literati, but in reality, it's just interspersed with occasional vulgar language to ridicule Chu Kuang, to flaunt his genuine, high-minded virtue. How can a humble brow bow before the powerful, causing my joy to wane? In his final argument, Song Fong directly aligns himself with the underprivileged, portraying a stance that Chu Kuang equates to capital. Even if I, someone Song, am daring to confront this truth today, I do so without complaints or regrets. It's uncertain whether by coincidence or intent. The final quote he used was from the piece Xian Yu wrote on Mount Lu back in the day. Chapter 1624, 1304, Desperate Dog, Cornered and Dangerous, Part 3. Lin Yuan ended up laughing. This guy can guess the truth even if he just makes a wild guess. For example, he might as well say that it's impossible for the Harry Potter series and the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy to be written by the same person. There are so many similar truths. Yet this guy wants to play it tricky, saying something like there's more than one author behind the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. It's really a multiple-choice question with 4 options, 3 of which are correct, and you just had to choose the only wrong one. Can you really expect someone like that to have any standards? He's just good at online trash talk, extremely adept at twisting the facts. However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that this very article that made him laugh actually fermented in a very short time and was reposted by countless people on different platforms. This sloppy article played an unprecedented role. Where there is smoke, there might be fire. Could this be true? I wasn't too convinced at first, but now I suddenly feel like it might be true. Chu Kuang never shows his face, and neither does Shadow. Having just one such giant would be enough, but how can there be 2 at the same time? Could it really be like Ling Kong said? Is Chu Kuang imitating Shadow's persona? If there really is a team behind Chu Kuang, then does this team include Xian Yu and Shadow? The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. Isn't Chu Kuang considering showing his face now, to give the public an explanation? Old rascal, I've been a fan of yours for so many years. I hope you can step up and explain. What's a big man afraid of showing his face for? Anyone who hides is a coward. Some people were actually convinced. Of course, just a portion of netizens changed their stance. The majority still stood firm. Take a good look at what kind of person Song Fong is. I wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark he says. Forcing the old rascal to show his face? Isn't this moral coercion? Can you please explain how the old rascal is supposed to prove that he wrote these books himself? This is like mud falling into the pants. It's impossible to prove oneself. So Ling Kong and Song Fong dare to provoke so recklessly. Are there any manuscripts? It was all written on the computer, right? I wonder if the old rascal kept any manuscripts. What user manuscripts? The old rascal definitely typed it on the computer. You can't see the handwriting. This way, they could put the old rascal in a small dark room to type. If he writes, it will shut down all the doubts. If not, then we can't blame everyone for questioning him. I'm standing behind you. I'm afraid you'd struggle to even write an essay now, right? If he really writes something, won't you just say that Chu Kuang memorized the script in advance? Some questioned. Some defended. Ling Kong was making a big gamble. If he wins, he might get another chance. But if he loses, it's eternal damnation. However, to say one thing, Ling Kong wasn't just attacking randomly this time. He genuinely believed there was something wrong with Chu Kuang. It's not just Chu Kuang. Xian Yu and Shadow also have issues. Holding grudges with the three brothers, and being schooled by the three brothers over the years, Ling Kong kept studying these opponents. The more he researched, the more Ling Kong felt there was something fishy going on. There must be some secret among these three. Team, operations, strategy. All kinds of conspiracy theories appeared in Ling Kong's mind. He felt this must be a team, even capital, operating behind them. The three brothers are the key to the operations. If one of them gets famous, they can pull up the other two. Perhaps behind each of the three, there's support, helping them establish their divine status. The person who can come up with this is a genius. This kind of operation needs precise vision and powerful control, gathering the strength of many onto one, which will make this one person shine brighter than many. Goat plus goat plus goat. Such an accumulation creates a true god in the end. Why didn't I think of this before? This kind of thing has plenty of room for manipulation. Ling Kong is that kind of person, so he thought there must be someone like that behind Chu Kuang too. Take off your masks and let me see who's playing the trick. Ling Kong's eyes turned red. His whole body trembled. He wanted the whole world to see how he would personally destroy the so-called three brothers. In Xian Yu's movie Kung Fu Hustle, there is a famous line from the ultimate villain, the Beast, before the showdown with Yang Guo and the Little Dragon Maiden. I just want to beat you two to death or be beaten to death by you. Ling Kong now only wanted to beat the three brothers to death, or else be beaten to death by them. No third option. Thinking of this, Ling Kong dialed several numbers in succession. He, this stray dog, had nothing to lose today. So what if he was cornered? He wanted to hunt Chu Kuang and completely reveal the secrets of those three monsters. Chapter 1625, 1305, Global Live Writing Event. The Internet is miraculous. What's miraculous is that every kind of opinion has its supporters. Even if some viewpoints are clearly absurd, even incomprehensible. What's more miraculous is a viewpoint that everyone criticized yesterday is now being supported and even has a considerable following today when mentioned again. Yes, on the third day, several prominent bloggers online expressed their agreement with Song Fang's viewpoint. At worst, just check it out. Many said in a seemingly nonchalant tone, a clear conscience fears not the slanting shadow, right? Even some authors said, I believe in teacher Chu Kuang. It doesn't hurt to step forward and show us if his talent is genuine. Industry people can recognize it. Another author said, actually, I don't doubt teacher Chu Kuang's talent. I'm just curious about how he manages his energy so well. These are peers. Some are instigating, some are making sarcastic remarks, some are supporting, and some are just watching the drama unfold. Eventually, even the publishing industry has people talking discreetly. This Chu Kuang is practically a master of time management, writing a book a month, sometimes a book in a few days. Is there nothing in life that can slightly affect his creative state? Rumble. The public opinion spirals out of control. The voice of the skepticist grows louder day by day, even though previous doubts were treated as jokes. Gradually, a storm begins to form. Such discussions are prevalent even among students, colleagues, and friends. Do you think Chu Kuang is really a product of team operation? I think so. You're talking nonsense. This question really tests friendships. Because Chu Kuang has so many fans, it might even lead to a fallout between friends. As for Lin Yuan, the person involved, it's actually not that bad, because the only ones who can reach Chu Kuang, besides family, are Jin Mu and the chairman. As long as he stays offline, Lin Yuan naturally still goes online. However, looking at the online dynamics, it does indeed feel like dark clouds are looming over the city. Originally planning to respond directly, Lin Yuan suddenly had a new idea. Can't this matter be resolved once and for all? To be honest, Lin Yuan doesn't want to experience this overwhelming public pressure a second time. It's uncomfortable. Takes out his phone. Lin Yuan calls Jin Mu. I just saw a particularly interesting comment suggesting locking me in a small dark room to write. If I can write, I win. If not, there's a problem. You mean a global live broadcast, right? Impossible. Jean Mu sighed. Even if you could write something under the eyes of billions during a global live broadcast, they'd still claim you memorized the script beforehand. What would prove I didn't memorize it beforehand? That's too difficult. It's interesting because it's difficult, but such a thing should only happen once. I need a real once-and-for-all solution. For Chu Kuang, for Xianyu, or for Shadow. What do you want to do? Contact the Literature and Art Association. I want arbitration. Today they say Chu Kuang has a ghostwriter. Tomorrow they'll say Xianyu has one. The day after they'll say Shadow uses an art double. Lin Yuan isn't surprised by such speculation, nor does he blame the netizens. His various pseudonyms works are indeed a mix of different teachers' works from Earth. If there's a way to put an end to the doubts permanently, it might only rely on extraordinary measures. Otherwise, it's really hard to clear things up. Or, use some newly produced functional potion from the system, then perform in front of the whole world? Takes a deep breath. Lin Yuan made up his mind. That night, in the eye of the storm, Chu Kuang updates his latest blog. I have officially applied for arbitration. In 3 days, I will write live in front of the world with the Literature and Art Association as witnesses. The system says, Lin Yuan is a cultural ambassador for the planet. But Lin Yuan feels he's still a liar. Next, he's going to weave a huge lie that makes the world dance with it. So-called arbitration is a service provided by the Literature and Art Association for major art fields on Blue Star, usually dealing with some copyright issues, or some disputes where each party claims to be right. Especially for major artists, arbitration is sometimes necessary. This matter with Chu Kuang is indeed suitable for official arbitration. In fact, this matter has long drawn the close attention of the Literature and Art Association, and the official approval came 2 hours after the arbitration application. However, public response was even faster than official responses. Indeed, once Chu Kuang updated his blog, netizens across continents exploded, covering the internet like a nuclear bomb. Shock, surprise, nervousness, anticipation, suspicion. Different people harbored different emotions, and some were so excited they almost smashed their keyboards. This news was simply too crazy. Holy shit, a global live broadcast. Writing on the spot. Is Chu Kuang implying that 3 days later, he's going to write a novel in front of the world audience? Oh my god, he's really doing it. I'm stunned. Is he playing it this big? There were people who previously coaxed the old rascal to write publicly in the blog comments, but we all thought it was too far-fetched. Now it seems this old rascal is really going to do it. What can he write? What if he's out of ideas and not in the mood? Wouldn't that make things even more unclear? So, is he finally going to show his face? He's been mysterious for so many years. I've always wanted to know what the old rascal really looks like. Suddenly, it feels like Ling Kong wasn't entirely useless. At least he really flushed out the old rascal. Chu Kuang the old rascal doesn't exist. This scenario probably involves hiring a handsome guy to memorize the script in advance, and then creating a seemingly real god. Enough showboating. Daring to fool the arbitration, better beware of global banishment. The person upstairs is acting like a pure fool. Actively applying for arbitration is seen by you as fooling the arbitration. According to you, nothing is okay. How do you propose to prove it? Open up his belly to show you. Support the old rascal. I absolutely love his novels. I just knew he couldn't hide backstage forever. I've waited for this day for so many years. Going crazy, whether supporting or questioning. As Chu Kuang announced that he would live broadcast his writing under the global live broadcast, excitement and exhilaration became the main theme of every emotion, and people's hearts were almost flying to the live broadcast site 3 days later. Media, trending searches, advertising square, moments, and so on. Within less than half an hour after Chu Kuang's blog announcement, related news reports and information push notifications could be seen everywhere globally, all about Chu Kuang's live writing global broadcast in 3 days. Starlight Entertainment. Chairman Li Songhua looked at Lin Yuan worriedly. Isn't this too risky, writing a book in front of a global audience? What if you're not in the mood? Forcing it might affect the quality, right? Or do you actually have a draft in mind, and this is just a performance, with form outweighing the meaning? A global live writing. It does sound a bit daunting, but how exactly it will be written, it's hard to say. If it's just about writing a few thousand words in a few hours, then it may just be the start of a novel. The actual content of the work can't be seen much, and the exciting parts won't get the chance to be shown. Then it completely becomes formalism. It's not formalism. Lin Yuan understood what Li Songhua meant. I will ensure that the meaning of this event far exceeds the form. Actually, it could be simpler. Li Songhua still didn't understand how Lin Yuan would break the situation. At least his mortal mind couldn't figure it out. But there was nothing to fear. You are Xianyu, which in itself is already persuasive. Xianyu has always had the image of a polymath. So if Chu Kuang is also one of this fish's avatars, then it's just a matter of being more of a genius on top of already being one. In other words, Lin Yuan could simply do nothing. Just step out with his current face and say Chu Kuang is his alias, and that would be enough. Ling Kong and Song Fang's doubts would be dispelled. I feel it's not enough. Lin Yuan deeply understood the complexity of the human mind. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they will rapidly sprout. Xianyu can certainly save the day forcibly, but that relies on Xianyu's influence to forcibly suppress the skepticism. People might not mention it in the future, but it doesn't mean there will be no doubts in their hearts. These doubts can eventually become rumors, or even secrets in some people's minds, not to be revealed. Furthermore, this is Chu Kuang's problem to deal with. So Chu Kuang has to solve the problem himself. Just like when the Prince of Lanling encountered various controversies, even when Lin Yuan removed his mask, all problems could be easily resolved. But Lin Yuan still insisted on using the Prince of Lanling's identity to go to the final stage of the competition, winning the Masked Singers Championship, proving he was qualified to judge other singers. Although back then it was Prince of Lanling under attack, whereas now it's Chu Kuang facing the crisis. The situation back then mirrors the moment now. And for Lin Yuan, the live broadcast 3 days later is Chu Kuang's own unveiling ceremony. Let's just go with your plan. Li Songhua patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. Lin Yuan said, Chairman, I need you to do me a favor. Go ahead. Invite Ling Kong and Song Fang to the on-site event 3 days from now. Are you serious? I have a bit of a knack for variety shows. I know that the plot development in this way is what the public enjoys, just not sure if they're willing to attend. They will definitely come. Li Songhua took a deep breath and walked out of the room. The secretary, who had been waiting outside, quickly whispered, There are dozens of major media outlets outside wanting to interview Teacher Admirable Fish. Li Songhua's gaze turned cold gradually. No one is allowed to disturb Xianyu these days, not even if the Heavenly Father himself showed up. But some people, we can't afford to offend. If anyone's unhappy, they can come at me, Li Songhua. Do they truly think I'm a pushover? Li Songhua certainly knew why so many people sought out Xianyu. Their aim was no more than an exclusive interview, to ask some questions about Chu Kuang. Xianyu would never do such an interview, so Li Songhua had to block the masses for him. Today, it's my turn to be your wall. Li Songhua meant to create a quiet space between Lin Yuan and the outside world, allowing him to prepare for the global live broadcast in peace 3 days later. Chapter 1626, 1306. Who are you really? Li Songhua is not the only one imagining from various angles what this global livestream might look like. 2 days before the livestream, Ling Kong, who had been silent for several days, reappeared and directly gave an interview to reporters. Livestream writing? Just a performance. Reciting a script in advance, then pretending to create on the spot. I'm very familiar with this routine. Because I used to run an entertainment company, we'd have trainees participate in talent shows, bribe judges to give surprise topics, and the trainees would perform stunningly to win the crowd's cheers and awe. Isn't the script both kitsch and exciting? Besides, how long will the live stream last? 2 hours or 3? After taking time for brainstorming, how many words can actually be written? What can such a small amount of words prove? Maybe it doesn't even get into the main part of a novel, so I say it's just a show. Now I'm more and more convinced that there's a team behind Chu Kuang. He's eager to prove himself, but he thought of this dumb way of live stream performance, and anyone with a bit of thought knows how unreliable this live stream is. However, here's where Chu Kuang is cunning. He understands he can't fool truly smart people, but this self-proving performance can indeed fool fans who refuse to accept reality. Afterward, Song Fong shared Ling Kong's interview video online and joined in the verbal attack. Let me add a few details to Ling Kong's points. First, after Chu Kuang was heavily criticized by us, both Xian Yu and Shadow remained silent. It said that the three brothers shared joys and sorrows together. So what's going on this time? Chu Kuang is being criticized like this, and surely Xian Yu and Shadow haven't missed the news? They got it, but chose to stay silent because they know very well what's going on with Chu Kuang. At this point, nothing they say would be good. Also, wasn't Chu Kuang's response very slow? This is because the team found it difficult to push out a Chu Kuang. They deliberated repeatedly before deciding on someone. Took a few days, which is quite efficient. After all, they needed someone who looks presentable to the audience, speaks decently, and doesn't have a bad memory. Those who understand, understand. Ling Kong and Song Fong. The former takes charge of offline attacks. The latter guides the online narrative. They both strike simultaneously, undeterred by Chu Kuang's determination for a global livestream. After their barrage of analysis, their followers showed signs of increasing. There really are a lot of questions about this. At first, I thought these two were just barking up the wrong tree, but now it seems they might have the right target. I used to really believe in Chu Kuang, but now I find it funny. Global live streams sound so grand, but in the end, it's probably just a show. If he didn't do the live stream, I might have truly believed him. Sigh. Old rascal really disappoints me. Didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Should say them. I liked Chu Kuang, and in the end, I liked Air. It's just dogs barking around here. Alright, a new round of confrontation has begun. Recently, the supporters and skeptics have been confronting each other daily, generously using colorful language and spinning words beautifully. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent. At this time, the controversy has swept the globe. Some sensationalist media even use earth-shattering scandal to describe the current public opinion. Reporting like this before reaching a conclusion is clearly inappropriate, but Chu Kuang is gradually being pulled into the eye of the storm, obviously too busy to mind such smears. One day before the livestream, Lin Yuan leisurely worked on carving for his sister at home. A great recluse hides in the city. A minor recluse hides offline. He had previously promised his sister to carve a beautiful wooden figure based on her likeness, and today was a good day to fulfill that promise. Woodworking is a craftsman's task. After several hours of work, Lin Yuan carved out a lifelike figure of his sister, a full-body statue. However, his sister Yao Yao couldn't be bothered to marvel at Lin Yuan's skill. Brother, aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? About what might go wrong tomorrow. Something will definitely go wrong tomorrow. Huh. I'm going to die. Huh. Yao Yao looked puzzled. Lin Yuan just sighed softly. I'm talking about social death. Look up if you don't believe me. Does heaven spare anyone? In the future, when silly netizens dig through the old interactions between Chu Kuang, Xian Yu, and Shadow, there will definitely be a celebration amid an old rascal's embarrassment to the point of wanting to hide. The ultimate social death. By the way, how exactly should I explain things tomorrow? Should I just tell people worldwide that I actually have 2 phones? Saying so seems a bit weak. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Let's deal with it tomorrow. Lin Yuan couldn't help but speed up his carving pace. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan handed the wooden sculpture of Yao Yao to his sister. Here you go. Brother, you're really amazing. Can I come to the scene tomorrow? Come on, let's have the whole family there. MHM. Outside there was a tense atmosphere, but inside it was warm and homely. In the evening, with less than 12 hours left before the live stream, online, a renowned journalist suddenly released the news. I've received an invitation to attend Chu Kuang's live stream on site tomorrow. Afterward, several prestigious reporters from major media outlets around the world successively released similar messages. See you at the site tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a historic scene. It's an honor to witness this moment. I hope to meet the real Mr. Chu Kuang. Chapter 1627, 1306. Who are you really? Part 2. I'm a skeptic. Since I received an invitation, I'll be keeping my eyes wide open. A staunch supporter, Chu Kuang is a god. Tomorrow we'll witness a divine revelation. It's quite obvious. Only the top-notch journalists in the media industry can receive an invitation. And these journalists releasing the news in advance is, of course, not without a hint of showing off. Regardless of whether Chu Kuang is real or fake, they have to admit that receiving the invitation made them feel very honored, even flattered. The name Chu Kuang holds such a qualification and weight. Of course, it's not just journalists. Afterwards, notable public figures from various fields like education, literature, and even the economic circle all expressed that they received invitations. These top figures, whether busy or not, all unanimously agreed to attend and even went online to discuss it, including some who were usually seen as quite aloof by netizens. It seemed they were using this way to tell everyone, "Look, it was Chu Kuang, that old rascal, who invited me." Of course, it wasn't Chu Kuang inviting them personally, but it was indeed Lin Yuan's intention to invite people with real influence. If you're going to make an event, you have to make it a big occasion. Finally, even the top-ranked literary figure posted on social media, with a picture prominently displaying a beautifully crafted invitation. An invitation to enter the live stream site tomorrow. Very honored. The current world's #1 writer so rarely used the words very honored. He too was looking forward to tomorrow. And amidst this atmosphere, the scheduled day for the global live stream finally arrived. The official start time of the live stream was set for 9 o'clock in the morning, with representative video websites from all continents being able to watch directly, and some websites even enabled the bullet screen feature. At 8:30, everyone began to enter. The big shots from various fields surveyed the live site as they entered, and after looking around for a long while, they only saw a curtain in the front. If someone sat in front of the curtain, it would just cover a face. Someone frowned suddenly, but said nothing. Soon, the venue began to buzz. Ling Kong and Song Fong appeared. The big shots from various fields at the site almost immediately recognized these two boisterous figures who had recently sparked public discussion. Some were expressionless, some greeted with a smile, while others clearly showed a look of disdain. These two immediately started observing the venue. Upon discovering that the curtain could still cover a face, they got excited and started performing a comic duo act in front of the public. Song Fong, broadcasting the writing of a book globally and still need to cover the face. Ling Kong, is this face something that can't be shown? Song Fong, could it be that his face has some awful scars or birthmarks, and he's too self-conscious to show it? If that's the misunderstanding, then I'm really sorry. Ling Kong sneered. Someone nearby chimed in, with a tone full of disappointment. If we can't see the face, it's like coming here for nothing today. It's really meaningless. Who said he won't show his face? Jin Mu swaggered out. He was Chu Kuang's agent, but not many knew him. Still, that didn't stop him from straightening up today and putting on airs. The teacher doesn't like being stared at while writing. Would you like someone peering over your shoulder when you're writing an essay? And you are Chu Kuang's agent. So, Chu Kuang has an agent? Usually, Mr. Jin Mu represents teacher Chu Kuang in liaising with our Silver Blue books. I'm Liu Bei, chief editor of Silver Blue. The chief editor of Silver Blue, Liu Bei, stepped out to confirm. Wang Luo, who had been in the venue for some time, surrounded by many top figures but silent till now, suddenly laughed and said, "Even you at Silver Blue Books don't know Chu Kuang's true identity?" "We don't know," Liu Bei answered somewhat nervously. Facing the world's richest man, Liu Bei felt an indescribable pressure, perhaps because, over the years, he had made quite a splash thanks to Chu Kuang, but still hadn't rubbed shoulders with the highest tier of Blue Star's elite circles. However, Chu Kuang's influence is terrifying. Just announcing today's live writing session was enough to gather a bunch of prominent figures from all over Blue Star, where even walking out one person from here might mean a world-renowned leader from various sectors. He paused. Feeling an urge to speak, Liu Bei couldn't help but say, "I believe teacher Chu Kuang couldn't possibly be the result of a team operation. Not just because the company editors have had phone contact with Chu Kuang, but because throughout these years of cooperation, there hasn't been anything flashy in the process. If Chu Kuang were a team-operated figure, they wouldn't be so low-key. Clearly, they could extract more benefits from Silver Blue Books. In other words, this doesn't fit the capitalist image. The whole team behind Chu Kuang couldn't possibly scorn money like dirt, right? Who knows what kind of role you play behind Chu Kuang? After all, with a pen name like Chu Kuang doing so well, your silver blue books have always been the primary beneficiaries, Song Fong said with a sarcastic tone. After saying this, Song Fong was suddenly chilled all over, discovering it was Wang Luo looking at him faintly, with a seemingly disdainful look, and he instantly became sheepish. Song Fong felt a bit guilty. Ling Kong, however, wasn't feeling guilty. He glanced around, then sneered. Today's such an important occasion, and Teacher Admirable Fish, being such a close friend of Chu Kuang, isn't attending. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Everyone looked, indeed. Lots of big shots had come, yet Xianyu hadn't appeared. This was quite unusual. Chapter 1628, 1306. Who are you really? Part 3. Instead, Blue Star's richest man, Wang Luo, slightly raised an eyebrow and discreetly took a sharp intake of breath. The live broadcast is about to begin. I'm honored to be today's host, and Hong. A voice came from the left. The next moment, Blue Star's famous host and Hong took the stage. Although and Hong didn't know why. It said that it was Chu Kuang's agent, a man named Jin Mu, who kept recommending him to the Literature and Art Association to host this event. But to host such a special broadcast, and Hong was very excited and expectant, because he clearly knew how many people outside would pay attention to today's unique live broadcast. It can be imagined. The eyes of the world will soon be focused here. Please be seated. And Hong announced, the live broadcast officially begins. Beep. The global live signal was instantly connected. In the backstage, the staff were dumbfounded, their eyes glued to the rapidly rising online viewership graphs across major platforms, feeling an unprecedented shock. Damn, crazy. This is definitely the most watched live broadcast in history, neither having come before nor will come after. At the same time, in front of countless computers, TVs, and phones, countless eyes were watching, countless mouths were speaking, and countless people were excited. Some people had already started to imagine. Would the opening of the live broadcast be the mysterious old rascal Chu Kuang greeting the audience, kindly introducing himself? The result was disappointing. What global audiences first saw was a huge stage, with a full house below. Among these people were not a few familiar or even famous figures, but surprisingly, no one paid much attention to them today. At the live broadcast site, on the internet, everyone's focus was on the center of the stage. There was a computer table placed there, with a cup of warm tea on it, and in front of it was a simple chair, quietly occupied by a figure sitting straight, wearing a black coat. Is it Chu Kuang? The eyes in front of various screens suddenly brightened, but unfortunately, the camera didn't show the face of the person in the blue shirt. Chu Kuang. It must be him. He looks young from the back. I remember Shadow, or someone mentioned it before. The three brothers are very young. Wow, do you really believe that? At this point, anyone sitting there could be Chu Kuang. Song Fong wasn't wrong. This person must be a spokesperson, carefully chosen, probably already silently reciting what they are about to write. Why not show the face yet? Even now, still keeping it hidden? Just keep watching. The old rascal wouldn't dare to broadcast live without giving everyone an explanation. Amidst the barrage of comments, with great curiosity and anticipation, the bigwigs at the broadcast site also widened their eyes, staring at the back without blinking. Some even leaned forward, but still couldn't see the face. Is it him? Song Fong asked Ling Kong beside him, feeling his heartbeat accelerating, continuously hinting to himself, fake, 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 fake. Still useless. The influence Chu Kuang accumulated over the years was terrifying. Just seeing today's scene and arrangement, one knows how big this broadcast plays. If he makes a wrong step, there's no place for him in the online world, and perhaps his real life would also be affected. Ling Kong's blood was also boiling, his eyes fixed on the stage, his clenched fist turning pale, his nails deeply piercing into his flesh. Who exactly are you? Ling Kong had staked everything for this moment, his eyes blood red. Chapter 1629, 1307, Dream of the Red Chamber. At this moment, the one sitting on the stage is undoubtedly Lin Yuan, the legendary author Chu Kuang himself. With his back to the audience, seemingly turning his back on the world, Lin Yuan felt calmer than he had anticipated. Before this live broadcast, He had used every system potion that could benefit today's live stream, preparing more thoroughly than ever before. The host, and Hong, who also took the stage, finally spoke. This live broadcast is hosted by the Literature and Art Association. After being checked by official experts, the equipment used by Chu Kuang, including the computer, keyboard, chair, and drinking water, has shown no signs of cheating. And Hong solemnly announced, today's setting does not allow him to bring the usual ease from hosting entertainment shows. Does anyone here have any objections? No one had any objections, including Ling Kong and Song Fong. What a joke, under such public scrutiny with the world's eyes on them, more stringent than any global exam. Cheating is simply impossible. The most important thing is, the personnel from the Literature and Art Association had checked in advance, and with official certification, how could it possibly be fake? Unless Chu Kuang could truly sway official attitudes. But if he indeed had this strength, he wouldn't be in a position to need self-verification. In that case, let me introduce today's scenario to everyone. The mysterious guest on stage is Chu Kuang, and he will be creating a novel live on the spot. The content of Chu Kuang's novel will appear on the public screen. The public screen will display Chu Kuang's creative process from multiple angles, ensuring everyone can see clearly. As for the public's biggest concern about his appearance, it will happen after the novel is completed. I hope everyone can understand, as being watched while writing is already a lot of pressure. Could this man in the blue shirt really be Chu Kuang? Today's live stream, Chu Kuang truly will reveal his face. And Hong's words provided just these two pieces of useful information, enough to excite everyone both on-site and online. This included the supporters and, even more so, the opposition. Though the two sides each had their own reasons. At this time, the camera swept over Ling Kong and Song Fong, causing an uproar among the livestream audience. Many didn't expect that these two figures, considered leaders of the skepticist faction, would also be present. It seems today we really are reaching the moment of truth. On the stage, and Hong took a deep breath, turning to look at the blue-clad back figure. Mr. Chu Kuang, you may begin. As the words fell, the audience saw Chu Kuang's hand move. Tap, tap, tap. In the document on the screen, 3 words appeared. The Dream of the Red Chamber. The background of the Red Chamber story is a fictional creation. Overall, The Dream of the Red Chamber uses Chao Shuichin's own experiences, integrating characteristics of the time, infusing the lifestyle of late Ming officials, the storyline of the Qing dynasty, and the living background of the Ming dynasty, forming a blend of both Ming and Qing living environments. And at this moment, Lin Yuan chose The Dream of the Red Chamber primarily to correspond to the 2 of the 4 great classics that have already been completed. Journey to the West, Water Margin. Don't forget those 2 novels are in classical Chinese. Among contemporary writers, Chu Kuang is undoubtedly unique in being able to write novels this way, marking him as a symbolic figure in the Blue Star literary world, which can also be considered part of the evidence proving Chu Kuang is Chu Kuang. Without the slightest pause, after writing the book title, Lin Yuan continued typing, writing the first chapter of The Dream of the Red Chamber. In Zhun Shirin's visionary dream, Jia Yuzuan cherishes a longing for the fair maiden in a dusty world. When Nuwa was refining stones to mend the sky, in the vast wilderness at Wujiai, she crafted 36,501 stones, each 12 feet high and 24 feet wide. Nuwa used only 36,500 stones, leaving just a single one unused, abandoned at the foot of the Green Ridge Peak in this mountain. Who would have thought that after the stone was refined, it gained spiritual consciousness? Seeing that all the stones were used to mend the sky, while it alone was deemed unfit and left out, it began to lament and sigh day and night with shame. Lin Yuan omitted some parts where the author narrated about himself. The text began directly, by detailing the origin of the stone, which is Jia Baiyu's former incarnation. And across the countless screens, readers who had always believed in Chu Kuang didn't even need to examine the content closely to enjoy the classical novel's style, tacitly smiling. Exactly, it's just that flavor. Still the classical style, like Journey to the West. The latest work of the old rascal, Water Margin, has the same writing style. It's unmistakably the old rascal's touch. I told you, The old rascal is definitely the real deal. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It's manageable if you'd pre-memorized it. This only means Chu Kuang memorized this new book ahead of time, which should have come from that top expert in the team, as Journey to the West and Water Margin were likely masterpieces from that expert. Who knows? This book might be a collaborative effort by several authors. You sure can spin a tale even better than Helena Matuskov. Why do you die-hard fans refuse to accept reality? Hold on, let's not argue. Look at Chu Kuang's typing speed, my god. Is this even human? Typing speed? Some audience members, who hadn't paid much attention before, focused their eyes and were instantly amazed. On one huge public screen, Chu Kuang's 10 fingers, like agile water snakes, would occasionally dart out at breakneck speed. The whole process was so fast it seemed like a blur, making it impossible to clearly see which keys he was pressing. Swish, swish, swish. His fingers were truly dancing. Only the swiftly appearing text on the screen reminded everyone, in the past moments, just how many times had Chu Kuang pressed the keyboard. Some slower readers even had this feeling. Chu Kuang's writing speed had surpassed their reading speed of the texts. This truly is the real keyboard warrior. Chu Kuang the old rascal has redefined what it means to be a tentacled freak. Ha! Does this typing speed not convince you? Weren't we being sarcastic about our old rascal being a time management master before? Does this even require time management? I suspect the words the old rascal typed in 5 minutes would take you half an hour on a keyboard. Chu Kuang must really go through keyboards quickly. The keyboard on stage says it's already been hurt by the old rascal's typing. No wonder the old rascal writes so fast. This kind of single-for-decades speed, who would believe it if they didn't see it in person, makes you want to light a cigarette with the old rascal's keyboard. Do you believe it now? This is the bona fide old rascal. He writes fast because he types fast, not because he has a large team. His typing speed alone can rival an entire team. The old rascal's typing speed could apply for a Lux World Record, right? This input method can't be used by ordinary people. It's reputed to be the fastest in the world, way more outrageous than voice input. Memorized in advance. He must have memorized it in advance. Without even thinking, he just writes directly. You tell me this is improvised? Who would believe that? Typing speed is indeed fast, but memorizing in advance and thinking while writing are two completely different matters. Still being stubborn? Even if it was memorized in advance, you must admit the typing speed, right? Chu Kuang's high output is justified, isn't it? The debate continued. On the public screen, on one side, the words formed sentences smoothly, without even a typo, and on the other, Chu Kuang's peak typing speed exploded. He seemed to transform the mundane act of typing on a keyboard into art. At least the rhythm of his typing hands held a beautiful allure. It seemed as if he wasn't typing at all. Compared to typing, he looked more like playing the piano. Fast typists usually have a high error rate, often frantically hitting backspace. Yet what Chu Kuang showcased to the audience was not just speed, but also the miracle of almost no typos. At that moment, everyone was stunned with shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a live global creation showcase? How did it turn into a live Guinness World Record challenge? Compared to ordinary viewers watching the live stream, the feelings of influential figures from various fields and media reporters present were even more astonishing. Because they were close, all around them were the sounds of keyboard clacking. Clack, clack, clack. Tap, tap. Tap. La, la, la. Ding, ding, ding. This sound seemed to be in super speed mode, or had some kind of ghostly effect, something ordinary humans simply couldn't achieve. On Earth, in the international shorthand competition, a participant named Helena Matuskov created a human miracle. As per the competition rules, in 30 minutes to see who types the most, Helena Matuskov recorded a glorious achievement of 24,224 characters in the arena. Average of 807 characters per minute, with 0 mistakes. Lin Yuan now barely reaches this level, provided he uses system-provided potions, practically gaining a cheat, to achieve such close-to-human limit typing speed. Using speed to shock this venue. This was part of Lin Yuan's plan, because demonstrating typing speed is of immense necessity for Lin Yuan. There are too many brilliant novels on Earth, and if he doesn't display such monstrous typing speed, There will always be questions as to how he could match the output of a lifetime in just a few years. Now Lin Yuan has provided an explanation. Did you see my typing speed? Perhaps what I write in half an hour is enough for you to huff and puff at the computer, straining your back for 2 days and nights. This is very scientific. As for the unscientific parts, Lin Yuan plans to gradually reveal them to the public, allowing everyone to enjoy it today and solve all potential doubts once and for all now and in the future. Just like that. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. In just half an hour, Lin Yuan wrote a total of 23,000 characters, only 1,000 short of the Guinness World Record holder. Perhaps he started a bit slow? Lin Yuan feels he could write 1,000 more characters at full throttle. However, the first 20,000 characters of Dream of the Red Chamber are already enough for the audience to digest for a while. Both inside and outside, people's reading speed was already left trailing behind Lin Yuan's typing speed. This feeling is as if you are driving a supercar and a person beside you is shaking the wheels of their chair, yet they're going faster than you. So let's wait a bit for the readers. Lin Yuan stopped and took a sip of the nearby tea. Half an hour ago, the tea was still hot. Now it is just the right warmth. This detail was noticed by the audience, and they have no words to describe this scene, as Chu Kuang wrote more than 20,000 words without blinking, and yet the tea beside him was still steaming hot upon completion. Warm tea, 20,000 words. Who would like to try writing 23,000 words with a cup of tea in hand? By the time you finish writing, the tea leaves would probably spoil. Stunned silence. The live broadcast site was in a state of stunned silence. The broadcast room was in another state of stunned silence. But after this brief lull, the audience inside and outside ultimately submerged themselves into the opening of Dream of the Red Chamber. At this moment, Lin Yuan finished writing the first 3 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, using just half an hour. Hiss. Facing the budding magnificence of Red Chamber, the audience below the stage suddenly emitted several indistinct sounds and light gasps, followed by gradual changes in facial expressions. At this moment, the ripples that surged up in people's hearts, in fact, surpassed those brought by Chu Kuang's typing speed, marking another kind of shock. This is the shock brought by the literature and novel itself. It met, even exceeded the expectations people had for this live broadcast. Someone keenly noticed a few of Chu Kuang's original poems in the first chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber, one of which read, "All a piece of absurd speech, a torrent of painful tears. They all say the author is crazy. Who can understand its taste?" So that's how it is. Someone felt they glimpsed into Chu Kuang's state of mind. This poem carries a metaphor, where Chu Kuang reflects his feelings. Seemingly portraying the novel, it actually was a self-deprecating expression. For Chu Kuang, global live creation might, as the poem suggests, be both absurd and heart-wrenching. Everyone says the author is crazy, but who can truly understand him? All right then, it's safe to say there are wizards of interpretation everywhere. Yet the true shock that the first 3 chapters of this book brought to the world is, of course, not merely this alone. Chapter 1630, 1308. Are you allowed to say this? The first chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber mainly introduces the background, while the second chapter focuses on Jia Yutzuan's struggles in his official career, with the plot officially unfolding in the third chapter. Wang Shifeng makes her entrance. Jia Baoyu meets Lin Daiyu. The charm belonging to Red Chamber reveals just the tip of the iceberg. Even a brief glimpse in such haste is enough to leave one's lips and teeth fragrant, as if savoring fine wine. Take Wang Shifeng, for example. The text describes her like this. Before a word could be finished, laughter was heard from the backyard, saying, "I am late and did not greet the distant guest." Daiyu wondered. Everyone is restrained and solemn like this. Who is this person, behaving so boldly and rudely? While she was pondering, a group of maids surrounded someone entering from the rear room. This person was dressed differently from the other ladies, brilliantly, as a divine concubine. Wearing a gold-threaded hairpin with jewels, adorned with a pheasant hairpin, gold corals around her neck, a verdant sash at her waist, rose ornaments, a crimson satin jacket embroidered with golden butterflies, a colorful stone blue silk outer layer, a jade-patterned satin skirt. She had almond-shaped eyes, crescent-shaped brows, a slender figure, a commanding but subtle presence, ruby lips that seem to smile before speaking. The voice reaches before the person arrives. This is the prowess of Sir Chow. The famous image of the formidable Feng Lotzi in Red Chamber is conveyed with such exquisite flavor from the initial description. Some readers at this point can barely restrain themselves, filled with vivid imagined scenes. Stop just admiring the typing speed. You can train typing speed, but literary talent is beyond training. Look at what the old rascal wrote. Simply phenomenal. Wang Shifeng's debut feels palpable, truly intimidating. Just from describing the attire, no ordinary person could write this. How much study into ancient costumes this requires. Remarkably, Chu Kuang doesn't need any references, truly writing with just a pen stroke. Lin Yu is truly a delicate lady. She truly evokes sympathy. Such ladies, when other authors write, I only find them pretentious, quite unlikable, but what the old rascal writes can't make one dislike her. Ha! Have you noticed? People upstairs read too much Dream of the Red Chamber and are speaking in literary talk. This book is amazing, not inferior to Journey to the West. Though it's only the 3rd chapter, the classic flavor can't be hidden. When published, I'll definitely buy it. The girls in the book have such distinctive features. Curious how the other girls not yet appeared will be. Jia Baoyu is surrounded by a throng of beauties, a young man growing up amidst powder and perfume. At this time, a barrage of comments laughingly asked, is there still anyone saying the old rascal memorized in advance, not 2,300 characters? How about you try memorizing content of 10,000 characters in advance? Anyway, I've never seen anyone in reality recite over 20,000 characters at once. Those who previously argued memorizing in advance is good fell silent. Writing 23,000 characters in half an hour, memorizing in advance indeed seemed too difficult. And on site, under the stage, someone tapped Song Fong, saying, "Hey, this wave, what do you say?" Song Fong's face turned pale. Although he liked to make noise online for presence, he did manage to showcase talent, as he indeed graduated from a top university, naturally able to discern the exquisite parts of Dream of the Red Chamber. Prior to Ling Kong questioning Chu Kuang, one reason was, if streaming only showed the novel's opening, it's difficult to immediately judge the book's overall quality. Only after reading the full work can it be objectively evaluated. Facts proved. Chu Kuang indeed presented more than just an opening. It was over 2,000 characters. The content of over 2,000 characters already reveals much about Dream of the Red Chamber. The talent within it cannot be hidden. Song Fong also questioned alongside Ling Kong. This, Chu Kuang, might memorize the content beforehand and then showcase. Yet writing over 2,000 characters at once, memorizing such volume is too exaggerated. If Chu Kuang had a team, the preparation time wouldn't suffice. Moreover, where could they find someone who not only memorized over 2,000 characters in a few days, but also typed at such an outrageous speed? This person could only be Chu Kuang himself. Everything he displayed so far aligns with people's imagination of Chu Kuang. However, some remain stubborn. Online, various strange theories appeared. Why doesn't he continue? Forgot the content memorized later. A barrage swiftly responded to this absurdity. Isn't it continuing? At least let our Mr. Chu drink some tea before slapping your face with this. This is Chu Kuang's fan. They even changed the nickname from Old Rascal to Mr. Chu, showcasing their current feelings. The reality, just like this fan mentioned, Lin Yuan sipped some tea and continued typing on the keyboard. However, astonishing everyone was, Chu Kuang did not continue writing the 3rd chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber. In front of streaming audiences worldwide, he typed this line as if asking everyone, "Shall we continue?" Why not continue? Song Fong, whose psychological defenses had been somewhat breached, saw this line and seemed to glimpse a ray of hope, suddenly shouting loudly, "Chu Kuang surely is struggling to persist." Chapter 1631, 1308. Is this something one can say? _2. The previous content might really be what he had memorized in advance. Now he is clearly at the end of his rope, feeling guilty and wanting to stop, but how could we let him stop at this moment? It's like grabbing at a life-saving straw. Song Fong's voice was loud, and the audience in the live room heard it clearly, not to mention host Anong and Lin Yuan sitting in front of the computer. The camera panned to Song Fong. The bullet comments were immediately filled with curses. Of course, there were also supporters among the curses, but their number had dwindled significantly compared to before. After all, those who are stubborn are few. Even the most blindly obedient sometimes have their judgment come online. Lin Yuan said nothing further, continuing to write according to the document. Episode 4 of Dream of the Red Chamber was released, with the extravagant aristocratic life in the Red Chamber unfolding. Unfortunate women meet unfortunate men. The monk in the gourd judges the gourd case. Meanwhile, hailed by many as the classical goddess of the Red Chamber, with popularity rivaling Lin Daiyu, and crowned alongside as the top of the 12 beauties of Jinling, Xue Baochai makes her formal debut. Oh, Lin Yuan, also among the 12 beauties of Jinling, appears in this episode. The story both follows through and provides foreshadowing, with a storm-like coding speed. Lin Yuan's hands were clearly striking the keyboard, yet the feeling they conveyed was more like slapping Song Fong's face. Crackling sounds, without mercy. During the next half an hour, while Song Fong's breath trembled, Lin Yuan completed Episode 6 of Dream of the Red Chamber, and finally stopped again. It was none other than Episode 6. The famous scene of Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden was just born from his pen. And at this moment, everyone present became Granny Lu, left dumbfounded by the Chu Kuang's magnificent Grandview Garden. The director deliberately cut to an old man, who was number 1 on the literature list. This old man was currently looking at the big screen, with a solemn expression, thoughtful, and even a hint of fascination. Such a reaction was self-evident. Even though this old man hadn't uttered a word from start to finish, only silently watching every word Chu Kuang typed. Fortunately, it was the Wei continent's popular type of wall-mounted screen, long, wide, and big. Otherwise, it couldn't accommodate so many words. This was the live scene perspective. The live broadcast perspective had specially allocated a screen to provide a real-time link to the novel, allowing the audience to peruse it, thanks to Blue Star's cutting-edge technology satisfying such technical needs. Keep in mind, in just over an hour, Chu Kuang wrote more than 50,000 words. This was the result of Lin Yuan intentionally controlling the pace, slowing down somewhat to at least comply with scientific standards, right? Shall we continue? Sipping tea again, Lin Yuan typed out the same line again. This time, before Song Fong could jump up, host Anong jumped in first. Mr. Song, please follow the rules. Do not shout loudly. Do you have any further comments or suggestions? I suspect he's reciting in advance. Cold sweat had completely soaked through Song Fong's body, his face akin to expired lipstick. His mental defenses completely collapsed. Yet, he refused to admit defeat even as he shook while speaking, quivering like a sieve. The scene filled with derisive laughter. Reciting in advance. Are you saying Chu Kuang memorized 50,000 words? Why not say Chu Kuang is an alien? The latter at least seems more convincing. This guy's typing speed is absurd. Not to say he's the fastest on Blue Star, but definitely ranks in the top 3. As for the advanced recitation point, we can never falsify it. We can only let teacher Chu Kuang continue writing until you believe it, but he's already written over 50,000 words. Mr. Song, how many words do you consider enough? Song Fong shut himself up, mumbling wordlessly. Speak. A man next to him, suspected to be a diehard Chu Kuang fan, couldn't help but shout, glaring at Song Fong with fiery eyes and his voice slightly agitated. He only calmed down after being pointed at by Anong on stage. Yet, Song Fong still flinched, feeling like this guy could punch him any time. Damn it. Who arranged the seats? Made me sit next to a Chu Kuang's brainless fan? At this moment, Ling Kong suddenly stood up, seemingly speaking to himself. Is it possible? What? Anong was stunned. Ling Kong stared intently at the back on stage. If one knew Chu Kuang would one day slip up and had long since prepared for today's drama, then this so-called miracle in front is no surprise, right? Exactly. Completely possible. Given Chu Kuang's current status, having such foresight shouldn't be surprising, should it? Unwillingness. Such unwillingness. Rather than Ling Kong trying to convince others, it was more like he was trying to convince himself. Convince himself that there's something wrong with Chu Kuang. Sigh. Someone sighed. Ling Kong, at this moment, looked somewhat pathetic. The only supporter was Song Fong, who, as a lackey, disregarded order again and raised his voice, though now heavily distorted, assumptive of a shameless villain from a drama. Completely possible. At this moment, people finally realize drama indeed comes from life. Look at the vivid villain image portrayed by Song Fong. It should end. This farce. Many had this thought, and now people were most eager about two things. First, when will Chu Kuang reveal his face? Second, when will the next part of Dream of the Red Chamber be released? But to everyone's surprise, Chu Kuang started typing again. A paragraph appeared on the giant screen. Since you say I'm memorized over 50,000 words in advance, writing another 50,000 words will inevitably fail to awaken those feigning sleep. Why don't you pose a topic then, whatever genre piques your interest? Chapter 1632, 1308. Can you even say that? 3. With a thunderous boom, the entire audience was astonished. No, the whole world was astonished. Chu Kuang actually revealed his sword so openly, completely disregarding his opponent, and letting Ling Kong choose the topic. Yes, Chu Kuang has indeed done something similar before, like letting netizens choose the topic, but that was across the internet, across time, across space. Yet at this moment, right here on this high stage, Chu Kuang dared to adopt such an arrogant stance, completely giving Ling Kong the power to choose the topic, a genuinely spontaneous creation. Oh my God, this is Chu Kuang. This is the true Chu Kuang. Whether it's 1 against 9 or 1 against 10, this kind of invincible aura dominates the literature world today. Fantastic. The old rascal is too insane. He's simply a madman. Otherwise, why be called Chu Kuang? This person is so arrogant it makes your heart tremble. That's his nature. Ah, he's incredible. I'm crying. He's so cool. You haven't even seen the old rascal's face, and you already think he's cool. It's not important. No matter what the old rascal looks like, his words can make me ecstatic. Literary love? Puffed. Maybe the old rascal really has that ability, even though he hasn't written any explicit novels. Although I know the old rascal definitely didn't memorize Dream of the Red Chamber in advance, because there are too many words, he must have done some preparation, like drafting an outline, knowing what content he'll write. But with the opponent choosing the topic, he has absolutely no time to prepare, and besides, the opponent asking him to write a novel, not a poem or lyrics, the difficulty is on a different level. Can Chu Kuang really do it? The bullet screen was going crazy. The scene was even crazier. Many people stood up, staring incredulously at the back of that figure. Did this person know what they were talking about? Letting Ling Kong choose the topic? No restrictions on range. And having to respond on the spot with literature? Even people who don't write books can imagine the difficulty. Even the person who has always been silent, the current #1 writer on Blue Star, looked both shocked and bewildered at this moment. Is this the charm of old rascal Chu Kuang? Even though I don't know if he can do it, I truly admire him. This boldness has already won. If I were Ling Kong, I'd give up by now. I can actually understand Ling Kong's hesitation, but I don't support him because, inevitably, there are geniuses in the world. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be as it is today. Yeah, the world is shaped by those very geniuses. There are some existences in the world that make you wonder, are they even human? Chu Kuang and Shadow, and that fish belong to this category. Speaking of which, that fish really hasn't shown up. Perhaps not bothered, knowing their friend will definitely win. The crowd discussed. The voices reached Ling Kong's ears. No one cared about Ling Kong's reaction anymore. However, Ling Kong couldn't hear the surroundings at this moment. Staring at that back, thoughts churning in his mind. Provocation? No, it's not that. This is contempt. Complete and utter contempt. Even though hating this feeling, not wanting to admit it at all inside, but looking up at Chu Kuang at this moment, Ling Kong couldn't help associating him with a deity, looking down on everything condescendingly. Is it to end like this? To end with dignity? But at this point, dignity is something I've already lost. What is there to fear? Do you really think you can look down on me? Fine, I'll choose the topic. When host Anong finally quieted the scene, Ling Kong spoke, his gaze turning blood red. Quickly, Chu Kuang typed these two words, then after thinking, added, "I'm in a hurry to use the toilet." As soon as he said that, the place erupted in laughter. To be precise, global laughter. Teacher Chu Kuang, can you actually say that? This is a live broadcast to the entire world. Chu Kuang, old rascal. But then, people realized the other layer of condescension in his words, settling you. Ling Kong. Before using the toilet, perhaps that was the old rascal's underlining meaning? Chapter 1633, 1309. Hello everyone, I am Chu Kuang. Amidst the laughter at the scene, Ling Kong enunciated word by word. I want you to insult me. The scene froze. The livestream audience was also stunned. Everyone even questioned if they had heard wrong. Insult you? Chu Kuang asked you to present a challenge. And you want Chu Kuang to insult you? What the hell kind of challenge is this? Even Song Fong couldn't understand Ling Kong's train of thought. Could it be that Ling Kong has completely lost it? His mindset isn't even as good as his own. It was the #1 writer from Blue Star who spoke up. Ling Kong means to have teacher Chu Kuang write an article to insult him. This challenge is indeed tricky. He uses himself as bait, wanting Chu Kuang to use words as a knife, a necessity to kill without seeing blood. Exactly. Ling Kong looked up and coldly stared at the figure on stage. Aren't you literati the best at playing with words? Why don't you show me your insulting prowess? Ling Kong. It was still the first writer from Blue Star who spoke. This elder was a bit earnest at the moment. Have you ever read teacher Chu Kuang's water margin? Ling Kong said, I have read it. The elder said, then you should know that in water margin, there is a segment of Yang Ji selling a knife. This hero said his treasured knife could slice through iron like mud and cut hair with a breath, killing without blood. But there was a rascal who did not believe, provoking him in every way, and was ultimately accidentally killed by Yang Ji. Before dying, he said 2 words. Ling Kong, good knife. That rascal confirmed before dying that Yang Ji's ancestral treasured knife truly did kill without blood, since not a trace of his blood was on the blade. He bore witness with his life. I also want to witness this today. Ling Kong stared at Chu Kuang, insisting that he insults him with an article. Only then did Song Fong realize the trickiness of Ling Kong's challenge. No wonder that writer said Ling Kong used himself as bait. If Chu Kuang, with eloquent words and flowing prose, used the most splendid words to scold Ling Kong so that he's drenched in dog's blood without using a single vulgar word, then naturally Chu Kuang wins. But if Chu Kuang merely curses crudely, then Chu Kuang would not appear as high and mighty, and today's public display would not be flawless. But it's too risky. What if? What if he really can do it? No way. He definitely can't do it. With such a short time, there's simply no time to think. As Song Fong's thoughts churned, someone noticed that the words on the big screen had astonishingly updated. It was a brand new document. Inside the document, the first line, Chu Kuang typed 4 big characters. Diary of a Madman. This title induces special associations. Is Chu Kuang claiming to be a madman? Did he get the challenge and instantly have a train of thought? Amidst rising waves of shock, as the sound of Chu Kuang's keyboard continued to pour in, the scene and the screen gradually fell into a deathly silence. 1. Tonight, a very fine moonlight. I haven't seen him in over 30 years. Seeing him today, my spirit is extraordinarily refreshed. Only now do I realize the past 30-odd years were all dazed. However, I must be extremely careful. Otherwise, why would the Zhao family's dog look at me twice? I have reason to be afraid. 2. No moonlight at all today. I knew something was wrong. In the morning I carefully went out. Zhao Guiwing's gaze was strange, as if he feared me, as if he wanted to harm me. Also, 7 or 8 people whispered and discussed about me, with mouths agape, smiled a little at me. I went cold from head to toe, knowing their arrangements were all set. I'm not afraid, still walking my own path. A group of children in front also talked about me. Their gaze was the same as Zhao Guiwang's, their faces iron blue. I thought, what grudge do I have with children, yet they are like this? I couldn't help shouting, you tell me. And they ran away. I understood. Their parents taught them this. The content was very brief, yet Chu Kuang's writing inexplicably had a startling flavor. The Zhao family? Could it be referring to Ling Kong? Although there's no explicit use of Ling family, Literati are always implicit, and this kind of subtlety is considered a beauty of literature. Then who is the Zhao family's dog? People almost instinctively looked at Song Fong. Song Fong swayed, and a strong sense of dizziness surged through his brain. Ling Kong. Damn you. Being your teammate really can get one killed. No wonder the whole internet says you're a black hole. You outright asked Chu Kuang to insult you? I've never in my life heard of anyone making such a degrading request. Go ahead and curse. He insulted me too. If this article gets circulated, I'll never be able to lift my head again. The consequences even worse than doubting Chu Kuang himself. Finally managing to stand up straight, Song Fong noticed the expressions of the people around him had changed. For instance, Wang Luo, the richest man on Blue Star, had his mouth wide open. For instance, the guy who just dissed him also had eyes wide open. For instance, Ling Kong, utterly shocked. For instance, a woman in front, Song Fong even saw her hair standing on end. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Could Chu Kuang have written something else behind it? Song Fong turned his head to look at the screen and immediately took a sharp breath. 3. Thinking of it chilled me from the top down. If they can eat people, they may well eat me. Everything must be studied to understand. In ancient times, people often ate people, I still remember, but not very clearly. I turned to history without dates. Every page slantedly written with the words benevolence and morality. I couldn't sleep no matter how I lay, carefully reading until midnight. I only saw between the lines. The whole book was written with 2 characters, eat. People. I am also a person, they want to eat me. Eat people, or eat people. Chu Kuang didn't insult anyone, not a single bad word in the content, but it seems every sentence was scolding someone. Chapter 1634, 1309. Hello everyone, I am Chu Kuang _2. The sharp satire, the art of words, are played in countless ways under his pen. It makes people tremble all over. It sends chills straight to the heavenly spirit cover. Who are the ones eating people? It's the Zhao family, it's Ling Kong, it's capital, and even more so, those who follow the crowd, the Zhao family's dogs. His words seem to be soaked in blood. Every word carries a myriad of tales. It seems to speak of the present, of the past, and even of the future. His writing continues. 12. Can't think about it anymore. In a place that has been eating people for 4,000 years, I realize today that I have mixed in for many years. My elder brother is managing the household. My sister has just died. He might not secretly feed us parts of her in the food. I might have eaten a few pieces of my sister's flesh inadvertently, and now it's my turn. With a 4,000-year history of eating people, although I didn't know it back then, I understand now. It's hard to find a real person. 13. Are there any children who haven't eaten people, or are there still? Save the children. Chu Kuang's Diary of a Madman ends here, but the shock it leaves has only just begun. That #1 writer on Blue Star watched repeatedly, scrutinizingly, as if his eyes were glued to the screen, muttering something unknown. The people next to him were dumbfounded, half understanding. Understood, but not completely, yet felt there was profound meaning in every word. Gradually, they seemed to grasp it, their eyes growing brighter. In fact, such an article appearing here is entirely inappropriate, but Lin Yuan must write it, because he loved reading Mr. Lu Sun's article, because some things in essence have not changed for thousands of years, and even more because he deeply understands. Interpretation is a magical thing. The unreasonable can be rationalized by someone. As long as the keywords are right, the brainwaves naturally align, and at such times, no one will speculate the author's intent word by word, including Ling Kong. Save the children? Are you saying I harmed those trainees? See, things Lin Yuan was completely unaware of. Ling Kong himself connected the dots. After all, he had only recently spoken about how he manipulated trainees. As for eating people, there are many acts of eating people in the world. Ling Kong cannot be innocent. And would those persecuting the protagonist refer to the online crowd followers? After all, many people began various doubts about Chu Kuang and even baseless curses only under the influence of Ling Kong and Song Fong. For instance, the phrase, "it's what their parents taught them," doesn't this just refer to the followers of Song Fong and Ling Kong? Everyone feels they understand yet don't fully understand, but at this moment, Everyone thinks they have understood. It's written too well. This is asking for scolding. Such a satisfying scold. Song Fong, a dog of the Zhao family. Ling Kong seeks scolding, and in the end, Chu Kuang vents all emotions. These people represented by Ling Kong are truly devouring people. This critiques more than just capital. The cultural circle, the entertainment circle, all got scolded thoroughly. Save the children. That last sentence really brought tears. Some people really can't be allowed to pollute the children anymore. Just look at what capital has done to people now. Why was Chu Kuang forced to come forward and clarify? Because he offended capital, and capital wants to destroy him. Public opinion is harsh. A torrent of criticism. But amidst all this criticism, Chu Kuang unexpectedly typed again. This article wasn't meant for you. What's below is. Then, Chu Kuang pompously displayed the largest red bold font. Just one word. Cheap. Because it was the largest font size, this glaring red character directly occupied the entire computer screen. As if this word held considerable power. Ling Kong staggered, instinctively took a step back, nearly stumbled, almost sent off on the spot. Chu Kuang was too unpredictable, even more crazy than himself. In front of the computer, Lin Yuan laughed complacently, feeling satisfied, thinking clearly, do you deserve Diary of a Madman? Even I don't deserve it. And you want me to scold you? Isn't it just cheap? Don't you just want to see me use vulgar language, scolding in a simple and brutal way, to make me seem uncultured? Satisfy you. I am just such a person, I would want to curse when angry. Why at such a time, in front of the whole world, pretend to be graceful? However, this is after all a live broadcast in front of the world's audience. After all, it's a live broadcast organized by the Literature and Art Association. The broadcast director's face turned green. In fact, this director turned out to be Tong Shuwen, Lin Yuan's old friend. Damn Chu Kuang. How can you type such a pure swear word at this time? Too unscrupulous. Ultimately still not as refined as your good brother Xianyu. The scene immediately erupted in laughter at the appearance of this word. No one felt it was inappropriate. Although the approach was indeed quite inappropriate. Fine. In a corner backstage, an old man said angrily. The staff beside the old man immediately wore a bitter expression. President, what's the reason? The negative impact is too bad. The president of the Literature and Art Association said so. No one knew he was also here. On a day like today, he definitely had to be here. Just fine him 500 yuan. Focus on education and warning. The internet is not beyond the law. Finally, the old man said this. The staff could hardly contain laughter. The Literature and Art Association usually bans people with bad records and the like. This is the first time fining 500 yuan. Outsiders might not see it as a punishment, more like indulgence. He really has a fondness for that young man. Chapter 1635, 1309. Hello everyone. I am Chu Kuang _3. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Chu Kuang's word lowly was only visible for 2 seconds before it was pixelated. However, the audience saw what they needed to see. Damn. Ha. Awesome. Chu Kuang is too fierce. The most audacious person in the world. Swearing at you in front of the entire world. And there's nothing wrong with it. I just thought Chu Kuang was a god. Now I think he's still a person, just like us, with love and hate. The old rascal is defying heaven today. His personality is really different from Fish Papa's. Quick, quick, quick. Show your face. Didn't you say you'd reveal your face at the end? The audience hadn't forgotten the main highlight of today's live stream. Chu Kuang is going to reveal his face. Even though, without showing his face, Chu Kuang has already proven with 50,000 words beyond Dream of the Red Chamber and Diary of a Madman, that throughout the ages, there's only one Chu Kuang and no one else. But the audience was too curious. What does Chu Kuang, the old rascal, really look like? What is the true appearance of this madman who has tormented readers 1,000 times? In fact, there were also people shouting reveal live. Someone even jokingly shouted unmask. The audience was amused, and the barrage was filled with calls for unmasking. The atmosphere relaxed, and Host and Hong, who could see the barrage, couldn't help but laugh, finally daring to crack a joke. How about unmasking? Do you think this is the Masked Singer? After a pause, and Hong became serious again, turning around to face the silhouette. Mr. Chu Kuang, are you ready? Ready. This time, Chu Kuang didn't type. He spoke directly. Many people's expressions subtly changed, feeling like they'd heard this voice somewhere before. A very young voice. But for a moment, no one could recall where they had heard it. Host and Hong's expression grew serious. In fact, neither he nor the director knew Chu Kuang's true appearance, so his voice was low and resonant, filled with anticipation. Mr. Chu Kuang, please formally greet everyone. Hello, everyone. Because someone was shouting, unmask, Lin Yuan felt like he was dreaming back to the stage of The Masked Singer. Back then, he imagined countless times how he would greet the audience when he first revealed himself, but it turned into a simple phrase. I am Xian Yu. Lin Yuan had imagined today's scene many times as well. But in the end, Lin Yuan still chose the simplest manner, just like before. I am Chu Kuang. As he spoke, Lin Yuan completely faced the audience. Through the scene, through the lens, through countless gazes, that all too familiar face clearly entered everyone's view around the world, accompanied by pupils contracting to needle points. Lin Yuan felt his eardrums momentarily go deaf, and then it seemed the entire world trembled along. Neighborhoods, campuses, streets, train compartments, parks. It was coming from the ground. It was coming from Blue Star. Wherever there were people gathered, there were those watching the broadcast, instinctively stunned and screaming, making the world seem like boiling water, hot waves surging upwards. Hello everyone, I am Chu Kuang. Hello everyone, I am Xian Yu. It was as if two different timelines converged in an instant, as if two figures from two times and places gradually overlapped, finally becoming Lin Yuan, who stood on stage with a slight smile. Dazzling light. Life like a summer flower. Chapter 1636, 1310. I, Chu the Madman, laugh at Confucius with the Phoenix's song. Shock. Astonishment. Trembling. Unbelievable. Hello everyone, I am Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan, who is close to 30 yet still exudes youthful charm, stands on this stage and, with just 7 short words, makes the whole world dance. The world is boiling over. Global shock. Earth-shattering. The scene is completely out of control. Even among these people, who include great figures respected in their fields, they cannot suppress the overwhelming shock. Their hair stands on end, and their scalp tingles as if electrified. It's him. How can it be him? How is it even possible it's him? One might say a nuclear bomb would explode at that very moment, and people would believe it. Almost everyone in the world watching the broadcast is screaming madly, as if someone shocked their entire body. In front of the screen, those drinking water, puffed, sprayed it all over the screen. Those eating, their mouths are like pea shooters. No matter what people are doing or thinking at this moment. When this face, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar, stands on stage as Chu Kuang, in everyone's sight, it's like a giant stomping wildly on their chest. They stopped thinking. Their minds went blank in an instant. In this storm sweeping the globe, not a single person can remain calm. Heavens! Oh my gosh! Xian Yu, Chu Kuang. Turns out they are the same person. Am I dreaming? Can it be that Fish Papa is actually the old rascal Chu Kuang? Have I gone crazy, or has the world gone crazy? I'm sure I took my meds this morning. So this was Chu Kuang's secret. Can someone tell me why the two writers and musicians I like suddenly turned out to be the same person? How did such a huge old rascal like Chu Kuang suddenly turn into a fish? My God, Chu Kuang and Xian Yu are both Lin Yuan. You guys can't imagine what our family's expression is like right now. We're all totally freaking out. I can imagine it. Just look in the mirror. Lin Yuan, how can there be such a devil in the world? One is as gentle as jade, warm and soft-spoken, a gentleman, while the other is unruly, lazy, proud, towering in arrogance. These two so contrasting figures are actually the same person. Who the heck could have imagined this? At the scene, and Hong, standing closest to Lin Yuan, doubts whether everything in front of him is real. Clearly a professionally trained host, yet at this moment unable to manage even the most basic expressions, his mouth twitches madly. Could it really be that both unmaskings I witnessed were Lin Yuan? It just so happens. Director Tong Shuwen backstage feels the same, By coincidence, he's a witness to the revelation of both Xian Yu's and Chu Kuang's identities. Is this witnessing history? Back to the present. Under the stage, Blue Star's richest man, Wang Luo's expression is exaggerated. Not to mention the #1 ranked writer in Blue Star's contemporary world nearby. This old man takes several deep breaths before softly muttering, "Too old, time to step down." Clearly, he has foreseen an inevitable future. Also under the stage, Song Fang's expression is frozen like a stone sculpture. His whole body feels like it's plunged into an icy cave, chills spread all over him, and his limbs are completely rigid. Xian Yu is Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang is Xian Yu. When Lin Yuan turned around, there was no need for further explanation. He witnessed the most incredible event in Blue Star's art history, and yet played a clown destined to be nailed on the pillar of shame. It's over. His lips quiver, unable to utter half a word. Besides Song Fang, Ling Kong's expression is completely contorted. He seems to be smiling, yet a tear hangs from his eye corner. He guessed correctly. Chu Kuang doesn't exist. But he also guessed wrong. Chu Kuang is Xian Yu. Xian Yu is Chu Kuang. All his doubt now seems meaningless. This is nothing but Lin Yuan's self-entertainment. It was just a little game they played, and yet he had to dig to the root, only to uncover a shocking secret and incidentally dig a hole large enough to bury himself. Mentioned earlier was Yang Ji selling knives. That rogue finally discovered Yang Ji's knife, which indeed kills without shedding blood. Ling Kong thought he would have a different ending, but in the end, he still became a ghost witnessing everything. Of course, he is still alive, but some pain is worse than death. This life has declared its end. He left the scene in a daze, as if the light in his eyes had vanished. Some saw him leave, but neither stopped him nor spoke sarcastically. Pity or hate, there's always a reason. This saying doesn't fit, but it suits Ling Kong's situation. Song Fang tried to slip away, only to be tripped by an unknown sinister person stumbling out. No one stopped him either. The comment section noticed this scene and jokingly remarked, "Shame off show." Almost forgot. This is a live broadcast. Similarly, in the corner of the scene, the sister who couldn't hold back finally raised her head and shouted, "That's my brother. I'm his sister, his real sister." Having held it in for years without daring to announce, today she couldn't hold back. And so, the next moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by the crowd. Not a few young talents voluntarily introduced themselves, trying to suck up. "This is my younger sister." "Oh, which means she's Chu Kuang's sister, Xian Yu's sister." Lin Xian, experiencing this kind of situation for the first time, panicked and quickly grabbed her sister to share the attention. Indeed, Big Yao Yao, sold by her elder sister, also encountered all kinds of greetings. This is Lin Yuan's mother. Finally, Big Yao Yao couldn't bear it. She directly sold out their mom. Blue Star's richest man, Wang Luo, noticed the commotion and walked over with a full smile. "You Dynasty Group. Confusion belongs to every fish. Jiang Kuei, hurry and watch the broadcast. It's blowing up. Xia Fan. I should have realized long ago. Why am I only finding out today? I'm going crazy. Chun Jiyu. Weren't we supposed to be brothers? Turns out they're the same person. Madam Haoyun. Oh my god, I got so excited just now. I rolled off the bed. Zhao Gu. I've been practicing massage techniques lately. Today, I represent exhausted typing. I'd like to help him relax. Whether on the couch or bed. Sun Yaohua. You're acting strange. The crowd asked. You're not excited. Sun Yaohua. Actually, I just knew a little bit earlier than you, smile, but speculated a few years ago. The crowd was stunned. Geek Tribe. The prince and a group of executives were having a dinner party. When Lin Yuan spoke on the TV screen, introducing himself as Chu Kuang, the whole room fell silent. Each person's expression like they'd seen a ghost. Ling Kong's childhood friend Little Prince was instantly choked by a fishbone. Ah. His voice sounded painful, sounded surprised. The crowd only thought he was surprised, because they were more surprised. My god. Does it come in 2 and 1? 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. In the future, can we truly compete with the blog? This monster. This is abnormal. In a sense, abnormal is indeed more fitting than monster. Chairman's home. Li Lizzie jumped up. Dad, what's wrong? Chu Kuang old rascal is the master. No wait. Chu Kuang teacher is our teacher. You're not surprised? You knew already? That's not important. What's important is he will always be your master. Rich circle. Countless groups were talking. Those so-called high society people had become gossip experts at this moment. Did you watch the live broadcast? Watching now. It's him, huh? Chu Kuang is Xian Yu. This news will take me 3 years to digest. Fools are still gossiping. Smart people have already started dressing up their daughters beautifully. Just one Xian Yu made every family flock to him. Now discovering Chu Kuang and Xian Yu are the same person, that group will probably go crazy. A unique monster in the world, also normal. Shadow Legion. This is a group name, including Luo Wei. Shadow's disciples are all in the group. At this moment, the group was bustling. My worldview has been greatly impacted. Knowing Teacher Shadow is Xian Yu, and knowing Teacher Chu Kuang is actually Xian Yu too. What conclusion can you draw? Isn't it possible these three are the same person? Enough already. Can't help it, Sister Wei, it's too crazy. I really can't imagine for a moment. Envy Fish Shadow and Chu Kuang are the same person, and there are hardly any people who know this news in the world. Yet we hold the world's greatest secret. At everyone, Jin Mu appeared. The identity of Shadow cannot be exposed for now. We have to wait until Chu Kuang's buzz passes. Keep your mouth shut. Chu Kuang's situation is already crazy. If revealing Shadow is also Xian Yu's alias now, Jin Mu couldn't imagine the public's reaction. Still on site. The live broadcast wasn't over yet. After reorganizing the order of the scene, and Hong finally regained composure, although it was the result of suppressing shock. He looked at Lin Yuan, knowing but still asked, "So, Teacher Chu Kuang, what is your relationship with Xian Yu?" The scene laughed. The live broadcast room also laughed. Everyone had temporarily recovered, at least on the surface, despite the external shocks coming one after another, because not everyone was watching this live broadcast. Many people's news was delayed. Let me introduce again. Lin Yuan simply introduced himself again. My name is Lin Yuan, stage name Xian Yu, pin name Chu Kuang. Low-key is the ultimate bragging. I am Lin Yuan, stage name Xian Yu, pin name Chu Kuang. This is definitely the ultimate Versailles moment belonging to Blue Star, an epic scene ingrained in Blue Starion's memories even years later. One of them. Do you have anything to say to your fans? I mean, Teacher Chu Kuang's fans and Teacher Xian Yu's fans. Lin Yuan was silent. A moment later, Lin Yuan said, I am truly a man of Chu Kuang, singing like a phoenix, laughing at Confucius, holding a green jade staff, bidding farewell at Yellow Crane Tower. In search of immortals across the 5 mountains, never shying from the distance. Life is good visiting famous mountains. Mount Lu emerges beside the southern dipper. Curtains of cloud embroidered like brocade unfurl. Shadows fall on the bright lake with a bluish glow. In front of the golden tower, 2 peaks stretch long. Milky Way hangs upside down at 3 stone beams. Fragrant furnace waterfall looks far away. Cliffs and layers of hills rise vast and boundless. Green shadows, red dawn reflecting morning sun, birds can't reach woos. Endless sky, standing high observing grandeur between heaven and earth. The great river goes vast and never returns. Yellow clouds span 10,000 miles stirred by the wind. White waves 9 paths flow over snowy mountains. Morale high poem on Mount Lu, stirred by Mount Lu's rise. Leisurely peering into the stone mirror clears my heart, where Xie Gong walked, green moss covers. Taking elixirs early to keep worldly free, heart attuned to the 3 folds of the way initially formed. Seeing celestial beings afar within colored clouds, holding hibiscus toward jade capital. Anticipated roaming over 9 skies, wishing to connect with Lu Ao in the grand clearance. I am truly a man of Chu Kuang. Who is Confucius? He is Confucius, one of the greatest saints in history. You dare laugh at one of history's greatest saints, truly worthy of a life with the word mad in it. The unparalleled poetic talent of Xian Yu, the infinite arrogance of Chu Kuang, all within. As for Mount Lu emerging beside the southern dipper, morale high poem on Mount Lu, stirred by Mount Lu's rise. This segment surely speaks of the poetry contest that shocked mankind by Xian Yu. People tried hard to imagine. Although some sentences' meanings remain unclear, everyone remembered the first 10 characters. seemingly explaining the origin of Chu Kuang's pen name. I am truly a man of Chu Kuang, singing like a phoenix, laughing at Confucius. Chapter 1637, 1311. When falsehood becomes truth, truth becomes false. Where nothing exists, something appears, yet becomes nothing again. Starlight Entertainment. At this moment, countless people are watching the live broadcast, and even all the department heads have allowed their teams to slack off a bit. Because even the small leaders of various departments are watching the live broadcast with their computers. After all, the entire company knows how close Chu Kuang and Starlight's ace teacher Admirable Fish are. In a sense, Chu Kuang is one of Starlight Entertainment's closest allies. Another close ally of Starlight Entertainment is Shadow. Because of Xianyu, Starlight Entertainment can acquire the rights to the works of these two quite easily, which is also why the company has developed so rapidly in recent years. However, when that unmistakably familiar face appeared on the live broadcast, when that figure, whom they sometimes encounter in the company elevator, said the words, "I am Chu Kuang," in an instant, the entire Starlight exploded. Whoa, how can this be possible? So that's how it is. No wonder so many companies in the industry can't get Chu Kuang's rights, because Chu Kuang's true identity is Xianyu. He's our Mr. Lin. In other words, Chu Kuang has always been our colleague. Oh my god, I've cursed Chu Kuang before. I'm obviously the biggest fish papa brainless fan. It's not just you who cursed Chu Kuang, nor is it just you who's a fish papa brainless fan. Now the whole world is going crazy. Similarly, at Starlight, in the composition department, Yang Zhongming's door was banged loudly. The next moment, Zheng Jing burst in, completely in a stuttering and cracking voice state. Xianyu hhhs. Chu Kuang. Yang Zhongming's expression was peculiar. The computer screen prominently displayed the globally watched broadcast. Xianyu is Chu Kuang. He is actually Chu Kuang. He's Chu Kuang. Zheng Jing was incoherent. Yang Zhongming still watched the broadcast, but did not lose his composure like Zheng Jing, maintaining a calm demeanor as if Mount Tai were collapsing in front without changing expression. Of course, if there weren't a few strands of green tea leaves on the screen, OL Yang's demeanor might have been even more impressive. Never thought he was Chu Kuang. His previous books devastated me. Zheng Jing's feelings were mixed. The image of obedient little fish in her memory was already tottering. Yang Zhongming said indifferently, "Literature as an art sometimes emphasizes a beauty of imperfection. Precisely because of those tragedies, the meaning of words is maximized." Zheng Jing stared blankly at OL Yang. Both enjoyed reading Chu Kuang's novels. When Sherlock Holmes was killed off, the two teamed up to vehemently criticize Chu Kuang. Yang Zhongming even plainly stated that if he met Chu Kuang, he would definitely show him a thing or two. And now, this. But that's not what you said back then. Did I? Don't say nonsense in front of Xianyu. Yang Zhongming unmovedly wiped the tea leaves off the computer screen. In my view, whether Xianyu or Chu Kuang, they are both quite remarkable. Zheng Jing noticed the detail and suddenly understood everything. Someone had clearly just transformed into a pea shooter, as called by netizens, and now was pretending to have a grip on wisdom. Not daring to admit he cursed Chu Kuang. What kind of man is this? The Writer's Circle, the global Writer's Circle. Facing this earth-shattering live broadcast, not a single writer could remain calm. It left countless people astounded. Chu Kuang Xianyu? Does this mean writing is his side gig? Living in the same era as such a monster? Is this our fortune or misfortune? Those writers who have competed against Chu Kuang were even more about to go mad. Not in vain. I lost, but not unjustly. This is simply a cheat. So young, and with two personas. Honestly, although I don't like Chu Kuang's arrogance, fair is fair. Xianyu's music is my spiritual nourishment, and Xianyu's character has earned my deep admiration. What kind of situation is this? In the music circle, the response here surpassed even that of the Writer's Circle. King of singing, queen of songs, maestro, and countless music producers were hysterically shouting. Are you kidding? Chu Kuang and Xianyu are actually the same. Person's alias. Simply not human. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Can you believe it? Today shouldn't be April Fool's Day, right? He's aiming to dominate both the literary and music worlds. No wonder Xian Yu wasn't seen throughout the broadcast. Turns out he was always there, just sitting and writing novels. I don't like Xian Yu. I've been thrashed by him on the season charts more than once. But I love Chu Kuang's novels so much. How did these two suddenly become the same person? Heavens, this is too crazy. What terrifying existence is Lin Yuan? This is entirely Lin Yuan's moment of glory. This is Lin Yuan's brightest moment since his debut 10 years ago. Tong Shuwen, after all, who directed the unveiling of Xian Yu's identity, despite being shocked a million times in his heart, did not forget his duties. As Lin Yuan finished reciting the poem, the stage's large screen quickly displayed the complete content of this poem, making it easier for the audience to understand. What's the name of this poem? At the end of the live broadcast, looking back at the large screen, and Hong, who hosted the unveiling of Xian Yu's identity years ago, aptly spoke. Lin Yuan said, "A poem on Mount Lu." This poem is Li Bai's late work. The full name is A Poem to Royal Inspector Lu Shuzhou on Mount Lu, but Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't be blockhead to carry over even the name. Chapter 1638, 1311. When falsehood becomes truth, truth is also false. Where nothing exists, something arises and returns to nothing _2. Mount Lu? And Hong savors the connection between Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. Perhaps it's been hidden in countless details for a long time. And this globally shocking live broadcast ends here. At the moment when the whole audience is chanting Lin Yuan, he bows and exits. If it doesn't end now, once everyone comes to their senses, the global broadcast will turn into a social death scene. Bathroom emergency. Need to go to the restroom first. Even though the live broadcast is over, Lin Yuan has already bowed and left the stage. The impact of this broadcast is far from over. In fact, after the broadcast ends, the storm truly sweeps across the internet and even the world. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu being the same person, no novel ever dares to write such. Blogs, Geek Tribe, search engines, countless people's social circles. All are buzzing with hot searches about this broadcast. Ha 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 ha. Why is no one talking about double chef ecstasy today? Because both chefs are the same damn person. I've been mentally split by Lin Yuan. I've always loved Xian Yu. Always hated Chu Kuang. Wait, the one who split is Lin Yuan himself. He dares to use 2 accounts to chat with himself. Goodness. Only today did I realize, all the songs I like are created by Lin Yuan, and the novels I love are also written by Lin Yuan. Is my taste all controlled by one person? Just imagine, as many people who once angrily declared an irreconcilable hatred with Chu Kuang the old rascal, as many declared to the world that they are lifelong fans of Xian Yu. But when these people found out Chu Kuang and Xian Yu turned out to be the same person, they couldn't believe it. The balance between love and hate is stretched to the extreme, tilting left and right. Also, how should Xian Yu and Chu Kuang be addressed in the future? Chu Kuang's fans always call him Old Rascal Chu Kuang. Xian Yu's fans always call him Fish Papa. So the standard answer should be, Old Papa? Foo foo foo. After all, it's more fitting to directly call him Lin Yuan. Damn it. I've been abused by Chu Kuang countless times and swore never to read his books again. But I'm a crazed fan of Xian Yu. Buddies tell me, how should one handle such a situation? I'll give you a poem. When fake becomes real, real turns fake. Where there's none, there's some, since he already taught you how to cope. Huh. Someone astutely realized this is exactly the original poem from Chu Kuang's Just Live Creatively written first chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber. Looking back now, the words evidently carry profound meaning. Alright, facing Lin Yuan's unparalleled talent, what else can be said but total admiration? Well, what's meant to come will come. Once the dazed netizens regain their senses, they simultaneously launch massive grave-digging archaeology, uncovering all interactions between Xian Yu and Chu Kuang over these years. Come quickly to see this. What does it mean to blatantly show off? What does it mean to self-promote? What does it mean to be mentally split? Chu Kuang praises Xian Yu's singing as amazing. Xian Yu crazily likes Chu Kuang's novels. This one is even more absurd. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu have even interpreted each other's works. Ha ha ha, you guys are so bad. I love it. So many treasures have been unearthed. Lin Yuan is truly a treasure boy. A pity he doesn't act. For so many years he's performed a one-man double act. He's essentially a drama king supreme. Say no more. Keep digging for treasures. Uft. You should check out Xianyu and Chu Kuang's blog comment sections. Netizens flock to check. Upon seeing, everyone bursts into laughter because the comment sections of Xianyu and Chu Kuang are awash in the same type of teasing. I really envy people with two phones. This is the revelry after the shock. Unearthing all the stealth interactions between Xianyu and Chu Kuang over the years has become the internet's biggest pleasure. Whose fault is it but Lin Yuan's misleading all these years? No doubt, it's misleading. Look at Chu Kuang and Xianyu's past interactions, clearly pretending to be two separate people, deliberately guiding everyone into misunderstanding. Someone is digging into history. Someone else is flogging a deceased horse. Ling Kong and Song Fong have been insulted too. Smithereens. Ling Kong is going to be recorded in history at this rate. Chu Kuang's word, cheap, is absolutely remarkable. Haha. Song Fong was played to death by Ling Kong. Originally, Song Fong would just be cursed by netizens to quit the internet for safety, and it would be over. As people eventually forget such past events, he might even have had a chance for a comeback. But due to Ling Kong's topic, Chu Kuang wrote a diary of a madman that straight up labeled Song Fong as a dog. The Zhao family's dog. That piece is truly remarkable. Gave me scalp-tingling chills. Definitely something that can be passed down. Song Fong also counts as infamous now. Leaving a name is certain, but it's in the way of everlasting infamy. In the end, Ling Kong actually won. Chu Kuang in some sense wasn't real. It was always Xianyu, or to say Lin Yuan's solo act. Clearly won, yet seems to have lost everything. Just now, I was playing a game and accidentally gave away a few heads. Then my teammates scolded me as Ling Kong. Uft. Has Ling Kong become a cuss word? Ling Kong has already become synonymous with a pit-filling idiot. Anyone associated with him is also pit-filled. On another note, broadcast ends. Tong Shuwen and In Hong astonishingly corner Lin Yuan in the restroom. Tong Shuwen chuckles bitterly. Lin Yuan, how many more secrets are you hiding from us? It's awkward now to call him Xianyu. Calling him Chu Kuang is not. Straightforward. Calling him by his real name Lin Yuan fits best. Not many left. Lin Yuan coughs. And Hong wipes the sweat from his forehead. What does not many left mean? You're making me feel nervous. Chapter 1639, 1311. When falsehood is taken as truth, truth becomes false. Where there is nothing, there is something, and where there is something, there is nothing. Part 3. And Hong completely understood. No wonder they specifically named me as the host. Turns out it's because I hosted Xianyu's identity reveal. I've got experience. But such experience really tests a host's on-the-spot skills. I almost got scared to the point of peeing myself. If I just stood clueless on stage like many average people just now, how awkward would that be? After finally shaking off these two, Lin Yuan's phone started vibrating wildly, flooded with countless messages. Nearly everyone he was acquainted with sent friendly greetings. Zheng Jing. Chu Kuang, you old rascal, finally found you. Lu Shang. No wonder last time when I asked you about Chu Kuang, you kept mum. Now I see why. Jiang Kuei. I didn't know you were Chu Kuang and shouldn't criticize the old rascal in front of you. Luo Wei. How did Master become the old rascal? Feng Shuo. Master, you've made big news. Could I get an autograph later? I have the complete Sherlock Holmes series here. Shuelyong. Master, you are unparalleled. Li Lizzie. Thanks to Master, I've become the little princess of the socialite circle. Hee hee. Even several goddesses who seemed unattainable have invited me to parties today, wanting to get closer. Yang Zhoming. Abigail, so it was you. Sun Yaohua. Just now, many people reached out to collaborate on new projects. Can I borrow my junior's name for this? I'll report back the specifics to him later. All the major profits from these projects will go to my junior. Zhao Gu. Heart. Cupid. Madam Haoyun. Sorry, Representative. My niece says you're a big liar. Unless you give her another signed copy of Journey to the West. Chun Jiu. Representative, I admire you so much. Lil Gudung. Representative, the whole world is searching for you now. My phone is so busy it's out of battery. I'm messaging you with it connected to a charger. Why didn't you tell me earlier? so I could be prepared, resentful, aggrieved. Finally, old friends Xia Fan and Jian even started a group video call. Lin Yuan picked up and found both were extremely excited. "You beast!" Jian practically shouted. "Are you even human?" Xia Fan's voice trembled. "This matter wasn't even known to us. You're terrifying. Why didn't I realize earlier? Wasn't it me who reminded you when Chu Kuang debuted as a supernova?" Lin Yuan wiped his sweat. Friends and family had gone mad. What if the outside world knew about Shadow's situation? What kind of impact would it have? No way. Shadow absolutely cannot be exposed anytime soon. Thinking this, Lin Yuan felt inexplicably guilty. Chu Kuang's reveal was a thunderbolt. Shadow might not be far behind. After all, the image of the three brothers has always been tied together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan opened his phone, wanting to say something to the public. However, upon opening his blog, he couldn't load the page after scrolling for quite a while. Instead, a pop-up from the system appeared. "Sorry, due to Lin Yuan's discussion exceeding the limit and causing server overload, the user base has reached its maximum threshold, leading to page malfunction. Our staff is working hard to fix it. Please be patient. Discussion is too high. The internet is paralyzed." After that, not just the blog, even the 8 major social platforms of Blue Star experienced noticeable lag and even network paralysis. Who knows how many went crazy over Lin Yuan's live reveal. Chapter 1640, 1312, Shadow's Identity Crisis. Blue Star has 5 great epic embarrassing moments, all created by one person, Lin Yuan. It was only later that people realized this man's epic embarrassing moments were too many, leading to fierce competition among different events. However, no matter how fierce the competition is, the Chu Kuang reveals himself incident is always one of the top 2 undisputed classic scenes of Blue Star's 5 epic embarrassing moments. The difference is, other embarrassing moments make you want to dig 3 rooms and 1 living room with your toes, right then and there. But the embarrassment of Chu Kuang revealing himself is felt later, with a strong after effect that makes you want to dig a standalone villa with your toes. It's only when people dig up the past and enumerate and review the brothers' interaction history between Chu Kuang and Xian Yu that spans decades that they can appreciate the wondrous state of someone's social death. In fact, the reason the internet crashed after Chu Kuang's revelation was because the fervor of the netizens to dig up the past was too high. Luckily, the internet outage didn't last long. About 10 minutes later, all major social software basically restored stability. Yet the excitement and craziness of the netizens at this moment were not diminished in the slightest by the recent network failure. For example, in Xian Yu's blog comment section, people no longer just laughed at him for having 2 phones. Numerous screenshots of the interactions between Chu Kuang and Xian Yu over the years have been posted. Countless teases. "I didn't expect Fish Papa and Chu Kuang to be close enough to share the same pair of pants." Back then, there was an online couplet activity, and a matching line was clearly intended for Chu Kuang to answer, but Xian Yu rushed to answer it. At the time, we didn't think much of it. In retrospect, maybe someone accidentally logged into the wrong account. Is today the apocalypse for the CP fans? As a Chu Kuang and Xian Yu CP fan, I'm withdrawing. Right now. Self-top, self-bottom? Back when Chu Kuang killed off Sherlock Holmes, it was said that Xian Yu stepped in, forcing the old rascal to change the plot. Now knowing the truth, my tears are falling. I used to keep saying that if the old rascal could be half as gentle as Fish Papa, that would be great. Sob, 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 sob. Dual entity? Oh no, am I beyond saving? Even if Lin Yuan admits that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are both him, I still instinctively separate the two. You're not alone. I'm begging for the blog's 2 accounts not to merge, so that fans of novels can turn left to Chu Kuang, and fans of music can turn right to Xian Yu. Others have left and right guardians. Lin Yuan has left Chu Kuang and right Xian Yu. Meanwhile, in Chu Kuang's comment section, the hot comments here have also changed subtly, with the most liked comment boldly proclaiming, "Are you the legendary master of time management? How do you allocate your time, please? What kind of time management allows you to write books and songs without missing a beat? Give me back the gentle Fish Papa. Oh no, Fish Papa is already impure. Tell everyone a secret. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang sleep on the same bed every day. I'll tell everyone another secret. Chu Kuang steals Xian Yu's toothbrush every day. So funny. Silly netizens really know how to play. Is there a possibility that Fish Papa has a dual personality, with Chu Kuang the old rascal representing his dark side, and Teacher Admirable Fish his bright side? Haha, your comments did remind me. Suddenly it seems completely possible. As soon as the theory of dual personality emerged, a large number of netizens found it plausible. Even more absurd, this theory spread quickly on the internet, and more people found it plausible. Otherwise, why would the contrast between Chu Kuang and Xian Yu be so stark? Some renowned psychologists even joined in the hype to explain. Dual personality specifically refers to a person having two relatively distinct and separate personalities, with the original/primary personality, the patient without subdivided personality, as the main personality, while the split/derived personality serves as a subpersonality in a type of mental disorder. A normal person can possess two kinds of thinking modes at the same time, with these modes operating and making decisions independently, without interference or influence from the other thinking mode. In other words, Lin Yuan might really have a dual personality. At that time, Lin Yuan returned home, went online, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If this theory of dual personality is circulating, then if Shadow reveals himself in the future, will people say I have multiple personalities? Impossible. We've always been one person. But there's no need to specially explain this kind of thing. Chu Kuang has already revealed himself, so just let the netizens slowly digest it. If the dual personality theory is something everyone can widely accept, there's no problem. Speaking of which, what truly left Lin Yuan speechless was not the mention of dual personality, but the netizens digging up old posts and tagging him. Speaking honestly, the interactions between Chu Kuang and Xian Yu throughout the years are something Lin Yuan himself doesn't dare to revisit. But now netizens are forcing him to look back, making someone's face slightly flushed. Social death may be late, but it arrives in the end. Luckily, this is in his own bedroom, where no one sees Lin Yuan's toes tightly clutching the bed sheets, causing them to be all wrinkled. Oh, Poirot saw it. But Poirot isn't human. He just giggles silently. The dog has become a spirit. And in this storm that swept the internet, while Chu Kuang and Xian Yu were indeed impacted the most, when people finally came to their senses, they didn't forget about their fellow celebrity Shadow either. Or perhaps it was destined. South Xian Yu, North Chu Kuang, Shadow in the center. Now South and North are united. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu turn out to be the same person. Everyone naturally wonders, as the contemporary painting god of Blue Star, did Shadow know this secret all along? Of course they knew. The whole world knows how good the relationships among the three brothers are. In the past, not only Xian Yu and Chu Kuang interacted online, but Shadow would also occasionally join in. Who would believe that Shadow didn't know? You should know that this painting god once gave an interview, personally admitting to frequently interacting with those two in private. Suddenly, Shadow's blog comment section also exploded, instantly becoming almost as hot as Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. Accomplice. We can't let Shadow muddle through. I didn't expect you to help Lin Yuan cover up. Oh my, the good three bros have now turned into just two brothers. It's one thing for Xian Yu to chat with himself using two accounts. But how did you chat with two accounts when you knew they were both him, acting like Chu Kuang and Xian Yu were two different people? Wait a minute. Didn't someone say Xian Yu had a dual personality? Is it possible that Shadow regarded the two personalities as two people? After all, two personalities can independently exist, each considered as a separate individual. Wow, that's terrifying when you think about it. Think carefully. Could it be that Chu Kuang hiding his identity was learned from Shadow? No way. There's a fundamental logic issue here. Shadow debuted later than Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang played the mysterious card first, then Shadow followed suit. If anyone was learning, it was Shadow learning from Chu Kuang. So who is Shadow? Don't forget, Shadow's debut work is the comic Prince of Tennis, and the original author is the old rascal Chu Kuang. At this moment, countless people on the internet turned into Conan, Poirot, and Sherlock Holmes. In the midst of unraveling deductions, an even more terrifying speculation inevitably surfaced in the minds of countless people, even causing this revelry to momentarily pause. Could it be? Shadow is also Lin Yuan. Shadow, aren't all people supposed to have shadows? This is a terrifying speculation, its implications even surpassing Chu Kuang's revelation. Xian Yu and the old rascal Chu Kuang being the same person is shocking, but it's nowhere near as shocking as Shadow, another of the three brothers, being the same person. However, this speculation is too far-fetched. Ultimately, only a small portion of people believe in the slightest possibility. The majority are rapidly self-explaining, not believing this at all. Relax, it's not possible. How could Shadow also be Lin Yuan's alias? Isn't it already ridiculous enough that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are the same person? Exactly. Shadow is Shadow, definitely not Lin Yuan's third alias. Such speculation doesn't give the Shadow God proper respect. The realm of the painting god is not something just anyone can reach. But it's true that Shadow has been covering for Lin Yuan. So devious. That's true brotherhood, collaborating in an act for so many years for Lin Yuan. Xian Yu means rather than longing for fish, why not go and net it? Chu Kuang's means I am the madman of Chu, singing the phoenix song and laughing at Confucius. If Shadow is also Lin Yuan's alias, there should be some poetic basis for Shadow, considering Lin Yuan is a cultured person. You can't just forcefully claim Shadow is Lin Yuan's shadow, right? I don't find it forced. Lin in pinyin is Lin. Shadow in pinyin is Ing. Shadow is just after Lin in tone. Could it just be a coincidence? Ing. Feels kind of strange. The bond among the three brothers is too deep. If they were one person, everything would make sense. Are you guys overthinking this? Ha. They're just unnerved by the news of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang being the same person. The phonetic connection is a bit too forceful. Alright then. It's either the east wind prevails over the west wind or vice versa. Yet the two perspectives begin to subtly tug at each other. At home, upon noticing the online trend, Lin Yuan's eyebrows immediately shot up. Lin Yuan always knew that netizens would become suspicious of Shadow. It was bound to happen, but they had no evidence. Though only the staunchest minority of netizens suspect Shadow's identity, they're digging furiously, and who knows what incredible clues might surface if they keep digging. There's no such thing as an absolutely seamless lie in the world. Lin Yuan understood this truth. There must be some flaws in the previous hints. As Sherlock Holmes' famous deduction says, after eliminating all impossible factors, no matter how unbelievable the remaining answer is, it must be the truth. No way. Absolutely no way. The buzz around Chu Kuang hasn't even died down yet. How can Shadow's identity be exposed so easily? Although exposure is only a matter of time, it's too early now. I have to find a way to divert the netizens' attention first. With this in mind, Lin Yuan prepared to take action. Chapter 1641, 1313. How can others sleep soundly beside my bed? How to take action. Lin Yuan was a bit troubled. Now someone has already started suspecting Shadow. As the person involved, shouldn't Shadow clear up the suspicion at this point to make sense? However, there's no problem with this suspicion at all. What would Shadow say if he denies it now and gets exposed later? Keep in mind, throughout the years Lin Yuan has misled the public with various personas, but it has just been misleading. There is still a difference between misleading and downright denying, and Lin Yuan has a strong principle in this regard. He's essentially a child who doesn't like lying. As expected, it's better to continue misleading this way. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yuan gradually came up with an idea. He opened his blog, logged into Shadow's account directly, then tagged Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, and posted this update. It's hilarious. I knew this day would come. This sentence neither confirmed nor denied Shadow's identity, but it's highly misleading, as if the Shadow already knew the truth and was teasing Lin Yuan about being exposed. Meanwhile, the whole internet was focused on the Chu Kuang exposure incident. Shadow was naturally deeply involved in this nationwide celebratory discussion. In this situation, Shadow posting an update like this instantly drew worldwide attention. Just as expected. I told you, Shadow God already knew the truth. And you're laughing. Don't act so innocent. Lin Yuan must feel awkward in front of Shadow, right? Shadow, brother is so amazing. I really envy someone with two accounts. Ha 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 ha. It seems Shadow indeed couldn't be someone's third persona. It was never possible. Anyone daring enough to propose this idea must be bold. It's unimaginable that Shadow could also be a persona of Lin Yuan. Let me remind you, unless someone admits it themselves, you wouldn't believe it, and couldn't imagine Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are the same person. Now everyone's acting wise in hindsight, and when you look back, you can spot many details. Actually, Lin Yuan also likes to leave details. Didn't he recite a poem on Mount Lu, at the end of his live stream? I am Chu Kuang was one of the details, and another detail dates back to an early poem of his. Are you referring to inscribe on the West Forest Wall? Exactly, there's a classic line in it. You cannot see the true face of Mount Lu just because you're in the midst of it. Damn, what a line. You cannot see the true face of Mount Lu. Lin Yuan had been closely monitoring the direction of the comments. When he saw that people were no longer caught up with Shadow's identity, he finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, a hint of worry remained on Lin Yuan's face as he exhaled. Actually, this was a useful blunder. Although it temporarily eases the risk of Shadow being exposed, if he really gets exposed in the future, the downfall will be even more dramatic. Oh well, I, Lin, am ready to face death with equanimity. As they say, practice makes perfect. It's simply a matter of going through something experienced before again. When the time comes, just shut down the computer, unplug the cable, lie on the bed, and give up completely. Lying flat, you'll hear no one's voice, and you won't have to work either. Isn't that a good way to go? The impact of Chu Kuang's exposure was wild, affecting multiple cultural sectors on Blue Star, so much so that until that night, trending topics on major social platforms hadn't ceased. By the following morning, while everyone was still fervently discussing the Chu Kuang exposure, they suddenly noticed that several top-ranking pages couldn't be displayed. Immediately, the entire internet was in discussion. Why can't we suddenly open several ranking lists? Did the Literature and Art Association's system crash? I still wanted to see if Chu Kuang and Xian Yu's rankings would change. There will definitely be changes. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are the same person. If nothing else, the writer's ranking will definitely change. Indeed, the biggest problem with Chu Kuang is the lack of literary quality, but Xian Yu completely makes up for that. Why don't you say that Xian Yu only wrote poetry, not novels, and Chu Kuang makes up for his only shortcoming? Wow, you're really stirring things up here. Not only the writer's list, but other rankings will surely be affected as well. Don't forget an important criterion for rankings is influence. What concept do you think it is when Chu Kuang and Xian Yu's influence combines into one? The rankings becoming inaccessible might definitely have something to do with this incident. See for yourselves, the rankings that can't be accessed basically all involve Chu Kuang or Xian Yu. Oh, that's actually true. Just as netizens expected, this incident indeed involved Lin Yuan's two personas, because soon the Literature and Art Association issued a global announcement. Due to some rankings involving a certain special individual, the situation is quite unique, with massive data involved, and we did not have previous experience in handling such cases, so the rankings will not be displayed temporarily. Relevant departments are holding emergency meetings to discuss this ranking change, anticipated to be progressively restored by tonight. Please keep an eye out. That's quite reserved. Look at the way they phrased it. Calling it a certain special individual, really? Who doesn't already know what's going on? Might as well just announce Lin Yuan's ID. Card number. As for the situation being unique, that's easier to understand. Because in every major sector on Blue Star, everyone has only one identity on this ranking. Yet here comes an anomaly like Lin Yuan, who manages to have two personas, and both of their rankings are insanely high. Chapter 1642, 1313. How can others sleep soundly beside my bed? _2. The most ridiculous part is, the number of leaderboards these two pseudonyms are involved in is far more than just two. In an instant, the internet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. This time, Xian Yu and Chu Kuang have directly discombobulated the Literature and Art Association. The Literature and Art Association is dumbfounded on the spot. Lin Yuan has provided the staff of the Literature and Art Association with work experience that will be completely useless in the future. Completely useless work experience. Is that even possible? After all, Future generations of the Literature and Art Association won't encounter a situation where one person has two pseudonyms that both climb multiple different top leaderboards. Lin the man. Sorry, all those positions on the leaderboards are just my side accounts. Xianyu is the main account. Chu Kuang is the main account. There's no need for you to argue about these things. The main account is Lin Yuan, and Chu Kuang and Xianyu are just small pseudonyms. You call Xianyu and Chu Kuang small pseudonyms? Yeah, someone used two small pseudonyms to wipe out several world-class leaderboards of the Literature and Art Association. In the discussion, as the day gradually turned to night. However, the Literature and Art Association's leaderboard hadn't updated even as it approached midnight, making netizens anxious. Does it take this long? Didn't they say it would update in the evening? Did the Literature and Art Association ditch us? I just want to know Lin Yuan's latest ranking. Come to think of it, his pseudonyms should be merging this time, right? So, does that mean the leaderboard will use his real name? It definitely should use the real name. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Aren't they all the same person? Many people still have different feelings for the old rascal and fish papa, even though everyone knows they are the same person. Look quickly. The Literature and Art Association has issued a notice. The leaderboard will start updating gradually at midnight. Immediately, Xianyu's fans, Chu Kuang's fans, big influencers, or small figures from various fields. Countless netizens globally were glued to their computers or phones. The entire internet was anticipating, and the leaderboard was refreshed countless times by countless people. Finally, midnight arrived. The Blue Star dance chart was the first to be updated. Lin Yuan had previously ranked second on the dance chart under the name Xianyu. On the newly updated chart, Xianyu disappeared, replaced by Lin Yuan's real name. However, Lin Yuan's ranking was still second. Isn't this still second place? Did netizens wait this long, just for nothing? Of course not. Because although Lin Yuan was still ranked second on the dance chart, both he and the one ranked first were in red name status. In other words, Lin Yuan could surpass the first rank on the dance chart at any time, becoming the undisputed Blue Star Dancing King. Immediately afterwards, the second Blue Star top chart was updated. This time it was the Blue Star music chart. Similarly, the familiar Xianyu disappeared. Lin Yuan's real name appeared on the chart. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was still ranked second on the music chart. Again, a similar situation, Xianyu and the one ranked first on the Blue Star music chart both entered red name status. However, before everyone could begin a widespread discussion, the literature chart also received a major update. Chu Kuang and Xianyu, who had been ranked within the top 10, both disappeared. Lin Yuan, using his real name, climbed to the second position on the literature chart, entering red name status with the one ranked first. Damn, this is crazy. At this moment, the entire internet exploded. Worldwide shock. The whole world is in disbelief. Some people straight up swore. The three top lists actually updated to such a quirky result? The identities of Xianyu and Chu Kuang are merged, and Lin Yuan himself has risen to second place in every list, yet they're all tied with the first place in red names. What the heck? What is this? It's one thing for the music list pulling Qin Jun into the finals, but the literature list has pulled the top into final mode, and even the dance list has pulled the top together in red names. Has Lin Yuan been cursed as the perennial runner-up that has backfired? The perennial runner-up is still okay? Doesn't believe anyone can escape the fate of heaven? Lin Yuan. Look, King Fei, this is the ultimate form of the perennial runner-up. However, this is not an ordinary second place. This is second place entering a red name state with the top spot, and the red name means both have entered the finals. In other words, the first and second positions could reverse at any time. Can't say about anything else. The dance list has no pressure. Lin Yuan can take first place anytime. Doesn't even need to do much. After all, those dances he created before are going to have official competitions this year. He can directly win lying down. The music list here is a bit troublesome. Lin Yuan should face off against Qin Jun, who is currently in first place. Qin Jun used to have a nickname Qin Wang. Because his ancestral home is Qin continent, he moved to Zhong continent with his family as a child, but music from the land of music flows in his veins. However, now Xian Yu, more precisely Lin Yuan, is the real Qin Wang. But that will have to wait until Lin Yuan defeats Qin Zhen to say. These two face off, it's definitely going to be like Mars hitting Blue Star. Duel. If these two face off directly, just thinking about it makes the blood boil. Although there is a top 10 on the music list, Qin Zhen, Lin Yuan, Yang Zhongming, and Luo Su, these four people are seemingly not on the same level as other musicians of Blue Star. Yes, Luo Su and Father Yang. It feels like they can compete with Xian Yu, even Qin Zhen. Other people don't seem to have the qualifications to face off. The literature list here is simpler than the music list. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang merging. I feel like directly taking first place on the literature list is no problem, but Literature and Art Association didn't make such an arrangement. It feels like there's a hint of stirring trouble no matter how you look at it. You've spoken to my heart. Look at those lists, the strong smell of gunpowder. Let the first and second place go red together. Literature and Art Association is fanning the flames. In a sense, being red name means being equal. Xian Yu actually is already number one, but it's a tie with someone. The situation of two tigers fighting each other is almost obvious. When two tigers fight, one must get hurt. Literature and Art Association is instigating first and second place to fight. Dance list is like this. Music list too. Literature list still like this. Someone wants to see an earth-shattering battle. Lin Yuan has been set up. The traces of setting up are too heavy. The netizens' comments may not be very intelligent, but their basic understanding ability is there. Lin Yuan is second on all three lists, all red names. Literature and Art Association seems to be using this way to tell him, as long as you defeat them once head-on, you can ascend to the throne. Even the netizens understood the intention behind Literature and Art Association's arrangement. Lin Yuan obviously understood it too, but he's not dissatisfied. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang merging to directly climb to the top? Literature and Art Association wouldn't calculate influence so simply. After all, influence is just influence, not the decisive factor of the list. Now that I'm red-named with the top of the three big lists, it's inevitable that Literature and Art Association wants me to have a final confrontation with the top. This battle cannot be dodged or avoided. The three at the top are the ones who hold the power within the three major art fields of Blue Star, the majestic talents admired globally. Threatened by Lin Yuan, who is watching them intently, can they not have some thoughts? Beside my couch, how can others be allowed to snore? Luckily, Lin Yuan thinks the same, because right at this moment, the system refreshed a task. Host's influence has been cumulatively upgraded. If Host can officially defeat these three and achieve top of the three lists respectively, reward is 20 years of lifespan. Another lifespan task. Lin Yuan has been waiting urgently for the past few years, since his physical issues haven't been resolved. If this lifespan task doesn't come, he can only live until 40. The reward for completing the previous lifespan task was to live until 40. Luckily, the new lifespan task has finally refreshed. This lifespan task's reward is great. If successfully completed, Lin Yuan can live to 60, can linger for many years. You've finally come. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be thankful. The system responded. The system will publish new lifespan tasks in the future, but Host needs to continuously consolidate influence to trigger them. Alright, isn't it just a duel? I'll fight them. Other tasks can wait. But every single lifespan task, Lin Yuan is determined to complete no matter what. He doesn't want to die young. Chapter 1643, 1314. Plan to reach the pinnacle of the literary world. Of course, there are more than these three lists involving Lin Yuan. After these three lists were updated one after another. The Blue Star film chart involving Xian Yu was also updated. For the first time, Lin Yuan's real name broke into the top 20 of the Blue Star film chart. Although it's just the 20th place, it's still a huge improvement compared to before. Below the ranking, netizens expressed their sentiments. Obviously, being in the top 20 globally on the film chart is already very impressive, but when it's Lin Yuan, it still feels like just meh. No way around it. His ranks on other art lists are simply terrifying. Compared to those, being 20th seems like it's nothing special. I have a feeling he'll move up even more in the future. Top 10. Be more daring. Why can't it be top 3? Even bolder. Why can't he reach the top? He's already aiming for first on 3 other lists. Being first isn't easy. Even when Chu Kuang was revealed and Xian Yu merged, none of Lin Yuan's charts topped immediately. So looking at it this way, Shadow is still very impressive. Though only on one painting chart, it's directly at the top. Shadow is now recognized as the god of painting. At home, Lin Yuan, who had already accepted a new longevity task, smiled when he saw he broke into the top 20 of the film chart. Don't just see I'm only at 20th now. Shadow is also on the Blue Star film chart. Though the rank is only within the top 100, it somewhat has presence. After all, this identity directed so many animated films, even with some animated movies as a backup. When Shadow is revealed in the future, the 3 personas successfully merged. It will surely push the film chart even higher. Of course, before Shadow is revealed, I definitely need to produce a few more movies. This way, the film chart rank will rise even faster. That movie should come out too. Speaking to himself, Lin Yuan called OL Zhou. As soon as OL Zhou received the call, he became excited. You finally remembered me. You've kept the Chu Kuang identity from me so much. Lin Yuan's smile carried a hint of cunning, and he deliberately asked in a surprised tone. You didn't know? How would I know? OL Zhou felt puzzled. He wasn't a detective. Lin Yuan muttered softly. I thought the chairman would tell you. After all, you're a company veteran. The chairman already knew? OL Zhou's tone immediately changed. He didn't tell me. I know nothing. Lin Yuan feigned innocence, successfully deflecting blame. And sure enough, OL Zhou was unhappy. He didn't tell me because he's afraid I'll leak it out? Thinks too little of me, OL Zhou. Cough. Lin Yuan skillfully changed the subject. I have 2 movie scripts. At the mention of business, OL Zhou stopped complaining. What movie? I'll prepare immediately. If you have a new movie ready, the box office will definitely explode. Filming 2 at once won't be a problem. All right, Lin Yuan said. I'll send you the scripts. Once the film preparations are complete, we'll start shooting officially. After finishing, Lin Yuan directly sent the 2 movie scripts to OL Zhou. The first script is The Wandering Earth, a novel Chu Kuang has already written. The movie is adapted from the original work. The second script is The Legend of 1900. This script involves the pit of the lyrics from Nocturne, playing Chopin's Nocturne 4. Now's the time to give Blue Star fans an explanation, using The Legend of 1900 to fill the pit. As planned earlier, the protagonist's name will be Chopin. The male lead Lin Yuan also predetermined, directly using his childhood friend Jianyi. These 2 films should allow for a further rise in my future film ranking, especially the latter. Don't forget Lin Yuan still has several pieces from the Nocturne series yet to release. Though the piano music that will appear in the films won't just be the remaining Nocturne pieces, many other piano compositions Lin Yuan thinks are great will be showcased in the movies. After hanging up with OL Zhou, Lin Yuan directly posted a status via Chu Kuang's account. My new book, Dream of the Red Chamber, will be released at the end of the month. After posting the status, Lin Yuan thought for a bit, and then posted an identical status using Xian Yu's account. And instantly, the comment sections of both accounts became lively. Dream of the Red Chamber, finally going to be released. After watching the content from the first few chapters on stream, I've already been captivated by this book. Releasing the news about Dream of the Red Chamber on both accounts. Someone's totally unveiling now, huh? Hilarious. For some reason, seeing Fish Papa post this status still feels strangely mismatched. I have a feeling this book will become Lin Yuan's new representative work. The chapters already released are of explosive quality. In terms of writing level, it's reached the standard of classics. Is he aiming for first in the literature chart? Can Yin Lao block it? If he can't block it, Lin Yuan will reach the top of the Blue Star literature chart. Yin Lao, full name Yin Shi, currently holding the first position on the Blue Star literature chart. He was also invited to participate in the global reveal of Chu Kuang's identity and acknowledged Lin Yuan's strength in the stream. And now, Lin Yuan publicly releasing the news of Dream of the Red Chamber almost equates to declaring war on him. On the other side, Inshur seemed well prepared. Shortly after Lin Yuan announced his new book, he forwarded the status. My new book, Parchment, will be released at the end of the month as well. It's my honor to release it at the same time as Mr. Lin Yuan's Red Chamber. As the #1 in the literature chart, Yin sure knows clearly. With the quality of Dream of the Red Chamber, he essentially stands no chance this time. Because during the live stream, he saw the content of the first few chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber and has a rough idea of what the final product of this book will look like. This is truly the foundation of a classic, a top-quality piece likely to be remembered forever. Even just a glimpse of its iceberg tip is enough to astonish. Yet regarding the contest for the top spot in the Blue Star literature chart, Yin sure doesn't want to give up without a fight and wants to face off with him once, witnessing the rise of the new king of the literary world. Lin Yuan responded with a fist salute gesture. This is a gesture of respect towards the current leader of the Blue Star literary circle. Because the opponent doesn't know that, in this battle, his real opponent isn't Lin Yuan, but Mr. Chao Shuichin. After replying to the message, taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan started writing Dream of the Red Chamber. There's actually an unavoidable problem in writing it. That is, the current version of Dream of the Red Chamber consists of 120 chapters. It's said the first 80 chapters were created by Chao Shuichin, and a different author took over afterwards, so the quality of the latter chapters isn't as strong as the beginning. But the Dream of the Red Chamber Lin Yuan received was provided by the system. The full text totals 120 chapters, yet the latter parts differ slightly from Earth's version. According to the system, the quality of the first 80 chapters is completely fine. As for the later plot, it was continued by a writer named Luoyang. It seems the works provided by the system are all like this. If there's no ending, it'll provide one. If the ending was bad, it'll provide a better one. Anyway, Lin Yuan feels that the version of Dream of the Red Chamber provided by the system is indeed continued very well, as if Chao Shuichin himself wrote it all. I wonder if the release of this book will spark a readology trend in Blue Star. Anyway, the content from the first few chapters has already been written out in the live stream. Lin Yuan just needs to complete the remaining content. It's only several 100,000 words. It can definitely be finished by the end of the month. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll use this book to officially reach the top of the Blue Star literary world. Chapter 1644, 1315, another platinum album. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan would write tens of thousands of words of every night. As for the daytime, Lin Yuan needed to record an album with Zhao Yingge, because Lin Yuan had promised to produce an album for each member of the Yu dynasty. Last month, he made an album for Xia Fan, easily topping the season chart in January. This month, it's Zhao Yingge's turn, and the goal is the season chart's top spot as well. Xia Fan's album theme was Youth, while Zhao Yingge's album theme is If. This theme was decided by Zhao Yingge herself. Around this theme, Lin Yuan quickly came up with 3 songs. The first one, If at That Time. This is a song by Su Song, which can be a male-female duet, and Lin Yuan agreed to sing the chorus part. Zhao Yingge sings the main part, and Lin Yuan asked her to use the Huangmei opera singing style, since Blue Star also has Huangmei opera, which originally came from Qin continent. Thus, this song not only fits the theme, but also serves as a promotion of local culture. The second song, If You Also Heard. This is one of Zhang Huimei's hit songs, though many people don't know that the composer is Jay Chou. In fact, many songs that Jay Chou composed for others became very popular. Many people only realized years later that many of the songs they loved were actually written by Jay Chou. The third song is the title track, called If Only Nothing. The meaning is that there's no cure for regret in this world. Although the original singer J.J. Lin is a male singer and the pitch is quite high, Lin Yuan believes that Zhao Yingge can handle it, as she always considers high notes to be her strongest weapon. Indeed, that is true. The recording of these 3 songs went very smoothly. However, the recording of the 4th song was somewhat challenging, because the 4th song is called Sigh, a new song found by Lin Yuan in the system library, originally sung by Isabel Huang. This song, like Itch, has a bit of a borderline feel. Zhao Yingge had no issues singing it, but Lin Yuan found it a bit tricky, because the lyrics go like this. A vague whisper, engulfing Wushan, dreamlike and illusory floating on the clouds, entangled in the clouds and rain seeking fleeting pleasure, falling into the mire on the shore of dreams. Isn't it too bold to openly mention things like clouds and rain, wushan in the lyrics? Who's being underestimated here? Alright, this song was not what Lin Yuan wanted to bring out. At all. It was really because Zhao Yinggu insisted on a song with this vibe. Lin Yuan couldn't argue with her and had to include it. After all, this is a tailor-made personal album, and it should of course be based on the singer's wishes and style. Sure enough, Zhao Yinggu was thrilled to no end when she saw this song. Especially every time she sang, "Desire fills the flesh, escaping at the edge of dreams." She was in a very high state. She seems to love these less serious songs. The most important thing is that this song requires Lin Yuan to duet with her. In comparison, the rest of the songs are more normal in style. Chi language, Chu language, English. With 3 more left, mainly to showcase the singer's comprehensive ability, Lin Yuan first pulled out a song, Little Little. One of Joey Young's signature songs. Lyrics by Fong Wenshan, music by Jay Cho. It's worth mentioning that Jay Cho himself is actually very fond of Little Little, and has often expressed his regret for giving it to Joey Young, really hoping to keep it for his own album. Then Lin Yuan brought out Girl Waving a Wing. After Xia Fan's album was released, fans all said that there should be an inspirational song on the album. Now Lin Yuan has added it. And this song is not only inspirational, but should also have no problem in terms of popularity. As for the last song, after much thought, Lin Yuan finally chose a song that could highlight Zhao Yinggu's high note advantage, left hand, pointing to the moon, because Zhao Yinggu really likes to reach for those high notes. In the past, when participating in The Masked Singer, Lin Yuan, once as Prince of Lanling, complained about this on the show. The current Zhao Yinggu has improved rapidly and is no longer the hot-headed girl who only knew to showcase her vocal range by belting out high notes. In this case, Lin Yuan could certainly indulge her interest in hitting high notes once. Like the album of Xia Fan. This album was released on February 22nd, once again hastily launched without much promotion. New albums not getting much promotion before release. There's no second person in the whole Blue Star entertainment industry daring to play like this. But who made the producer of Zhao Yinggu's album Lin Yuan? No way. Lin Yuan is too popular. Especially after Chu Kuang was exposed. The explosive popularity of Lin Yuan is unimaginable. Some even say that the future of Blue Star will never have a star reach Lin Yuan's level, even though his main job is behind the scenes. Therefore, an album with Lin Yuan's name doesn't need any additional promotion at all. Lin Yuan just used the accounts of Xianyu and Chu Kuang to forward the announcement to the public, and the heat immediately exploded. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was, the song that first blew up on the album was actually Psy. To be honest, if the songs on this album were ranked by quality, Psy is actually relatively average. If it weren't for Zhao Yinggu's strong request, Lin Yuan wouldn't even want to include it, always feeling that the strong musical nodes make it inexplicably cheesy and enthusiastic. Yet this song was the first to blow up when the album was released. Forget, all forget, sway with my rhythm, sway, sway again, sway. The faint glimmer just like others, all illusions all the same, all vanity kindred illusions, desire fills the flesh, escaping at the edge of dreams. Chapter 1645, 1315, another platinum album, Part 2. Could it be that the main verse of this song is particularly catchy? No, it's not. The quick viral spread of this song is mainly due to 3 reasons. Firstly, because Lin Yuan joined in the singing, and secondly, because the song's lyrics and singing style are incredibly enchanting. Thirdly, because Zhao Yinggu posted a status on her blog. There's a song in this album called Psy. It's personally one of the songs I enjoyed recording the most. Let me share a small secret with you all. Actually, this song wasn't supposed to be on this album, but I insisted on it so much that you almost didn't get to hear it. Doghead emoji. Perhaps this status is the main reason. Hence, the hottest liked comment in the song's comment section is, "Looks like normal love duets can no longer satisfy Zhao Yinggu. Let go of that man, let me." Wow, Zhao Yinggu's feelings are clear to everyone. Humph. Rival, draw your sword. Haha, our fish papa is just playing along. This song reminds me of Zhao Yinggu's previous Itch, equally charming and beguiling, swirling with worldly emotions and desires, like the poisoned apple Eve bit into, full of allure. She's a little sprite playing through life, constantly teasing your imagination. You want to reach out and grab it, yet it's always just out of reach, making your heart itch. So seductive. Ah, Fish Papa's gone dirty. Zhao Ji's voice mixed with alcohol. Are you sure these lyrics aren't you two having a romantic chat? This song gives me the feeling that Zhao Gu is madly teasing Fish Papa. Haha. When it comes to music, everyone still likes to call him Fish Papa. This is Fish Papa's song. What's it got to do with Lin Yuan? After this song, everyone's attention returned to the theme of the album. 3 songs related to If. And among the 3 If series songs, the segment in If at that time, featuring classic Huangmei opera, was the first to conquer the audience's minds. The pouring red rain stirred up memories. How could it sink down? Your beautiful eyes are as they were back then, circulating in my heart. At the ferry, the last meeting sprinkled with a full stop. If meeting you was like the first time, there's no need to feel sad about parting. No wonder someone said that Su Song's talent for writing lyrics is no less than Fong Wenshan's. Regarding the Chinese-style lyrics, Su Song truly deserves to be called top-notch. In fact, several of Su Song's works, including Thousand Times, have been selected for student textbooks. This is the same treatment as Fong Wenshan. The song, Young China Says, composed by him and sung by Zhang Jie, even made it into the junior high school music textbook. The opera singing was such a pleasant surprise. This is Huangmei opera from somewhere in the Qin continent. When Zhao Gu gets serious, she's truly impressive. The magic of this song lies in the use of a famous line from Fish Papa's work Milan lyrics created on Mount Lu. If life were but a first sight, why should autumn wind mourn the painted fan? You noticed that? I can basically recite all of Fish Papa's poems. I'm too familiar with such famous lines. At first, everyone said Fish Papa wrote great lyrics. After Mount Lu, people knew why. Every piece of classical poetry can be a classic, so of course writing pop song lyrics comes naturally to Fish Papa. The second If series song is also good. Are you talking about the next song, If You Also Heard? And sadly, no If. Indeed. Performed by Zhang Huimei, with music composed by Jay Cho, If You Also Heard is also a pop classic. That melody is full of the charm of Jay Chou's love songs. As for J.J. Lin's Sadly, No If, it goes without saying, the fame of this song even surpasses Zhang Huimei's. Fish Papa truly is a master of melody. In the Blue Star music scene, no one can outmatch him in terms of melody, I mean pop songs. Wow, so cautious. Fish Papa is ranked second in the music charts, yet you can't boldly say invincible. Well, he's not first yet, so let's keep it low-key. Suddenly I realize, for those who love music, just listening to Fish Papa's songs allows you to experience all music styles. From pop songs to symphonies. Indeed, listening to Fish Papa is enough. Staying silent when you shouldn't, being weak when you should be brave. How many heartbreaks must one go through to write such lyrics? Fish Papa. Haha. A tricky perspective, but Fish Papa is that unattainable man. Zhao Gu is pretty and sings well, but can only duet sigh with a certain someone and fantasize about it. But fantasizing is still okay. Zhao Gu is such a persistent admirer. Those who know, know. Ever since Zhao Gu participated in Fish Walking With You, and her secret crush on Xian Yu was revealed, she no longer hides it. It's in the open now. Previously, only people within the Yu dynasty joked about it, but now the whole world knows. There are also songs in the album that aren't in Mandarin. For those who aren't into gossip and purely love music, there's no shortage of huge surprises. For example, there's a Chu language song in the album called Stay By My Side. It's a duet between a male and female singer. Lin Yuan handles the male vocals, Zhao Gu the female vocals. This is the highest-selling download single in Neon's Guinness World Records. Aoyama Thelma's breakthrough hit. This song made her an overnight sensation in Asia, bringing her unprecedented success. Faced with this song, Chu continent's fans almost went crazy instantly. Though fans from other continents weren't as crazy as Chu continent fans, they were equally in love with this song. This song is incredible. I thought Xia fans My All was classic enough, but I didn't expect another Chu language song of explosive quality to appear here. Chapter 1646, 1315, Another Platinum Album, Part 3. Xianyu really is an existence that makes the maestros of Chu continent feel hopeless. Who exactly is the real Chu person? Why is Fish Papa so proficient at writing songs in the Chu language? So Fish Papa is a god. I can't understand a word, but it doesn't affect my love for this song at all. I was just looping Psy, and now, all I can say is goodbye. I've already found a new love. It's making my legs shake uncontrollably. For me, as a Chu person, this song in the album is the best. Of course, it received rave reviews. This song, the highest-selling single in Neon, had countless fans worldwide back in the day. To say that the Chu language is a favorite of Chu people, then the Chi language is a favorite of Chi people. The Chi language song in this album is called Thousands of Songs. On Earth, even those unfamiliar with Cantonese songs wouldn't be unfamiliar with Thousands of Songs. However, many people don't know that the melody of this song actually comes from the Japanese singer Kondo Masahiko's Song of Sunset. Well, during a period in the Xiangjiang music scene, Japanese songs actually occupied half of the market. Yet this did not prevent Thousands of Songs from becoming a classic, with its popularity far surpassing the original Japanese version. As soon as the melody plays, I know it's my type. Akihabara's Blue Never Ages, Half a Life song has already become a classic. Smiling at the red dust of the evening, the moon sets west embroidering pouches, truly classic. This song really has so much flavor. The climax is the most touching, even if there are thousands of songs to come. Zhao Yinggu sang the emotions of parting with such passion, yet did not lose the tenderness of a young girl who says she can only sing soft tunes. Fish Papa's Chi songs have never missed, not just in Chi language. I suggest you listen to the next song. Is the next one in English? People's attention turned to the English song. The English song in this album is called Try Everything. It's a song from the animated movie Zootopia, originally sung by Shakira, one of the most influential Latin singers in today's music scene. She has won 2 Grammy Awards and 8 Latin Grammy Awards, with her album sales exceeding 100 million worldwide. This song, being Shakira's comeback after having a child, is deemed a classic, easily capturing the love of Blue Star fans. Fans from Han Continent, Zhao Continent, and Wei Continent were especially overjoyed, because people in these continents all understand English. Awesome. This is the level of a top maestro, mastering Chi language, Chu language, and English. Fish Papa has it all figured out. This song is absolutely fantastic. On repeat. There are so many songs worth repeating, I can't keep up. Just download the whole album without thinking twice. Is this song catering to fans' demands with its motivational theme? Wait a minute. There's another motivational song up next. The Mandarin version. That's right. It's A Girl with Wings. I'm no longer that girl with wings who doesn't understand love when encountering it. A signature work by Joey Young. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan has already used 2 of Joey Young's songs this time. One is Small. The other is A Girl with Wings. Just happened to be her most famous works in the mainland. Fortunately, there's no Joey Young in this world, otherwise she'd probably compete with someone fiercely. Naturally, this song with a classical style, Small, in the album also quickly caught the attention of fans. This is classical style. Wow, haven't heard Fish Papa write a classical song in a long time. Writing classical again, still a classic. The lyrics are flavorful, and the singing is very comfortable. Sounds great. Fish Papa writes classical effortlessly now. Xia Fan missed out. There's no classical or motivational song, but Zhao Yinggu has it all. The key point is that in this album, Fish Papa and Zhao Yinggu collaborated more than once. In Xia Fan's album, Fish Papa only collaborated once. Surely someone must have shamelessly begged Fish Papa for it. This person is joking, but the joke told the truth. Indeed, the reason Lin Yuan collaborated more in Zhao Yinggu's album was a result of her persistence. The last song on the album is Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. This song was originally sung by Sa Ding Ding, with super high vocals, a piece even the original singer often struggles with. Many who cover this song will sensibly lower the key, but Zhao Yinggu doesn't need to lower the key. Therefore, for high-note enthusiasts, this song is the absolute peak. I sang along for 2 lines, and I'm not feeling well. Zhao Yinggu's high notes are something else. Who could sing this? Fish Papa, let me demonstrate. Ha 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 ha, it's an iconic scene. Let me demonstrate a classic. Thoroughly enjoyed listening. As a fan, I'm really excited. I love Zhao and Gu singing high notes the most. What's the key in the climax? Hearing the main theme, I've got goosebumps. Amazing. Is she the top soprano of the Yu dynasty? Madame Haoyuan, say that again? Uffed. Suddenly excited for Madame Haoyuan's album, definitely not inferior to Xia Fan Zhao. Ing Ji's is an absolute audiovisual feast. For fans, Zhao Ing Ji's album is indeed a luxurious audiovisual feast. But for the music industry, it was a different story. Because today is already February 22nd, so no one expected CNU to release an album at this time. By the time they reacted, this album had already topped the seasonal charts. In terms of how fast it reached the top, Zhao Ing Ji's album is even better than Xia Fan's. However, this doesn't mean Zhao Ing Gu is more popular than Xia Fan. The reason for this result is mainly because Chu Kuang was unmasked. Chu Kuang's unmasking meant that all of Chu Kuang's popularity and influence converged onto Lin Yuan alone. Naturally, the attention Lin Yuan's album garnered rose to a new level, so dominating the charts was just normal. In the last album, we said only a limited few like Yang Zhongming could compete with him on the seasonal charts. Now it seems nobody can. Fish Papa releases an album and instantly tops. It's completely overpowering. Cried. I held the top spot in the seasonal chart for 22 days, just to be wiped out like this. A certain diva sighed. The key point is you can't be discontent because Fish Papa took you down with sheer popularity. But even without that, the album's quality alone is enough to defeat anyone else at the same time. Increasingly absurd. Releasing an album on the 22nd, well into the month's latter half, and still tops the charts. Effortlessly. In a 30-meter sprint, Fish Papa let others run 22 meters first, yet it's of no use. Once Fish Papa enters the field, the competition loses suspense. It seems the Yu dynasty is on a one-album-per-person track, meaning if Fish Papa releases an album every month, the world's first true 12-time seasonal champion is already within his grasp. No doubt about it. Another divine album. At that moment, Lin Yuan was at home writing Dream of the Red Chamber, and this book was almost finished. He still felt the coldness of being at the top. To this day, Lin Yuan is already second in the music charts. Even with 2 consecutive global seasonal chart championships, the boost to his ranking remains minimal. Now Lin Yuan is more like a max-level character lingering in a novice village, leisurely working towards a golden achievement called World's First 12-Time Seasonal Chart Champion. Chapter 1647, 1316, Saluting the Birth of the New King. In fact, the Yu Dynasty series album for February was supposed to be Chun Zhiyu's turn. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Chun Zhiyu had to ask Lin Yuan to let Zhao Ing Gu release hers first if possible. Zhao Ing Gu was quite pleased with this. For Lin Yuan, the order didn't matter. His system's music library was always ready, and the speed at which he could produce an album was unparalleled in the world. This proved true indeed. The tremendous success of this album is the best evidence. In the following days, Lin Yuan finally completed all 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, one after another, and handed it over to Silver Blue Books for publication. Meanwhile, Yin Shi, the top author on the Blue Star literary chart, had already released his new book, Parchment, ahead of Lin Yuan. This was a work filled with the attributes of a classic masterpiece. Satire, allegory, various foreshadowing. The story ultimately ends in tragedy. However, despite the tragic ending, readers' acclaim was overwhelming. It's written so well. I finished it in 3 days, and the ending was extremely shocking. This is the strength of Blue Star's top author. Yin Shi's top position on the literary board is not only due to the numerous works he has accumulated over the years, but also because each of his books brings immense mental enjoyment to readers. Yet, it feels like he's learned some bad from Chu Kuang. His previous books' endings were generally not this tragic. Yes, seeing a tragedy makes you think of the old rascal. Do you think Dream of the Red Chamber won't end in tragedy? With Chu Kuang's style, Dream of the Red Chamber will likely follow a similar path to absolute ruin as Water Margin. Uff, don't scare me. There's nothing to be scared of. It's all about expectations. When reading the old rascal's books, you have to have this expectation, or else the ending will absolutely make you curse, and yet his endings are tragic without feeling like a failure, so you can call him ruthless but not unfinished. Do you think Lin Yuan can reach the top successfully? Before reading Parchment, I thought he could. After reading it, I'm not so sure. The old man still has his wits about him. The old rascal's current course is very stable, and it should be quite a battle. Regardless of success, the quality of Parchment deserves the title of literary chart's pinnacle showdown level. On the last day of February, The Dream of the Red Chamber, published by Silver Blue Books, was officially released. Because Lin Yuan had already written several chapters during a live stream, some people skipped the beginning when they got the book. However, some people read it from the start, fearing changes and polishing might be present. In fact, there weren't any. The content released during the live stream was actually the final draft. This made others marvel at Chu Kuang's boldness, as the content hastily written during a live stream was directly published, and yet despite the rush, the narrative unfolded calmly and steadily. And when the dream of the Red Chamber was fully unveiled in the literary world of Blue Star, readers who got the full picture found themselves lost in the dream of the Red Chamber one after another. An intense depiction of human nature and social customs, vividly written about melodrama. This book is probably Chu Kuang's masterpiece. I don't know if he will surpass himself in the future, but it can be said for sure that Ian Sher's Parchment is still slightly inferior. Pages of absurdities, a handful of misery and tears. This book is incredible. My literary sensitivity isn't even enough to express my inner reading feelings. It seems this book teaches us not only about love and life, but also about life itself. This is a book one can read for a lifetime. My first thought after reading the whole book is that I need to read it again to grasp some of its meanings. Because the first time was too general, many perceptions are like seeing through a veil, knowing there's a lot of deep meaning inside, yet hazily seeing flowers in the fog. Despair that chills to the bone. When Chu Kuang live-streamed writing Dream of the Red Chamber, everyone praised it while I couldn't get into it at the time, until the full book was released. I bought a copy and read it carefully to fully enter this world, not wanting to finish the last few chapters at all, shedding many tears during the reading. The characters in the book always appeared before my eyes. It's as if it were all a grand dream. So it turns out Jin Shirin and Jia Yutsuan are full of deep meanings. Jia Yutsuan, fake words exist, and Jin Shirin, true events hidden. Their homophonic allegorical relationship. Back then, writing about competition, and then about the immortal journey, his writing progress really was extraordinary. My favorite is Shui Baochai the most. Detestable Baoyu. He is not worthy of those golden flowers. Me too. Baochai, the perfect goddess. Everyone loves Shui Baochai, but I prefer Lin Dayu. Friends laugh at my lack of worldly knowledge. Perhaps I will never understand worldly ways. Dayu's emotional impact when burying flowers was truly a shake to the soul. A haze of melancholy, covering the splendid forest. The entire dream of the Red Chamber begins with the ancient myth of Nuwa mending the sky, spinning into a story, and this myth sets the tone for the book and reminds me of Journey to the West. Perhaps the two are similarly related. After all, they both start from that piece of jade stone. As expected, when March arrived, whether on the Starlight website or on Chu Kuang and Xianyu's Weibo, all discussions and comments were about Dream of the Red Chamber. And among the many discussions, someone noticed that Ian suddenly posted a comment. Watching him build the edifice, watching him feast guests, watching it collapse. As a pinnacle of ancient Chinese novels, the whole book of the Red Chamber focuses on daily life in Duke of Rome's mansion, with the tragic love story of Baoyu, Dayu, and Baochai as its main storyline, and the gradual decline of the four great families, Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui, as its underlying current, showcasing the downfall of family and society in a feudal era. Ian's short comment nevertheless penetrated straight into countless readers' hearts. Netizens couldn't help but sigh. Whether or not Chu Kuang and Xianyu are Lin Yuan's two personalities, Ian is always the one who understands Chu Kuang the best, and their interpretations are always so piercingly direct. However, compared to Ian's commentary, What truly caused awe among the public was the sudden change in the literary chart. March 2nd, the Blue Star literary chart officially updated. There were little to no changes in others' rankings, but the second and first places exchanged positions. At this moment, everyone knew an era in the literary world had ended, and a new era began with Lin Yuan's ascendancy to the pinnacle of the literary world. Some said that Ensure presented parchment as a salute to the birth of the new king. The new king ascends. Lin Yuan has truly stood atop the Blue Star literary world. At this moment, the entire web was in an uproar. All social platforms are buzzing. He reached the top. He really did it. Let's offer a salute to the birth of a new king. Now he truly is unparalleled, dominating a field just like Shadow. The difference is his path to domination has just begun, with the thrones of the dance and music circles beckoning him. Blue Star's literary world. Peers are utterly convinced. Dream of the Red Chamber is a pinnacle, but Water Margin and Journey to the West are no less. Online, they're saying Water Margin, Journey to the West, along with Red Chamber, are the three masterpieces of Chu Kuang. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Who dares guarantee he won't write the fourth classic in the future? Silver Blue Books. From the editor-in-chief to the ordinary editors, all are expressing their emotions. When we reviewed King of the Net for the Supernova Writing Contest and decided to sign and publish it, we never imagined he'd come this far. We've witnessed the birth of a new era. How fortunate we are. He was one of the people who walked alongside us at Silver Blue Books. Starlight Entertainment. Today is another day of everyone slacking off, the kind even the chairman doesn't mind. I even served Mr. Lin tea once. What are you talking about? Mr. Lin even said good morning to me once. That's nothing. All the composers on the 9th floor work under Mr. Lin. We're his closest colleagues. I, Lil Gudung, am Mr. Lin's personal secretary. Music scene. Yang Zhongming, Lu Sheng, and Zheng Jing heard the news during a gathering. Should we credit his literary achievement as Chu Kuang's or Xian Yu's? Definitely little fishes. I am at odds with that old rascal Chu Kuang. Haha, no problem at all. We'll each acknowledge our own perspective. Huali. Yu Dynasty. In a small group, red envelopes are flying everywhere. Sun Yaohua keeps sending large amount once. Boss is magnanimous. Junior is our boss. As expected of you. Word is you're close to becoming the richest man. Junior hasn't climbed to the top everywhere yet. How can I become the richest first? At home, joy is overflowing. My son is amazing. My brother is really awesome. My brother is the best. Woof, 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 woof. Shadow Legion. Lin Yuan's disciples are all excited. The teacher is too strong. Can Dream of the Red Chamber be adapted into a comic? Ha ha, you really dare think big. I now just look forward to the teacher's shadow identity being revealed. It's quite frustrating lately, having to keep this earth-shattering secret to myself. It's almost unbearable. Various fields, all circles, relatives, friends, and even strangers are affected by Lin Yuan's rise in the literary world. This unprecedented shock power explains the strength of literature and proves the gold content of the literary rankings to the world. At this moment, Lin Yuan is not resting on his laurels. On the computer, Lin Yuan created a new document. The title of this document is Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This is the last of the 4 great classical novels, an extremely important piece in Lin Yuan's future literary plans. Why is it just one piece? Because Lin Yuan plans to use the Three Kingdoms as a stepping stone to actually write Earth's history on Blue Star. Of course, Lin Yuan will not write the hardest core history. Hardcore history tends to be less readable and a bit lengthy and boring. Like the previous Galactic Empire series, it may not be created in a strict chronological sequence. Lin Yuan wants to unveil Earth's history slowly while maintaining the reading interest. Lin Yuan believes this will be a more exciting literary series than the 4 classics, which might require considerable effort. But Lin Yuan feels highly motivated about this aspect, giving him a subtle inner anticipation about introducing his home planet to Blue Star. Of course, before that, Lin Yuan needs to climb to the top of the dance rankings and the Blue Star music chart. The plan to reach the pinnacle is not yet completed. Chapter 1648, 1317, the birth of ballet. The literature list has reached the top. What's the plan next? Music first or dance first? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering this question, Blue Star's top dancer, Mei Xiaoge, suddenly tagged him on a blog. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for topping the literary world. I have created a new dance. May I have the honor of you giving me some guidance? Clearly, Mei Xiaoge, the top dancer on Blue Star's dance list, is imitating Yin Shi, inviting Lin Yuan to a final showdown. This is great. Lin Yuan doesn't need to struggle with whether to top the music list first or arrange the dance first, because Mei Xiaoge has already made a move. The blog post tagging Lin Yuan included a video. Mei Xiaoge's dance video. The other person created a new dance never seen before on Blue Star. In the video, Mei Xiaoge's movements change endlessly, with a high-speed rhythm, even with a sense of rhythm, constantly swinging her hips and abdomen. While her dance posture is beautiful, it's also so varied, giving people a mysterious and alluring feeling, worthy of the creativity of Blue Star's top dancer. Even Blue Star netizens. Even Lin Yuan was surprised when he saw it. Could it be that Mei Xiaoge is a transmigrator? This dance is so much like Earth's belly dance. This is a dance form full of Arabian style. Fortunately, this is not the first time Lin Yuan has encountered such a thing. The geniuses of two planets always have moments of thought collision, so he already had a psychological expectation. But when encountering such a situation, he couldn't help but admire that Blue Star is indeed a land of outstanding talents. And on the internet, netizens are overwhelmingly positive about this belly dance. This dance is awesome. Even the belly is dancing. Teacher Mei Xiaoge's figure is simply perfect. From body to expression, showing the beauty of the female body to the fullest. This tempting feeling is somewhat like Fish Papa's pole dance, but the two dances are obviously different, very impressive. Mei Xiaoge is defending her position as the #1 in dance. On the literature side, Yin Shi has already lost. I wonder if Fish Papa can top the dance side successfully. It's only a matter of time before Fish Papa tops the dance list. He doesn't even need to respond. Yes. If you want to top the list quickly, you must come up with a work that is not inferior to Mei Xiaoge's dance. But this is obviously not easy, right? Haha, they've been scared by Lin Yuan's endless dances. They don't dare to predict anymore. After all, this genius is best at creating miracles. Everyone really likes this dance. However, no one knows whether Lin Yuan will respond. Because now, no matter what Mei Xiaoge does, it's in vain. Lin Yuan topping the dance list is only a matter of time. He can completely ignore the other party. Now the whole world knows that Lin Yuan is aiming for the charts. Time can solve the problem of topping the dance list, but it can't let Lin Yuan top the music list, so the outside world prefers to believe that the other side will focus on music first. But everyone was wrong. Because just 1 hour after Mei Xiaoge issued the challenge to Lin Yuan responded via blog. My new dance will be released tomorrow, and to save everyone from making unnecessary mistakes during practice, it will come with a detailed tutorial. These 6 words are a killer move, stunning the entire internet. Lin Yuan not only accepted Mei Xiaoge's challenge, but also showed the confidence that this dance would surely become popular in the dance circle and trigger countless people to follow and practice. Goodness, is this the confidence of Blue Star's dancing king? Not only putting out a dance, but also releasing a tutorial along with it? Fish Papas. Dances do indeed require tutorials because too many people practice them. I remember when the robot dance was introduced, countless streamers twisted their ankles practicing it, until one released a tutorial, which allowed everyone to gradually grasp it. This time Fish Papa seems to have developed a conscience, deciding to make a tutorial along with it. He seems convinced that the new dance will become as popular worldwide as dances like the robot dance, which have established competitions. Already looking forward to it. Having liked Xian Yu and Chu Kuang for so many years, I know when Fish Papa dares to say something like this, then Mei Xiaoge is sure to lose. After all these years, I've never seen him lose. In these 1v1 duels, actually Lin Yuan has not always won. When was that? That time when he dueled Father Yang. So Father Yang is the only man on Blue Star to break Lin Yuan's invincible streak. You could say that, Although now Father Yang's music ranking has been suppressed to third by Fish Papa, and the time he lost, there was actually an official influence. Otherwise, who knows what the result would be. The conversation got off track. Just like that netizen said, Xianyu has only lost once in a 1v1, and that time there was official intervention. Mei Xiaoga surely can't seek official help. The official's help isn't guaranteed for anyone, as Lin Yuan's level clearly shows he's a favored child of the literature and art association. And when the next day arrived, Lin Yuan's promised new dance finally came. It was also a dance video, and the director was none other than Tong Shuwen. Under the eyes of a global audience, Lin Yuan dances like a startled swan, with unparalleled elegance. Sometimes, the heels of his feet tightly align on one straight line, toes pointing outward 180 degrees. Sometimes, his heels are 1 foot apart, feet turned outward, both feet on a straight line. Sometimes, the heels overlap front and back, toes splayed outward. And sometimes, his feet maintain the distance of 1 foot apart, toes and heels aligned in 2 straight lines, legs turned outward. Lin Yuan can even have his feet overlap front and back, toes and heels touching, legs turned outward. His steps are light and graceful. Lin Yuan's hands also blend into the dance, first forming a natural circle in front of his abdomen, then both hands extend to the side. Within the range of vision, his palms face inward. Immediately after, Lin Yuan's hands are raised above his head within his line of sight. With a blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's hands have already dropped down, forming a natural circle, fingers lightly touching at the sides of his thighs. Occasionally, hands extend to the side. Occasionally, one hand faces inward in front of the body, with the other hand extending to the side. Finally, one of Lin Yuan's hands is in front of his body at the height of the diaphragm, and then he raises them above his head, while his hips remain motionless. In front of the screen, countless people were stunned, and the Lin Yuan on the screen bows to the camera. This dance is called ballet. I just demonstrated it to everyone. The upcoming content is detailed teaching. A friendly reminder, this dance is actually more suitable for women than men, but it's quite hard on the feet, which is why I'm demonstrating it only today. Dance is for happiness, but in some sense, ballet is a cruel art. Yes, ballet dance. This is the most internationally influential dance on earth, and today it has appeared on Blue Star. The impact it brings is undeniable. Not only netizens, even professional dancers were startled. The art of time and space. The name ballet has an indescribable beauty. Every move of this dance, every pose, every process of the movement is so beautiful. As a professional dancer, I absolutely agree with the above statement. Ballet is like the art of time, constrained by time like music, and also like spatial art, occupying space like sculpture. Of course, it ultimately presents as a visual art. The spectacle is fully maxed out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that ballet is an art with the highest demands for beauty. This should be the most beautiful art humans have created so far, a supreme masterpiece of Mr. Lin Yuan in the field of dance. It's beautiful indeed, but demanding on the feet also indeed. Dancing on tiptoe, the requirement for strength support on the toes is simply absurdly high. No other dance in the past has been this demanding on the feet. Sometimes, art comes with this kind of sacrificial beauty. It's not that Mei Xiaoga's dance is not good. It's just that Lin Yuan's dance is phenomenal. If a man can dance this well, imagine how breathtaking it would be if a girl danced this. Just like the peacock dance is better suited for women, much of Lin Yuan's dance inspiration actually leans toward female body movements. The impact of ballet was within Lin Yuan's expectations. At home, Lin Yuan felt a kind of indescribable relief. Because from today on, Blue Star has all the dances Earth has, all brought by him. Even dances that Earth doesn't have, Blue Star has, because Blue Star inherently had some brilliant works of dance that do not exist on Earth. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to understand the meaning of the system. Blue Star was already a planet with unprecedented artistic development. With these works from Earth, it seems to have reached an unprecedented peak. Is this the exchange of two planets? But Blue Star has itself as this medium. Who would bring these charming arts of Blue Star to that distant Earth? Didn't think much further. This isn't something Lin Yuan needs to worry about. In fact, Blue Star is not just good in artistic development. Many people truly appreciate its value, especially official organizations like the Literature and Art Association. Almost without delay, on the very day this ballet appeared, Lin Yuan officially topped Blue Star's dance chart. As the chart was updated, Mei Xiaoga reposted Lin Yuan's ballet dance video, saying only 2 words: learned. And it's only been a day since Lin Yuan topped the literary chart. After reaching the top of the literary world, it seemed that Lin Yuan casually claimed the crown of the dance chart as well, giving people an intense feeling of nonchalance. First on both charts. Indeed, every step he takes now is creating history. Now he's already first on 2 charts. How far can the first place on 3 charts be? If he could also top the film chart, Lin Yuan would be the terrifying first on 4 charts. Let's not think about the film chart for now. The film chart does seem quite distant. It's barely in the top 20. That's a bit too low. I just want to see Fish Papa top the music chart now. Shadow lost. Before, Lin Yuan and Shadow each dominated 1 field. Now Lin Yuan dominates 2 fields. Is there a possibility in the future that Fish Papa will challenge the painting chart and compete with Shadow? After all, Fish Papa is so extraordinary. Now even if you tell me he's actually very good at painting, I wouldn't dare deny it. Ha ha ha, you guys are truly bold in your thinking. Shadow, apart from other things, when it comes to painting, Lin Yuan isn't even fit to carry my shoes. Chapter 1649. 1318. Magical Brushwork. Literature reaches the peak. Dance reaches the peak. If you count the achievements under the alias Shadow, you also have a painting peak. Lin Yuan was planning inwardly. Among the top publicly released charts of Blue Star, the only ones I haven't topped are the music chart and the film and television chart. The latter can be put aside for now because the life extension quest does not include tasks related to the film and television chart. Lin Yuan's next goal is very clear: to top the Blue Star music chart this year. If I succeed, the longevity will be mine. The person at the top of the music chart could never imagine I want to challenge him to the death, right? This is truly a life and death challenge. With this thought, Lin Yuan called Yang Zhongming and went straight to the point. Do you know Qingjin, teacher? Yes, I do. Yang Zhongming curiously asked. You want to find him? Lin Yuan nodded. I want to top the Blue Star music chart. Yang Zhongming didn't seem surprised and had a slight laugh in his voice. Looks like you're prepared. But you may not know, Qingjin called me 3 hours ago and said he's ready to duel you anytime at Zhong Continent Theater with a symphonic piece. However, I must remind you, if you don't have a piece on the level of the Fates Symphony, you'd better not challenge him right now. Zhong Continent Theater. It's one of the 5 major music halls on Blue Star, considered the most prestigious. Among them, making it fitting for such a showdown between the world's top 2 musicians. It's just that Lin Yuan didn't expect Qingjin to challenge him first. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan seriously said, let's set the duel for 2 months later. I'll prepare over these 2 months first. Confident? A bit. Then I'll be waiting. I'll give him a call back in a while. Thank you, teacher. Just having you call me teacher is enough. The corners of Yang Zhongming's mouth curled up. After hanging up the phone, he contacted Qingjin again. Top musicians on Blue Star generally know each other, especially among the top-ranking ones, who admire each other. Even if they don't often keep in touch, there's a kind of mutual admiration. The call connected. Yang Zhongming said directly to Qingjin. 2 months later, symphonic structure at Zhong Continent Theater. He's waiting for you. Qingjin's voice was steady. I'm waiting for him. So confident. Have you seen the news? He recently topped the literature and dance charts. Yang Zhongming's voice carried a hint of pride. Qingjin laughed. What does that have to do with me? Not afraid. Even if you and Luo Su joined forces, I wouldn't be afraid. Why would I fear him? Maybe he's stronger than both me and Luo Su combined. Why do I feel you have so much confidence? There are rumors outside that he is your closed-door disciple. Is that true? He calls me teacher. Many people call you teacher. He's different. If he beats me, will you tell people I'm inferior to your disciple? I might say that, but I would never forget to add, I'm not as good as him either. Humph. Qingjin smirked. Childish. Yang Zhongming said, winning you in this way isn't bad either. After you lose to him, we can discuss the ownership of the second place. What? You want a master-disciple tag team? If this works out, Don't you think it's a good story in the music world? Haha. Qingjin hung up the phone. The outside world naturally doesn't know what Yang Zhongming and Qingjin talked about, nor do they know Lin Yuan and the top person on the Blue Star music chart have already arranged a showdown in Zhong Continent. Thanks to Lin Yuan topping the literature and dance charts, his fan base and social influence skyrocketed once again. Many of Lin Yuan's classic works have exploded in popularity once again. The reason is quite simple. It's nothing more than Chu Kuang's fans suddenly starting to binge listen to Xian Yu's music. Among them, many interesting stories emerged that nobody previously knew about. For example, when everyone heard the song Fairy Tale Town, Chu Kuang's fans were amused and exasperated to discover that Lin Yuan gave himself a song for his work. Everyone says Xian Yu understands Chu Kuang the most, and isn't that true? Who knows oneself better than oneself? At the same time, Xian Yu's fans suddenly started purchasing Chu Kuang's novels for reading when they saw demigods and semi-devils. These Xian Yu fans smiled knowingly. So Lin Yuan was self-mocking with the southern Murong and northern Xiaofeng. It can only be said, many things only become evident when you know the truth and look back, revealing countless overlooked details. These details intertwined, making it an undeniable fact, just that people never dared to connect the dots in this direction before. Under this trend, Lin Yuan's old songs, after years, have again become the most popular of the time, just slightly less than Zhao Yingji's new album. Lin Yuan's old novels have also climbed back to the top of sales charts, especially those with high readability, such as the Sherlock Holmes series, the Harry Potter series, and the martial arts series, etc. And during this process, at home, Lin Yuan suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, Martial Arts Revival. Quest Reward, Artistic Touch. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. I haven't written martial arts recently, have I? The delayed completion of this quest made Lin Yuan think he hadn't written enough martial arts stories. He was even considering whether to write Old Man Jin's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. If that doesn't work, maybe add The Deer and the Cauldron. If that still doesn't work, I'd only consider using Gulong's masterpieces. But unexpectedly, having done nothing recently, he received the quest reward. However, Lin Yuan quickly figured it out. It should be the fusion of his two major aliases that led to a chain reaction. After all, his old songs and old books have exploded in popularity recently. It's only natural that martial arts benefit as well. This is a good thing, so there isn't much to worry about. According to the system's introduction, the artistic touch skill is a special skill corresponding to paintfection, and its effect is extremely versatile, allowing the audience to perfectly perceive the intent of their calligraphy. Lin Yuan immediately wanted to try it. Unfurling a piece of rice paper, Lin Yuan casually wrote in cursive script. With his master-level calligraphy skill, he was perfectly deserving of this skill. Suddenly, the brush strokes in front of him seemed to materialize, condensing with meaning. That feeling of elegance and power in the brushworks was overwhelming, and Lin Yuan felt as if he had entered the world of calligraphy. At this moment, Lin Yuan was convinced. Regardless of whether you understand calligraphy or not, it's hard not to be moved when you see such lettering. It's truly worthy of being the skill introduced by the system as the same type as paintfection, following a mystical and reason-defying route. On Blue Star, there's talk of 10 arts. Apart from music, literature, painting, dance, and film and television, which Lin Yuan has already ventured into, there's also calligraphy, sculpture, theater, architecture, and gaming. Gaming might not be officially acknowledged above. However, calligraphy and sculpture are certainly top-level arts. Now, Lin Yuan has also acquired calligraphy and sculpting skills. At this rate, he might really become the legendary full-time artist in the future. The path has to be taken step by step. When the opportunity arises, Lin Yuan plans to formally enter the fields of calligraphy and sculpture. Chapter 1650, 1319, Ode to Joy. Bright spring March. It should have been a sunny day, but today it started to rain lightly. Lin Yuan took the driver's car to a certain neighborhood. Today he was visiting someone. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell, and the door was opened by a little girl. When the little girl saw Lin Yuan at the door, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Her emotions were a bit excited, and she blurted out 2 words. Daddy Fish. And behind the little girl, a young man was also shocked to see Lin Yuan, this influential figure on Blue Star, in their home. However, he was obviously more composed than the little girl. Lin Yuan, may I ask if you are with Mr. Wei Shujing? I am his daughter, and this is my brother. The girl answered eagerly, her eyes burning as she looked at Lin Yuan. Hello. Lin Yuan held a bag of fruit in his hand, smiled, and greeted them. I am here to visit Mr. Wei Shujing. The visit to Wei Shujing was partly because the elderly man had helped him a lot. The other reason was that Lin Yuan and Qin Jun planned a symphonic showdown and needed his help. Visiting in person seemed more sincere. Yes, Lin Yuan had already prepared a new symphonic work, now missing a conductor. Previously, the Fates Symphony was conducted by Wei Shujing, and their collaboration was very delightful, so he intended to continue working with him on this new piece. However, the young man's eyes darkened upon hearing this. My dad is sick. The girl also looked sad, but still courteously invited Lin Yuan inside. Daddy is lying inside. He'll be happy knowing you came to see him. He often talks about you to us these days. Sick? Lin Yuan felt a pang in his heart, put down the fruit, and entered a room. Inside the room, Wei Shujing was lying on the bed, looking unwell, his complexion somewhat pale, with a thin oxygen tube attached to his nose. Seeing Lin Yuan, the old man smiled. You've come. Mr. Wei, your health. Lin Yuan felt a deep concern. He hadn't expected the old man to look this ill. The elderly man he'd seen healthy just last time now needed an oxygen tube. People age, it's inevitable. The old man seemed at peace, still smiling despite the oxygen tube, as if happy to see Lin Yuan visit. His daughter was displeased. Dad, what are you saying? Medicine is very advanced now. The young man also muttered. You can't approach treatment with this mindset. It's just cancer. We'll get hospitalized and treat it slowly this afternoon. Cancer. Lin Yuan sighed, not asking further. Cancer remains an unsolved problem, both on Blue Star and Earth. At this moment, Lin Yuan cared less about collaboration and asked the system within him. Is there anything that can help him? Sorry, host. The system cannot provide assistance. I can do tasks. Sorry. Lin Yuan's mood grew heavy. In terms of music conducting, the elderly man had shared almost everything with Lin Yuan. To Lin Yuan, Mr. Wei's status was akin to Yang Zhongming's, deserving to be called teacher. Seeing him in such condition, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Shujing said, You all need not comfort me. I know my health very well. I've lived long enough. Just a pity I won't hear little Lin's music anymore. Whenever you want to listen, I'll play it for you. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. The old man felt comforted. Your kind thought is enough. You probably came today for something else, didn't you? I have a symphonic piece and wanted to collaborate with you, but I didn't know about your condition before. I've disappointed you. I can't be of help anymore. Please don't say that. Health is the most important. Lin Yuan understood well what health meant, having experienced it himself. Without the system, he wouldn't even be alive today. Unfortunately, the system could save him, but not others. Wei Shujing sighed. It's a pity I can't conduct your symphony anymore. I don't even know if I can hear your new work. You definitely will. Lin Yuan promised. The old man smiled more broadly. I hope so. I can recommend a few very talented conductors whose abilities are no less than mine. No need. Since it's inconvenient for you, I'll try it myself. Lin Yuan knew conducting, but wasn't as skillful as the elderly man. But there were solutions. If necessary, he could trade with the system for relevant skills and conduct it himself. In his heart, Lin Yuan still wished to collaborate once more with this elder whom he respected most. You'll conduct yourself? The old man laughed, in good spirits. You can certainly give it a try yourself. I've taught you some things before, and your talent is great. That's why you are my teacher. There were two people Lin Yuan could genuinely call teacher, Yang Zhongming and Wei Shujing. Having you call me teacher, I have no regrets anymore. Wei Shujing's smile grew even brighter. His mindset was indeed positive, having grown old and looked at life and death with ease. This illness was discovered early. The Fates Symphony was my last time conducting. I knew then, so I treasured it, and felt grateful and moved. Teacher, Lin Yuan showed his pupils respect. Please take care. Until the doctor arrived. Together with Wei Shujing's children, Lin Yuan helped send the old man to the hospital's special care ward. Returning home, Lin Yuan's mood grew even heavier. System, I want to exchange for master-level conducting skills. Okay. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, as if something had added itself to his mind. Without excitement or wonder, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the orchestra he collaborated with last time. About a week later, Lin Yuan personally brought a recorded video to the hospital to visit Wei Shujing. This time, Wei Shujing's health hadn't improved, appearing even worse, speaking with evident weakness. However, when the old man saw Lin Yuan's recorded video, his laughter was full of solace. You conducted it very well. It's thanks to your teaching. Better than the conducting, your symphonic piece was excellent, especially the fourth movement, with the choir. It's amazing, even more stunning than the Fate Symphony. What's its name? The fourth movement is called Ode to Joy. Ode to Joy. The old man smiled again. Good name. The Ninth Symphony, composed by Ludwig van Beethoven, was completed at the end of 1823. Also known as the Choral Symphony. It has 4 movements and is recognized in the music world as Beethoven's highest achievement in the field of symphonies. Lin Yuan worked overtime to record it, hoping the elderly man could hear the piece soon. They say offering flowers to Buddha, he wished to dedicate this beloved symphonic work to his teacher. Chapter 1651, 1320, Frozen. Still March. This morning, Lin Yuan received a call from Jean Mu. Shadow's new movie has already started promotion and is expected to be released at the end of the month, but there are still 2 songs that haven't been recorded yet, so you need to hurry up. Yes, Shadow has a new animated movie about to be released. This animated movie is a new production by Dream Factory, with investment from Starlight, and the director is credited as Shadow. In fact, Dream Factory has already produced several new animated movie works. It's known that since the establishment of Dream Factory, they have not only provided content for Blue Star Children's Channel, but have also never stopped making animated movies. The scripts are, of course, provided by Shadow. However, Lin Yuan is often busy with Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's affairs, so he has neglected the progress of animated movies. Fortunately, over the years, they have managed to produce several very good animated movies. The animated movie that is about to be released is called Frozen. Yes, it's the same Frozen that was famous on Earth for creating a box office miracle. For the movie's voice acting, Lin Yuan directly contacted the Yu dynasty. The voice of Queen Elsa was given to Jiang Kuei. Because Jiang Kuei is releasing a new album in March, and 2 songs from Frozen need to be included in the album. One of them is Let It Go. Just right. Lin Yuan wants to use this movie to improve Shadow's director rankings. When the moment comes for Shadow's reveal, his directorial achievements can be added to Lin Yuan's true identity. The achievements in film by combining Xian Yu and Shadow might give Lin Yuan's film ranking a significant boost. He has already witnessed the power of merging identities. Don't forget, Shadow's film ranking is also in the top 100. Currently, it's ranked 77th, but this is because Shadow previously only released 1 animated movie, WALL-E. If more animated movies can attain an excellent ranking, the combined film ranking boost for Lin Yuan afterward will definitely be explosive. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan forwarded the promotional message for Frozen. Instantly, on the internet, netizens were excited. Shadow's new animated movie is coming out at the end of the month. I've been waiting for his new animated movie ever since WALL-E was released. Yes, indeed. I definitely want to see it. The Shadow God is finally releasing a second animated movie. I still remember the plot of WALL-E to this day. WALL-E is indeed a classic, but the new movie is even more worth looking forward to. The promotion says the movie score is by the old rascal Chu Kuang, Doghead. Huh. Chu Kuang doing the score isn't bad. There's nothing wrong with this. After all, the old rascal is Fish Papa, and the music for Shadow's films and animations seems to be handled by Fish Papa. Good friends for life. The promotion also says this is a musical animated film. What is a musical animated film? Probably means integrating music into the plot and dialogue. Sounds interesting. The main music is handled by Fish Papa, and when the music matches the plot, the effect must be extraordinary. Not just the music by Fish Papa, the voice acting is also mostly by people from the Yu dynasty, like the theme song, seems to be sung by Jiang Kuei. Say no more. I'll buy the ticket, okay? Bye bye bye. Maybe you'll bump into Fish Papa at the theater, Doghead. How come? Fish Papa posted a status to help promote Frozen and said he would watch it with family and friends. Then you still won't meet him. He'll book a theater. Wait, is Shadow suddenly starting to do animated films again? Maybe aiming for a high film ranking? Huh. Could it be Shadow saw Lin Yuan at the double top rank and wants to get a double top rank himself too? Just making animated films wouldn't be enough, right? This is hard to say. Shadow might just turn those comics into live action. The demand online is high, all wanting Starlight to adapt Shadow's comics in a live-action TV series or films. Goodness, is this even possible? Normal people make it to one top chart, but how are Shadow and Lin Yuan so different from others? A world of genius. In a certain sense, netizens guessed the truth. At least Lin Yuan does have the intention for Shadow to hit the film charts. And after the movie promotion was released, Lin Yuan began pulling Jiang Kuei to record new album songs. Xiaofan's album theme is Youth. Zhao Yingji's album theme is If. Jiang Kuei's album theme is Surprisingly Me, because the songs in the album contain some of Jiang Kuei's self-expression. For example, the lead song of the album is Invisible Wings. Zhang Xiaohan's song has been worn out on Earth, but it didn't stop its inspiring nature from having once encouraged countless people. So when Lin Yuan brought out this song, she immediately liked it. The second song is called Legend. This was composed by Li Jian, known as the music poet, and Fei Wong took this song to the Spring Festival Gala, once popular in the music scene. The third song is called Red Bean, also a work by Fei Wong, even one of her representative works. The third song is called Smile and Forget the Book, which is a Qi language song arranged by Lin Yuan for Jiang Kuei, still a work by Fei Wong. The fourth song is called A Love Letter to Myself, fitting the theme of me. This song and Smile and Forget the Book share the same tune but with different lyrics, the former in Qi language and the latter in Mandarin. The fifth song is called Let It Go. The sixth song is called Do You Want to Build a Snowman? These two songs come from Frozen, and the album includes the English versions, as having English songs on an album is a tradition. The seventh song is called Snowy Splendor. The inclusion of Chu language songs is also a tradition, so Lin Yuan brought out Snowy Splendor, one of Nakajima Miika's representative works, with a beautiful and classic melody, covered by countless big-name singers. The eighth song is called Coral Sea. Jay Chou's song, another album tradition, requires a duet between Lin Yuan and Jiang Kuei. The ninth song is called Painted Heart. Zhang Liangying's song, with a segment of dolphin notes at the end, perfect for Jiang Kuei's performance. The 10th song is called I'm Willing. This album includes many songs by Fei Wong, including the last one. The reason is probably because Jiang Kuei's voice has a very ethereal quality, so Lin Yuan subconsciously chose songs based on this standard. It turns out Lin Yuan's choice was accurate. Jiang Kuei sang these songs in her own style, harmonizing and differing from Fei Wong's style, creating a very pleasant listening experience overall. When recording Let It Go, Zhao Yinggu was also present at the scene. In Zhao Yingji's words, March is once again the rhythm of a divine album. But to allow the audience to better appreciate the charm of the two English songs in the album, this album will be released at the end of the month, coinciding with the timing of the animated movie Frozen. In this wait, the end of the month finally arrived. On this day, all the major cinemas on Blue Star, countless audiences came for Frozen, filling up the halls. At the same time, a cinema was booked out. Lin Yuan, his family, the Yu Dynasty members, and his childhood friend Jian Yi sat in the cinema, chatting happily while waiting for the animated movie to start. Amidst the chat, Jiang Kuei suddenly asked Sun Yaohua, I heard you're organizing the entire company to come to the cinema to watch this movie today? Everyone turned to look at Sun Yaohua. Everyone knew clearly how good Sun Yaohua was as a representative, but Frozen is obviously Shadow's movie. So why is this guy sucking up? Sun Yaohua's voice was loud. Because I have always respected Teacher Shadow. This feeling is the same as respecting a junior. As long as it's a work by Teacher Shadow, I'm willing to fully support it. Lin Yuan's family's eyes turned strange. Lin Yuan also looked at Sun Yaohua. He actually had some vague suspicions before, Could the senior be as smart as the chairman, but deliberately pretending not to see through it? Chapter 1652, 1321. Harry Potter flying on a broom. Elsa, Elsa, wake up. Hurry, wake up. Anna, go back to sleep. I can't sleep. Let's get up and play. You go play by yourself. Do you want to build a snowman? Hee hee. Hurry, 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 use magic. Wow, this is so amazing. Look at this. Oh, wow. The movie finally started screening. In the auditorium, singing gradually began to rise. At this moment, countless audiences worldwide were listening attentively. Do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door. It's like you've gone away. We used to be best buddies, and now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. The song, Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Sung by Jiang Kuei. Han Continent. Here, everyone was listening to the English version of the song. Wow, is this what a musical movie is? Every lyric perfectly fits into the storyline. Not at all out of place. Because these are the movie's dialogues after all. It's like those traditional plays, although sung, the lines themselves are the plot. Nice sound. The melody is amazing. Fish Papa handling the music is indeed stable. Qing Continent. Many industry insiders were amazed. So this is what a musical animated film means. This form is very novel. Imitating dramas? The tension is very full. It seems that Shadow has opened a new direction for animated films again. The music's compatibility is too high. Chase Shadow's production level is now so awesome. Better than those few top-notch animated films. Look at the texture of this hair. It's really beautiful. Zhong Continent. Even the picky audience here was surprised at the moment. Elsa. So beautiful. The temperament is absolute. Shadow's drawing is just excellent. Anna is particularly cute too. This beginning just captivates you. Really interesting. Shadow and Lin Yuan are on par. Look at this level. No wonder they can be on par. Shadow is not only a god of painting, but also a god of animation. The story continues. Elsa accidentally injured. Anna with her magic. Thereafter closing off her heart and unwilling to interact with her sister. However, unforeseen events happened then. Anna believed she had found true love and wanted to marry the prince. Elsa didn't allow her sister to be so rash, and the rift between the sisters fully erupted. In anger, Elsa exposed her ability to perform magic. Monster. She's a monster. Catch her quickly. Don't let her escape. Elsa's magic fully erupted. She could walk on the river, and every step on the river would turn into ice. She could fly into the sky, with the wind and snow beneath her feet. Qi Continent. The audience looked up, shocked. This camera work. So cool. Ah, Shadow God is awesome. This aesthetic exactly fits my standards. Even the snowflakes are this beautiful. This song is also nice. What song is this? Even better than the previous one. Seems like it's sung by Jiang Kuei. Chu Continent. The audience listened to the song in their ears. The wind is howling. Like a swirling storm inside. Heaven knows I've tried. Don't let them in. Don't let them see. Be the good girl. You always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. This music gradually dispelled the sadness. Became cheerful. Elsa was dancing in the snow and ice. Yin Continent. Young and old, everyone was listening attentively. Elsa using magic is the most beautiful. She won't turn dark, will she? No way. She loves her sister so much. Anna didn't mean it. Anna doesn't even know why her sister has ignored her for so many years. I feel like that prince doesn't seem like a good person. But this song is really nice. It sure is nice. Jiang Kuei's voice is truly unparalleled in the world. Wei Continent. The audience suddenly erupted. Because the song had reached its climax. Let it go. Let it go. No turning back now. Let it go. Let it go. Turning away, no longer holding on. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Leave a little distance. Make everything exquisite. The fears that once haunted me will fade from my memory. Now let me see my suddenness and limits. Blurred lines. No limits. Move forward. A massive ice and snow palace rose majestically. The sky was filled with beautiful ice flowers. This was the kingdom of ice and snow. Elsa was the snow queen of this realm. Her clothes changed. Her hair transformed. Her charm was recklessly unleashed. Zhao Continent. Goosebumps. Chills running up my spine. Amazing. Is this the charm of musical animation films? The character has completely taken off. I have a feeling that Elsa is going to be huge. No wonder the film is called Frozen. Elsa is the embodiment of ice and snow. Still on Qin Continent. In the theater where Lin Yuan and others were. Everyone's expressions revealed boundless joy. Zhang Kuei sang along with the lyrics. Let it go. Let it go. Talking with the wind and the sky. Let it go. Let it go. Next to her, Zhang Kuei sang along in English. Let it go. Let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway. Na 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 na. Let it go na na na. You go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. The song ended. But the movie did not. Like a fairy tale even adults would love, Anna discovered the evil prince's plot, frozen in snow, but was awakened by her sister's tears. Elsa easily defeated the prince. Even Snow Treasure was revived by her magic, and Anna's true love was finally in front of her. Amidst the cheers of the people, Elsa became queen again. This was the standard big happy ending of a family-friendly movie, but everyone felt it was uniquely charming. Great moral. I want to see Anna and Elsa kiss. True Love's act is no longer limited to a true love's kiss. The ending is kitsch, but I really like it. The princess wasn't saved by a prince's love kiss, but by her queen sister's hug of affection. Ah, I wish I had such a queen sister too. The place where the snow princess built the castle is beautiful. The sisterly bond is deep. True love isn't necessarily romantic. The reindeer boy meeting her from a young age was fate. The snowman achieves his dream of living in summer. Let It Go is so catchy. This movie actually gave me a sense of happiness. It's great, but what's with the Yuri talk? Clearly a case of seeing something that's not there. Top-tier songs paired with top-tier visuals. Even if the story's a bit kitsch, I still love it. Shadow really understands this generation of audience. This is a Disney animated film. The movie's redefinition of true love at the end had a taste of Disney's self-breakthrough. Not sticking to conventions or deliberately catering to adult audiences, using the most Disney-like princess fairy tale that satisfies audiences of all ages. By the way, Elsa is the first Disney princess who didn't meet a prince. The Snow Queen stands beautiful on her own. Maybe Elsa is complete with just her sister? No wonder some audience members shouted, "Yuri is good." As for Lin Yuan's purpose in having Shadow make this film, it was quite pure. It was to let Shadow fully push forward and improve his ranking on the Blue Star Film Director list. But as the movie ended, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of another thing, an inspiration also from the famous Disney on Earth, though others thought his idea was too out there. I want to build an amusement park, Lin Yuan said seriously. As everyone was taken aback, Sun Yao suddenly caught on. I support it. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. This amusement park shall be named Fairy Tale Town. Yes, this was an idea derived from Disney, and one Lin Yuan had considered for a long time. Since the Fairy Tale Town stories became popular worldwide, this idea began to take shape. Later, many works, whether intended or not, leaned towards this direction. It was just today that the timing was truly ripe. That is, building a Blue Star version of Disney. The name won't be Disney, but Fairy Tale Town, as Chu Kuang had brought over countless Earth fairy tales and Disney animations. So many ready-made IPs. Creating a real-life version of Fairy Tale Town is sure to be a hit. Isn't that exactly how Disney does it? Just not sure if in the future we can see Harry Potter flying on a broom in Fairy Tale Town. We can all get involved. The Yu Dynasty people realized. Even Jian Yi was eager to join. This idea is doable. Doesn't the internet often say it would be great if Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town was real? So why can't we actually build it? It's settled. I'll head the project. Sun Yao spoke solemnly. His vast commercial resources were more than enough to fulfill Lin Yuan's vision. In fact, even if Lin Yuan hadn't mentioned it, Sun Yao would have brought it up. From the moment Chu Kuang's identity was revealed, Sun Yao began thinking about how to maximize the development of Chu Kuang's IPs. Among them, the Fairy Tale Town series was one of Sun Yao's focal IPs, because there's virtually no kid on Blue Star unaware of the Fairy Tale Town stories. However, his previous thoughts were more focused on animation promotion and live-action films. until Lin Yuan mentioned a real-life fairy tale town, a historically unprecedented children's theme park. All of Sun Yao's ideas finally clicked. Maybe this was the most crucial step in developing the commercial value of Chu Kuang's works. Fairy Tale Town. Sun Yao was already looking forward to it. He would spare no expense to build a real fairy tale town, letting the junior enjoy to the fullest. As for profit, the importance of such matters was certainly secondary to the junior's enjoyment. And Blue Star's future largest amusement park, the plan for the fairy tale town, hailed as the world's #1 theme park, was set amidst Lin Yuan and his friends' cheerful discussions. Chapter 1653, 1322, The Third Divine Album. The night after watching the movie, Sun Yao went back and immediately started working on the Fairy Tale Town project. Meanwhile, on the internet, the discussions surrounding Frozen were heating up. This animated film conquered countless audiences and once again showed the world how frightening Shadow's ability as an animated film director is. Of course, in addition to the discussions about Shadow, 2 songs from the movie also became audience favorites. The first one is naturally, Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Do you want to build a snowman? The second one is Let It Go. Let it go, let it be, whatever. Both songs are fantastic, especially the latter, which moved countless audiences in the film. Thus, after watching the movie, many viewers immediately began searching for these 2 songs on music players, and Starlight seized the opportunity to release these 2 songs along with the other songs from Jiang Kuei's new album. Suddenly, the movie's popularity directly boosted the popularity of Jiang Kuei's new album. It's the new album. Turns out these 2 songs are from Jiang Kuei's new album. The other songs in the new album are also so good. Really, of course, after all, they are all crafted by Fish Papa. This is the 3rd album Fish Papa has made for the Yu Dynasty. Let me listen. Of course, download it first, and then enjoy it slowly. The first song of the new album is so interesting, Invisible Wings. The first song of the album is Invisible Wings. No matter what this song means to Zhang Xiaohan on Earth, Blue Star's audience has their own understanding. Invisible Wings. Combined with Jiang Kuei's personal experiences, it should refer to Fish Papa, right? Isn't that obvious? Every time I wander and are strong in loneliness, every time, even when hurt, I don't shed tears. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings that take me flying past despair. It really is Fish Papa who helped Jiang Kuei out of the shadows of life. For everyone in the Yu Dynasty, Fish Papa is that pair of invisible wings. I finally see all my dreams blossom. This line sings about Jiang Kuei realizing her dreams and achieving great success. Yes, indeed. Hearing it this way, it feels like this song fits everyone in the Yu Dynasty. How lucky the Yu Dynasty is to have met Fish Papa. Of course, each of them is excellent enough, seizing the opportunity. It's not just this song. Other songs in the album also brought great joy to fans. For example, the second song, Legend. Fish Papa is the invisible wings of the Yu Dynasty, and Fish Papa is also a legend in the hearts of countless people. So it turns out this line, just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I'll never forget your face, refers to Fish Papa being very handsome. A unique perspective. There is a saying in Chu Kuang's work about falling for Yang Gua just from one look. Realistically, it should be falling for Lin Yuan from one look. You're pretty good at making things up. Try making up the next song. Are you saying Fish Papa is Red Bean? The third song is Red Bean. This netizen indeed found it hard to make things up, but it's easy to praise. This song isn't about Fish Papa being red bean. Is it red bean paste? What the heck, red bean paste? Chu people say red bean paste privately is Marseille. I don't want to talk to idiots. This song clearly quotes Fish Papa's poem. The poem's name is Yearning. Red beans grow in southern lands. How many sprouts in the spring bloom? I hope, my dear, you can pick many, as these are things most longing. Red beans themselves symbolize longing. Others quote classics, Fish Papa's lyrics. Directly quote his own works. Writing a love song this way is truly beautiful. And then, there's Smile and Forget the Book, as well as a love letter to myself. The former in Mandarin, the latter in Qi language, a typical one song, 2 lyrics. Lin Yuan isn't new to this kind of play. Both Qi language and Mandarin are well done. Different flavors, yet equally classic. These songs suit Jiang Kuei's voice so well. Fish Papa's customization is truly tailor-made. It won't sound like this with anyone else singing. Jiang Kuei's voice range is actually quite versatile. After listening to these two, you'll feel it especially clear when you listen to Snowy Splendor. Indeed. Next up is Snowy Splendor, a Chu language song. Chu people love Xianyu. A Chu language song still has to be sung by Qin people. Ha ha ha. The Yu dynasty's language talent is always impressive. This song is truly a classic, or rather every time Fish Papa writes a song outside of Mandarin. It's super classic, even better than the average quality of Mandarin songs. Of course, because there are many Mandarin songs released. Lin Yuan has released fewer songs in languages like English, Qi language, and Chu language. So naturally, each release becomes a classic. The 7th song is called Let It Go. The 8th song is called Do You Want to Build a Snowman? These two appeared in Frozen. The audience is already very familiar with them. But it's the 9th song that has the audience most excited because this song is Coral Sea, a male-female duet between Lin Yuan and Jiang Kuei. The two have such powerful voices. They really fit together. Do they fit as well as Zhao Yingguo? Zhao Yingguo is the one who fits best with Fish Papa. No, it's Xia Fan. Ha ha ha, CP war? Among the fans of the Yu dynasty, there are indeed different CP factions. Lin Yuan and Xia Fan. Lin Yuan and Jiang Kuei. Lin Yuan and Zhao Yingguo. Even Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua. Sometimes even Lin Yuan doesn't know what his fans are thinking. The 9th song is Painted Heart. This song actually has Strange Tales as its background. Without the background, it's just a very nice song, with the ending dolphin note resonating deeply, but that's about it. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still brought it out. It's his puzzle piece, and bringing out this song represents that he will bring out Strange Tales in the future. You have to know, although Lin Yuan is already at the top of the Blue Star literary chart, he still has countless works that haven't been released. And in order to give the audience anticipation, he specially reposted this song. The lyrics of this song are actually a background in a new book of the future. Strange Tales of Painted Skin. This post brought attention to the song. Many people repeatedly studied the lyrics, hoping to find traces of Lin Yuan's new book in them. Watching you embrace me. Your gaze lonelier than moonlight. Just let you be happy in someone else's arms. Seems like a tragedy. It seems very Chu Quan. The 10th song is I'm Willing. The original lyricist was Yao Qian. Yao Qian said the inspiration for these lyrics came from a series of photos in a tabloid magazine many years ago. Fei Wang and Dou Wei together, going out early to empty the chamber pot in a public toilet. At that time, Fei Wang's stage name was still Wang Jinwen. When a producer asked Yao Qian for a song, Yao Qian used this as inspiration to create the lyrics for I'm Willing. As for composer Huang Guoluan, he said, the original intention of writing this song was to dedicate it to God. God knows how these backgrounds fit into a love song. However, Jiang Kuei's interpretation simply treated it as a deeply touching love song. Her voice, with its sudden strength and weakness, has artistic beauty, carrying a Chinese tenderness, and there is a lubricating feeling in the transmission of notes. No doubt about it. This album once again dominated the seasonal charts. Today is March 30th, with only one day left until the seasonal chart concludes. But this doesn't seem to make any difference to Lin Yuan or Jiang Kuei. As long as March hasn't ended, the championship of the March seasonal chart is bound to belong to Yu Dynasty. The third godly album. The Literature and Art Association's publication described it like this, and Lin Yuan didn't have any special feelings about Jiang Kuei's new album topping the seasonal chart. This time, even the mood of the lonely expert wasn't triggered. He's used to it. The maestro of the music scene, as well as kings and queens of singing, seem to have resigned themselves. Lin Yuan is probably the only one with a season ticket for this year's seasonal chart. Everyone should just focus on competing for second place. While over at Shadow, they seized the opportunity to announce Chase Shadow will arrange for Frozen 2 to be released in April. Yes, Chase Shadow has stocked up several animated films waiting to be released. The Frozen series, both the first and second parts, were completed last year. They're being released together this year just to make audiences happier. Of course, the main purpose is still to help Shadow compete for the top of the film list. Lin Yuan wants Shadow to become the true god of Blue Star animated films before he is unmasked. This purpose has even been noticed by some netizens. That night, the first trending topic on the blog was the shocking Shadow's double chart top threat. In the eyes of some netizens, it's like brothers who can't help comparing each other. Shadow saw Xianyu topping both charts and got anxious, wanting to get a top spot on the premium art chart for fun. But more people were just joining in the jokes. Shadow only has animated films. How could he reach the top of the list? A netizen sarcastically said, Shadow wants to take first on the film chart? Not possible unless he's also Lin Yuan's alias. To which someone replied, I bet Shadow is Lin Yuan's alias. Let's wait and see. Alright. Although very few still dare to guess this, there remain a small number who stubbornly hold this view. Chapter 1654, 1323, like a fish in your lotus pond. In April, all the earthly blooms fade away. Yet in the mountain temple, peach blossoms begin to flourish. In Qin continent, April still holds its charm. The air is filled with a refreshing fragrance, and the essence of spring remains strong. Meanwhile, on the internet, a piece of news suddenly swept through the continents. Qinzhen and Xianyu will have a symphony duel in Zhong continent in May. Nobody knows who spread the news. Global netizens were thrilled. So soon. It's happening. The battle for the top of the music charts. I always knew there would be a showdown between them. Can't wait. I wish I could attend in person. Don't even think about it. Tickets for the event will probably be gone in a flash. Can Fish Papa win? I support Fish Papa for the top spot. Me too. Fish Papa for the win. But honestly, Qinzhen is really strong. I don't care, in my heart, Fish Papa is unbeatable. If you're talking about versatility, Fish Papa is indeed more well-rounded than Qinzhen. At least someone like Qinzhen can't master all instruments and play each one as proficiently as Fish Papa can. Alright, then, although the strength gap between Lin Yuan and Qinzhen is unknown, it's undeniable that Lin Yuan's popularity is unbeatable. Someone even conducted a survey. Whom do you prefer, Qinzhen or Xianyu? The results were astonishing. 70% of netizens said they prefer Xianyu. Did you think the remaining 30% preferred Qinzhen more? Wrong. 20% preferred Qinzhen. The remaining 10% chose neutral, which is the like both option. More interestingly, Yang Zhongming actually participated in the survey, openly choosing prefer Xianyu, and publicly announced it. This immediately caused uproarious laughter from countless people. What does pampering mean? What does it mean to be biased? You can always trust Father Yang. That's why I only ship Father Yang and Fish Papa, fish and sheep soup in one go. Mr. Yang, this Qinzhen is just flashy. Well, Huali, I can only say those who get it, get it. This battle of popularity, Qinzhen isn't undeserving to lose. Lin Yuan is like 2 against 1. His popularity is counted as both Chu Kuang and Xianyu combined, unbeatable worldwide. Is this the joy of having 2 phones? Father Yang is really daring, not afraid to offend Qinzhen. What's there to fear? Father Yang is also in the top 3 of the music charts, okay? Who can guarantee Qinzhen will always overpower Fish Papa and Father Yang? Amidst the laughter of countless people, Qinzhen suddenly posted an update, 5:20. At first, everyone thought Qinzhen was confessing to someone until Zhong Continent Concert Hall forwarded the news. Looking forward to the ultimate music battle on May 20th. Only then did everyone realize that this was actually the date for the duel between Qinzhen and Xianyu. It seems Qinzhen is looking forward to this day, probably because the support rate from netizens made Qinzhen unhappy, though this is inevitable. After all, his opponent is a prodigy spanning multiple fields. Lin Yuan, of course, also received the notice. After customizing master-level conducting skills with the system, he was ready. He just needed to rehearse a few more times before the duel. However, the outside world is not aware that Lin Yuan will personally take on the role of conductor for his symphony. In the days that followed, everything proceeded according to Lin Yuan's plans. At the end of April, Frozen went off-screen. In just 1 month, this movie raked in tens of billions at the box office, becoming the third animated film on Blue Star to join the billion box office club, making people exclaim that the wolf is coming. Shadow is killing it. This is the charm of the god of drawing. The third worldwide animated film to gross over $10 billion at the box office has emerged. Chase Shadow's breakout work was Robot Wall-E. Although its reputation is no worse than the new film, its box office is indeed not in the same league. Accumulated breakthroughs. After all, Shadow hasn't released a new animated film for a long time since then, although many children's channel cartoons have come out. Is this really going to surpass Lin Yuan's pace? I remember Lin Yuan only has Kung Fu Hustle breaking the 10 billion box office mark. According to promotions, the second installment is also coming. They made 2 parts in one go. Confidence is the peak. If the first part fails, then the production cost of the second might go down the drain. So, Shadow didn't even consider the possibility of the first part failing. Awesome. It is indeed awesome. Even the 5 largest entertainment companies on Blue Star had to step back. And with the backing of $1 billion box office achievement, Shadow's director ranking indeed began to rise. Top 60, Top 50, Top 40. This animated film, a success in both reputation and box office, ultimately propelled Shadow to the 38th rank in animation films. This is a very special number, because Lin Yuan once occupied the 38th spot on the film rankings. Just like Lin Yuan also has a movie that broke the $1 billion box office mark. Netizens jokingly said, Shadow is retracing the path Lin Yuan once walked. But Lin Yuan didn't care about this because Frozen 2 would premiere next month. Lin Yuan admitted, the quality of the second installment isn't as good as the first, because the first, Frozen, broke the conventional Disney animated princess dream, subverting the classic fairy tale narrative of prince and princess, shifting the focus to sisterhood. Somewhat like the story of the green snake and the white snake. However, we often say that quality and box office sometimes don't have a necessary connection. For instance, we all know the first Frozen is better, but in terms of box office on Earth, the second is noticeably higher. Chapter 1655, 1323, Like a Fish in Your Lotus Pond, Part 2. Because the first film set the foundation and confidence for the second film, and although the second film is not bad, it's just not as good as the first, Lin Yuan still has expectations for the second one. When the time comes, Shadow's ranking breaking into the top 20 is certainly not a problem. But this isn't the end, because Shadow is preparing to release more than just the Frozen series of new animated films. Including Lin Yuan himself, there's another new movie almost completed. According to Lin Yuan's plan, the best scenario is to push Shadow's and his own ranking into the top 10 simultaneously. If that happens, once the 2 aliases merge, perhaps they could challenge for the top 3, or even aim for first place. But that's something for May. There is still work to be done in April. This work is helping Madame Haoyun release an album. This year, each member of the Yu dynasty is releasing one album, and it's Madame Haoyun's turn in April, and Madame Haoyun's first wish for this album is to have a classical-style song as a base. So without thinking, Lin Yuan arranged for her a song called The Moonlight Over the Lotus Pond. This song is inspired by Zhu Ziqing's essay of the same name, and the song incorporates many fresh elements, with a rich and cultured classic Chinese flavor, making it very suitable for Madame Haoyun. Next, Lin Yuan selected several pieces from the classic songs of Phoenix Legend that seemed particularly suitable for Madame Haoyun. Of course, not just works from Phoenix Legend. Concerning this, Madame Haoyun said, I think I won't sing Chu language and Chi language songs. My pronunciation isn't particularly standard, but English songs are no problem. Okay, Lin Yuan agreed readily. This is the significance of a custom fit, focusing primarily on the singer's wishes. Unless the singer has no ideas of their own, Lin Yuan would then provide suggestions. Once recording of the entire album was completed, Starlight released it before May. The audience eagerly awaited the 4th album of the Yu dynasty. The theme of this album is women. When netizens first saw the theme of the album, they were obviously taken aback. Women? Why is the theme women? But when everyone heard the first song of the album, The Moonlight Over the Lotus Pond, they couldn't help but burst into laughter and temporarily forgot to explore the album's theme. This song is a duet by Lin Yuan and Madame Haoyun. In the chorus, they hear Wei Haoyun singing loudly. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, waiting with you for the bright moonlight, swimming through the seasons while the lotus flower remains fragrant, waiting for you in the water's center. Then, the lyrics hummed by Lin Yuan are, Lotus Pond, oh lotus pond, sing slowly and slowly, moonlight, oh moonlight, listen slowly and slowly, fish, oh fish, swim slowly and slowly. Ha ha ha. This song is obviously an internal song of the Yu dynasty. The meaning of Madame Haoyun singing the lyric, I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, is already very clear. Fish Papa's line, fish, oh fish, swim slowly and slowly, is also particularly fun. The quality of this song is super high. A very different classical style song. Only with Madame Haoyun's voice does it have this flavor. Every time Fish Papa sings with Madame Haoyun, he's crazily slacking off, isn't he? This time it's actually better. Back on the most dazzling ethnic style stage, Fish Papa sang only 3 words throughout. Stay. Fish Papa. We sang a duet. Splitting the performance fee 50-50 is only fair, right? Next, everyone listen to the second song. Lin Yuan, Lady. Madame Haoyun, ha. Lin Yuan, you will not get hurt. Instantly. This song is called The Temptation of the Lang. The gag of Lady and ha once triggered countless netizens to burst into laughter on Earth. And on Blue Star, the audience laughed even more wildly because this is not Lin Yuan's usual style. It's just too amusing. Ha ha ha. Fish Papa is so cheeky. This song is as catchy as most dazzling ethnic style. Nostalgia series. Everyone says Madame Haoyun's singing is rustic. Today Fish Papa tells you he's going to be rustic with Madame Haoyun. Where's the rustic? Everything Fish Papa sings is classy. Madame Haoyun. MMP. I sing and it's rustic. Xian Yu sings and it's cheeky, it's classy. I couldn't accept this style before. Now the more I listen, the more I'm into it. Am I brainwashed by Fish Papa? My dad just sang Lady, and our whole family responded with a ha in unison. Fun. This album is fun. Actually, on Earth, early on, Phoenix Legend was also said to be rustic. But later on, as everyone got used to this style, it became more and more catchy, and the likability of Phoenix Legend increased continuously. The third song is called Above the Moon. To say it without exaggeration, after this song was released in 2005, it almost instantly became a ubiquitous hit across the whole country, and it also became Phoenix Legend's signature song. Brainwashing. Catchy. The melody and rhythm are at full blast. Oh yeah. This is Fish Papa's Oh yeah. Why does Fish Papa sing with the effect of rap and throat singing? Can you imagine this is sung by Fish Papa, who played with the melody of songs like Nocturne in such an intricate way? But he's really good at it. So freaking exciting. The scary part is, even though Madame Haoyun is singing with all her might, she still can't overpower Fish Papa's voice. The instant eternal green grass and heavy snow fluttering lines get better and better the more you listen. Haha. Fish Papa has just those few lyrics, and you've already figured them out. Chapter 1656, 1323, Like a Fish in Your Lotus Pond, Part 3. It's not important. The performance fee will still be split in half. Madame Haoyun, dog face emoji. Fourth song. The song All Love. That's right, it's still a song by Phoenix Legend. This song was included in the album Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, and it wasn't very popular at the time. Who knew that after Douyin became popular, it was translated into 8 languages, and the Japanese version was especially loved by many. Listen, this is what music is. The extreme of earthy is trendy. No easy feat. Fish Papa's lyrics are finally increasing. Although the lyrics are few, did you notice that these songs are mostly Fish Papa being the backdrop for Madame Haoyun? Otherwise, why would Fish Papa say, Fishy fishy swim slowly? Madame Haoyun, I am like a fish in your lotus pond. Some say the most amazing thing about Phoenix Legend is that there might be none of their songs in your phone, but you can sing all of them. Back then, they were criticized for being corny and vulgar. Yet who could have imagined that the later Phoenix Legend would be loved by all, from the 80s generation to the 90s, and even the 00 generation? The fifth song is finally not by Phoenix Legend, nor is it a duet between Lin Yuan and Madame Haoyun. Lin Yuan gave this song to Wei Haoyun, called Rainbow After Storms, Unyielding Roses, a song that fits the tradition of Yu Dynasty and is motivational. Rainbow After Storms. Unyielding Roses. With Wei Haoyun's personal experience and image, she's the perfect fit to sing this song. She's like a heroine. And in a certain international match, China's women's soccer team won by penalty kicks against Neon. Almost everyone's mind was filled with this song at the time, because this song was chosen as the World Cup theme song by the Chinese women's soccer team. From then on, this song became synonymous with 15 years of the women's soccer spirit. This song is amazing. Can almost taste the victory flavor, right? I really like it. Madam Haoyun bless me. May I pass every exam. The blessing from Madam Haoyun has been received. This song paired with good luck comes probably works well too. The beauty of this song lies in its expressiveness, which captures the firm, yet gentle, beautiful qualities of Blue Star women. Fish Papa truly is a motivational song machine. Perhaps that's why the album's theme is woman. The sixth song. This time, it's an English song called My Heart is Eternal, one of the most famous English songs on earth. The renowned theme song of Titanic, originally sung by Lin Yuan, a top international music diva. She even sang Me and You with Lin Yuan at the Beijing Olympics. Listening to it turns me to mush. Full of heartwarming emotions. I think this is Fish Papa's most classic work among many English songs. Can you still find any earthiness from Madam Haoyun in this song? Its artistic conception is maxed out. There's no grander interpretation than this. Even without strong rhythm points, Madam Haoyun can still capture everyone's heart. The seventh song is A Woman's Flower. The women of Yu Dynasty aren't just one, but Madam Haoyun is undoubtedly the most suitable to sing this song, still adhering to the woman theme. Originally sung by Anita Mui. The previous songs had me laughing crazily, but upon hearing this, I can hardly hold it together. As a woman, I sincerely thank Fish Papa. Fish Papa really understands. Yes, sometimes we like a song not because it sounds good, but because the lyrics are relatable. Women blooming like flowers, gracefully flourishing, only wishing to bloom at the best age and meet the right person. Wife, you've worked hard all these years. Mom, you are forever my woman's flower in my heart. Getting older, my eyes tear up more easily. The eighth song is called Lady Shixiang. Judging by the name, it's still about women. Phoenix Legend has tried many different music styles, and this is one of their attempts. And on Blue Star, this song is still a duet by Lin Yuan and Madam Haoyun. Turns out songs matching the theme are at the end. Put a lot of thought into it. Each of these albums is captivating and hard to let go of. Please stay gently. This lyric seems to be subtly echoing back to the most dazzling ethnic style of the past. Indeed, after that collaboration, Madam Haoyun really stayed and became a part of Yu Dynasty. The ninth song is called Seabed. This song isn't originally by Phoenix Legend, but they did a cover, and the cover turned out really well. Sounds great, yet melancholic. The earlier songs are so joyful, but the later ones feel suffocating. This song is only oppressive at the beginning, but it carries a sense of redemption at the end. Once Fish Papa starts singing, I feel paralyzed, like being bathed in divine light. There's sadness at first, but later they became the light. This song's lyrics tell a story with a sad bass color, but in the end, they still choose healing. Real healing is yet to come in the final song. Oh my goodness. The last song is called Wishing You Happiness and Prosperity. That's right. The last song is very festive, called Wishing You Happiness and Prosperity. It's familiar to Earthlings as Wishing You Happiness and Prosperity. Wishing You Happiness and Prosperity. This is totally Madam Haoyun. Another song feeling like good luck comes. Awesome. Is it new? You're all ready. Haha. Whenever I hear this song, I feel like it's New Year. I strongly recommend this song be performed at this year's Spring Festival Gala. Looks like this is another masterpiece album. Fish Papa is awesome. Madam Haoyun is awesome. The theme of this album could be called Woman or Fish. We beg for the next album to also include a song related to fish. Is Fish Papa congratulating himself in advance for winning the seasonal chart championship again? Such a small outlook. Could there be a possibility that he is congratulating himself on defeating Qin Jun and topping the music chart? Listening to this album, people suddenly have a feeling, as if Xian Yu can really defeat Qin Jun and climbed to the top of Blue Star's music chart. And amidst such anticipation, someone noticed that the fourth album of U Dynasty has already topped the chart. Chapter 1657, 1324, Battle of the Kings in the Music World. This is the four-time consecutive championship after the global merge. As if it was meant to be, everything is natural. Netizens are too lazy to be shocked. The industry is also too lazy to be shocked. Even the media headlines are in a tone of inevitability. Something like, U Dynasty releases another magical album. Something like, CNU's four-time consecutive championship. Something like, U Dynasty's May album is worth expecting. Something like, the eternal king of the Blue Star season chart. Etc. Only two left. Lin Yuan plans to arrange an album for each member of the U Dynasty. Albums for Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Jiang Kuei, and Madame Haoyun have all been released. Next are Sun Yaohua and Chen Jiyu. Oh, also Lin Yuan himself. After all, he is also a member of the U Dynasty. In this way, the 7 members of the U Dynasty can cover 7 months. The remaining 5 months of the season chart can be filled by collaborating with others outside. Once they achieve a 12-time consecutive championship, Lin Yuan will completely adopt a laid-back attitude, no longer competing for the chart. Because there are no opponents, it would be better to leave the limelight for others. Fortunately, having no opponents on the season chart doesn't mean there are no rivals in the music scene. With the arrival of May, Lin Yuan finally has a touch of fighting spirit again. On the 20th of this month, he will have a showdown with Qin Jun. Also in May, Chase Shadow's Frozen 2 is being released. As everyone imagined, riding on the heat from the first one, the second part was insanely popular right after release, even faster than the first in terms of early sales, though the reputation is somewhat weaker. The second part is conservatively made. The plot is a bit more kitsch compared to the first part. Not disappointing, but not surprising either. The visuals are beautiful. Shadow's artwork can't be knocked. It's just that the story is too family-friendly, lacking a bit of spiritual impact. Shadow God should continue making something others haven't done. As expected, the second is never as good as the first. It's a curse. The first work is always the most exciting, yet Shadow's skills are still impressive. He is still the most anticipated director in the animation film field. Friends really like it. I like Shadow to a filter level. Others think it's not as good as the first, but I think Shadow is still improving. How wild is it that The Temptation of the Lang Next Door is so popular just because Fish Papa shouted My Lady twice in the song? Yes, everyone has filters for things they love. For those who like it, anything is good. It's like The Temptation of the Lang has undoubtedly great quality, but compared to so many classics by CNU over the years, it doesn't actually stand out that much. However, this song is now wildly popular. Even Lin Yuan didn't expect it. Because there are countless girls online who love that shout, My Lady, from CNU in the song. Many female streamers post funny videos online. First play The Temptation of the Lang. CNU shouts, My Lady. Then mute Madame Haoyun's voice, leaving only the accompaniment. Then continue shouting themselves, Aha. Forced YY. Everyone transforms into Zhao Yinggu. It can be said to be very immersive. But to say who plays it best, it has to be Zhao Yinggu herself. This gal directly edited The Temptation of the Lang into a CNU version, then sang along with it, cutting out Madame Haoyun's voice entirely, and brazenly released it, amusing countless netizens. Be careful or Madame Haoyun will tear you apart. Of course, it's a joke. Even if the U Dynasty were to squabble among themselves, it wouldn't be in front of outsiders. Besides, internal squabbles aren't unheard of. But the squabbles are all about songs, a kind of little fun among friends. In the days that followed, netizens gradually stopped discussing Madame Haoyun's album. It's not that the album isn't good. It's that there are more significant matters coming up. The showdown between CNU and Qin Jun is about to begin. The Central State Music Hall has already started marketing this confrontation. The media are also busy. Related news stories are emerging in an endless stream. The battle of the kings of the music world is about to begin, a symphonic duel to decide the outcome. Qin Jun expresses confidence in an interview. What will CNU's second large symphony be like? The Central State Music Hall is about to witness history. Multiple maestros say. The outcome between Xianyu and Qin Zhan is hard to predict. Yang Zhoming strongly supports Xianyu. Xianyu's approval rating far exceeds Qin Zhan. Amidst various external voices, Lin Yuan quietly goes to the hospital to visit Wei Shujing. Wei Shujing's health has really deteriorated, even worse than before. The ventilator is hard to remove, and he has trouble eating. Lin Yuan feels a bit depressed. Wei Shujing comforts Lin Yuan, struggling to raise a thumbs up as if cheering him on. Clearly, this old man needs more cheering himself. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yuan makes a decision and asks Yang Zhongming for Qin Zhan's phone number. Once the call connects, a voice comes over. Who is this? Lin Yuan. The person on the other end pauses noticeably, then says, Hello. Hello. This is the first exchange between the two highest-ranking figures in the Blue Star music scene. Is there something you need? I would like to ask you something. Please go ahead. Can the showdown be broadcast live? Live. I have a friend, sort of my semi-teacher, he cannot attend on site. Lin Yuan is referring to Wei Shujing. Wei Shujing is in the hospital, and in this condition, it is impossible for him to go to the Central State Music Hall to watch the showdown between Lin Yuan and Qin Zhan. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan hopes that the Central State Music Hall will broadcast the showdown live to global audiences. This way, Wei Shujing in the hospital can also watch. However, this requires Qin Zhan's cooperation. Qin Zhan laughs. I once collaborated with teacher Wei Shujing. He is a respectable senior. I agree with you. Thank you. With both sides agreeing, the rest becomes straightforward. The Central State Music Hall has no room for resistance when facing the two biggest maestros globally. If they want to broadcast, they have to broadcast. If they do not agree to broadcast, each of the remaining four among the world's top 5 music halls would be more than happy to accommodate Lin Yuan and Qin Zhan. So, soon, the outside world learned that the showdown between Xianyu and Qin Zhan will be broadcast globally. At that moment, fans who were worried about not getting tickets to the venue were thrilled. Awesome. Live broadcast is great. Live broadcast is great. If such a splendid duel can't be enjoyed the first moment, that would be too regretful. I'm so nervous. More nervous than going for an exam myself. Although symphonies are best enjoyed live to their fullest, if you can't attend, being able to watch a live stream is also good. Can't wait for it. This battle will determine the future landscape of the Blue Star music scene. I watched a concert live stream early on. It seemed to be from the Golden Hall, where Fish Papa showcased the Nocturne series, hoping this time it's an even bigger bomb. May 20th is near. At this moment, the whole world is anticipating. Chapter 1658, 1325, Music Sage. Amidst global anticipation, May 20th finally arrived. On this day, the red carpet at the entrance of the Central State Music Hall extended several hundred meters. Not only did the kings and queens of singing and the maestros of the music industry walk the red carpet, but countless big names from various fields across Blue Star also made their dazzling appearances under the flashes of reporters' cameras. Fans gathered at the entrance. The sounds of frantic screams and shouts were incessant. Reporters excitedly discussed the showdown as they snapped photos. It's been so long since we've seen a scene like this. The lineup of guests is even more impressive than the Spring Festival Gala. Look, people from the Literature and Art Association are here. In the distance, a group wearing uniform attire with the exclusive emblem of the Literature and Art Association embroidered on their chests appeared. However, these individuals did not walk the red carpet but instead entered the hall discreetly through a side entrance, with only the two leading them walking onto the red carpet. One was the president of the Literature and Art Association. The other was the vice president of the Literature and Art Association, TSK. It's clear how much the Literature and Art Association values this showdown, with these two personally present. Of course they value it. This scene today is what the Literature and Art Association has wanted to see. But Xianyu's support rate is really high. The fans are basically all shouting his name, overshadowing the support from Qin Zhan's fans. Central State Music Hall. Inside, the crowd gradually entered. The seats were slowly filled. Correspondingly, the live broadcast also officially began as the audience entered. Wow! Bullet screens in the live broadcast room erupted. It's about to start. I'm in the Supreme VIP section. Ha 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 ha. Are you a VIP member of the live broadcasting room? The lineup of guests is pretty strong. I think I saw Mei Xiaoga, once the #1 on the dance chart. Is she here to see Fish Papa reach the top today? Fit Goat is here too. Recently, Shadow produced an animated series called Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf, which is currently airing on the Children's Channel. There's a character named Fit Goat in the show. His appearance bears a striking resemblance to Fei Yang. So netizens started calling Fei Yang Fit Goat. Where's Qin Jun? Where's Fish Papa? They must be backstage preparing. Oh my god, look at the upstairs private room. A shot flashed by. Was that him? Whoa, it's him, the elder statesman. He's busy with central affairs. How did he make it here? Fish Papa and Qin Jun are pulling out all the stops. They indeed are pulling out all the stops because people noticed that many bigwigs were seated in the hall. Usually, these bigwigs would be seated in private rooms. It's evident that today the people in the private rooms hold a status and position even higher than those in the hall. At 7 o'clock in the evening, amidst the discussions at the venue and in the live broadcast room, host and Hong took the stage. The audience suddenly cheered. It seemed in Hong had become the national host, indispensable at any grand occasion. Good evening, dear guests on-site and in the live broadcast room. I am in Hong, and I am honored to host this epic showdown in the music world. At this moment, I, like all of you, feel both nervous and excited. After the opening remarks, and Hong said, to ensure absolute fairness, today's showdown will determine the order through an on-site draw. Now, let's invite Qin Jun and Lin Yuan to come on stage and draw lots. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan and Qin Jun walked onto the stage together. This showdown revolved around the two of them. Today's bigwigs from various fields came for them. However, neither of them showed any sign of nervousness or apprehension, only absolute calmness and a slight smile. Judging from their mental state alone, it seemed both were confident of victory. The drawing employed circular balls, one with the number 1 inside and the other with the number 2 inside. The two balls were mixed rapidly in a transparent box, making it impossible to capture with the eye or to remember. After 30 seconds of mixing, and Hong invited the two to draw. Qin Jun made a please gesture to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, I am the junior. It should be the senior first. Then I'll go first. Qin Jun didn't hesitate any further, directly reaching out to take a ball and breaking it open. The number inside was 1. And Hong announced, Qin Jun will take the stage first, followed by Lin Yuan. The two of you, please go backstage for final preparations, and in 5 minutes, Qin Jun's work will be performed first. Lin Yuan and Qin Jun bowed to each other and walked off stage. Live broadcast room. Fish Papa appears second. Is this going to trigger the rule of the one who moves first always loses? Ha ha ha. Not necessarily. Because today they are competing in symphony works, and a symphony performance lasts at least half an hour. By then, the audience will have the melody of the first work in their minds. If the second symphony isn't stunning enough, it might be overshadowed by the first piece and affect people's judgment. This is called stealing the show. Stealing the show, or the one who moves first always loses, are both speculations. The real result depends on the work. These two are the type who can win whether they move first or last. So how is the result calculated? Such competitions don't announce the result on the spot. Once the works are out, the answer becomes clear over time. That's true. Look, Qin Jun's orchestra is taking the stage. The conductor is Chun-Mi, a top conductor on Blue Star. Wait a minute. Who is that? My goodness, Qin Jun is actually performing as a musician as well. There was an exclamation from the scene. Many people didn't expect Qin Jun to personally perform as a musician and appear on stage with the orchestra. Chapter 1659, 1325, Music Sage, Part 2. And the instrument Qin Jun is responsible for is surprisingly a flute. The exclamation was fleeting. A minute before the stage started, the hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. The audience had high standards, and no one dared to make a sound for fear of affecting the competition. The conductor's platform. The top conductor of Blue Star, named Chun-Mi, turned and lifted the baton. Prelude, Adagio, E minor. This is a symphonic work in a grand narrative style. The grand feeling is omnipresent right from the introduction section. Strings, timpani, woodwinds. The intertwined instruments competed to play vigorous and passionate rhythms, conveying an intense sense of tension and pace, creating a powerful, shocking effect. And amidst this effect, there's also a faint sense of nostalgia seeping through. This symphony not only tells a grand narrative, but also expresses intense emotions. And on the big screen, the title of the piece has already appeared. This is Qin Jun's Eighth Symphony, and the first movement is called To the New World, with the theme being the changes from the merging of the 8 continents of Blue Star and its pervasive impact on contemporary people. Lin Yuan quietly listened to the symphony by his ears. Qin Jun is the most renowned symphony master of contemporary Blue Star. Work by such a master is naturally extraordinary, and it's not an exaggeration to describe his work as breathtaking. Lin Yuan even thought that if someone like Qin Jun were born on Earth, he would surely become a deity in the contemporary music scene, possessing uniqueness. Because Earth could not produce such a contemporary master. If one must find someone comparable, it could only be through searching in global history for those few most brilliant names in the music world. But at this moment, Lin Yuan was not thinking about winning or losing. He was enjoying the moment, enjoying this unfamiliar yet stunning piece. And after a brief transition, the second movement of the symphony began. B-flat major, astonishingly with a total of 8 beats. With careful listening, one can discern that each of these 8 beats carries a different flavor. For instance, the first beat. The woodwind section played it, performing in the bass a few haunting chords filled with sorrow, after which Qin Jun performed a slow theme with an exotic beauty and mystical charm on the flute, accompanied simply by strings, involuntarily bringing to mind the Qin continent. The second beat. The third beat. The second movement seems to incorporate the 8 thematic styles of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent music. This isn't such a shocking idea, but the practical difficulty is incredibly daunting. Qin Jun needed to fuse the musical styles of the 8 continents into one movement. Qin Jun accomplished it. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that Qin Jun deserved to be called great on the Blue Star music scene. Symphonies typically have 4 movements. Qin Jun's symphony also adheres to the standard 4 movements. The third movement. This movement is noticeably longer than the previous 2, with a scherzo style, as if presenting the transition between 2 centuries through music. The first half. The music leaned towards a light, lively, and bouncy mood. Back when Blue Star hadn't yet merged, each continent had its own ways of life, and people could find contentment in their small worlds. In the latter half, the theme turned grand again. Even though the focus of instruments and melody had distinctly shifted, the theme still resonated with and imitated the former, showcasing the unique features of the pentatonic scale in all its glory. Is it better to merge or not to merge? No one knows the answer to this question. But what is certain is that everyone has gotten used to the new era's waves, with the continents becoming increasingly united, while their homeland gradually becomes a sentiment. In fact, this has already become a society of the great unity. The ending of the third movement feels a bit like a transition. There is usually an interval between movements. But in Qin Jun's third and fourth movements, the connection is very tight. Almost as soon as the former ended, conductor Chun Mi began the performance of the fourth movement. This is the climax of the entire symphony. A typical allegro, a grand sonata form. It is like a summation of the current great merger of Blue Star, where the grandeur climbs to a peak, simultaneously nurturing a new theme, intertwined into a stream of emotions. At this moment, a new era is born, instilling everyone with a sense of responsibility and mission. The principal theme of this movement is jointly played by horns and trumpets, majestic and grand. The secondary theme is a gentle, lyrical melody played by the clarinet. After all this development, it forms a glorious conclusion. When the last note falls, the applause on site continues like an endless tide. This is a symphony enough to dominate contemporary times. It is also a piece that nobody can find fault with, which can be crowned with the name of greatness. It is also a symphony worthy of this grand Blue Star music scene showdown, a perfect answer sheet. Meanwhile, It is also a piece that made Lin Yuan grateful for not underestimating, for decisively inviting Beethoven's work. Central State Music Hall. Thunderous applause filled the scene. Among Qingjin symphonies, this is the one that moved me the most. The structure of this symphony is genius, turning the impossible into the possible, as if telling the story of world history's evolution through a single piece. Such a piece should indeed be born in the transition of 2 centuries. Other than its inclination towards the popular style, I can't pick any flaws. The melody, technique, and even the scale are perfect. This is his new, representative work. His personal performance, responsible for the flute part, touched the heart. Chapter 1660, 1325, Music Sage, Part 3. The flute led with the main themes of Qin continent and Zhong continent. It's quite carefully designed. Xianyu is going to have a hard time now. I'm more looking forward to Xianyu's work. The melody of the Fate Symphony still resonates with me. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Often, it's hard to determine a winner with literary works. Can you say this piece is better than Xianyu's previous, the Fate Symphony? I doubt anyone would confidently make that claim. If he wants to win, Xianyu will have to produce a masterpiece among masterpieces. Or perhaps Xianyu's, the Fate Symphony, was just a flash in the pan, and his new work might not reach the same heights. The venue was buzzing with excitement. There were big names from various fields. There were music maestros. There were pure music enthusiasts. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the chat was already boiling over. The climax of the 4th movement is exhilarating. The 3rd movement, with its transition between 2 centuries, is brilliantly conceived. I heard elements of Qin continent. I heard elements of Zhong continent. It's not just these 2 continents. He showcased the musical characteristics of Blue Star's 8 major continents. And it's all so harmonious, without a hint of discord. All I know is that Qin continent's music sounds great. I think I've fallen in love with symphony. It's the first time I've felt this beauty in music. Symphony is truly music within music. Can Fish Papa win? It feels like a 50-50 chance, maybe 60-40. Qingjin's piece is too powerful. It's okay, Fish Papa is still young. Even if he loses this round, it's not a big problem, because this opponent is truly terrifying. Indeed, Qingjin could definitely be considered the strongest opponent Xianyu has met since his debut. Just judging from this piece alone, Qingjin subtly surpasses Yang Zhongming and Luo Su. 15 minutes. Time left for the audience to calm down. And in these 15 minutes, the host and Hong didn't say much, but naturally invited Xianyu to appear at the appointed time. In the competition, the host should not have a stance on the duel between the 2 participants. And when Hong called out, "Please welcome Lin Yuan on stage," Lin Yuan blocked out all distractions and led the orchestra to that podium. Immediately, there were gasps from the audience. Why did Xianyu go directly to the conductor's podium? Where's the conductor? Is he really planning to conduct himself? That shouldn't be right. Does Xianyu understand conducting? In such an important duel, why didn't he get a top conductor like Chenmi to help? Given his status, global top conductors should be willing to collaborate, right? Didn't he invite teacher Wei Shujing for the Fate Symphony last time? I heard teacher Wei Shujing is very ill, severely enough that he's unable to perform. So that's it, but he could still find another conductor, right? It's not like there aren't conductors on par with Wei Shujing. Why do it himself? Only those who understand symphony know the importance of a conductor. In the live stream room, there were also gasps of surprise. Not every netizen knows what a conductor means to an orchestra, but someone on the chat was explaining, and soon the audience understood what Lin Yuan standing on the conductor's podium represented. Really? What does it mean? Can a conductor directly affect the quality of the performance? Then why is Fish Papa going up himself? Even if he understands conducting. After all, he seems to know everything. He can't reach the level of a top conductor, right? Is it really that mysterious? The influence of a conductor is very important. What is Fish Papa thinking? Believe in him. Since he's standing there, he must have his reasons, because this is the most important duel since his debut. Regardless of what people think, the performance preparation on stage will not be affected. During the orchestra's adjustment time, every musician was doing their final warm-ups. Meanwhile, someone also noticed. An unexpected choir walked onto the stage. Now not only those who don't understand symphony were confused, even those who understand the structure of symphony were filled with doubt. Such doubts are quite normal. On Earth, most symphonies don't include choirs. Only a few symphonic works collaborate with real choirs. And on Blue Star, no one has ever tried something like this. It might have been done privately, but never in a true large-scale performance. It seems that for Blue Starian people, symphony should be purely instrumental, and adding vocals ruins its purity. What the heck? A choir is up there? That's the Sky Star Choir, the most famous choir on Blue Star, but they shouldn't be here. Is this a vocal performance to accompany the symphony? Can this work? Who knows? Maybe they won't be singing. By saying that, you're implying they're here to sing a few phrases. He's personally stepping onto the conductor's podium and now bringing a choir up. What exactly is he trying to do? The on-site audience was discussing. The livestream room was discussing. In the final 3 minutes of preparation, no matter what thoughts the audience had, they could only temporarily suppress their curiosity and wait for the performance to begin. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. At the end of the countdown, Lin Yuan raised his baton. The official title of this piece is Xian Yu's Second Symphony. The first movement is in D minor, 2/4 time, in sonata form. The opening theme is severe and powerful, filled with immense awe and a tragic tint. It is played by the strings in a low and oppressive atmosphere, and then gradually intensifies until the entire orchestra performs the majestic and powerful theme, overwhelming like an avalanche. Chapter 1661, 1325, Music Sage, Part 4. At the very beginning, only a few minutes in, the entire audience's expression changed. The effect of immersive sound instantly covered the whole venue. People seemed to enter a world that belonged to music. In the maestro area, Abigail was excited. That feeling again. Zheng Jing's expression was serious. An expert knows as soon as they get involved. This piece is not simple. Lu Sheng seemed to be in thought. A completely different feeling from the Fate Symphony. Yang Zhongming's gaze was calm as water. The surprise of the opening far surpassed the fright. No matter what little fish was thinking at this moment, this gluttonous feast would not disappoint. Suddenly, Luo Su spoke. Master-level conducting art. The voice was light, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. Xian Yu possesses master-level conducting skills. This was a judgment he made within 5 minutes. This young man is too incredible. Clearly, he already has so many prestigious identities. So why can he still spare the energy to stand at the peak in the field of conducting? He himself knows conducting, can conduct a large band, but there's still a gap from master level. But soon, they cared about nothing else. All they had left in their ears was the music. The world was only notes, as if today's Central State Music Hall was Xian Yu's absolute domain. Woodwind instruments were resounding. The melancholy atmosphere gradually developed into G minor. The tense combat of stringed instruments brought the piece to a climax in the first movement. The melody undulated, sometimes repressive, sometimes solemn. What appeared before the audience seemed no longer a band, but an army, unyielding in the face of death. Heroes charging forward. Ah, so exhilarating. My blood is about to boil. What is this piece? Such an everlasting force. Firm and powerful, as steady as a rock. No one knew how long the first movement specifically lasted. They only knew they seemed to be fighting a bloody battle. Amidst the storm. Invigorating. The second theme unfolded naturally. The B major that started off first gave the woodwind instruments a touch of a melancholy atmosphere. The developments G minor had the stringed instruments depict a sense of tense combat, the piece once again leading to a climax. The similarity with the Fate Symphony lies in the fact that Lin Yuan expressed the entire work's source of thought with a serious, grand momentum as soon as he began. In fact, this is a theme that Beethoven repeatedly expressed in many works. Struggle also reflects the inevitable process of struggle. Hardship. The melody undulated, sometimes repressive, sometimes solemn. The audience seemed to see the warriors charging the gates over and over, moving forward with hopes of victory. Backstage, there was also a viewing area here. Qin Jin's expression became increasingly serious. This was only the second movement, and Lin Yuan had already made him feel an overwhelming momentum. He subconsciously compared the first two movements of his own work with it, but the result made him somewhat unable to accept it. How is it possible? The level that Lin Yuan's symphony exhibited was on par with, if not subtly superior to, the Fates Symphony. You know, Lin Yuan's previous, the Fates Symphony had already reached the artistic peak of symphonies. What does this even stronger symphony represent? Qingjun dared not think further. Gradually, the third movement arrived. This time it was an adagio movement, like a song, an andante in B-flat major. With the irregular variation form, this movement appeared much more tranquil and serene compared to the previous two movements. The melody was gentle, yet still charming. A great movement, Yang Zhongming murmured, as if struck. Luo Su wore a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Truly exquisite romance. I never imagined one day we would become someone chasing him. The fourth movement, Ode to Joy. This is the essence of the entire work, an allegro in D minor. This part of the prelude is strong and firm, with the woodwinds gradually introducing the Ode to Joy theme, like a ray of sunlight, breaking through thick clouds and spreading across the land. Thus the entire joyful theme unfolded. Cellos and double basses danced in turn. Violas, bassoons, violins, and other instruments all became a foil. Under the backdrop of the entire orchestra, the vocal part finally surfaced. This is the chant belonging to the Ode to Joy. Solo, duet, chorus. The addition of the chorus barely affected the performance of the symphony orchestra. With no feeling of incongruity, it seemed they were born to be in such harmony. Subsequently, the music transitioned into B-flat major. The singing became more lively. The orchestra played polyphonic fugues, pushing the piece to its climax. On the conductor's podium, Lin Yuan had completely lost himself. He stood in front of the podium, frantically pacing back and forth like a madman. The orchestra went crazy with him. The whole world went crazy with him. There was a moment. He stood upright to the greatest height. The next moment, he squatted to the floor, waving with his hands and feet, as if he wanted to play all the instruments, sing all the choral parts. Once everything had calmed down, the Ode to Joy, which had completely moved everyone, pushed the piece to a glorious and brilliant conclusion with its melody. Standing on the conductor's podium, Lin Yuan panted heavily. Behind him was a sea of applause. In a certain box, literature and art association staff looked at each other. In the silent room, no one spoke. It seemed they hadn't yet come to their senses. After a long while, the vice chairman of the Literature and Art Association finally laughed. "It's over. I said the first place should be given to him. Why make it so complicated?" The chairman took a deep breath. If we didn't let him and Qingjun have a showdown, how would we be fortunate to hear such a heart-shaking work at this moment? Indeed, the vice chairman had a serene look, as if savoring, suddenly spoke again. Qingjun probably never dreamed he would lose to a junior. The chairman smiled faintly. The result will be announced tomorrow morning. Besides, this year's Music Sage Award should also find its owner, Lin Yuan. He is the new generation music sage. The duel hadn't officially ended, but in many minds, it ended the moment Ode to Joy sounded. Chapter 1662, 1326. Lin Yuan's donation is exposed. Qingjun lost. Perhaps when the first two movements of Lin Yuan's symphony played, everyone still didn't have a very clear concept, but by the time they heard the third and even the fourth movement, the answer was already obvious. This is the power of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. This work, also known as the Choral Symphony, is hailed as the peak of Beethoven's musical career, even a summary of his musical life. Needless to say, Qingjun couldn't compete. Even Lin Yuan himself would be overshadowed by this work in the future. This is the ultimate move, even if he still holds quite a few bomb-level symphonic works. It's difficult to surpass this one. But who could blame Qingjun for being the #1 on Blue Star? If he didn't bring out this work, Lin Yuan wouldn't have any guarantee of winning. At this moment, on the scene, in a sea of applause, discussions erupted. 1. No big suspense. This is the most perfect melody I've ever heard. Never has a symphony brought me such a degree of shock. Who could have expected this ending? I thought the result would be 50-50 or even 60-40 in favor of Qingjun. Yet this was the outcome. Everyone, Today, we witnessed the birth of a new king in the music world with our own eyes. This duel, there were no so-called judges, and no one was fit to judge Xian Yu and Qin Zhen. The final outcome depended solely on how the general public viewed it. And it seems the public has already reached a conclusion. Because it's not just those on the scene who feel that Xian Yu won the duel. The same goes for those in the live streaming room. The dust has settled. Long live Fish Papa. This piece is too perfect. I can't think of a more fitting description than perfect. You could say, damn, awesome. Indeed, awesome. At this moment on site, the entire audience stood up. The applause continued. Someone shouted the name Xian Yu. Since debuting, Lin Yuan has been developing in the music world under the name Xian Yu. In the hearts of music lovers, the name Xian Yu is even more immersive than Lin Yuan. Just like how book fans always feel that Chu Kuang is the real Lin Yuan. At this moment, host and Hong walked on stage. Please welcome teacher Qin Zhen back to our stage as well. The applause paused. People looked at Qin Zhen coming out from backstage. This majesty of the music world had a somewhat complex smile at this moment. Like regret, like relief, like bitterness, like reassurance. When he stood firm on the stage, Qin Zhen extended his hand to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and shook the other's hand. This simple handshake seemed as if they were exchanging and passing on something. And Hong only spoke when their hands released. Teacher Qin Zhen, do you have anything to say? Qin Zhen was concise. I really like Mr. Lin Yuan's work. It made me feel a kind of soul-shocking vibe. And Hong looked at Lin Yuan. And Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan restrained his smile. It's an honor to hear teacher Qin Zhen's recent work. It is one of the greatest creations in my mind. Neither used any ornate language to evaluate the other, but both expressed affirmation. Just a few simple words, yet all could feel the tacit understanding between the two. This was a dialogue between the new and old kings. And after the duel at the Central State Music Hall ended, the music charts were updated that night. No surprise, really. The number one on the chart officially became Lin Yuan, while Qin Zhen, who was originally in the first place, dropped to second. Even though it's not surprising, when people saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel emotionally affected. Because at this moment, Lin Yuan was already ranked first in literature, music, and dance. This is not only a personal miracle, but also a miracle for the entire Blue Star. After topping the music chart, even when Lin Yuan went to the company, he had to face being chased and blocked by reporters and fans. But something still needed to be done. At the end of May, the personal album Lin Yuan created for Chun Jiyu was released. This album topped the season chart in just 10 minutes. The album included songs like Far, Far Away, Under the Cloud, Flower Field Mistake, A Thousand Years Later, Half Moon Serenade, See It Again, among 10 songs. Pop, classic, it had everything. Unfortunately, although this album reached the top at an unprecedented speed, it was completely overshadowed by Envious Fish's Second Symphony. There's no helping it. Lin Yuan used Beethoven's top representative work to defeat Qin Zhen. Under such circumstances, no matter how popular Chen Jiyu's personal album was, it couldn't compete with this level of symphony in terms of heat. However, Chen Jiyu himself didn't mind. Releasing an album at the end of the month and topping the charts in only 10 minutes was already a huge achievement, a record-breaking speed of reaching the top that others from the Yu dynasty hadn't achieved. But unfortunately, this record was broken after just over 10 days. Because in early June, the personal album Lin Yuan made for Sun Yaohua was also released. The title song of this album called A Thousand Miles Away, and the album took only 5 minutes to top the season chart. By the way, the album also included a very inspirational song called Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, suitable for Sun Yaohua. It's worth mentioning that Sun Yaohua had sung Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies earlier, which was the Xian Music Group's version. This time, Lin Yuan's version is the Beyond version. Besides, Lin Yuan also included Call for Love in Sun Yaohua's album. And after everyone in the Yu dynasty received their albums. Chapter 1663, 1326. Lin Yuan's donation is exposed _2. Lin Yuan announced through his blog, "The 7th album of the Yu dynasty will be sung by me." Suddenly, the world was exhilarated. As the new leading figure of the global music scene, Lin Yuan's debut solo album instantly ignited everyone's nerves. But amidst the global excitement, Lin Yuan felt a bit down because he received a call. It was from Wei Shujing's daughter, delivering bad news. Wei Shujing passed away. This conductor, whom he respected the most, left this world forever due to cancer. Wei Shujing's daughter said, "Teacher was listening to your symphony until his last moments." That evening, while recording his new album in the studio, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned red when singing a certain song. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening wind brushes the willows, the flute's sound fades. The setting sun lies beyond the hills, to the ends of the sky, to the corners of the earth. Half of close friends departed. A pot of turbid wine quenches leftover joy. Tonight's parting dreams cold and misty. Threads of emotions. A cup of wine. The parting flute urges on. When will you return after leaving? Do not hesitate when you come. This song is called Farewell, and this album was also named Farewell by Lin Yuan, in memory of Wei Shujing. Even though the system indicated that he had completed the latest life mission, it didn't lift his spirits much. And when mid-July arrived, Lin Yuan's album was released, climbing to the top of the season chart in a minute, with some music software almost crashing as a result. At the same time, people also saw the song list of Lin Yuan's album. The first song, Farewell. The second song, Snail. The third song, In the Name of Father. The fourth song, King of Karaoke. The fifth song, Hills. The fifth song, Warrior of the Darkness. The sixth song, enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. The seventh song, The Youth of Blue Star. The eighth song, Listen to Your Mother. The ninth song, 19 Years Old. The 10th song, There Was a Time I Also Thought of Ending It. Among them, the song The Youth of Blue Star is adapted from a song of the same name from Earth, composed by Su Song and sung by Zhang Jie's The Youth of China. The song 19 Years Old is adapted from The Eternal Megastar, sung by Andy Lau's 17 Years Old. Andy Lau's 17 Years Old lyrics were adapted from his own experiences. Lin Yuan's 19 Years Old was also adapted from his personal experiences on Blue Star. Because Lin Yuan still remembers the year he debuted at 19, everything that happened then remains vivid. That day, Qin Continent Art Academy. Cafeteria. Lin Yuan, Xiao Fan, and Jian Yi were dining quietly in a corner. No one knew that 3 megastars that emerged from the academy were sitting modestly in the cafeteria. Unlike in the past, the cafeteria now played music during meals, echoing within the vast space, with students even humming along. At 19, I wanted to earn money, participated in challenges. As a newcomer in Qin Continent music scene, those days were very fresh. I remember meeting Father Yang and Mother Zheng. Later it was too sudden to ascend as the protagonist. My first concert fans were too wild. Come and listen to me sing a classic love song. My tremors and falsetto have long been proficient. Yet love songs are never tiresome to sing. Like me, don't cover your face. Let passers-by notice. Just sing. Dip this emotion in the song. Sing love songs. Together once more. Always remember applause. Echoing to the sky. Sing the love song from the beginning again. If the emotion is strong, tears are hard to avoid. The melody rises and falls with changes in rhythm. Every song is a face. The familiar voice. This is Lin Yuan's new album song, 19 Years Old. Listening to this song, Lin Yuan, Xiao Fan, and Jian Yi exchanged smiles, as if the past fleetingly flashed before their eyes. Sioux City. Sun Yao's concert. He sang loudly on stage. Should I lay down my heavy shell to find where the blue sky is, following the gentle breeze gently drifting? The scars experienced no longer feel pain. I want to climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to look quietly at its face. Little sky has big dreams, heavy shell wraps gentle gazing. I want to climb step by step, fly forward at the highest point on leaves. Let the wind dry the tears and sweat. One day, I will have my own heaven. This song is called Snail, a motivational song from Lin Yuan's newly released album. Singing to the end, Sun Yao's eyes turned red. In a live streaming room, Chen Jiyu was live streaming. The chill morning dew wets the black suit. Mist on the stone path, father whispers. Finished singing. Chun Jiu smiled bitterly. You guys overwhelm me. This song, In the Name of Father, represents the most difficult song to sing in the new album. It's tough for anyone to capture that essence besides him. A comment asked, how would you rate this song? It's the pinnacle of pop music. Perhaps you'll find the style odd at first listen, but I assure you, the more you listen, the better it becomes. It's incredibly enduring and advanced. Even after 10 or 20 years, it won't let you down. At home, Zhao Yinggu, wearing headphones, curled up on the sofa. In the headphones, the song came. It was the only Chu language song in Lin Yuan's new album. The song is called There Was a Time I Also Thought of Ending It. Unconsciously, Zhao Yinggu was in tears. The agent beside her couldn't help but worry. Why are you suddenly crying? What should I do? This bold and unruly girl in front of the agent unexpectedly burst into tears like pale spring raindrops. I seem to like him even more. In a certain hotel, Jiang Kuei, having just finished an event, took off her tiredness and opened her phone. Chapter 1664, 1326, Lin Yuan's Donation Exposed, Part 3. The song plays. It turns out to be a song called Enjoyed by Both Refined and Vulgar. Hearing the climax, Lin Yuan's voice carries a lazy and casual tone. They say quickly write a love song that can be enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Jiang Kuei laughed. Haven't you written quite a few songs that are enjoyed by both refined and vulgar? But the line in the lyrics, being presentable and also homely, like the girl I've always been looking for, sparks the imagination. Jiang Kuei rests her chin and falls into contemplation. A girl who is both presentable and homely. Wouldn't that be me? After all, I can make salted egg yolk pastries. Madame Haoyun sings with her niece. Crossing the hills. Though my hair is already white. The more she sings, the more Madame Haoyun feels at ease. This is her favorite song from the new album. Through this song, Madame Haoyun seems to understand a bit of Representative's mindset. That is the great freedom after seeing through everything. Obviously, she is older than Representative. But many times, listening to the songs sung and books written by the Representative, it feels as if he has already weathered trials and tribulations, with a maturity far beyond her own. On the internet, different people, different places, people are listening to the song, listening to the same album. A young man has his youthful arrogance, the heart like the blazing sun of 10,000 rays, overcoming innumerable obstacles. Today, I am the young man. Little friend, do you have many questions? Who says only standing in the light counts as a hero? I thought if I sang with utmost sincerity, you would care a little more about me. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road. Album comment section. Blog comment section of the person in the wheelchair. Everywhere is full of discussions about him and the album. Tribute to Fish Papa. Forever a legend. He is just like these songs, perfect. Entranced just by the voice. Clearly sneered at. Chasing stars, yet accidentally liked him for so many years. The last song, once I also thought of ending it all. Listen to it, and tears run down my face. Is this real? No one is inherently strong. Fish Papa must have had moments of wanting to give up too. Really love In the Name of Father, a masterpiece. Fish Papa has too many masterpieces, yet even today he still can bring surprises once in a while. The true masterpiece is Hills, who says only standing in the light counts as a hero. These lyrics really hit home. I love that part. Strong youth makes blue star strong genius. Speaking of talent, Farewell is also brilliant. Listeners are in tears, from melody to lyrics. It's truly a masterpiece. Lin Yuan, Jian Yi, and Xiafan finished eating and discreetly left Qin Continent Art Academy. No one knew they had been there. On the way back, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from Jin Mu. Have you seen the news? What? Ling Kong was arrested. Economic crimes, just got detained today. Many journalists captured it and even cornered him for interviews. I'll forward the news to you. Hung up the call. Lin Yuan looked at the news that Jin Mu forwarded. The news headline was Former Crown Prince of the Tribe, Ling Kong arrested for economic crimes. There's a video below. Ling Kong is taken away by relevant authorities. Before being taken away, some reporters blocked him, asking various questions, many related to Lin Yuan. At first, Ling Kong didn't want to speak. In the end, perhaps out of frustration, Ling Kong exploded emotionally. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Can you stop mentioning this name in front of me over and over? He's your god, not mine. Perfect persona? Great artist? Heh, is he really that great? If he's really that great, why haven't I seen this god save all the suffering people in the world? Oh, I'm morally blackmailing. You all would surely say that. Even if he doesn't save the world, he could at least donate a few cents, right? Online, some discuss how much Chu Kuang and Xian Yu earned, yet no one discusses how much he spent on charity. I'm a common person, I like to show off, but even as a show-off, I've actually donated millions over the years. What about your god? This was Ling Kong's last interview. After saying this, he was taken inside. Who knows when he will come out again? Yet his words indeed sparked a discussion online. Some say Ling Kong deserved it, still dragging Lin Yuan into it, trying to morally blackmail. Some say Ling Kong had a foul mouth, but wasn't entirely wrong. Lin Yuan, being both Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, earned so much money. Why didn't he do some charity or similar? Aren't celebrities supposed to do charity? Whether true or not, even just pretending would be fine. But Lin Yuan seems unwilling even to pretend. TSK Tisk. He's already a god now. You dare to speak ill of a deity? Watch out, his fans might come after you, calling it moral blackmail. He is the world's #1 superstar. His influence is unmatched. The internet is strange. It seems that even Lin Yuan can't make everyone like him. Not having done charity suddenly became a black mark. Although only a few people sarcastically pointed it out, yet it still sparked a minor commotion. But this commotion barely started before being ruthlessly extinguished, just as the heated interview before Ling Kong's arrest was spreading widely. The Blue Star Charity Association released a world-shattering announcement. We cannot tolerate Ling Kong's slander of Mr. Lin Yuan regarding charity donations. Below are all donation records from Mr. Lin Yuan from 10 years ago up to today. Since he started earning money at the age of 19, he has been continuously donating to our charity association, totaling $1 trillion, whether in his personal or organizational capacity. This is the largest donation we have ever received. And such selfless donations, Mr. Lin Yuan is still continuing, and with his rising income, the amounts are becoming even larger. It's no exaggeration to say that countless people around the world have received varying degrees of economic assistance from Mr. Lin Yuan without ever knowing it. Yet Mr. Lin Yuan has never promoted this himself and hoped that we would not publicize it either. As a celebrity, he actually dislikes being excessively disturbed. He is a low-key person, which is known worldwide. But facing slander, Mr. Lin Yuan didn't want to explain. However, we must provide an explanation. This concerns conscience. Why should Mr. Lin Yuan suffer such injustice? We hope every netizen who followed the slander against Mr. Lin Yuan can retract their improper statements. We cannot tolerate such a good individual being wrongfully accused. On this day, at this moment, the whole world watched that enormous donation list, falling into unprecedented shock. It detailed what amount Lin Yuan donated on which day, and where that money was used. For instance, he has donated to build thousands of Hope schools in poor areas and provided free support to countless impoverished university students. Even schools unable to issue scholarships rely on his economic aid to provide students with financial support. His money was used for drug development, making the prices of equally effective drugs more affordable. He donated countless flat roads, allowing mountain areas to escape the hardship of crossing steep hills. He built many hospitals, supported the elderly and disabled. His presence was there in every disaster aid. Yet while other celebrities' donated amounts made the news, only his largest donations were kept low-key, desiring no external awareness. After the shock, the entire nation broke into tears. Chapter 1665, 1327. Hello everyone, I am Shadow. Donate $1 trillion. Not only were the netizens shocked, but even Lin Yuan himself was stunned. Had he really spent that much money on the works customized with the system over the years? Alright then, in terms of the true value of these customized works, $1 trillion is actually just a drop in the bucket. Lin Yuan didn't really care about the money. For him, money had long become a number without much meaning. Although Lin Yuan didn't know exactly when this change in mentality started, he used to be a very thrifty person. How wonderful! Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. Who would have thought he unknowingly gained the capacity to aid the world? Lin Yuan was just a little reflective, a bit ashamed, as he was not as great as the charity claimed. This money was donated by the system, not voluntarily by himself. But that was in the past. In the future, he plans to donate actively, to honor his conscience and deserve this recognition. After all, for Lin Yuan, money has become merely numbers. Left with him, he and his family could never spend it all. It's better to use the money wisely, spending it on those truly in need. Meanwhile, on the internet, after the global populace experienced immense shock, their eyes began to turn red. This was truly a national tearjerker. You are my God. I'm guilty. I'm wrong. I apologize. I criticized him before, but from today, Lin Yuan is my God. Me too, sorry God. Donating 1 trillion. Can this amount of money crush people to death? Those who criticize Lin Yuan, aren't you ashamed? True greatness of character cannot be tarnished by you. This Ling Kong is really adept at uncovering God's secrets. Chu Kuang's identity was dug out by him, and now the donation has also been revealed by him. Ling Kong wanted to irk our God one last time before going to prison, but he didn't expect someone would actually donate 1 trillion and not even brag about it. Ah! Lin Yuan, my eternal idol. I will like you and support you for a lifetime, never changing. Looking at the record, he started donating at 19, even when he wasn't as wealthy as he is now, and his family was very poor. 19. How much had he earned back then? I just want to ask, who else would dare donate hundreds of thousands at the age of 19? Others work to make money for a better life. Lin Yuan works to make money for philanthropy. How dare Ling Kong criticize Lin God? The only thing in this world that can criticize Lin Yuan is the sun. In the future, no matter how Lin Yuan makes money, I'll willingly be the leaks. You speak as if God has ever profiteered. I'm going to download all his works. I'm willing to support him in any form. Donation maniac. Whatever writer, dancer, musician, all just side jobs. He's a philanthropist. No matter what you do, I'll support you. Even if you have a scandal, I, for life, will blindly stand by you. All right, then support the old rascal's new movie. What movie? The new Lin Yuan film in August, The Legend of 1900. Buy tickets. Still criticizing the old rascal. Chu Kuang the old rascal. I donated all the money I earned by tormenting you. Chu Kuang, great Saint Chu Kuang. Old rascal, I was wrong. I shouldn't have criticized you before. Phooey, call him God. Anyone who dares call him an old rascal, I'll be the first to disagree. Fish God, Chu God, Lin God. Lin Yuan's donation shocked the world, while also touching the world. Netizens directly worshipped him as a god, shouting, the only thing that can black Lin Yuan is the sun. At this point, Starlight took the opportunity to announce Lin Yuan's new movie as the screenwriter, The Legend of 1900, is about to be released. With a loud bang, the box office pre-sales exploded. Whether interested or not, people almost mindlessly bought tickets for The Legend of 1900. I'll book a whole theater to support. I'm busy in August, no time to watch movies, but that's okay. I'll buy the tickets first, just to support Fish Papa. Makes sense. Watching is not the point. Buying tickets is a must. Lin Yuan donated all the money he made. I feel at ease spending on him. By the way, what was Fish Papa's highest box office before? It seems Kung Fu Hustle broke 100 billion? Only 100 billion. Is God only worth 100 billion box office? What a joke. A hero who donated 1 trillion. Are we only giving him a mere 100 billion box office? If The Legend of 1900 Foot doesn't have at least a few 100 billion in box office as a starting point, then there are too few good people in the world. Hee hee, not just box office. We need to make Fish Papa top the film rankings. Crazy. Wonder how much box office Fish Papa will make this time. Look quick. Holy crap. The box office pre-sales have already reached 100 billion, and it's only on the first day of pre-sales. The exposure of the donation directly caused The Legend of 1900 pre-sales to explode, reaching 100 billion in ticket sales on just the first day. This was something Lin Yuan never expected. Speaking of which, the film had just been wrapped recently, and the company was already planning to launch it, certainly ahead of schedule. likely an idea of OL Zhou or the chairman to ride the wave of this momentum. Lin Yuan didn't mind. Chapter 1666, 1327. Hello everyone, I am Shadow_2. If you want to ride the wave of popularity, go ahead. After all, I still have so many shares in the company, and since this is my movie, of course I want the box office to be as high as possible. In the days that followed, the movie pre-sales box office kept rising, surprisingly approaching 20 billion. Some even predicted that before the movie is released, pre-sales alone could exceed 30 billion. On Blue Star, now Lin Yuan, in a certain sense, is truly like a god. What Lin Yuan, this god, didn't expect was that just after the charity controversy had ended, a new buzz appeared online. This new buzz was initiated by netizens. And surprisingly, the originator was Lin Yuan himself, because there was a song in Lin Yuan's new album named Listen to Your Mother. Did you notice this part of the lyrics? When I grew up, I began to understand why I ran faster than others, flew higher than others. In the future, everyone will be reading the comics I draw. Everyone will be singing the songs I write. This part of the lyrics is quite thought-provoking. In the future, everyone will be reading the comics I draw. Everyone will be singing the songs I write. The last part makes sense. In the future, everyone indeed sings your songs, Lin Yuan. But why is the first part, everyone will be reading the comics I draw? Comics. Has Chu Kuang or Xian Yu ever drawn comics? Doesn't seem like it, but Shadow saying this makes sense. Does this mean that Shadow might actually be the third persona of the god? How has this started again? Someone speculated this before. But lyrics, you know, involve a bit of artistic flair. Comics might not literally mean comics. It's just written that way for the rhyme. Artistic flair. For the rhyme? I'm afraid it's more than that. This is clearly Lin Yuan revealing it himself. He must be Shadow 1000% sure. The lyrics already indicated. Come on. Lin Yuan was stunned, because he really hadn't intended to reveal his persona. The logic was simple. Jay Chou didn't draw comics either, but the lyrics to Jay Chou's song were written that way. This is indeed artistic license, a form of creative expression. However, when applied to Lin Yuan, this sentence really does become a fact. When the kids grow up, they really will be reading Lin Yuan's comics, because his third persona is Shadow. I still don't want Shadow to be revealed. Lin Yuan was anxious. Was he about to experience another public identity crisis so soon? But things wouldn't change just because of Lin Yuan's will. Being anxious was of no use. The buzz had started. Soon enough, the whole world began to hotly discuss whether Shadow is Lin Yuan's third persona. Countless people flooded the comment sections of Shadow, Chu Kuang, and Xian Yu to get confirmation. Comments went from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, then to millions, even tens of millions. Not responding was not an option anymore. This is the price of being too popular. With no choice, Lin Yuan could only seek help from Jin Mu. Jin Mu was dumbfounded. Then why did you write those lyrics in the first place? Lin Yuan felt guilty. Wasn't it for the rhyme? Jin Mu sighed. Let's hold a press conference to muddle through for now. Mainly talk about the background of the movie The Legend of 1900 and the charity donations to divert public attention. I'll draft a press release for you. Okay. Lin Yuan finally felt a slight relief. The news about the press conference was released on the same day. Involving Lin Yuan, currently the most talked about celebrity globally, nearly all global media responded rapidly, with many flocking to the Qin continent. 3 days later, the press conference was officially held. Seeing the dense crowd of cameras and people below the stage, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and guilty. Stay calm. Jin Mu appeared beside him, handing Lin Yuan a script. Just read from the script when you get on stage, and remember not to discuss Shadow for now. To ease your mind, I specifically invited In Hong to host this press conference. All right. Lin Yuan knew he couldn't escape, so he held the script that Jin Mu had stayed up all night finishing. In terms of content, the public relations quality was still quite high. On stage, as the host, In Hong began. Actually, this is my first time hosting a press conference, sort of expanding my horizons, but since I am an old friend of Lin Yuan, I couldn't refuse. First, let me thank the journalists from around the world. Today's press conference is primarily for Lin Yuan to talk about the recent various news, such as the charity donations, the new movie, and also about a particular song from the new album. After the opening remarks, and Hong loudly said, "Let's welcome Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan, steeling himself, took the script from Jin Mu and walked onto the stage. The moment he stepped onto the stage, all eyes were on him. Lin Yuan glanced at the script and coughed. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yuan. Recently, a lot of news has been related to me, true or false, real or illusionary. Let's discuss them one by one. First, regarding the movie. The pre-sales for The Legend of 1900 has currently reached 32.1 billion at the box office, successfully breaking the pre-sale record for movies on Blue Star." Lin Yuan, a reporter below the stage, laughed and said, "More than this, we would like you to first talk about the shadow issue. In fact, our TV station is here for a live broadcast, and everything happening here can also be seen online, which is the most concerned topic for everyone." Chapter 1667, 1327. Hello everyone, I am Shadow, Part 3. After this reporter finished speaking, countless reporters at the scene scrambled to ask questions. In the song, "Listen to Your Mother," are there lyrics hinting at a third persona of yours? Are you Shadow? Why has Shadow never revealed their face? What exactly is your relationship with Shadow? Is the speculation online that you are Shadow true? Lin Yuan couldn't help but interrupt the questions. When creating lyrics, sometimes for the sake of rhyming, some so-called artistic modifications are made. Many of my songs are like this, especially love songs wherein various love stories are fabricated. The stories in the lyrics are one thing, but reality is often another. Film and TV creations are the same. Characters, actors, and screenwriters are all separate. I'm saying most of the time. Beside him, Jin Mu suddenly leaned close to Lin Yuan, awkwardly whispering, "Ignore them. Don't mention Shadow for now. Just read the script." Okay. Lin Yuan nodded guiltily and once again looked at the script in his hand. "Hello everyone." "Okay. Actually," looking at the script, Lin Yuan stuttered as he read. Everyone below the stage was watching him. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly paused. Reading from the script was really not enjoyable. Facing countless cameras from global media, Lin Yuan seemed to make a significant decision, took a deep breath, and then had a resolute expression as if ready to face any consequence. And this time he no longer stuttered. He simply and straightforwardly uttered 4 words. "I am Shadow." Rumble. The whole place erupted. The whole world erupted. Just as the reporters at the scene said. This press conference was broadcasted live worldwide. And with Lin Yuan's current fame, a single press conference could garner global attention. Therefore, when Lin Yuan said on stage, "I am Shadow," the world went wild. Qing continent. Holy shit. Oh my god, how is this possible? Qi continent. It's actually true. I fucking guessed it right. Shadow, I knew he was Shadow. Chu continent. Lin Yuan is Shadow. Shadow is his persona. Those lyrics were a direct hint. So, Lin Yuan isn't number 1 in 3 rankings, he's number 1 in 4 rankings. Yin continent. Whoa, what kind of international joke is this? Freak. Han continent. Not human. He's not human. Of course, he's not human, he's a god. Zhao continent. Donating over 600 billion secretly, and then astonishing everyone isn't enough. You say you're Shadow? Unbelievable. Wei continent. The Painting Soul series is your work. A mortal body compared with the divine. First in 4 rankings. Unprecedented and unrepeatable. Zhong continent. I thought it was the most ridiculous speculation by netizens. Lin Yuan. There are rumors that I'm Shadow. Let me clarify. Those are not rumors. Crazy. I'm going crazy. Wow. At home. Ha. He finally said it. I'm going to post this on social media. Woof. Shadow Studio. Jin Mu. How unfaithful. Ran away the first chance he got. I'd run too if it were me. There's an embarrassment in this world called. I feel embarrassed for you. Social death. Thrilled to see this. I'm suffocating inside. He finally said it. Should have said it ages ago. Starlight. Holy crap. All 3 bros are him. What Chu Kuang, Xian Yu, and Shadow, they're all the same person. He doesn't have just 2 phones. He has 3 phones. Is this even about the number of phones? Literature and Art Association. We have experience with temporarily adjusting a large scale of the rankings. What kind of monster did our company just produce? Silver Blue Books. Watch the live news. That old rascal Chu Kuang. Wait, teacher Chu Kuang is Shadow. My God, no wonder Shadow debuted with Prince of Tennis. No wonder Shadow's manga rights are all given to Starlight for development. Three brothers, three geniuses who shocked the world, are actually one person. Music scene. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Pinch me. It hurts. Not dreaming. Is this world real? Did he really just say that? Writer's Circle. Three brothers are the same person. What kind of international joke is this? This joke isn't funny. The old rascal Chu Kuang is the world's most talented painter-writer. A painter who doesn't want to be a writer is not a good maestro. Where's the dance? Where did you put the dance? This is too much. He knows so much. Where can I put it? There's no room left. Is this where the confidence to donate $1 trillion comes from? Xian Yu, Shadow, Chu Kuang. The money these pseudonyms made is indeed substantial. At a certain clubhouse, Yang Zhoming is dumbfounded. Lu Sheng's jaw dropped. Abigail spat water everywhere. Zheng Jing, who always loved painting, said word by word. He is Shad-Ao. He is Shadow? He is Shadow. Little fish turned out to be my biggest idol. Shadow. You dynasty. Represent. He. I should have realized it sooner. Indeed. What do you mean by indeed? Sun Yaohua, speak clearly. Nothing much to say. It just means I care more about the representative than you guys, doghead. I want to have kids with the representative. You can't handle it. Let your sister handle it instead. On site, all journalists went crazy. Even Host and Hong looked completely dumbfounded. Damn, Lin Yuan's identity got revealed 3 times, and I witnessed it all. Is it a coincidence, or what? This host had completely forgotten his duties. Until the journalist's noise almost spiraled out of control, he realized his responsibility. Everybody, please calm down. The scene was barely quiet, yet the journalists' faces still showed craziness. Lin Yuan is Shadow. All 3 brothers are personas of the same person. Of course, this drives the journalists crazy, or rather, the whole world is about to go mad at this. With a wry smile, and Hong looked at Lin Yuan. I've read your Journey to the West, where it mentions turning 1 into 3. Does this count as the real-life version of it? Lin Yuan didn't know how to respond. And Hong continued. We know Xian Yu's stage name originated from lingering on the edge. Envying fish is worse than retreating and weaving nets. Chu Kuang's pen name came from. I am a native of Chu. King, singing and laughing at Confucius. Then what about Shadow? Between flowers and a pot of wine. I drink alone with no one to accompany me. So I raise my cup to the moon, and with my shadow, we become 3. Raise my cup to the moon, and with my shadow, we become 3. How great is this becoming one with the shadow? He showed us once again. Silence fell upon the scene. The journalists looked at him. People all over the world looked at him. In this silence, people couldn't help but recall the storms stirred by the 3 brothers over the years. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. An epic awkward scene unfolded, late but finally arrived. Lin Yuan's toes dug forcefully into the ground, his face tinged with a blush, creating a picturesque scene, depicting a world-famous painting. Some people are alive, yet they're already dead, like Lin Yuan. Some people are dead, yet they still live, like Lin Xian Yu Chu Shadow Yuan. Chapter 1668, 1328, Full-Time Artist. In August of that year, Qing Continent Cinema. This was the first cinema under Sun Yaohua's name. The movie, The Legend of 1900, chose to hold its premiere here. That day, Lin Yuan came. Lin Yuan's family came. Everyone from Yu Dynasty came. The top management of Starlight and the main creators of the film came as a group. Also present were journalists from major continents, and big names from various fields, including the music scene, the film scene, and even the novel circle, and so on. The host of the premiere was in Hong. Everyone stood on stage. Host and Hong smiled at Lin Yuan and said, as a film whose pre-sale box office has already exceeded 500 billion, is there anything you would like to say to the audience? Thanks for the support from people of all circles. Lin Yuan spoke with emotion, not expecting such strong support from the outside world. Actually, the pre-sale box office stagnated after surpassing 300 billion, but then when Shadow was unveiled, the pre-sale shot up another 200 billion. The three-in-one unity. The Trinity. The influence burst forth completely. Even Lin Yuan himself was afraid. Actually, I'm not as great as everyone thinks. I'm not a god. I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of good luck. Lin Yuan spoke these words from the heart. Without the system's favor, how could he have reached this point today? But others just thought he was being modest. And Hong laughed. An ordinary person with a bit of luck can't become the number one in 5 charts. Your contributions to Blue Star are obvious to us all. Yes, just yesterday, with Shadow unveiled, the pre-sale box office of The Legend of 1900 finally broke 500 billion, not only breaking pre-sale records, but also breaking Blue Star's highest box office record. Even though it hasn't officially released worldwide yet, this achievement was enough to let Lin Yuan reach the top of the film charts. At this moment, music, literature, dance, painting, film, Lin Yuan is truly number one in 5 charts. This is a height beyond the reach of ordinary people. So the outside world says, you are a mortal being who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. Having reached this point, do you feel your life is fulfilled? Or do you still have full ambition, with detailed future plans, even grander goals? Yes. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, I have a dream. Please share. To set the heart for the world, to establish the life for the people, to continue sacred knowledge, to bring peace for all times. Upon finishing speaking, rumble, as if thunder ran through the heavens, the chaos was split open, shackles were broken, the atmosphere of the whole venue, silent yet fervent. To set the heart for the world, to establish the life for the people, to continue sacred knowledge, to bring peace for all times. Is this truly Lin Yuan's ultimate pursuit? A mortal being standing shoulder to shoulder with deities might not just be empty words. He truly seems to want to become divine, to transcend base pleasures, even though he repeatedly emphasizes that he is just an ordinary person with a bit of good fortune. Please accept my highest respect. And Hong took a deep breath, then bowed his head to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand. It's a pursuit, an ideal. I don't have such a realm. There are no perfect people in the world, actually in the early years, I wrote songs just to earn money to support myself, to let my family live a good life. Later, I thought to help friends, to help more people. All right. And Hong smiled. Today is the movie premiere. We might as well take this opportunity to interview Lin Yuan. Could you reveal just how many secrets you still have that everybody doesn't know about? Can I not say? Lin Yuan subconsciously responded. He has too many secrets, like having a system. This system sent him a new longevity mission last night, requiring him to top all top art charts in the future, including calligraphy, theater, architecture, and several other charts. For Lin Yuan, it isn't too difficult. And if the mission is completed, one can live a long life. This is also the ultimate longevity mission, but to Lin Yuan, living to 100 is already enough, even somewhat too long. For example, Ian's identity. Truthfully, the scene when Shadow was unveiled has already become Blue Star's world-famous painting. Lin Yuan really does not want to go through that again. One must know, Ian is Lin Yuan's most special alias, has done no shortage of things that after being exposed are sure to be a social death many times over. After all, this alias mainly takes the role of plugging the gaps, and even singing praises for the 3 brothers. Lin Yuan made up his mind. The identity of Ian must never be exposed in his lifetime. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that his subconscious rejection, however, made the whole venue gasp. Judging by that reflexive rejection speed, you actually have quite a few secrets. And Hong held his head, coughed a bit. Then perhaps, you can little by little, reveal a bit to everyone. This I can do. Lin Yuan thought and said, actually I know quite a bit, quite a variety, like music, dance, writing poetry, lyrics, novels, and painting. These are known to everyone. Then there are less known ones, like in my spare time I write some calligraphy and do some sculpture as hobbies. Also I'm interested in creating theatrical works. By the way, I make games as you all know, but what you don't know is, I have some architectural knowledge, but these can be left for the future to slowly communicate with everyone. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, and Hong's mouth opened wider and wider. The journalist's eyes were wider and wider. The global audience watching the live broadcast were even more filled with madness. This damn is what you call slightly revealing a bit. There's a saying in Blue Star regarding the 10 great arts, namely literature, music, painting, dance, film, sculpture, calligraphy, theater, architecture, and games. Lin Yuan has already topped 5 of these artistic fields. But according to what he just said, it seems the remaining 5 fields, that is sculpture, calligraphy, theater, architecture, and games, he is also involved in. Oh, by the way, he has already delved into games, and with significant achievement. It's just that as the game chart hasn't come out, it's hard to accurately judge the ranking yet. This monster. And Hong swallowed hard, his voice a bit dry. Music, film, painting, calligraphy, sculpture, literature. You understand all of them? Know a little bit. Is it the meaning of knowing a lot? It's the meaning of knowing a bit. Lin Yuan, I suddenly don't know what identity to look at you with. Writer? Painter? Dancer? Perhaps in the future, Lin Yuan will even become a sculptor and architect? And Hong sighed with emotion. Putting aside the future, just now, your identities are truly too numerous. I suddenly recall a comment online, describing you as such. Perhaps those words are only fitting for you. It seems forced for others. What? Full-time artist. Conquering the world with art. Becoming an uncrowned king worshipped by people from all domains. That is a full-time artist. The end of the book.